Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball World. In the realm of Dragon Ball, on Earth. Lo and behold, is that not the bald character, Nappa, from the Dragon Ball universe? And is that not Goku, the protagonist, pursuing him? How are they charging towards me? Have I truly traversed into the Dragon Ball world? Su-Mu gazed in astonishment at the two figures hurtling towards him. Gohan, move quickly, Krillin shouted, believing Gohan was paralyzed by their overwhelming presence. After all, Gohan had only trained with Piccolo for a year, and encountering such formidable foes on his first battle was indeed daunting. Vegeta, arms crossed, observed the scene with a slight smirk. Kakarot's son had lived a life of such comfort on Earth that he found himself repeatedly startled by these scenarios. Just moments ago, when that Namekian was vanquished by Nappa, did he not display remarkable prowess? Why then, had he turned into a quivering coward? Suddenly, a powerful wave of memories surged into Su-Mu's mind that he finally comprehended that he had indeed crossed over into the Dragon Ball universe, taking on the form of a young Gohan. Originally, Su-Mu was a chef from another Earth, standing at 6 feet tall, with striking features. While working a night shift at a hotel, he was suddenly gripped by a sharp pain in his chest and lost consciousness. Upon awakening, he discovered that his soul had merged with that of young Gohan. This unexpected fusion meant that their identities had intertwined, granting him a second chance at life, now named Son Gohan. From a young age, Su-Mu had been a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, admiring Goku's indomitable spirit and his ascent from a lowly warrior to surpassing the genius Vegeta. Now he found himself inhabiting Gohan's body, with Goku as his father. While his admiration for Goku was undeniable, the plot twist felt rather kitsch. Gohan, there's no time. Kaioken, Goku shouted urgently, as Nappa closed in on Gohan and Krillin, mere meters away. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Kaioken, his speed soaring as he delivered a powerful blow to Nappa's spine. With incredible velocity, he maneuvered to support the injured Nappa, tossing him towards Vegeta. What? Kakarot's power level just skyrocketed to over 8,000. Vegeta exclaimed, astonished as the data from his scouter fluctuated dramatically before stabilizing. He regarded Kakarot with wide-eyed disbelief, a wicked grin forming on his lips. This was becoming increasingly entertaining. The scouter merely clouded my judgment. The power levels of Earthlings and Kakarot could fluctuate at will. He removed the scouter from his ear and crushed it in an instant. Just a year ago, Kakarot's power level was merely in the hundreds, only able to defeat Raditz with the aid of that Namekian. Now, how could Nappa, with his formidable battle power of 5,000, be so swiftly defeated? Gohan, are you all right? Goku looked down at his son with a tender expression, filled with concern. Moments ago, Nappa was poised to strike both Gohan and Krillin. In a critical moment, he unleashed the Kaioken technique. With a powerful blow, he shattered Nappa's spine, fearing that the adversary would harm his son and brother Krillin once more. The price paid by Earth had already been devastating, with Piccolo and others sacrificing their lives to protect it. He would not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. I was terrified just now. Thankfully, Goku, you arrived in the nick of time. Otherwise, Gohan would have been in grave danger, Krillin exclaimed, patting his chest to calm himself. Seeing Gohan appear as though he were paralyzed with fear from Nappa's presence, Krillin approached and grasped his arm, offering reassurance. Gohan, it's all right now. With your father here, we are safe. After all, Gohan was still just a child, and the battle had been exceedingly intense. Dad, Uncle Krillin, am fine, Gohan replied, surprised by how natural it felt to call out Dad. After all, the souls of Goku and Gohan were intertwined, as if awakening memories from a past life. Now, the Dragon Ball narrative had reached the point where Yamcha and others fell victim to the invading Saiyan Nappa. Piccolo had also sacrificed himself to protect Gohan, and the Dragon Balls along with the Guardian of Earth had vanished. Just when Gohan and Krillin found themselves in dire peril, the soul of Su-Mu transcended into Gohan's being. Following a fierce confrontation between Goku and Nappa, Vegeta discerned that Nappa's power was no match for Goku. Vegeta commanded Nappa to withdraw from the battle, opting to take the stage himself. However, in a fit of rage, Nappa sought to attack Gohan and Krillin once more. Goku could not permit such insolence before him. He acted decisively and incapacitated Nappa. This led Su-Mu to witness the scene of the bald-headed Nappa and Goku charging towards him. As Su-Mu observed the characters in the Dragon Ball universe, they seemed strikingly similar to those in the anime. While scrutinizing the seasoned Vegeta and the diminutive Krillin, a mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the attribute acquisition system. This system enables the collection of battle power and skill attributes from defeated foes. A system? Indeed, the ancients did not deceive me. This was undoubtedly a requisite for Traverse Ursa Golden Finger. Gohan felt elated. Vegeta, help me. The battered Nappa, lying on the ground, weakly raised his hand toward Vegeta, his face pleading. He could hardly fathom how, after receiving a crushing blow from Kakarot, he remained incapable of standing. Die, Nappa. I have no need for useless trash by my side. Vegeta smirked malevolently. He spun Nappa around in a complete circle before launching him into the air, gathering a massive energy wave in his hands as he pursued him. Vegeta, may you meet a wretched fate. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Ah. A scream, laden with fury and resentment, reverberated through the air. Nappa could scarcely fathom that he, who had always obeyed Vegeta without question, would meet such a tragic end. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of Kakarot, it was indeed ironic to perish at the hands of comrade. In an instant, an energy wave consumed Nappa's form, and thus the universe lost yet another Saiyan. Ding! 100 battle power attributes detected ahead. Would you like to collect? Gohan's mind was filled with the mechanical, synthesized voice of the system. Overwhelmed with excitement, he gazed towards Vegeta. Indeed, he observed an attribute drop at the feet of his adversary, though only he could perceive it. The bald-headed Nappa had finally fallen to the hands of the long-standing second-in-command. Vegeta, it seemed that the trajectory of the Dragon Ball saga remained unchanged by his crossing over. Collect. Gohan rejoiced, instinctively reciting it in his mind. The attribute swiftly soared into his being, and he felt a surge of power within. This system is truly extraordinary. I have instantly augmented my battle power by 100. Chapter 2. The Fallen King Kai Fist Attribute. How can you slay your own comrades? Have you no humanity? Goku's face was a mask of rage as he witnessed Vegeta's actions. He could not abide the Saiyan's cold-heartedness, even to the extent of eliminating his own brothers and friends. Ha ha. Kakarot, you are but a clay idol crossing a river. Do you still have the heart to concern yourself with others? Vegeta regarded Goku as if he were a fool. Even if you could effortlessly dispatch Nappa, it would be impossible for you to defeat me. I am the prince of the Saiyans, the prodigious warrior, Vegeta. This place is unfit for battle if you possess any courage. Follow me. With that, Goku cast a glance at Krillin and soared into the skies in a different direction. He believed that his training under King Kai had brought him to the pinnacle of his strength. Yet upon encountering the Saiyan Vegeta, his resolve began to waver. Vegeta's aura was overwhelmingly potent. He lacked the confidence to best his opponent. He contemplated the grim possibility of mutual destruction, that if Gohan and Krillin were on the battlefield, they might distract him, hence his choice of battleground. Krillin and Goku, true friends, could read each other's thoughts with just a glance. Goku's departure from this locale was motivated by concern for the safety of himself and Gohan. Kakarot, it matters not where we fight, the outcome shall remain the same. Do you think I would be foolish like Raditz, allowing you the opportunity to perish alongside me? Vegeta confidently pursued Goku, brimming with self-assurance. I am the prince of the Saiyans, the prodigious warrior, a subordinate warrior. How dare you challenge me? You truly do not know the meaning of danger. Currently, on Earth, only Kakarot stands as my equal, fully aware that he will fight with all his might. Vegeta's immense pride renders him fearless, for he sees Gohan as merely a lower-class warrior. In the midst of Gohan's recent elation from acquiring the system, he scarcely had time to delve into its functions. Observing Vegeta and Goku soaring into the sky, Gohan could not afford to squander this rare opportunity to enhance his combat attributes. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Gohan took flight, pursuing the direction of Goku and Vegeta. Gohan, come back quickly, Krillin exclaimed, his face filled with urgency as he followed suit. Goku had previously instructed him to keep a watchful eye on Gohan, deliberately preventing them from distracting him in his battle against the Saiyan, Vegeta. Aware of his own limitations, Krillin understood that he could not be of assistance in this situation. Upon their arrival, Gohan and Krillin found Goku and Vegeta already engaged in combat. They paused atop a hill, observing the fierce clash. The power levels of both fighters had just barely surpassed 1,000, rendering their movements nearly invisible to the naked eye. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their mighty collisions. Shockwaves from their struggle caused the ground to crater, leading to the rapid collapse of small hills as the battlefield was left in utter disarray. Ding! King Kai Fist attribute dropped ahead. 50 combat attributes dropped. 100 combat attributes dropped. The mechanical alerts resonated incessantly within Gohan's mind. He gazed in awe as combat attributes rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour, his heart racing with excitement. Could it be that the strength of the attributes dropped increases with the use of powerful techniques? King Kai Fist. Combat attributes? He eagerly whispered to himself, "All of it shall be collected." The prospect of acquiring King Kai fist attributes was astonishing. The system was indeed extraordinary. Combat attributes and King Kai fist attributes flowed into Gohan's body like a stream of tadpoles, continuously augmenting his power. And then some. The King Kai fist is a secret technique that instantaneously amplifies one's own strength. A twofold King Kai fist doubles one's power, while a threefold King Kai fist triples it. This principle extends infinitely. The greater the multiplier, the more significant the enhancement. In the Dragon Ball anime, Goku showcased his prowess on Namek using the King Kai fist, once battling the tyrant Frieza with a 20-fold enhancement. That confrontation was nothing short of catastrophic. The battle between Vegeta and Goku mirrored the anime, as both warriors unleashed their full potential from the very first strike. Son Wukong, after several rounds of probing, found himself at the mercy of his opponent's relentless assault. He swiftly concluded that the only way to triumph over Vegeta was to conclude the battle with utmost swiftness. From the outset, Son Wukong unleashed his maximum potential, activating the triple Kaioken. His entire being erupted in crimson flames, elevating his combat power to an impressive 15,000, while Vegeta stood at a mere 12,000. Thus, empowered by the triple Kaioken, Son Wukong dominated the fight. However, Vegeta, seasoned by years of combat on distant planets, possessed an extraordinary resilience and durability. Despite being overwhelmed by the triple Kaioken's might, the prospect of swiftly vanquishing his opponent proved to be a mere fantasy. Damn it! How can Kakarot's combat power possibly surpass mine? I am the prince of the Saiyans, the strongest warrior in the universe. I will not be defeated by a lowly warrior. Vegeta, battered and bruised, felt his proud ego bruised further. His eyes bloodshot, his visage twisted with fury. He summoned all his energy and charged at Kakarot, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, Son Wukong denied Vegeta any opportunity for reprisal, executing the triple Kaioken with finesse, outpacing Vegeta in both strength and speed. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful blow that sent Vegeta soaring into the air, then pursued him at incredible speed, raining down punches like a machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike landed upon Vegeta's form until, at last, Son Wukong delivered a devastating punch that sent him crashing into a hill. The impact drove Vegeta through the mound, dislodging rocks and earth that swiftly buried him alive. Gradually, Son Wukong descended to the ground, panting lightly as the crimson flames surrounding him dissipated. He needed to conserve his strength and could not afford to squander his energy. Thus he retracted the triple Kaioken. As he did so, he staggered back a few steps, a wave of soreness washing over him. It seemed that utilizing the triple Kaioken had been overly taxing. He shook his head with a wry smile. Every punch exchanged during their battle had caused combat power attributes to scatter across the ground, now littered with remnants waiting to be collected. All to be gathered. Witnessing the spectacle, Son Gohan stood in awe, as if witnessing a miraculous event. The combat power attributes flowed toward him like a river, gradually merging into his very being. In mere moments, the attributes on the ground had fully integrated into his limbs and core that he opened his personal attribute screen. Suddenly, a virtual interface appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. Host, Son Gohan. Race, Saiyan. System space, 100 cubic. Special abilities, none. Skills, flight, energy perception and manipulation, magic flash, energy wave Kaioken. Transformations, none. Combat power, 10,000. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle Showdown, the Clash of Energy Waves. On the battlefield, bang! The hill was instantly reduced to dust by the white aura erupting from Vegeta, who then coughed up a mouthful of blood. In a fit of rage, he soared into the sky, summoning a colossal energy sphere in his hands. This was his most formidable technique. Damn it, Kakarot. I never imagined that a lowly warrior like you could challenge a superior fighter and draw blood from me. There is no longer a need for this earth or for you to exist. This is my strongest move. You cannot withstand it. If you dare to evade, the earth will be obliterated. Vegeta's fury intensified as he struggled to accept that a lower-class warrior had inflicted such damage upon a higher-class fighter. His wounded pride compelled him to annihilate both Kakarot and the planet. You bastard, have you lost your mind? Triple Kaioken. Kamehameha. As Son Wukong beheld Vegeta gathering such formidable energy, he gritted his teeth in vexation. The Earth was utterly incapable of withstanding such a colossal wave of energy. Should he evade, the planet would be obliterated in an instant. It was evident that Vegeta was compelling him into a direct confrontation. In response, Son Wukong instantly unleashed the triple Kaioken technique, assuming the stance for the Kamehameha, placing his hands at his waist to begin gathering power. In an instant, the debris on the ground began to levitate. Both warriors staked their fates on this singular move, as the energy surged wildly in accumulation. This Saiyan has truly lost his mind. The earth cannot endure such overwhelming energy. Wukong, you must hold on. Krillin, trembling in fear at the magnitude of Vegeta's energy, pinned all his hopes on Wukong's Kamehameha. The fate of the earth hinged upon this clash of energies. Should Wukong falter, the planet would cease to exist. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with fervent prayers. Ding! A turtle school Kamehameha wave has fallen ahead. Will you pick it up? A combat power attribute of 100 has dropped. Collect all. The contrasting emotions of Krillin and Gohan were starkly evident. Ha! Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily at the sky as the system's notification echoed incessantly in his mind. In this fierce battle between Goku and Vegeta, he emerged as the greatest victor. Thanks to their selfless contributions, he now reaped the rewards of the King Kai Fist, Kamehameha Wave, and an unending surge of combat power. Vegeta propelled a massive energy wave forward, while Goku, not to be outdone, unleashed his Kamehameha Wave to clash with Vegeta's energy. Boom! The two colossal energy waves collided instantaneously, generating a terrifying shockwave that rippled across the ground. The surrounding hills crumbled in an instant, and the onlooker Yachirobe was also swept away by the force of the blast. He had been silently observing their fierce confrontation. Impossible! This is my most powerful technique. You cannot withstand it. Vegeta was utterly astonished that his ultimate move was countered by Kakarot. He unleashed a frenzied output, as the mighty cannon gradually pressed down against the Turtle School's Kamehameha Wave. Goku, you must hold on. If you lose, Earth will be doomed. Krillin clenched his fists tightly, his palms involuntarily dampening with cold sweat. In this clash, it was evident that Son Goku was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Gohan wore a stoic expression, yet within him, tumultuous waves of anxiety surged. In his mind, the incessant sound of the system's notification echoed. It turned out that the energy waves of Son Wukong and Vegeta were colliding, causing a drastic drop in their battle power attributes. The North Kai, who had been closely monitoring this fierce confrontation, was equally tense. The Saiyans truly exemplified the essence of a warrior race. Their strength and physical prowess were nothing short of terrifying. Yet, was there truly no hope? The Kaioken X3 represented the pinnacle of Son Wukong's abilities. The North Kai observed in dismay as even the Kamehameha, amplified by this power, failed to conquer the Saiyan. He clenched his fists tightly, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. If Goku were to lose, the Earth would cease to exist. Should he continue to amplify his Kaioken, his body would not withstand the onslaught of such ferocious power. There was no alternative. He urged his body to endure, invoking a fourfold Kaioken. Goku understood that remaining in this stalemate would be detrimental, as his body could not bear the prolonged strain. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and elevate the Kaioken to 4 times its normal capacity. An excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, contorting Son Goku's face into a grotesque mask. The energy of the Kamehameha surged dramatically, forcefully pushing back the devastating attack. What? This is my most formidable technique. How can Kakarot's battle power surpass mine? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief, his heart filled with trepidation. He realized that his energy wave could not withstand Kakarot's overwhelming force. He was propelled high into the sky by a wave of energy, piercing through the clouds. With all his strength, Vegeta managed to descend from the energy surge. The Kamehameha continued its trajectory toward the Earth's atmosphere. Yet, how infuriating it was to be bested by a lower-class warrior. I cannot afford to be defeated. No longer concerned with appearances, I shall transform into a mighty ape and crush Kakarot beneath my feet. Vegeta's countenance twisted into a fearsome snarl as he rapidly scanned the heavens in search of the moon of this planet. He intentionally chose the full moon to invade Earth, annihilating all of its inhabitants. Ha ha ha. In an effort to prevent Son Gohan from transforming into a mighty ape, Piccolo obliterated the moon, rendering the Saiyan search futile. Far away on King Kai's planet, King Kai observed the Saiyans' actions and discerned that they were in pursuit of power for transformation. Are the Saiyans truly monsters? Remarkably, they still survived. Witnessing the battle, Krillin noted that Vegeta had yet to perish and couldn't help but comment. System, collect battle power attributes. Son Gohan, seeing the battlefield strewn with battle power attributes, felt his eyes sparkle with excitement. The battle power attributes flowed towards him like a gentle stream, surging into his being. The display of battle power attributes on the screen escalated wildly. After a few breaths, he sensed that the battle power attributes on the screen had ceased to increase. He fixed his gaze and involuntarily inhaled sharply. His battle power registered at 30,000. Goku, I never anticipated that you possessed such hidden strength. That recent battle was truly terrifying. A Kairobe, much like a character from an anime, emerged from seemingly nowhere and lavished praise upon Son Wukong. Son Wukong explicitly warned him that the Saiyans were not yet vanquished and urged him to flee swiftly. He, having expended himself through his ultimate technique, was no longer able to safeguard him. Upon hearing this, a Kairobe exclaimed a farewell and fled in haste. Curse be you, Kakarot. Do you think that by destroying the moon of Earth, I am unable to transform? It is indeed laughable. Although it has diminished my battle power somewhat, it matters not. Vegeta searched the skies, but found no trace of the moon. He slowly descended before Son Wukong, a mischievous grin adorning his lips. Transform, Son Wukong replied, his expression one of bewilderment, entirely unaware of what Vegeta was referring to. Has this fellow's mind been impaired? Kakarot. Surely you are aware that Saiyans transform into mighty apes upon witnessing a full moon, unlocking the latent power within us. Our tails serve as the key to this transformation. I trust you now lament the loss of your tail. Vegeta exclaimed with palpable excitement, relishing the prospect. When we transform into apes, our battle prowess multiplies tenfold. A wisp of white energy coalesced in his hand, instantly taking form before being cast into the sky. Chapter 4. The Shock of Son Wukong Earth. Arise, moon. The energy hurled by Vegeta transformed instantaneously into a full moon. Upon creating this celestial body, his aura plummeted, and he began to breathe heavily. Yet, Vegeta's face bore an air of indifference. Witnessing the energy morph into the moon, a satisfied smile graced his features. Oh no, the Saiyan had just conjured the moon, intending to transform into a giant ape. At that moment, Krillin also grasped the gravity of the situation. His expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the luminous orb in the sky. He could hardly fathom the terrifying prowess of the Saiyans, capable of fabricating a moon. This was particularly alarming, as Son Wukong had transformed into a giant ape upon seeing a full moon during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Losing all rationality and wreaking havoc with an extraordinarily aggressive demeanor. It was only after Master Roshi had destroyed the moon that Son Wukong reverted to his human form. In the North Kai's planet, shot coursed through him. What? The Saiyans can create a moon? He exclaimed, utterly astounded as he observed the unfolding battle. He sat limply on the ground, his eyes incessantly murmuring, It's over. This time, the Earth is utterly doomed. Son Wukong, having employed the quadruple Kaioken, found his body at the brink of exhaustion. Even if the Saiyans refrained from transforming into their mighty gorilla forms, Wukong had no chance of victory. Should Vegeta choose to transform now, his battle power would surge tenfold, leaving no one on Earth capable of opposing him. Thus, the prospect of Earth's survival dwindled to zero. The Kai Shin now sat despondently on the ground, his demeanor reflecting the gravity of their dire situation. He has already begun to foresee the fate of the Earth. What? A full moon? A gorilla? Suddenly, Son Wukong seemed to recall something. He stood there momentarily in a daze, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Wukong. During the full moon, you must not venture outside, for it is then that monstrous creatures resembling gorillas emerge. These gorillas are exceedingly fierce, wreaking havoc wherever they go. Encountering one would spell disaster. You must remember the words your grandfather imparted to you. Hold them dear. The echoed words of Gohan, spoken on his deathbed, resonated in Son Wukong's mind. Grandfather, I am sorry. If I were to perish this time, I would seek your forgiveness. Upon hearing the words of the Saiyan Vegeta, Wukong finally grasped the entirety of the situation. It dawned on him that his grandfather had taken the truth to his grave. The gorilla, as it turned out, was the very creature he transformed into under the full moon, the same that had trampled Gohan. His grandfather had feared that upon learning the truth, he would be consumed by guilt and remorse. Hence he withheld the revelation. Ha ha ha. Kakarot, have you begun to ramble and fright even before I have transformed? Vegeta taunted, a triumphant smirk adorning his face as he turned to gaze at the moon, his heart racing with increasing fervor, while his tail began to writhe with fervent energy. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat grew more insistent, akin to the rhythm of a drum. Vegeta's physique began to swell, resembling a hill, his mouth revealing sharp fangs as he instantly morphed into a gorilla. How could this be? A gorilla? Son Wukong watched in astonishment as Vegeta underwent this transformation. Once Vegeta became the gorilla, an aura of terror enveloped him. His only remaining trump card was the spirit bomb he had learned from King Kai. However, gathering the necessary energy would require considerable time. Coupled with the exhaustion from forcibly employing the Kaioken technique at 4 times its normal strength, he was now at his limit. Left to the whims of fate. What do you think? Do you now regret losing your tail? Vegeta reveled in Wukong's astonished expression, delighting in his triumph. He now felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, and the thought of annihilating Kakarot and all the inhabitants of Earth filled him with immense satisfaction. Vegeta, allow me to experience the full extent of your power. In an instant, Gohan's figure vanished, only to reappear right before Goku. Krillin watched in astonishment as Gohan suddenly materialized before Goku. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, convinced he must be mistaken. Instinctively, he glanced towards the side where Son Gohan should have been, yet there was no trace of him to be found. What was he to do? Although Krillin could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the Saiyan in his gorilla form, a force far surpassing that of Goku, he felt utterly powerless. Should he charge into battle like Gohan? No, he needed to remain calm and devise a plan to assist Goku and his son. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he could catch the Saiyan off guard and sever his tail, it would revert him back to his original form. Without hesitation, he sprang into action, soaring near Vegeta, where he began to coalesce a thin layer of energy in his hands, manifesting his signature technique, the energy sphere slash. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Energy sphere slash attribute has fallen. Would you like to collect it? He recognized that Krillin was unleashing his ultimate move. Energy sphere slash? Yes, collect. In his personal attributes section, a new technique emerged, the key sphere slash. This formidable move was devised by Krillin and frequently appears within the Dragon Ball universe, inspiring many to emulate it. In the anime, Krillin nearly severed Frieza's tail using the key sphere slash on Namek, showcasing the immense power of this technique. Gohan, hurry up. Before Goku could finish his sentence, he was struck dumb with astonishment. Gohan's energy was surging at an astonishing rate. Moments ago, while concentrating on dealing with Vegeta, he had failed to notice the presence of others on the battlefield. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Yajirobe, he might still have remained oblivious. Now, his own son Gohan had emerged. He gazed at Son Gohan in astonishment, questioning whether this truly was his son. A powerful aura seemed to awaken within Gohan. Father, have faith in me, he declared, exuding an unparalleled confidence. His eyes sharpened, reminiscent of a fierce beast stirring from slumber. The fate of Earth rests in your hands, Gohan. Goku advised, nodding before swiftly departing the battlefield. He sensed the formidable aura and realized that his son Gohan's power had far surpassed his own. Moreover, the Kaioken technique, which he had forcibly amplified fourfold, had rendered him incapable of further combat. Ha ha, Kakarot, you truly are a marvelous father, leaving this little brat to fight me. Have you lost your senses? Vegeta, witnessing Goku's departure from the battlefield, refrained from intervening and instead taunted with a smug expression. The appearance of Kakarot's son indicated that the little bald-headed boy would undoubtedly be nearby. Vegeta began to remain vigilant of his surroundings, though brimming with power after his transformation. Safety was paramount. Die, Saiyan. Krillin hurled the energy slice he held with great force toward Vegeta. If struck by the energy slice, the opponent would surely be severed in half. Chapter 5. Gohan takes action, astonishing everyone such trivial skills. Do you think I haven't noticed you? Once I deal with Kakarot and his son, I shall attend to you, little bald head. With a powerful leap, the Saiyan prince evaded the energy slice's attack, turning to face Krillin with a look of disdain. Upon hearing this, Krillin instinctively took several steps back. His heart trembled as if ensnared by a devil's grasp. Krillin could hardly fathom that Gohan's strength had far surpassed his own. Goku soared to Krillin's side, suppressing the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and spoke with a proud expression. He understood that Gohan's fighting prowess had likely surpassed his own. Is this truly Son Gohan? It seems that Piccolo possessed foresight, having finally awakened the immense power within him. As Krillin noticed Goku approaching his side, the fear that had gripped his heart gradually subsided. At the same time, he observed Gohan's energy surging uncontrollably, akin to a vast ocean. His heart gradually found tranquility as the two departed from the battlefield, gazing down upon the scene of conflict from a hilltop. Reflecting on Piccolo's words, they realized the necessity of harnessing the formidable power residing within Son Gohan to triumph over the Saiyans. It appeared that Piccolo's judgment was indeed astute. Kakarot, you hold your son in far too high regard. I shall crush his bones without hesitation. Vegeta observed as Kakarot entrusted the battlefield to his son. He bore no anger whatsoever, for he was soon to annihilate all of humanity. This was the very purpose of his choice to invade Earth during the full moon. Although the moon of this planet had been obliterated by humankind, it did not hinder his transformation into a formidable gorilla. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. As dark clouds amassed, accompanied by flashes of lightning, as if the end of days were upon them, the ground began to tremble and hills started to crumble. A surge of energy erupted from within Son Wukong, radiating outward in all directions. It was akin to a tempest as the earth was engulfed in swirling sands. And nearby hills and stones were utterly decimated. How could this be possible? This little wretch, Vegeta, the gorilla, stood in close proximity. Momentarily pushed back a step by the force of this unleashed energy. He stood there, utterly astonished. How could this be? How could Kakarot's son possess such extraordinary strength all of a sudden? Both Son Wukong and Krillin gazed in disbelief. Was this what Piccolo had spoken of, that within Gohan lay such immense power? Could it be the result of the fusion between Saiyans and Earthlings? This force far surpassed the one exhibited by Son Wukong moments ago. It was unimaginable that Son Wukong's son harbored such formidable strength. Even the King Kai, light years away on King Kai's planet, marveled at Gohan's revealed combat prowess. Saiyans truly are remarkable beings. Who would have thought that such a small physique could conceal such vast power? It appears that the Namekian Piccolo indeed possessed foresight. After training this boy for a year, has this power finally awakened? Presently, everyone believed that Gohan had unlocked the latent strength within him. Within mere moments, Earth returned to its previous state. And Gohan had elevated his power to 30,000. Now brimming with strength, he yearned to experience the exhilaration that such might could bring. This was his first battle since arriving in this world. Arrogant, I am the mightiest Saiyan. Vegeta watched in astonishment as Kakarot's son unleashed his power, revealing such an astounding spectacle. He furiously brought down his colossal fist upon Son Wukong, intent on obliterating him completely, regardless of the immense power he wielded. He remained but a child. Triple Kaioken. Son Wukong, undeterred, summoned his own Triple Kaioken in response. His entire being was enveloped in a crimson aura. And with a single punch unleashed, the contrast between their fists was striking. Bang! A formidable wave of energy surged outward in all directions while Son Gohan remained steadfast, as if his feet had taken root. In contrast, the robust gorilla, Vegeta, was pushed back several steps by this powerful gust. Upon their collision, the disparity in strength was instantly evident. Ding! A notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind, revealing a power level attribute of 100. A charming curve grazed the corners of his mouth. Goodness! The Kaioken! Is this lad's talent truly so extraordinary? Upon witnessing Son Wukong employ the Kaioken, he managed to master it instantly. What a prodigy! That Namekian, what manner of creature have you trained? The North KO stared in astonishment as Son Gohan unleashed the Kaioken, his jaw dropping to the point where a duck egg could fit inside. Observing the Saiyan transform into a colossal gorilla and facing off against Son Gohan empowered by the Kaioken, he found himself entirely outmatched. Within his heart, hope for the earth was rekindled. If Son Wukong were to overhear King Kai's words, he would undoubtedly chuckle dismissively. Learn? That is utterly impossible. I merely acquired these attributes with the assistance of the system. How could there exist such extraordinary individuals in this world? Is that not akin to cheating? It appears that this realm indeed harbors such exceptional beings, Majin Buu. He merely needed to observe the techniques employed by Son Wukong once to master them. Furthermore, after consuming his opponent, he would acquire both their skills and their character. The Kaioken was something I had trained for several months under Lord Ko to perfect. I never anticipated that Gohan would learn it. Son Wukong was equally astonished. Gohan's innate talent for cultivation is extraordinary. Just by witnessing my use of the Kaioken in battle with Vegeta, Gohan was able to grasp it. Seeing his son's performance, Son Wukong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Is this the ferocious power that resides within Gohan? It is truly remarkable, Piccolo. You have been an exceptional teacher. Gohan's strength has now surpassed my own by leaps and bounds. Incredible. Krillin watched in awe as the mighty clash between the gorilla-like Vegeta and Gohan unfolded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Such a formidable creature, and yet, with a single punch, he was forced back several steps. Go, Gohan. The earth is entrusted to your protection. With a chime, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Combat power attribute increased by 300. The corners of his mouth curled upward as the greater the battle strength, the more substantial the attributes dropped. This was the maximum attribute drop of battle power. No, it was impossible. After transforming into a gorilla, my internal battle power would surge tenfold. Even if this is not my peak strength, This little brat could never be my opponent. Vegeta glared menacingly at Gohan. With his power increased tenfold post-transformation, his strength now must be at least 60 or 70,000. Yet he was unexpectedly sent staggering several steps back by a single punch from Kakarot's son. Surely, it was due to my earlier instability. Opening his maw wide, he unleashed a tremendous energy wave. Magic Flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, executing Piccolo's signature move, Magic Flash. The two unleashed their energy waves. And in an instant, colossal forces collided. Boom. The ground instantly caved in, and the mighty gorilla Vegeta was propelled backward by the immense energy, leaving two deep furrows in the earth. Collecting. The system's voice incessantly echoed in Gohan's mind as battle power attributes cascaded down wildly. An unending stream of battle power attributes surged into his body. Watching his battle power attributes soar exponentially, his heart brimmed with joy. Impossible. How could you be so strong? Vegeta's face contorted with disbelief. Despite having amplified his power tenfold after transforming, he found himself at a disadvantage in this energy clash, retreating at an astonishing pace. No matter how Vegeta exerted himself, he could not alter the outcome. He decisively dodged, narrowly evading the energy wave propelled by the demonic flash. Boom. The demonic flash instantly obliterated a towering mountain nearby, sending a colossal mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Chapter 6, A True Man in 3 Seconds, Vegeta. On the battlefield. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce clash between Son Gohan and the formidable Vegeta unfolded with intense ferocity, each strike landing with palpable impact. With every collision, fragments of battle power attributes would cascade down. As he continued to strike, his confidence swelled, and upon witnessing the multitude of combat power attributes scattered across the ground, a tempest of exhilaration surged within him. Had it not been for the combat power attributes bestowed by the system, he possessed the capability to vanquish Vegeta in a single blow. It appears that the combat power attributes drop with absolute certainty, while the skill attributes do not seem to follow suit, as evidenced by the absence of any attributes dropped from Vegeta's devastating attack moments ago. How infuriating. Once Vegeta transformed into a colossal ape, his size rendered him akin to a moving target. His body was incessantly assaulted by Son Wukong. Experience my technique, him.Ha. Son Wukong initiated the Kamehameha, eager to experiment with every technique acquired through the system. With the assistance of the system, he had amassed a formidable fighting power of 30,000. By employing the Kaioken at 3 times its strength, his combat prowess soared to an astonishing 90,000. Thus, at this moment, Vegeta had merely become a sparring partner for Son Wukong. The Kamehameha? When did Wukong master the Kamehameha? Krillin and Son Goku gazed at Son Wukong's movements, their faces a canvas of astonishment. They exchanged bewildered glances, but soon found solace in their thoughts. Given Wukong's extraordinary talent for cultivation, there was little cause for surprise. Just moments ago, Wukong had employed the Kaioken. Now, the Kamehameha was undoubtedly within reach. The energy of Son Wukong's Kamehameha had coalesced to a terrifying degree. With both hands, he propelled the massive energy forward. The energy transformed into a colossal beam of light, hurtling towards his opponent. Oh no, this technique again? I must evade it. Vegeta, witnessing the enormous beam of energy, was struck with sheer terror. He had just experienced Kakarot's technique moments ago. Now, the energy of his son's attack surpassed that of the previous one. Vegeta dared not take the risk of confronting it head-on. After all, his life was at stake. He swiftly evaded the colossal wave of energy. The Kamehameha surged skyward, breaching the Earth's atmosphere and vanishing into the cosmos. Where do you think you're going? Take this. Observing Vegeta's successful evasion of the Kamehameha, Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, akin to a rapid-fire machine gun, relentlessly striking the mighty Saiyan, leaving him in anguished cries. Thunderous roars echoed as clouds of dust began to billow from Vegeta's form, obscuring him from view in an instant. Gohan then paused his assault, eager to attempt Krillin's Destructo Disc. With his right palm raised towards the heavens, a thin veil of energy swiftly unfurled. What? The energy sphere slash? Krillin gazed at Gohan. A mixture of astonishment and delight etched upon his face, for the latter's innate talent was truly extraordinary. After merely 2 viewings, he was able to execute his signature move. The energy sphere slash was a technique I had painstakingly developed over 3 years. As the dust settled, Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly defeated. Little did I realize that within Gohan resided such a terrifying power. Even the Saiyan transformation into a great ape was no match for him. The King Kai, witnessing Vegeta's incapacitation, was left in a state of shock. This boy appears to be merely 5 years old this year, yet his strength has reached such a formidable level. If he continues to train, just how powerful will he become in the future? I am truly eager to see how far this young one will go. Gohan, please show mercy. It would be a grave loss for such a worthy opponent to perish on Earth. Just as Gohan was about to unleash the energy sphere slash, a thunderous shout from Goku resonated nearby. Goku, have you lost your mind? Asking Gohan to show mercy? How many lives have the Saiyans claimed on Earth? Among them are Yamchu, Tien, and others. Krillin shouted angrily at Goku. The losses Earth has suffered this time are far too great. Even if the Saiyans were to die 1,000 times, it would not suffice. Krillin, just let me be reckless for once. I once believed that my training in the other world had brought me to my peak strength. However, upon encountering Vegeta, I realized that my power pales in comparison to his. It would be a tremendous loss if he were to die now. I promise you. I will train diligently, and next time, I will surely triumph over him, Goku earnestly declared. The battle with Vegeta brought forth an exhilarating sensation, akin to the very blood coursing through his veins, igniting in fervor and extraordinary excitement. Witnessing Vegeta's lifeless form upon this planet evoked a profound sense of reluctance within him. Very well, Goku, you possess the right to be willful. It is not solely your formidable strength that grants you this privilege, but the terrifying prowess of Gohan, which has now reached astonishing heights. Upon hearing Goku's words, Krillin found himself devoid of any anger. After all, given the opponent's capabilities, such defiance was warranted, as it was he who had consistently rescued Earth. Understood. Gohan nodded to both of them. He unleashed the spirit bomb against the gorilla's tail, effortlessly severing it in an instant. Vegeta began to revert to his humanoid form, having lost the strength to remain standing. How despicable! I, the mightiest Saiyan warrior, have succumbed here on Earth. Vegeta coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice frail as he spoke. Now, he lacked even the strength to rise. He struggled to turn around, laboriously retrieving the remote control from his pocket and pressing a few buttons. Then, he collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out and gasping for breath. Not far away, the spaceship received the signal and immediately began its approach. Vegeta, I hope to fight alongside you again in the future. Goku, having exerted himself with the fourfold Kaioken, felt excruciating pain coursing through his entire body, as if it were on the verge of tearing apart. During the battle, he had merely gritted his teeth to endure. Now, having relaxed, a wave of exhaustion and pain washed over him, leaving him slightly unsteady on his feet. Goku, are you all right? Krillin exclaimed, rushing to support him. He had not anticipated the extent to which the opponent's body had been overdrawn. Had it not been for Son Gohan awakening the latent power within him, the consequences would have been dire. I'm fine. I just used a powerful technique and have exhausted my body. Please support me as we descend, Son Goku said with an innocent grin. Krillin placed the other's hand on his shoulder, and the two soared towards Vegeta. Collect everything, Son Gohan called out, dismissing his triple Kaioken as he beheld the battlefield strewn with power attributes, delightfully gathering them. These attributes flowed into his body like a gentle stream. In just a few breaths, the power attributes ceased to increase, and he noticed that his personal battle power had reached 50,000. The system is impressive. After battling with someone, my battle power surged by 20,000. Kakarot, I will not thank you. Next time, I will surely kill you. Vegeta weakly spat out as he witnessed Son Goku's arrival. His entire body felt unresponsive, making movement cumbersome. On an unknown planet in the universe, a report came in. Lord Frieza, we intercepted a message from Vegeta on Earth. There exists something called Dragon Balls on Namek that can grant wishes. The electric door opened, and a dog-headed alien entered, bowing respectfully to Frieza, who was seated on his throne, swirling a glass of red wine. Ha ha ha, Vegeta. I did not expect you to bring me such good news. Prepare the troops. We shall depart for Namek in 3 days. A glint of excitement sparkled in Frieza's eyes. He had long desired eternal life to rule the universe. Regardless of the truth of this information, a visit to Namek was imperative. Chapter 7. The method to revive everyone on Earth. Amidst the battlefield, Son Goku cheerfully remarked, He, I look forward to our next battle. He and Vegeta are akin to formidable opponents in a game of chess, each admiring the other's indomitable spirit. In Vegeta, he seems to catch a glimpse of his former self, reflecting on his battle with the Demon King Piccolo. It was precisely his unyielding determination that ultimately led to his victory. Whoosh! At that moment, Vegeta's spacecraft descended before him, its hatch now ajar. He ascended step by step to the spaceship, and Son Gohan and the others made no attempt to intervene. You worthless scoundrels, I shall not spare you. When I return to Earth, I will ensure your annihilation, Vegeta declared as he mounted the spacecraft, uttering a chilling threat. Krillin's lips twitched involuntarily a few times. He yearned to rush forward, pulling his opponent down to administer a severe beating. Truly, good intentions often go unrewarded. Having spared you, you dare to contemplate revenge. The cabin door gradually sealed shut, and then the spacecraft whisked him away from Earth. Not long after the Saiyan Vegeta departed, a jet aircraft descended upon the battlefield. Gohan. My poor Gohan, your mother has arrived. Master Roshi and the others arrived at the scene aboard the jet. As soon as Chi-Chi disembarked, she rushed over to embrace Gohan, repeatedly murmuring words of concern. I'm fine. Gohan struggled momentarily but, finding no escape, resigned himself to Chi-Chi's embrace. It was his first experience of maternal love. In his previous life, he had been an orphan. Now, he gradually embraced the identity of Son Gohan in the Dragon Ball world. In this dimension, he had both a father and a mother, along with a multitude of good friends. Chi-Chi, Goku is quite injured. Would you like to come and take a look? Krillin said, linking his arm with Son Goku's, voicing his discontent. The treatment received by the two Gokus was indeed worlds apart. I don't care, if it weren't for him. My Gohan wouldn't have been embroiled in adult conflicts at such a tender age, Chi-Chi retorted without turning back. It had been a year since she last saw Goku and his son. Now that she saw both of them safe and sound, a heavy weight finally lifted from her heart. Yet, she harbored resentment, deliberately ignoring Goku to vent her inner discontent. If it weren't for her husband, her son would not have faced such unfair treatment. After hearing Chi-Chi's words, Goku's mouth twitched slightly. He chose to remain silent. Had he not died, Gohan might never have left Chi-Chi's side. While it was understandable for her to blame him, today, if not for Gohan's assistance, Earth would have faced grave danger. Goku, it's such a relief to see you unharmed. Master Roshi and Bulma approached Son Goku simultaneously. Upon seeing Goku and his son, along with Krillin alive, their eyes involuntarily moistened. Grandpa, I'm sorry, the Saiyans have already fled, Goku explained. It's quite all right. Driving the Saiyans away is a commendable feat. Let us take you to the hospital first. The Senza beans are no longer available, and the next harvest will take at least a month, said Korin. Wearing a cheerful expression, they did not witness the magnificent display of power by Son Gohan. Instead, they assumed it was Son Gohan who had driven away the Saiyans. An idea struck me regarding the resurrection of everyone. Once aboard the aircraft, Krillin, noticing the somber mood among his companions, suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan realized that Krillin was suggesting they venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. He did not utter any further words. What? Krillin, have you conceived a brilliant idea? Please share it with us. The crowd, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, turned their gaze towards Krillin. They were all eager to understand why the other had spoken such words. Did he know something? Bulma, let us first preserve the bodies of Piccolo and the others. And then I will reveal everything. Krillin led everyone to the site of the battle with the Vegetable Man, collecting the bodies of Yamcha, Tien, and Piccolo. Krillin, can you enlighten us now? Bulma inquired impatiently. Yamcha was now her boyfriend, and she was keen to learn of the method Krillin mentioned to resurrect everyone. When Goku returned from King Kai's, Vegeta had remarked that Piccolo was a Namekian, suggesting that his home planet must possess even more powerful Dragon Balls. Krillin recalled Vegeta's order for Nappa to eliminate Piccolo, which mentioned the existence of Dragon Balls on Namek. Indeed, we can travel to Namek aboard the Saiyan spacecraft. Gohan chimed in suddenly. Bulma began to calculate the time it would take to reach Namek from Earth. Gohan is correct. Look at this, Krillin said, holding up the remote control for the Saiyan spacecraft. He shook it twice, revealing his buoyant spirits. Yay, really? Let me examine it. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her heart racing with excitement, akin to that of a child. As long as they could find the Dragon Balls on Namek, they could resurrect Yamcha and the others. At West City Hospital, in a room with 3 hospital beds, everyone gathered to discuss who would venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. After arriving at the hospital, the doctor had conducted examinations. Goku's injuries were severe, requiring 2 months of hospitalization. Master Roshi indicated that it would take a month to cultivate the Senza beans, meaning Goku would remain in the hospital for an additional month. What? Gohan is that powerful? Krillin recounted Gohan's heroic deeds, revealing the incredible talent of Goku's son. The others looked on with envy and admiration, questioning if such strength truly belonged to a child. Were Saiyans truly monsters? A 5-year-old harbored such terrifying power. It seemed that the Demon King Piccolo had indeed recognized Gohan's latent strength and had drawn it out. After the astonishment wore off, they deliberated on who would journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. All eyes turned to Bulma. What? You want me to go to Namek to find the Dragon Balls? But I am merely a delicate woman. Bulma, with a look of astonishment, pointed at her own nose and inquired incredulously. Although she harbored a desire to journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Yamcha, the path was fraught with peril and uncertainty in the vast cosmos. Moreover, as a delicate woman, she pondered the potential dangers that lay ahead. Chapter 8. Chi-Chi's compromise in the West City Hospital. Bulma remarked, aside from you, who else here can pilot a spaceship? Krillin replied nonchalantly, do not worry. I will ensure your safety. At present, Yamcha and the others had all perished in battle, leaving only Krillin and Goku, along with Master Roshi and Yajirobe, possessing any combat prowess. However, Goku lay confined to a bed. Master Roshi was advancing in years and needed to remain on Earth, and Yajirobe was an utter coward. Now, it was only Bulma and Gohan, yet given Chi-Chi's temperament, it was clear she would never allow her son to depart. Goku glanced at his son, Gohan, hesitating as he seemed to wish to convey a message. His intent was unmistakable. He wanted his son to safeguard Bulma and Krillin. He is aware that Gohan's strength can shoulder this responsibility. All eyes are now focused on the unconscious son Wukong, then shifting back to Gohan. Wukong, do not even think about it. I have resolutely decided that my Gohan will not venture to Namek, she declared. The very thought of someone like Piccolo is terrifying enough. The idea of going to his homeland is simply too daunting. Chi-Chi, like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, instantly flared up. She understood her husband Wukong's intention to have Gohan accompany him to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect the inhabitants of Earth. However, she cared not at all whether the people of Earth could be revived. If it weren't for the Demon King Piccolo, she would not have gone a year without seeing her son. For a mother, all she hopes for is her son Gohan's safety, wishing him to avoid any perilous situations. Mother, I know you mean well and hope for me to grow into a scholar. But have you considered what it means to be a scholar if Earth is destroyed by aliens? Gohan spoke earnestly. The Saiyan invasion of Earth was merely the beginning. If everyone, like you, is unwilling to let their children take risks, then who will protect the Earth? He did not wish to see Chi-Chi in distress. In truth, Chi-Chi was a pitiable woman. Ever since marriage, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to the family. Wukong was often away, engaged in battles, and she could no longer rely on him. Her entire focus was on her son Gohan. For a mother, her desires were not misplaced. She merely wished for her son to grow up as a scholar, hoping for an easier life ahead. Her reluctance to allow Gohan to train stemmed from her desire for him not to be like his father, Wukong, perpetually embroiled in conflict without a promising future. The others watched Gohan in disbelief. Could these profound words truly be spoken by a 5-year-old child? This past year with Piccolo had indeed benefited Gohan. Everyone had begun to see him in a new light. After a year apart, he had undergone a remarkable transformation, not only in strength but also in maturity of thought. He is indeed Wukong's son, capable of grasping such profound truths at such a tender age. This only further highlighted Piccolo's merit as an exceptional teacher. I do not concern myself with others. All I care about is that you cannot go, Chi-Chi stated firmly, indifferent to the fates of others. I only want my son to live safely. Gohan, there is no real danger. I can go with Bulma, Krillin suggested, wishing to accompany Gohan for reassurance after witnessing his strength. However, seeing Chi-Chi's protective nature, he felt compelled to abandon the idea. Mother, do you not often teach me that one must have a sense of responsibility? This time, it was Uncle Piccolo who sacrificed himself to save me. Falling victim to the Saiyans, I must journey to Namek to seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Otherwise, I shall never find peace within my conscience. Son Gohan declared with unwavering determination. He understood that this journey to Namek was fraught with peril. If he did not go, Krillin and Bulma would undoubtedly be sending themselves to their doom. Yes, Chi-Chi, Gohan has grown up, and with this sense of responsibility, you ought to feel proud. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Bulma also interjected with words of encouragement for Chi-Chi. She was astonished that Gohan, at such a tender age, displayed such maturity. She couldn't help but reminisce about the first time Goku had brought Gohan to Master Roshi's island. Was this truly the same child who had once hidden behind Goku a year ago? Indeed, Chi-Chi, you have heard of Gohan's prowess. He can even defeat Saiyans. So there is no cause for concern. At this moment, Master Roshi also offered his counsel. emphasizing that with Gohan's formidable strength accompanying them, their chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Goku, lying in bed, nodded in satisfaction, proud of his son for understanding the importance of gratitude and responsibility. It was not in vain that Piccolo had devoted a year to training him, even sacrificing himself to protect Gohan. Now that Gohan possesses the capability, he must shoulder this responsibility and seek out the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Chi-Chi hesitated, acknowledging the truth in these words, yet her heart remained uneasy, as her child was only 5 years old. Piccolo had indeed spent a year raising his son, and it was for Gohan's sake that he had fallen to the Saiyans. "Mom, I promise I will return safely," Gohan reassured, sensing a flicker of doubt in Chi-Chi's heart. He rushed over and embraced her thigh, assuring her, "All right, Mom. I promise to return safely, but you must ensure my studies do not fall behind." Chi-Chi was not unreasonable. She understood the importance of gratitude. She was aware that Piccolo had sacrificed himself to save her son. Now, everyone was claiming that the journey to Namek for the Dragon Balls posed no danger. Thus, she permitted her son to venture to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to bring back the deceased. This spherical, unidentified object was suspected to be an artifact left behind by extraterrestrial beings. Upon its discovery yesterday, there were 2, but one had flown away, and the remaining one was currently under examination in the laboratory. The television in the hospital room was broadcasting live, featuring a host with a microphone introducing the Saiyan spaceship. "He, I have finally deciphered the Saiyan remote control. I shall summon the spaceship now. The people in the lab will surely be astonished." Bulma retrieved the Saiyan remote and input a sequence of codes. Everyone gazed intently at the television, as this was their hope of reaching Namek. Upon witnessing Bulma's actions, Son Wukong felt a sense of foreboding, wanting to halt her, but it was too late. The anime had previously depicted that Bulma's pressing of the self-destruct mechanism had led to the explosion of the Saiyan spaceship. Boom! With a resounding blast, the Saiyan spaceship erupted in an instant. Chapter 9, The Goddess Attendant, Mr. Popo Bulma? "You have activated the self-destruct mechanism, shattering everyone's hopes," Master Roshi remarked, unable to contain his sarcasm upon witnessing the explosion. A heavy silence fell over the group, as they were left speechless. Chi-Chi felt a surge of joy. Without the spaceship, Wukong would not have to journey to Namek. Meanwhile, Son Wukong anticipated that Mr. Popo would soon appear by the window to inform everyone that the god also possessed a spaceship. Cough, cough, cough. "It was an accident, purely an accident," Bulma coughed awkwardly, trying to mask her embarrassment. "This shouldn't have happened. Where did it all go wrong? What shall we do now? Without the spaceship, how can we reach Namek?" Krillin lamented, his expression one of despair. Now, even the only vessel to Namek had been rendered inoperable by Bulma's actions. "It's all your fault, Krillin, for picking up that garbage remote control. If not for you, the spaceship wouldn't have exploded." Bulma unleashed her frustration, exhibiting her talent for blame. Krillin's lips twitched in response. "Bulma, is it really fair for you to say that? Doesn't your conscience prick you?" The group looked at Bulma in disbelief, exasperated by her attempts to shift the blame. "You pressed buttons without fully understanding it, and now that the spaceship has exploded, you blame the one who found the remote? Do not panic, everyone. I must have traveled here in a spaceship during my childhood. Moreover, my elder brother, Raditz, still possesses his spacecraft, albeit it has been significantly damaged by Gohan." Son Wukong recalled a tale he once heard from his grandfather about discovering his own vessel within a spherical, unidentified object. That must have been the spaceship of the Saiyans. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards Son Wukong. Indeed, how had they not considered this? They could modify their spaceship. "Wukong, you are remarkable. I must hurry to find it," exclaimed Krillin, his face alight with excitement. Hope had rekindled within him. "Hello, everyone. I know where a ready-made spaceship is." Just as the group was elated by Wukong's words, a man's voice from the window drew their attention. A man, resembling an Indian with distinctive deadpan eyes and fiery red lips, was none other than Bobo, the attendant of the Supreme Kai. How terrifying! Bulma, standing by the window, turned to see the imposing figure behind her, nearly losing her balance. She had thought she was seeing something ghastly. After all, they were on one of the upper floors. Surely, it could not be a ghost in broad daylight. Son Gohan observed with a slight smirk. It was indeed Bobo, exactly as depicted in the anime. "Fear not, everyone. This is Mr. Bobo, a constant companion of the Supreme Kai," Wukong introduced as he lay on the bed. No one knew much about Bobo's background, though the Supreme Kai had mentioned him as having served the previous generation. With Wukong's introduction, the group relaxed, realizing he was merely the Supreme Kai's attendant. Suddenly, a black man standing by the window caught the attention of many in the hospital. This was truly newsworthy. They then noticed that he stood upon a flying carpet. Mr. Bobo, is it true that you mentioned a spaceship? Where is it? Krillin, brimming with enthusiasm, approached the window to inquire. The news was simply astounding. Indeed, it is true. I am uncertain of the exact location, but I can take you there. Who will accompany me? Bobo nodded affirmatively. He only knew the location, which could not be succinctly explained in just a few sentences. However, he was familiar with the route, having previously been taken there by the celestial deity. Bulma, you should accompany Mr. Bobo. Krillin turned to Bulma, knowing she was the only one capable of piloting the spaceship. Ami, but Mr. Bobo looks rather sinister. As a fragile woman, what if he tries to take advantage of me? Bulma looked at Bobo in fear, perceiving him as anything but a good person. An unsettling image flashed through her mind. What if this stranger took her to a deserted place and acted inappropriately? At that moment, even screaming would be of no help. Bulma, I will go with you, Gohan declared upon seeing Bobo, recalling the celestial temple and the miraculous room of spirit and time. It was the perfect opportunity to train and enhance his abilities. All right, with Gohan accompanying me, I feel reassured. Bulma's spirits lifted. Gohan's strength provided her a sense of security. Gohan, please be cautious. Chi-Chi hesitated, wishing to keep Gohan close, as they had already been apart for a year. Yet, she knew she could not hold him back, especially since Earth was no longer in peril. Goku and the others each reminded their sons to ensure everyone's safety. Let us be off. Await our good news. Bulma and Gohan leaped onto the flying carpet, which Bobo expertly maneuvered, vanishing from the sight of the others. At the edge of the earth, in a frigid land. Bobo, where are we? Why is it so cold? Bulma dismounted the carpet, feeling the brisk wind and instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. This is the edge of the earth, a place that rarely sees sunlight, which is why it's so cold. I will take you to see the deity's abode. I am uncertain if it truly is a spaceship. Bobo led them over mountains and valleys towards the deity's residence. This was a place the deity visited periodically, occasionally bringing Bobo along, and now he skillfully guided Gohan and Bulma to a structure resembling an insect. Gohan, don't you think the deity's house looks like a dung beetle? Bulma remarked upon seeing the spaceship before her, turning to Gohan. It does bear some resemblance. Gohan replied, seeing a spaceship for the first time. Before them stood a craft that resembled an insect, with 4 elongated pillars supporting the structure, covered in moss. Bulma, with her straightforward and somewhat naive demeanor, often spoke without considering the implications of her words. Is this truly a spaceship? It doesn't seem like one at all. How does one open it? Bulma circled around the peculiar abode of the Supreme Being, yet failed to discern the location of its entrance. Chapter 10, The Supreme Being's Spaceship. Piccolo, Bobo exclaimed, as a section of the house descended. Previously, each visit had prompted the Supreme Being to venture inside, allowing Bobo to memorize the code for the entrance. Wow, it even responds to voice commands. The technology of these extraterrestrials is indeed advanced, Bulma remarked in admiration. If Earth's technology were as remarkable as that of the aliens, they would have already constructed spaceships, rendering the search for extraterrestrial vessels unnecessary. In essence, Earth's advancements are woefully inadequate. Bulma, spare us your lamentations. Let us explore inside. Gohan and Bobo beckoned, having leapt onto a fragment that had fallen from the spaceship and extending their hands toward Bulma. Upon hearing them, she reached out, and Gohan pulled her up. Following Bobo's call to Piccolo, they were swiftly lifted into the interior of the house, whereupon the lights illuminated brilliantly. What is this? There is nothing here. Is this truly a spaceship? Bulma surveyed the interior, which appeared dilapidated, resembling an ordinary house. Within, there was merely a solitary chair and a control panel that seemed to operate the spacecraft. She shouted a few commands at the control station, but received no response. It was likely that this spaceship also operated on voice commands, yet the language barrier posed a challenge. She recalled the Supreme Being and Piccolo conversing in the language of Namek during their battles. Mr. Bobo, please use the Namekian language to command the spaceship to fly near Jupiter. Gohan, experiencing a sense of novelty at witnessing a spaceship for the first time, contrasted it with the fastest mode of transport from his previous world, airplanes, and was eager to test the speed of this spacecraft. Bobo began to chatter in the Namekian tongue, uttering a string of incomprehensible phrases. Suddenly, the control panel illuminated, responding with a cascade of Namekian speech. By the heavens, it is indeed voice-activated. But what does it mean? Bulma's eyes sparkled with intrigue, realizing that Bobo could comprehend the Namekian language. It means that it understands, Bobo elucidated. In an instant, the spaceship ascended at a breathtaking velocity, leaving the passengers sprawled upon its floor. What on earth is happening? This spaceship doesn't even have seatbelts. Bulma shrieked in alarm, overwhelmed by the rapid ascent, as the trio pressed against the floor. After a brief interval, the spaceship pierced through Earth's atmosphere, halting near Jupiter. Is this the cosmos? How wondrous! Is this truly our homeland, Earth? Inside the spacecraft, Bulma and the others rose to their feet, their faces a portrait of astonishment as they gazed upon the scene before them. The Earth appeared like a basketball, suspended in the vastness of space. It was Son Gohan's first encounter with the cosmos, and he couldn't help but quietly marvel at the spectacle. At last, they had succeeded. This was truly a spacecraft. And now they could journey to Namek to search for the Dragon Balls and resurrect the Supreme Kai. Overwhelmed with joy, Por wept tears of happiness, pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe away the tears streaming down his cheeks. He was utterly exhilarated, having finally located the spacecraft. This particular vessel was exceedingly antiquated, and its control system required significant modifications, which would likely take about 10 days. The three of them expressed their astonishment, and Bulma addressed Bobo and Gohan. This spacecraft was in such disrepair, devoid of any furnishings. She envisioned transforming it into a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, bathroom, and other amenities. Not a problem. We also need to prepare, she said. Please inform my parents that Bobo and I will be training together. Gohan assured her that he would relay the message and also asked Bulma to update her family about his whereabouts. Bulma, alongside her father, the doctor, delved into the research and renovation of the spacecraft. They returned the vessel and Bulma to the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation in West City, bidding farewell to Bulma's family as they departed. Bobo, I wish to train with you for a while before heading to the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan stated while seated on Bobo's flying carpet. Bobo's strength was unfathomable. In the anime, he was capable of battling Gotenks. He pondered whether engaging in combat with him would result in a significant increase in his own battle attributes. He aspired to utilize these 10 days for rigorous training, striving once more to elevate his strength. Although aided by the system, he was determined not to squander the remarkable training talent of Son Gohan. He recalled the scene from the anime during the Majin Buu saga, where the Elder Kai unlocked all of Gohan's latent potential, transforming him into the revered God Gohan. It was evident that Gohan possessed an extraordinary aptitude for training, capable of defeating Super Saiyan 3 Goku without even transforming. Having endured arduous training under Piccolo's guidance from a young age, he had developed a remarkable resilience. I must become a formidable warrior in the Dragon Ball universe, evolving into the God of Gohan. Super Saiyan 1. The God of Saiyans, Super Blue, Super Red. There is no doubt. Although Bubble shuns battle, I pledge to assist you in resurrecting the Supreme Kai. The stronger your abilities, the greater the chances of locating the Dragon Balls. Bubbles quickly acquiesced to Gohan's request, even though he was perplexed as to how Gohan had knowledge of the hyperbolic time chamber. However, such details were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the opportunity to revive the Supreme Kai. In the Supreme Kai's realm, bang, bang, bang. The plaza was alive with the swift movements of two figures intertwining. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Gohan and Bubbles. Ahead, they engaged in the mastery and application of energy control. Power attributes dropped, 10, 50. The system's notifications echoed continuously in Gohan's mind. With each collision between the two, power attributes were released. Witnessing the battlefield strewn with power attributes, Gohan's heart soared with joy. This method of enhancement was truly exceptional. Each day, apart from eating and sleeping, they engaged in relentless combat. Bobo proved to be a competent sparring partner, no matter how fierce Sun Wukong's attacks were. He could effortlessly endure them without feeling fatigued. Collect it all, Son Gohan silently chanted, as the attributes of combat prowess from the ground assimilated into his being. Father, there's a shower room separated here, and the restroom is arranged nearby, along with some speakers. Bulma remarked, I find this arrangement aesthetically displeasing. The speakers should be suspended to create more space. Far away in West City, Bulma and her father, the doctor, collaborated on the research and design of a spaceship. They were not constrained by financial limitations. They prioritized comfort above all. Once the father and daughter reached a consensus, they promptly began to modify and repair the spacecraft. Chapter 11. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Time flies. Days passed by, and soon it was the 8th day. Bulma and her father had completed the construction of the spaceship. Throughout these 8 days, Son Gohan and Bobo had engaged in continuous combat, aside from their meals and rest. Now, Son Gohan had decisively harvested Bobo's combat attributes. Bobo, in turn, generously imparted all his skills and experiences to him. At the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, Bobo earnestly advised, "Son Gohan, I have left ample food and water inside. The flow of time in the chamber differs from that of the outside world. Each individual can only train for 2 years within, equivalent to 2 days outside. Should you exceed 2 years without emerging, the door will close forever, and you will be eternally trapped in that dimensional space." He had never spoken so much before. Now, in his fervent desire to resurrect the celestial being, he is deeply troubled. "Rest assured, I will emerge on time," Gohan said with a beaming smile. I recall during the Majin Buu saga, when Trunks and Goten fused to become Gotenks, intending to confine Majin Buu within the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Majin Buu, with his formidable power, forcefully created a rupture in the chamber's space and escaped. Upon witnessing Buu's emergence, Gotenks imitated his actions, breaking through the chamber's confines as well. This segment illustrates that the hyperbolic time chamber is not merely a place for 2 years of training, if one's power is sufficiently potent to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Even in the absence of the main exit, one can shatter the constraints and emerge. "All right, you may enter now. I have prepared ample provisions and water inside," Bobo said. Finally at ease, he has now placed all his hopes of resurrecting the celestial deity upon Son Gohan. "Thank you, I shall proceed." With that, Son Gohan pushed open the door and entered without a backward glance. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, everything was a stark white, and the gravity within was tenfold stronger than that outside, compounded by the harsh weather conditions. "I shall first acclimate myself to the gravity here." Son Gohan harnessed his control over Ki and its attributes, compressing his inner strength. He began performing simple exercises within the chamber, such as push-ups and sit-ups. He also practiced Piccolo's technique of creating clones, engaging in duels with them to hone his combat prowess. Before long, Son Gohan had trained for 1.5 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, and his aura had become thick and formidable. "Now, my strength should allow me to transform into a Super Saiyan, shouldn't it? With half a year remaining, I must strive to break through the barriers of the Saiyan form. Rage. Only through rage can one transform into a Super Saiyan. How can I incite such fury within myself?" Son Goku achieved his transformation on Namek after his dear friend Krillin was slain by Frieza, fueled by his anger. In Dragon Ball, there exists the notion of Krillin sacrificing himself for the heavens. Son Gohan racked his brains but could not conjure a method to summon rage, even contemplating self-harm. He soared into the sky and plummeted down, embedding his head into the ground, yet still found no anger within. Now he must employ the technique taught by Vegeta, which he learned from the Saiyan of Universe 6, Kaba. First, he would channel all his ki to his back in order to transform into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan frantically gathered his energy towards his back. The strands of his hair stood on end, and his aura surged violently. His body oscillated between white and yellow, flickering in intensity. His hair danced between black and yellow hues. Gritting his teeth, he urged himself, "Break through." Bang! It felt as if something within him shattered. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Before he could revel in his success, he reverted to his normal state, maintaining the transformation for barely a second. I never expected this method to be so effective. In the coming half year, I shall consistently employ this technique. Son Gohan was elated. The power he had just felt was overwhelmingly formidable. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would amplify his combat strength 50-fold. Once transformed into a Super Saiyan, I shall have no reservations about going to Namek. What about Namek's Den's healing abilities and Guldo of the Ginyu Force's time-stopping technique? In Sun Wukong's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance emerged. This time, his journey to Namek was driven by intention. He sought to harness the temporal abilities of Goku and the healing techniques of Den. The anime has alluded to the fact that Den's healing arts rival the mystical beings of Earth. Furthermore, Goku's time-stopping technique possesses several seconds of suspension. It is worth recalling the formidable legendary assassin, the Shadow Hit from the 6th universe. He possesses a remarkable technique known as time stasis, which enables him to suspend time for a mere 0.5 seconds during combat. For skilled fighters, even a fleeting pause of half a second can alter the course of a battle. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, a spacecraft resembling an insect hovers above the arena. Where's Gohan? Has he forgotten that we were to depart today? Krillin glanced at the clock. It had been quite some time since he last saw Son Gohan, especially after their recent visit to the hospital. Where could that boy be? Gohan, my dear Gohan. Your mother has brought you books and school supplies, came the excited voice of Chi-Chi from a distance. Her vehicle was laden with numerous pieces of luggage, leading her to believe that Gohan had already arrived. Chi-Chi, allow me to assist you. Gohan has yet to show up, Krillin offered as he approached the car. Unloading the mini bags, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. This was hardly a vacation, so why the excessive luggage? Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, the system details for Son Gohan were displayed. Host, Son Gohan race, Saiyan system space, 100 cubic units special abilities, none skills, flight technique, key sensing and manipulation, instant transmission. Kaioken, Kamehameha, key blade transformation, Super Saiyan 1 battle power. 3,000,000. As the doors of the hyperbolic time chamber slowly opened, a young man emerged. His resolute visage radiating confidence. With his battle power now reaching 3 million, one cannot help but marvel at Gohan's extraordinary talent for cultivation. Gohan, it has only been 2 days since we last met, yet your transformation is nearly unrecognizable, exclaimed Bu, who had been waiting at the entrance. Astonished at the sight of Son Gohan, he involuntarily blinked, for the transformation he witnessed was truly remarkable. The youthful innocence that once adorned Son Wukong's visage had vanished, and the cherubic face was nowhere to be found. And instead emerged a countenance chiseled with determination, and he now stood at an impressive height of approximately 1.4 meters. Mr. Bobo, it has been 2 years since we last met, Son Wukong remarked with a teasing tone after emerging from the inner chambers, freshly attired. Go forth. The resurrection of the deity rests upon your shoulders. Bobo gestured towards Son Wukong. One could sense that the other's physique had undergone a profound metamorphosis. I am grateful for your care over the past few days. I must take my leave now, as everyone awaits my departure. With that, Son Wukong took a running leap towards the direction of Korin Tower. As he passed by the residence of the Cat Sage, he heard the sage's booming voice. The hope of resurrecting everyone relies on you, Son Wukong. I shall not disappoint them. Await our good news, he declared. A formidable aura emanating from him as he soared towards the West capital at an astonishing speed. The Cat Sage, sensing the terrifying energy radiating from him, could not help but nod in acknowledgement, pondering the limits of this young warrior. The Saiyan physique was indeed extraordinary, harboring such formidable power within a seemingly diminutive form. Chapter 12. The Frieza Force Headquarters West Capital. What is this power? Wukong? While engaged in light-hearted conversation with others, Krillin suddenly glanced towards the sky, detecting a formidable energy approaching with remarkable speed. Could this possibly be Wukong's presence? How could he have grown so powerful in merely 10 days? What? You mean my Wukong is coming? Chi-Chi exclaimed upon hearing Krillin's voice, turning her gaze in that direction. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing everyone to momentarily lose their balance. When the gust subsided, a young man appeared before them. So swift. Just moments ago, I sensed this energy from a considerable distance. And now, in the blink of an eye, you stand here? Are you Wukong? Among the group, Krillin possessed the keenest eyesight, quickly discerning the newcomer's features. Though the resolute face and stature bore little resemblance to Son Wukong, the energy was unmistakable. Moreover, a tail identical to the one Wukong had in his childhood sprouted from the young man's back. You are my Wukong? What have you endured? How have you transformed so completely? A mother's intuition swiftly recognized her son, whom she had not seen for 10 days. With tear-filled eyes, Chi-Chi approached Son Wukong, marveling at the absence of any trace of baby fat from his face, and noting that he had grown to 1.4 meters tall. No wonder Krillin failed to recognize him. He had truly undergone a remarkable rebirth. Mother, I have returned. After 2 years of separation, Son Gohan embraced Chi-Chi tightly. Having never experienced the warmth of familial love in his previous life, he now cherished this bond more than ever, having unexpectedly traversed into Gohan's existence. Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Krillin finally confirmed that she was indeed Son Gohan. Wow, is this really Gohan? He looks incredibly handsome. After verifying the identity of the newcomer, Bulma couldn't help but tease him a bit. In just 10 days apart, Gohan had transformed to the point that they barely recognized him. Bulma, your boyfriend is Yamcha. And besides, Gohan is still just a child. After hearing Bulma's comments, Krillin assumed her infatuation had once again flared up. He could not help but remind her, TCH, Krillin. Your thoughts are quite unsavory. Bulma rolled her eyes at Krillin, her expression one of disdain. You really have no sense of romance. Bulma. You are becoming more and more beautiful, Gohan said, embracing Chi-Chi as they exchanged a few words of concern for one another. After parting with his mother, he playfully teased Bulma as well. Observing everyone around him, Gohan felt a wave of joy wash over him. In stark contrast to the solitude he had experienced during the 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, where he had not spoken to anyone. Well, it seems our Gohan has truly matured. His words are so eloquent now, Bulma remarked. Since you are here, we should prepare to depart. What woman does not appreciate being told she is beautiful? Bulma is no exception. She was the first to stride towards the spaceship, calling out Piccolo. The ship lowered a platform, allowing Krillin and the others to board. Gohan, remember to wash your hair tonight. I have prepared your homework. You must remember to study diligently. Chi-Chi said, her face etched with concern as she looked at Gohan. I know. Gohan waved goodbye. Bulma then ascended the platform, instructing everyone to fasten their seatbelts. She moved to the control panel of the spaceship and issued the command to set course for Namek. Meanwhile, at Frieza's headquarters, a soldier from the Frieza Force's inspection department reported, Lord Kula, Prince Vegeta's spaceship has returned. The soldier observed the monitor displaying a spaceship approaching the headquarters. He promptly reported to the highest authority here, Lord Chioi. Let us proceed to see whether he is indeed dead, Chioi remarked with an indifferent tone. A few days prior, Vegeta's spacecraft had emitted a distress signal, indicating he was gravely injured and required medical attention. After approximately 10 days of travel, his ship finally returned. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's spacecraft descended at Frieza's headquarters, the hatch slowly opening. Ha ha ha, my Prince Vegeta, look at you now, usually so arrogant. Yet here you are, humbled, Chioi and his companions observed as they found Vegeta unconscious, his body battered, with the ship activating its emergency medical functions. Witnessing Vegeta in such a state brought them a sense of satisfaction. You lot, quickly transport Vegeta to the medical bay. The soldiers, seeing Vegeta unconscious and severely injured, understood that without timely treatment, he could perish. Chioi said nothing further. Although he found Vegeta's arrogance distasteful, it was not yet the time to eliminate him. In the vastness of the cosmos, a streak of white light darted through space. As the view zoomed in, it revealed a spherical spacecraft, within which lay the grievously wounded Vegeta from Earth. Ah, how dreadfully dull. Had I known, I would have brought a cryogenic pod instead, Bulma lamented. Munching on snacks while watching a soap opera, her expression rife with discontent. Gohan, just how strong are you? May I see your prowess? Krillin inquired with earnest curiosity. He wished to ascertain the true extent of Son Gohan's power, for such knowledge would grant him a measure of peace. Very well, allow me to demonstrate my strength. Son Gohan began to gradually unleash the energy emanating from his being. Immediately, Krillin felt an overwhelming force of pressure enveloping him, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Suddenly, the spacecraft began to tremble. What are you two doing? If you're going to fight, take it to the training room. This is outer space. If anything happens to the ship, we are doomed. Bulma exclaimed loudly, her voice tinged with concern for their safety. The implications of a malfunction in the spacecraft while traversing the cosmos were too dire to contemplate. My apologies. I have been exceedingly cautious in controlling my energy. Son Gohan replied, compressing his aura, which brought an end to the ship's unsettling quakes. He spoke with a hint of embarrassment. The overwhelming aura was truly terrifying. Its pressure so intense that I nearly lost my footing. Klin patted his chest, his face reflecting sheer fear as he spoke. Just moments ago, his heart had raced as if he had encountered a ghost, leaving him trembling in fright. Confronted by such a formidable presence, even the simplest of actions became a challenge. Klin, shall we hasten our training? Strengthening ourselves will afford us greater security when we face what lies ahead. Son Gohan was acutely aware that their journey to Namek would bring them face to face with the cosmic tyrant, Frieza. He also hoped that Klin would possess greater strength, for that would provide additional assurance when the time comes. With such a formidable ally by his side, what is there to fear? Klin, wearing a proud expression, felt a slight sense of reassurance upon witnessing Gohan's prowess. Despite frequently reassuring himself that this journey posed no significant danger, the cosmos harbors an abundance of uncertainties. Let us head to the training room and engage in a spar, suggested Son Gohan, seeking to harness some combat attributes during this interval. Any enhancement, however minor, would be beneficial. Upon hearing Klin's words, he could not help but chuckle. Such a person harbors no determination to grow stronger, perpetually seeking reliance on others. Although the physical limitations of Earthlings are considerable, the prerequisite for overcoming them is the desire to become stronger. if one lacks the will to improve? How can assistance be rendered by others? Chapter 13. Prepared for departure, destination, Namek. All right. With that, the two made their way toward the training room. And soon the sounds of combat echoed from within. Truly, they are two fools, Bulma remarked with evident dissatisfaction. Do these two imbeciles have no interests beyond training and fighting? She resumed snacking while disinterestedly watching a soap opera. Ding. A combat power attribute of 10 has been dropped ahead. Ding. A combat power attribute of 10 has been dropped ahead. Within the training room, the system's notification echoed continuously in Son Goku's mind. Collect them all. Even the tiniest morsel counts. Little by little, they accumulate. We cannot afford to waste time while traversing the cosmos. The combat power attributes flowed into Son Gohan's body like water, gradually enhancing his strength. Due to the urgency of their circumstances, Bulma had only equipped the spaceship with some basic furniture and living necessities, neglecting to construct a gravity chamber. Thus, their duels were conducted with utmost caution, keeping their combat power minimized to avoid damaging the spacecraft. Time flew by swiftly. In a blink, 7 days had passed. The two of them spent their time either engaged in combat or immersed in meditation, while Bulma, in her daily routine, was either engrossed in reading or chasing after soap operas, leading to an exceedingly mundane existence. Suddenly, the spaceship jolted violently, as if it were under attack. Oh no! We are being assaulted, Bulma exclaimed, rushing to the control room, her 10 fingers dancing across the keyboard, inputting a cascade of codes. The screen abruptly illuminated with the scene outside the spaceship, revealing a swarm of flying vessels launching an onslaught against them. Bulma, hurry and counterattack, Krillin shouted, his eyes wide with alarm at the sight of a massive ship hurtling towards them. If they were to be overwhelmed, their fate could very well be sealed within the vastness of space. Gohan, witnessing the unfolding chaos, seemed to have an epiphany. Enough of your chatter. Do you not realize that this spaceship is ancient? Bulma continued her relentless typing, entering line after line of commands, as the ship's weapons simultaneously fired, obliterating the attacking vessels into mere fragments. What is happening? Why are we being attacked by these crafts? Krillin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion as he noticed that all the hostile ships had been shot down. Look, a spaceship identical to ours is approaching, and it is about to collide with us. Bulma cried out in horror, her complexion draining of color. If the two ships were to collide, they would surely be annihilated. Krillin trembled in fear, unable to fathom the prospect of perishing in space, especially when they had yet to reach Namek, let alone find the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. Bulma, Krillin, remain calm. The spaceship approaching is merely a reflection of ours. It will not crash into us, Gohan reassured them, noticing their faces had turned pale with trepidation. In an animated sequence, Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan encountered a group of enigmatic children in the cosmos. It appeared they were indeed the ones responsible. Is what you say true, Gohan? Bulma and Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief as they observed the vessel before them, which bore an uncanny resemblance to their own. Could it truly be as Gohan had described? Despite Gohan's previous explanations that the approaching ship was merely a mirror image, Bulma and Krillin chose to trust his words. Yet, as the two vessels neared collision, Bulma instinctively shut her eyes, an overwhelming wave of fear compelling her to scream. Bulma, it's all right now, Krillin reassured her amidst her panicked cries. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that their spacecraft had come to a halt. Gohan, your keen observation has revealed that the vessel opposite us is merely our reflection. Once Bulma regained her composure and noticed their ship had ceased movement, she commended Gohan. It seemed that Gohan's decision to accompany them was indeed wise. At such a tender age, he demonstrated remarkable diligence, exceptional strength, and acute perceptiveness. We must exercise caution within this colossal spacecraft. Under Gohan's formidable sense of awareness, he detected numerous faint auras, devoid of any combat prowess. The trio swiftly exited their own vessel, only to find themselves before another spacecraft, its surface composed entirely of steel. Is anyone present? We harbor no ill intentions, Gohan proclaimed, his voice resonating loudly as he felt it unnecessary to squander anyone's time. Suddenly, a group of over a dozen children armed with guns approached them menacingly. They are all around a certain age, the eldest being merely 11 or 12 years old. Who are you exactly? Why have you attacked us? We were simply traversing the cosmos, minding our own business, and yet you chose to assault us. With the formidable strength of Son Gohan backing us, Bulma was not one to back down, loudly confronting the group of children. Are you not mere minions of Frieza? One slightly older child, sensing no malice from the three, curiously inquired, "Who is Frieza? I have never even heard of him. We are merely on our way to Namek." Krillin retorted with irritation. A group of mere children, recklessly attacking without understanding the identity of their adversaries, could be perilous indeed. "We are not from Frieza's army, rest assured. We are merely passing through and will take our leave immediately," Son Gohan suggested, feeling it unnecessary to waste further time with them. "Forgive us. The Frieza army is ruthless. They have seized our planet and killed our parents. We feared that you were affiliated with them and would pose a threat to us. We sincerely apologize and will let you go," an older child, around 11 or 12, said with a look of embarrassment. The intense pressure emanating from Son Gohan and Krillin made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. He harbored such sentiments towards the members of Frieza's army. If he lacked the capability to annihilate them in one fell swoop, it would likely be his own life, along with those of his comrades, that would be forfeited. Observing the youth of the trio, who dared to traverse the cosmos, it was evident that their apparent lack of strength was but a facade. Having narrowly escaped, he could not afford to gamble with the lives of his companions. He turned to his companion and commanded, "Allow them to depart through the cabin door." Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma said nothing and directly returned to their spaceship. After all, this was merely a misunderstanding, and once clarified, it would be resolved. The overhead hatch slowly opened as Bulma piloted the spacecraft, continuing towards planet Namek. Chapter 14. Vegeta's Resurrection and the Journey to Planet Namek. Due to Sun Wukong's influence, the plot took a different turn. The children did not reveal the shortcut to planet Namek. Even if they had, they would not have taken that route. In the anime, they became ensnared in a space tunnel and fell onto an abandoned planet. There, they encountered two stranded aliens who created illusions, leading them to seek out the 7 Dragon Balls. Ultimately, they intended to seize their spaceship, trapping them forever on this desolate world. "Wukong, you are remarkable. You resolved the situation with just a few words," Krillin remarked, his face filled with admiration. He thought he couldn't possibly communicate with this group of youngsters. Little did he expect that Gohan would articulate the situation so perfectly. "Indeed, Gohan, during your time training with Piccolo, you have matured significantly. I recall the first time I met you. You were quite shy, often hiding behind your father's back," Bulma remarked with a sense of nostalgia. She reminisced about the moment a year ago when Goku brought Gohan to Master Roshi's island. Both Krillin and Bulma believed that it was solely Piccolo's training that had contributed to this transformation, never considering other factors. Indeed, the unpredictability of life teaches us that one must grow. Gohan also expressed his sentiments with a look of reflection. He had never anticipated that he would find himself traversing into the Dragon Ball world, a realm where strength reigns supreme, destined to live a life devoid of normalcy. Following this farcical episode, the trio reverted to their original states. Bulma, in an effort to pass the time, continued to indulge in her beloved soap operas. The two continued their battle, while Gohan persistently collected the combat power attributes that Krillin provided. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of the Frieza Force, a startling revelation emerged. Frieza had embarked to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, having undergone treatment, had fully recovered. Kaiatsu informed him that upon overhearing their conversation on Earth, Frieza had set his sights on the Dragon Balls of Namek, which could grant wishes. Vegeta was now as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. Should Frieza attain eternal life, his prospects for resurgence would be utterly extinguished. "Vegeta, I am aware that you too covet the Dragon Balls, but they are coveted by Lord Frieza. Should you attempt to seize them, it would be an act of overt treachery, the consequences of which you could scarcely bear," Kaiatsu warned, taking great delight in Vegeta's predicament. "The Dragon Balls are mine," Vegeta declared, and with that, he dashed towards the spaceship, snatching a scanner from a hapless passerby as he passed. He hastened to reach the planet Namek. In the blink of an eye, he boarded his spacecraft and set off towards Namek. "Vegeta, how dare you openly betray Lord Frieza? I shall not let you escape," Kaiatsu declared as he entered another spacecraft in pursuit of Vegeta. Namek. The environment here is enchanting, inhabited by kind-hearted individuals who cherish peace, where strife and conflict are absent. This planet is devoid of night, with 3 suns gracefully rising and setting in turn, and a year comprises merely 90 days. Just a day prior, Frieza's army had landed on this tranquil world, shattering its serenity and peace. Upon their arrival on this planet, they commenced a reign of terror, mercilessly slaughtering the inhabitants of various tribes and gathering the Dragon Balls, seemingly driven by a desire for their power. The newcomers emanated several formidable auras, one of which was a particularly terrifying and malevolent presence. Similar to Earth, Namek also harbors 7 Dragon Balls when united. They can summon the eternal dragon Purunga to grant wishes. In a towering edifice resided the Grand Elder of Namek, a sight reminiscent of Earth's Escorn Tower. Easily identifiable from afar. Grand Elder, what shall we do? The essence of our kin continues to fade, expressed Neru, the foremost warrior of the Namekians. His face etched with urgency as he gazed at the Grand Elder, who sat in meditation upon his throne. Remain calm in the face of adversity. One must always believe in the existence of miracles, the Grand Elder replied, his eyes still closed, his voice barely above a whisper. The 7 Dragon Balls were a creation of the Grand Elder himself. He stands taller than the average Namekian, and now his life has reached a point of utter exhaustion. Once the Grand Elder passes away, the 7 Dragon Balls will vanish as well. He had been holding his breath, hoping for a miracle to revive his fallen kin with the Dragon Balls. Grateful for the Elder's teachings, Nyla took several deep breaths to suppress the restlessness within him, yearning for the miracle the Elder had foretold. In the vast expanse of the universe, a spacecraft resembling an insect was drawing closer to a magnificent green planet. It was anticipated to reach its destination, planet Namek, in approximately 10 minutes. At that moment, the spacecraft's intelligent voice chimed in. Oh, how beautiful! We have finally arrived at planet Namek. I feel as though I'm about to burst with excitement. Bulma exclaimed as she rose from her seat, stretching her limbs and revealing her curvaceous figure. Is this truly the homeland of Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan pondered, gazing at the increasingly large Namekian planet before him. A great battle was imminent, and he anticipated the contributions of his companions. Dragon Balls, here I come. Krillin exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager after a month aboard the spacecraft. As their destination lay before them, Son Gohan, inspired by the excitement of his 2 friends, couldn't help but smile. Soon, the spacecraft landed safely on planet Namek. The trio exited the ship, inhaling the fresh air of the planet with a sense of euphoria. To their surprise, the air on Piccolo's planet was remarkably pure, seemingly devoid of pollution. Bulma greedily inhaled several breaths, feeling rejuvenated after the monotony of a month spent aboard the spacecraft. Upon arriving on Namek, Son Gohan sensed several powerful auras nearby, indicating that Frieza had indeed arrived before them. Haha. No wonder Lord Zarbon summoned us to scout the situation. It appears you 3 little ones have landed here. At that moment, 2 members of Frieza's army approached them. They habitually pressed the detectors in their ears, discovering that the combat power of the 2 individuals was merely a little over 1,000. It turned out that upon their descent onto Namek, they had been pinpointed by the detectors of Frieza's army. Allies of the Saiyans? Why are there so many malevolent energies on this planet? Some of which surpass even Vegeta's power by an unfathomable margin. Krillin was taken aback to encounter Saiyan associates on Namek, which implied that the notorious Vegeta had also arrived on this planet. How could there be such an overwhelming presence of evil? Annoying. Gohan had long sensed 2 faint energies approaching their direction. He raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast, swiftly eliminating the 2 minor nuisances. There was no time to waste on them. Chapter 15. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. What? The Saiyans have allies? And beings whose strength far exceeds that of Vegeta? Bulma vividly recalled the invasion of Earth by the Saiyans. If they had accomplices, what would happen when they sought vengeance upon Earth? Yamcha and the others had fallen victim to the Saiyans, and had it not been for the desire to resurrect them, she would never have journeyed such a great distance to the far-off Namek. Just upon arriving on Namek, she encountered individuals clad in Saiyan battle attire. Bulma seethed with rage, wishing she could flay them alive, especially with the emergence of someone even more formidable than Vegeta. This energy feels so familiar. Could it be Vegeta? There was another presence of similar strength trailing closely behind him. Suddenly, Krillin looked up to see 2 spaceships descending upon the planet. He immediately sensed Vegeta's presence. No need to concern ourselves with them. They are merely a group of insignificant nuisances. Bulma, retrieve the Dragon Ball radar and ascertain the location of the Dragon Balls. Gohan declared with an air of authority. Even if Vegeta were here, he would be subdued and ground beneath us. Observing their battle attire, it was evident they belonged to the Ginyu Force. What is going on here? Has someone managed to gather the Dragon Balls before us? Bulma examined the radar and noted the convergence of 4 Dragon Balls. Realizing that Vegeta had also arrived on this planet, she deduced that their comrades had assembled the Dragon Balls. She promptly contacted Master Roshi on Earth via satellite phone, informing him of their safe arrival on Namek. Moreover, Vegeta and numerous allies are present on this planet, along with an extraordinarily potent energy signature. Earth. What? Are all the Saiyans allies already on Namek? And another immensely powerful presence has emerged? I must inform Goku immediately. After hanging up, Master Roshi hurriedly made his way to the hospital. He intends to inform Son Wukong about the matters concerning planet Namek. Although Son Gohan possesses formidable strength, he is still quite young. He was indeed quite concerned about the safety of the three. Half an hour later, the figure of Master Roshi appeared in Son Wukong's hospital room. To his astonishment, that rascal Vegeta had ventured to planet Namek? Moreover, a presence even more formidable than his was manifesting there? Son Wukong never anticipated that Vegeta's injuries were so grave. Yet he had recovered so swiftly and journeyed to planet Namek. His companion's aura is even more formidable than his own. I can hardly wait to confront them again. Wukong. The divine beings have sprouted. The cat sage instructed me to gather them all for you. At that moment, Yakalob's figure appeared at the doorway. It turns out that a month has passed, and the divine beings have indeed been cultivated. How wonderful. Truly, divine providence is upon me. I must consume one at once. Son Wukong exclaimed eagerly. He had just received news from Bulma on Namek. Yakalob's arrival felt like a timely blessing. You, of all people. Despite knowing you cannot defeat the adversary, are still so enthusiastic, Yakalob remarked with a smirk, tossing a divine being from his pouch to Son Wukong. This is the essence of the Saiyan lineage. They find joy in battling formidable opponents, the turtle sage explained, having come to understand the nature of Wukong. Since childhood, Wukong has trained by his side, inherently combative. And where does the Saiyan's immense fighting prowess stem from? It must be honed through countless battles. When Bulma's father visited during his illness, I had already asked him to assist in modifying the spacecraft that brought me to Earth in my youth. I shall now visit Bulma's home to check on the progress of the spacecraft's renovation. After finishing his sentence, Son Wukong snatched the divine beings from Yakalob's hand and leaped out of the window, summoning the Nimbus to fly to Bulma's house. This lad has become a father yet retains his impulsive nature, the turtle sage mused, shaking his head with a smile as he watched Wukong depart. At the headquarters of Capsule Corporation, Bulma's residence. Uncle, can the spacecraft truly fly? Please teach me how to operate it. I must reach Namek without delay. Son Wukong accelerated to his utmost speed and swiftly arrived at Bulma's home, astonished as he beheld Bulma's father standing before a massive spacecraft. Indeed. I worked tirelessly to complete it. We can depart immediately. Just press this button, and we shall arrive at Namek in 6 days, Bulma's father replied proudly. This spacecraft was crafted entirely by his own hands. He imparted all the operations and methods of usage to Son Wukong. Additionally, he had prepared various daily necessities along with the instructions for utilizing the gravity chamber. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Even the celestial ships take a month to reach planet Namek, yet your modified vessel can arrive in just 6 days, Son Wukong exclaimed with admiration. Before inviting Bulma's father out of the spaceship, whoosh, the colossal spacecraft soared into the sky, swiftly ascending beyond Earth's atmosphere and into the vastness of space. For the first time in the cosmos, Son Wukong gazed into the inky darkness outside, finding little to admire, and commenced his training 20 times the gravity regimen. Meanwhile, on planet Namek, Lord Frieza, the 2 scouts we dispatched earlier have lost contact. It appears they are in grave danger, said Zarbin, holding 2 Dragon Balls, addressing Frieza, who sat regally in his hovercraft. What was the battle power of their assailant? Frieza replied impassively, the death of 2 scouts is of little consequence. He was utterly indifferent to the fate of the 2 individuals, solely eager to ascertain the combat prowess of their assailant. King Frieza considered their strength to be merely a little over 1,000, seemingly indicating that they were not Namekians. Sabo recalled the earlier conversation between the 2 scouts. They must have just arrived on planet Namek. Pathetic, to be slain by 2 with such meager power levels. There's no need to concern ourselves with them. We shall deal with them when the time comes. For now, we must seek another Dragon Ball. Upon hearing of their paltry strength, Frieza dismissed them entirely. With combat power just above 1,000, a mere glance could suffice to obliterate them. They soared towards another tribe on Namek, as the probe indicated the presence of over a dozen life forms. This planet harbored several formidable entities, necessitating caution. Klin sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence enveloping the planet, alongside several other presences more powerful than his own. What has transpired on this world? How could there be so many sinister energies? Judging by the various phenomena, it seemed that this group had come in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Fortunately, Gohan accompanied them. Otherwise, their lives would have been forfeit on Namek. They decided to fly towards the direction of the nearest Dragon Ball. Gohan observed that the Dragon Ball radar indicated a Dragon Ball in their closest vicinity. His palm pressed against the celestial spaceship, and with a mere thought, he drew it into the confines of the system space. Bulma and Krillin gazed at Gohan's actions in sheer astonishment, pondering how such a feat was accomplished. Chapter 16. Saving Dandy Planet Namek. Frieza, accompanied by Zarbin and Dodoria, arrived at the village. They herded all the Namekians into the square, coercing and enticing them to surrender their Dragon Balls. Where have the others gone? Is it not true that your village comprises 10 individuals? Why are only these elderly and infirm present? Dodoria remarked with a smug grin. Along their journey, he had seized all 4 Dragon Balls in his possession. He and Doria served as Frieza's right and left hands, yet Doria's strength surpassed his own. Consequently, he often handled minor matters. You actually possess 4 Dragon Balls, exclaimed the elder of the tribe, astonished at the sight of the 4 Dragon Balls in their possession. This indicated that 4 tribesmen had already met a tragic fate, for each tribe guarded a single Dragon Ball. Furthermore, the Dragon Balls were never meant to fall into the hands of extraterrestrials. How could these aliens possibly know the number of individuals in their tribe? Meanwhile, Gohan and his companions followed the direction indicated by the Dragon Radar, arriving at this very tribe. On the distant heights of the mountains, Son Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma suppressed their auras and lay in wait, observing the unfolding scene. Uncle Krillin, please take Bulma away from here first. I need to assess the situation, Son Wukong urged, noticing an elderly Namekian accompanied by 2 children, one of whom was undoubtedly Dend. In the anime, Dend played a pivotal role, using the Namekian language to summon the eternal dragon, Purunga, to grant wishes. Moreover, both Dend and the elder possessed extraordinary abilities. Dend's healing technique mirrored that of the sacred beings, capable of restoring life as long as there remained a breath. The elder, by simply placing his hands upon another's head, could access their memories and unlock hidden potential. Son Wukong contemplated harnessing the extraordinary powers of these 2, which had fallen into his hands through the system's attributes. Hence, he urged Krillin and Bulma to leave, confident that with his current combat prowess, no one could catch him should he decide to depart. Wukong, be careful. Bulma and I will leave first, Krillin cautioned before taking Bulma away from the scene. He was acutely aware that his presence alongside Bulma would merely render them burdensome, leading both to depart without a moment's hesitation. Shortly after their departure, several warriors from the Namekian tribe returned, instigating an immediate clash. A notification echoed in Gohan's mind, signaling the drop of 10 combat power attributes. The sound persisted, reiterating the same message. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward as the battle commenced between the Namekians and the Frieza force, the combat power metrics steadily diminishing. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, Vegeta and Kaiatsu stood facing each other. Vegeta, I have long harbored disdain for you, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Now, you dare to openly betray Lord Frieza? Do not expect mercy from my hand, Kaiatsu declared with a smug grin. He had always yearned to eliminate Vegeta but lacked justification for such an act. Finally presented with an opportunity, he was unwilling to let it slip away. His fervent desire was to subdue Vegeta. Kaiatsu, you dare to challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate the new skills I have acquired on Earth. Vegeta retorted with a self-satisfied smile, seizing the chance to showcase his Earth-game prowess and to humiliate this fool who had not yet grasped the extent of his strength. Haha. Surely you haven't learned the art of retreat on Earth. Kaiatsu scoffed derisively. You boast without foundation. You returned from Earth battered and nearly defeated. And now you dare to trumpet your abilities? That is a skill to control combat power. Open your eyes and behold the magnitude of my current strength, Vegeta declared defiantly, channeling all his inner energy. Cold sweat trickled down Kaiatsu's forehead, and he was engulfed by a profound fear as the readings on the scouter surged. 15,000, 18,000, 20,000, 22,000, 23,000. With a resounding crash, the scouter at his ear could not withstand the overwhelming force and exploded. What? Vegeta's combat power has reached 23,000, surpassing mine? Simultaneously, the scouter of Zarbin, standing beside Frieza, also detonated. Impossible. Your scouter is outdated. It must be malfunctioning. Allow me to take a look, Dodoria said as he pressed his own scouter, which also confirmed that Vegeta's power had indeed reached 23,000. Experience speaks volumes. The Namekian elder had been vigilantly observing the battlefield. Upon overhearing the aliens' exchange, he realized that the devices they wore were capable of revealing their locations and combat strengths. He seized the opportunity and swiftly destroyed all the instruments. Dodoria, consumed by rage, slaughtered all the adults from Namek, while two terrified children recoiled in fear. Absorb. Gohan decisively retracted all his battle attributes. Then, he unleashed his aura, vanishing from his original spot, only to reappear beside Dodoria. He kicked the hefty pig away, sending it crashing into a building. Then, he swiftly picked up two small children and made his escape from the battlefield, recognizing that now was not the opportune moment to confront Frieza directly. All the sensors of Frieza's army had been obliterated by the Namekians, rendering them incapable of detecting any presence or gauging the strength of their adversaries. Everyone was left astounded by Son Gohan's actions, as they had not anticipated the presence of another ally. Dodoria, in a state of disarray, stood up from the rubble and scanned the surroundings for signs of the enemy. "Mr. Dodoria, why are you still dawdling? Over there, hurry and pursue," Frieza exclaimed, pointing towards the sky with a smile. The inhabitants of this planet possessed feeble combat abilities, leaving him devoid of any desire to engage. "Lord Frieza, with our sensors destroyed, what should we do? Should we call for assistance from those nearby?" Zarbin queried, realizing that without the sensors, they were utterly lost and unable to locate the remaining Dragon Balls. "Immediately dispatch the Ginyu Force, who are currently on a nearby mission, to bring the sensors," Frieza instructed, fully aware of their significance. However, the quickest solution lay with the Ginyu Force. "Damn it, let us see where you think you can escape," Dodoria exclaimed, and indeed, he spotted a dark figure dashing away into the distance in the direction Frieza had indicated. He immediately erupted with a white aura, exerting all his strength to pursue that direction. Chapter 17, Vegeta vs. Dodoria. On the battlefield, "Vegeta, spare me and allow me to join your ranks. Together we can vanquish Zarbin and Dodoria. In truth, I harbor a deep disdain for Frieza." Upon witnessing the surge of combat power radiating from Vegeta, Chui's eyes darted restlessly, his mind racing with thoughts. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, a masterstroke of cunning. "Chui, your deceitful visage repulses me. Do you even believe the words you utter?" Vegeta advanced step by step towards Chui, who continually retreated. A palpable aura of death enveloped Chui, suggesting that he had no choice but to fight with every ounce of his being. "Frieza, my lord," Chui shouted towards Vegeta's rear. Vegeta's heart sank, instinctively glancing back. "Vegeta, you've fallen into my trap. Prepare to pay with your life." Chui's lips curled into a sinister smile, reveling in the success of his treachery. In an instant, he unleashed a series of princely combat techniques, with energy blasts erupting from his hands like a machine gun, all aimed at Vegeta. A thunderous explosion ensued. The energy waves detonated with immense force, causing the ground to crater beneath them, while a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, enveloping the surroundings in swirling dust and debris. Chioi gazed upon his masterpiece, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. "No matter how formidable your strength, this onslaught would surely leave you gravely wounded, if not dead. Fool, are you not aware that the speed of power enhancement also escalates? You have successfully ignited my fury." Vegeta materialized behind Chioi. It turned out that in the nick of time, he had utilized high-speed movement to evade the scene. He gazed at Chioi with an expression of utter indifference, as if he were beholding a corpse. "No, it cannot be." A chill ran down Chioi's spine as he retreated incessantly, a surge of crimson energy erupting from his body, soaring rapidly into the sky. He wished for nothing more than to leave this place. The intensity of Vegeta's gaze was utterly terrifying. "Want to flee? Ask my fist." Suddenly, Vegeta's figure materialized before Chuei, delivering a punch the size of a sandbag directly into his abdomen. Chuei's expression contorted in agony as he doubled over, clutching his stomach, and began to retch uncontrollably, as if his insides were knotted. Vegeta amassed a tremendous surge of energy in his hand, instantly reducing his opponent's body to mere fragments. He gritted his teeth and turned his gaze in another direction, sensing a familiar presence, Kakarot's son, Gohan. He was taken aback to encounter him once more on Namek, igniting a fierce flame within. "Once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls and attain eternal life, I shall methodically rid myself of these worthless beings. For now, I must first locate a Dragon Ball, and then stealthily acquire the 5 Dragon Balls belonging to Frieza, especially since they no longer possess their detectors. Krillin, Bulma, I have returned." Gohan descended directly in front of the fleeing Krillin and Bulma, cradling 2 small children. He was utterly unperturbed by the approach of Dodoria. "Oh, how adorable the children of the Namekians are. What are your names?" As Bulma observed Gohan cradling 2 little ones, she descended before them. She approached, crouching down to stroke the children's heads, but they recoiled in fear. "I am Dandy, and he is Dai." Dandy exclaimed. The two bore striking resemblances, though Dandy was slightly taller and less timid, while Dai was clearly shy and had not uttered a single word throughout. Gohan, sensing a formidable presence looming behind, felt a cold sweat bead on Krillin's forehead as he detected the approach of an overwhelming aura. What could possibly be unfolding? Was Gohan being targeted by someone? Ha. Why aren't you fleeing? Dodoria remarked, soaring closer and casting a mischievous glance at Gohan and the others below. He slowly descended, casting a glance at the crowd. Gohan, leave this to me. You keep an eye on them. Krillin, with a resolute demeanor, stepped forward, placing himself protectively behind Bulma and the others. Despite sensing the formidable strength of his opponent, he could not allow himself, a grown man, to hide behind children. After all, he was of an elder generation than Gohan. He also wished to discover the extent of his own limits. Very well, the stage is yours. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, then guided Bulma, Dandy, and Dajira to the other side. He seeks precisely this outcome, waiting idly to reap the benefits of his combat prowess. Very well, you little baldy. Today I shall demonstrate my formidable strength. Without the scouter, Dodoria is oblivious to the extent of Krillin's current power. Observing Krillin's diminutive stature, he mistakenly assumes a lack of combat capability and intends to toy with him. Come forth, you great glutton. Krillin, now on high alert, resolves to strike first. For the opponent's aura is overwhelmingly potent. He unleashed over 1,000 units of combat power within him, propelling himself forward with the force of a released arrow. Krillin's fist rained down upon Dodoria like a relentless barrage of gunfire, yet the latter deftly countered each strike, rendering Krillin's swift movements futile. Ha, pitiful human. Allow me to demonstrate the power of my punch. As Dodoria's words echoed, his fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Krillin squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Krillin coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body soaring through the air like a cannonball, piercing through the hillside. Ahead, a notification of a combat power drop of 50 appeared. Since the onset of their battle, Son Gohan's mind resonated with the system's alert. He observed the two combatants with great interest. Standing here, he could absorb their combat attributes. Wasn't that delightful? Gohan, hurry and assist. Krillin seems unable to contend with that hefty foe. Bulma exclaimed anxiously as she witnessed Krillin being knocked down by a single blow. Her complexion turned ashen, and she instinctively grasped Gohan's arm, her palms clammy with apprehension. The enemy's power was overwhelmingly formidable. Indeed, Gohan, please hurry. Otherwise, Uncle Krillin may face dire consequences. Dandy and Dend echoed, their faces etched with fear. The terror of these adversaries was palpable, having just slaughtered so many of their kin. Rest assured, I will ensure Krillin's safety, Gohan replied with unwavering composure. He is aware of his limits, and his actions are driven by intention. How infuriating. Let me give this tactic another try. Krillin struggled to rise from the ground, raising his hand to wipe away the blood from his mouth. He is aware of the formidable strength of his opponent. Ordinary attacks would scarcely inflict any harm upon them. He swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Thunderous roars echoed as the energy beam of the Kamehameha struck Dodoria, instantly stirring up clouds of dust. Little bald head, this should come to an end, Dodoria remarked. A playful glimmer in his eyes as the dust settled, revealing his figure. The little bald head's power failed to pique his interest. He gathered a colossal energy sphere in his palm and hurled it towards Krillin. As Krillin witnessed the massive energy wave approaching, despair enveloped him, and he shut his eyes. Is he surrendering so soon? The people of Earth are still counting on us to resurrect them. Suddenly, Gohan's silhouette appeared before Krillin, effortlessly deflecting the enormous energy blast. A surge of joy filled Krillin's heart as he recalled the formidable presence within his own ranks. Chapter 18. The Healing Attribute Acquired. Kid, your combat prowess is impressive. You actually managed to deflect my energy blast. You deserve my full attention, Dodoria stated, his gaze now serious. Anyone capable of so effortlessly swatting away his energy blast undoubtedly possessed significant strength. Fat pig, now it's your turn to experience my Kamehameha wave. Gohan displayed a look of disdain, recognizing that Dodoria's current combat power must be around 22,000, rendering him hardly worthy of concern. He assumed a stance to unleash his energy, placing his hands at his waist as an immense force began to coalesce in his palms. How dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Dodoria also commenced gathering his strength, unable to fathom that such a diminutive child could possess any significant power. The audacity to challenge me with his own energy wave, he must be prepared for the consequences. The two energies swiftly converged, aimed directly at one another. In an instant, the colossal energy waves collided, producing a blinding brilliance that rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. The ground trembled violently, debris swirling as the Kamehameha surged forward, overpowering Dodoria's energy wave. The energy wave swiftly engulfed Dodoria, and before he could utter a sound, he was obliterated into mere fragments. In his final moments, he could not comprehend how he had met his demise at the hands of a child. Ultimately, without his scouter, he had no awareness of his opponent's combat prowess, mistakenly believing the child to possess a power akin to that of a bald-headed warrior. All the combat attributes from the battlefield coalesced towards him, and upon observing his personal attribute panel, he was astonished to see his battle power soar to 3 million. Having emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had only increased his power by 300,000. If Piccolo were to witness such a rapid enhancement within a mere month, he would surely be left aghast. After years of arduous training, he had only attained a battle power of 1,000, and here was this child, seemingly dissatisfied with anything less. As the blinding light dissipated, the spectators stood in stunned silence. There was no trace left of the once bulky Dodoria, only a deep trench marring the ground. Gohan, your strength is incredible. We are fortunate to have you with us on Namek. Otherwise, we would surely have perished, Krillin exclaimed, grinning despite having been struck by Dodoria's punch, his abdomen still occasionally throbbing with pain. Alas, my power remains too feeble. Uncle Krillin, allow me to tend to your wounds. Dend offered, noticing Krillin clutching his stomach. His face contorted in discomfort. He extended his palm towards his counterpart, and a gentle surge of energy began to flow fervently into Krillin's body. It felt so delightful. The pain had significantly diminished. Krillin expressed his enjoyment, sensing a soothing energy merging with his wounds. Under the influence of this healing force, it was as though he were immersed in a hot spring, and a wave of comfort enveloped him. Bulma gazed at Dend with curiosity, pondering whether such a method could truly heal injuries. Observing Krillin's evident pleasure, she found the capabilities of Namekians utterly astonishing. Ding! A healing attribute has dropped ahead. Would you like to collect it? Collect. Son Gohan instinctively intoned, and suddenly, a healing function materialized within his personal attribute panel. His spirits soared as he brought Dandia over with the intent of harnessing Dandy's healing abilities. Uncle Klin, everything is fine now, Dandy declared joyfully, retracting his hands. Witnessing the improvement in the other's condition filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Thank you, Dandy. Your healing prowess is truly remarkable, without needles or medication. The body has completely recovered, akin to the magical beings from our Earth. Klin clenched his fists and leaped in delight, feeling entirely revitalized. Are all children from planet Namek so extraordinary? Such technology at such a young age. We are all eggs expelled from the mouth of the Grand Elder. The inhabitants of Namek are categorized into several types: intellectual, healing, combat, and there is no distinction between genders among us. Dandy shared the origins and classifications of the Namekians with Klin and the others. The revelation that the beings of this planet possess no gender distinctions left Bulma momentarily stunned. They are all akin to the Grand Elders, resembling the great demon kings of Earth, capable of producing eggs from their mouths. On this planet, the Namekians are all offspring of the Grand Elder. Brother Gohan, could you guide us to the Grand Elder? I wish to inform him and Brother Nail to hasten their departure, for this planet has been invaded by many nefarious individuals. Dandy gazed earnestly at Son Gohan, aware of the imminent danger surrounding them and eager to alert the Grand Elder to evacuate. Not a problem, we shall go at once. Son Gohan nodded. As visiting the Grand Elder was also one of his objectives, the group soared towards the Grand Elder's location, on North Kai's planet. After the demise of Piccolo and the others, under the guidance of the Supreme Kai, they traversed the Serpent Path for a month, arriving at North Kai's planet to train. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu praised Piccolo's keen insight, noting his ability to discern the formidable power hidden within Son Gohan and to draw it forth with remarkable skill. Piccolo felt a sense of pride for Son Gohan's outstanding achievements. In truth, his mindset had entirely transformed, gradually integrating into this circle. Lord Kai, may we convey our gratitude to Son Goku? Tien, aware of their journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls, wished to express his heartfelt appreciation. Absolutely. As long as you place your hands upon my back, you can communicate with Goku. Allow me to establish the connection, North Kai replied with a cheerful demeanor. As the Kai's planet was bustling with activity, ensuring there would be no shortage of amusing tales to tell. In the vast cosmos, a spaceship hurried towards Namek. 888, 920, 1000, 1200, 1500. The scene shifted inside the vessel, where Son Goku diligently performed push-ups, acclimating himself to the 30-fold gravity. He was aware that on the planet Namek, there existed beings even more formidable than Vegeta, and he needed to utilize the 6 days available to acclimate to a greater gravitational force. Although he recognized Gohan's immense strength, he also understood that due to his tender age, Gohan lacked sufficient combat experience. It was imperative for him to rapidly grow stronger in order to confront the powerful entities on Namek. "Goku, can you hear my words?" he inquired. "I have many guests here, all of whom you know." At that moment, King Kai established a connection with Goku through the two antennas atop his head, conveying the news of Tien and others training on North Kai's planet. Yamcha and the others engaged in brief exchanges with Goku through King Kai's back. Everyone was aware that Gohan and the others had traveled to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Now, as Goku journeyed to that very planet, they all expressed their gratitude. Finally, North Kai cautioned Goku against provoking the tyrannical Emperor Frieza, a being so deranged that he might extinguish an entire planet with but a careless whim. Chapter 19, Namek, the Grand Elder on the planet Namek. Within the abode of the Grand Elder. "Thank you for saving my child," he expressed. Din led Gohan and the others to the Grand Elder's dwelling, recounting how they had rescued his child. The Grand Elder addressed the three of them with gratitude. Bulma and the others finally recognized the Grand Elder of the Namekians as described by Din. His physique was more imposing than that of an ordinary Namekian, his face lined with wrinkles as he lay with closed eyes upon the throne. "No need for formalities. It is our duty," he stated. In truth, our arrival on Earth was to search for the Dragon Balls to resurrect our fellow Namekians. Krillin articulated the purpose of their visit, succinctly narrating the entire sequence of events. The Saiyans invaded Earth, the Dragon Balls vanished, and Piccolo, being a Namekian, was mentioned in one breath. "Earthling, come here. Allow me to touch your head, and I shall discern what has transpired." The Grand Elder listened in utter confusion. How could there be Namekians on Earth? Yet, through the act of reading memories, he swiftly grasped the entirety of the situation. Is it truly that wondrous? Krillin approached with a hint of skepticism as the Grand Elder's substantial hand rested upon his head. Instantly, Krillin's memories unfolded in his mind like a film. It became clear to the Grand Elder as he witnessed the birth of the Guardian and the separation from the Demon King, followed by Piccolo's demise. A chime sounded, indicating the retrieval of memory attributes. "Earthling, I now comprehend the entire situation. I shall help awaken the latent potential within you. May you assist us in overcoming this crisis." After delving into Krillin's memories, the Grand Elder recognized his abysmally low combat power, noting how he had narrowly escaped death moments prior. Suddenly, a surge of white energy emanated from the Grand Elder's palm, enveloping Krillin entirely. "Incredible. I feel as though I have been reborn." Krillin sensed a formidable power awakening within him, filling him with strength he had never experienced before. The Namekians were truly remarkable. A chime sounded again, indicating the enhancement of potential attributes. "I accept all," Gohan instinctively declared, marveling at the extraordinary method of potential enhancement. The memory and potential attributes fused into his being. "Gohan, hurry over. Let the Grand Elder help you unlock your latent abilities." Grateful for the boost in potential, Krillin thanked the Grand Elder before swiftly bringing Gohan to him. "Grand Elder, I appreciate your assistance." Gohan beamed with joy, eager to discover the extent of his body's hidden capabilities. He recalled how the Grand Elder on Namek had once aided him in unlocking his potential, as had the old Supreme Kai with Goku. Both instances resulted in remarkable leaps in power. "No need for thanks. You are both exemplary children. I hope you can help us navigate this crisis on Namek." The Grand Elder's large hand rested atop Gohan's head. A pale white aura emanated from his palm, instantly enveloping his opponent. A terrifying power was awakening within Sun Wukong. He suppressed the ferocious combat power. Otherwise, the entire room would have been obliterated in an instant. How terrifying is this potential? I find myself unable to fully unleash it all. Are you a Saiyan? The Grand Elder was taken aback by this overwhelming strength, and his previously closed eyes flew open in astonishment. He observed that within the small child, a primal beast seemed to awaken, akin to a mighty gorilla. "Indeed, I possess the bloodline of a Saiyan, yet I was born on Earth." Son Gohan, brimming with excitement, clasped his hands together. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. This body harbors latent potential yet to be unleashed. It appears that the anime was not mistaken. There may be an opportunity to summon the old Kai to unlock this potential. Accessing the attribute screen. Host, Son Gohan race, Saiyan system space, 100 cubic units special abilities, healing, memory reading, potential unleashing skills, flight technique, energy perception and manipulation, magic flash, energy wave, Kaioken, super explosive wave, Kamehameha, keyblade/transformation, Super Saiyan 1 battle power, 4, 310,000 goodness. The battle power has surged by 1,000,000. It seems this body possesses immense latent abilities. Even Son Gohan himself found this remarkable. Ha ha ha. With a battle power exceeding 431 million. Employing a 10-fold Kaioken would result in over 40 million battle power. If one were to utilize a 20-fold Kaioken, wouldn't that amount to 80 million battle power? Of course, employing the Kaioken is not as simple as choosing any multiplier. With a physical power of over 4 million, achieving 10-fold should pose no issue, while 20-fold would require a desperate effort. Transforming into a Super Saiyan elevates the battle power to 50-fold. That would exceed 200 million, wouldn't it? Children, take the Dragon Balls. Henceforth, I entrust Namek to you. Bring Dandy with you to seek the Dragon Balls, and instruct him as needed. My time is limited. You must find the Dragon Balls swiftly and make your wish. The elder wore a broad smile as he slowly closed his eyes. A miracle had finally unfolded. It seemed that the key to overcoming this crisis lay within their hands. He saw hope in Sun Wukong. Yes, Elder, I understand, Dandy said, his eyes brimming with tears. He had inquired with his brother Neru, and learned that the elder had chosen to remain due to his advanced age, having become indifferent to life and death. Moreover, his own existence was reaching its twilight, with little time left to live. The group bid farewell to the elder and commenced their quest for the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the Namekians destroyed all of Frieza's scouts. Frieza returned to his spaceship with 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, while Zarbon continued the search for the remaining ones. Deprived of their detectors and lacking the ability to sense the presence of energy, the group could only disperse in search of the Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, in another tribe of Namekians, Vegeta was engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter. He mercilessly slaughtered all the inhabitants of this place and seized a Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball was too cumbersome to carry, so he cast it into a fish pond. Suddenly, the detector signaled that someone was approaching. With a battle power exceeding 20,000, he surmised that the newcomer must be Sabo. At last, he had the opportunity to confront them alone, and a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. He soared towards the source of the energy, intent on eliminating his adversaries one by one. Soon, the two encountered each other in the sky. Vegeta, hand over your detector, Sabo exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with determination upon noticing the device adorning Vegeta's ear. With the entire army devoid of detectors, searching for the Dragon Balls had become exceedingly challenging. Chapter 20. Vegeta versus Sabo. Sabo, do you desire the detector? You shall not have it, Vegeta retorted, removing the device from his ear with an air of arrogance. With a firm squeeze of his hand, the detector was instantly crushed. Having already mastered the control of his breath on Earth, this device had become superfluous. Vegeta, you wretched fool, Sabo exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury at the other's actions. A white aura enveloped him as he charged towards Vegeta, momentarily forgetting that his scouter had been rendered useless by the opponent's power. Sabo, what a fortunate encounter. Having finally seen you single, I shall now unveil my true strength, he declared. A flicker of white energy emanated from Vegeta as well, and in an instant, the two stood face to face. Sabo's power was a mere 20,000, while Vegeta soared to 24,000, a disparity of over 3,000. The initial exchange was a flurry of blows, but once Vegeta unleashed his full might, a single punch sent Sabo soaring skyward, whereupon Vegeta deftly pursued. The sound of impact echoed as Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage upon Sabo, treating him as if he were a mere soccer ball. Finally, with both hands raised high, he delivered a crushing blow to Sabo's body. A tremendous crash resounded, and Sabo plummeted like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact with the ground. Vegeta cast his gaze towards the sky, sensing two formidable energies approaching swiftly. Who could they be? They felt so familiar. On the battlefield. Boom. Vegeta, you have thoroughly enraged me. Appearances are no longer of consequence. Behold the transformation of a demon, Sabo roared. A fierce white aura bursting forth as he propelled himself into the air, his visage twisted in a menacing grimace as he stared down Vegeta. Only through transformation could he hope to subdue Vegeta. In the face of mortality, image held no significance. Continue without me. Within a few breaths, Gohan and the others, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the charged atmosphere, they opted to observe from a nearby mountain, relishing the opportunity to gather power attributes while watching the clash unfold. Vegeta's eyes narrowed in fury. He had not anticipated encountering this scoundrel so soon. Transforming into a great ape on Earth had not proven effective against him. What was he to do now? A tail? A Saiyan? You hail from Earth? How could that little Namekian have led you here? Such a simple tactic never crossed my mind. Once I vanquish Vegeta, I shall deal with you. Sabo scrutinized Gohan and the others, noticing the brown tail protruding from Gohan's backside, quickly deducing that only Earth bore Saiyans. He regarded the others as mere children, underestimating their combat prowess. Moreover, with the guidance of the Namekian child, locating the remaining Dragon Balls would prove to be a trivial endeavor. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, a formidable aura emanating from within Sabo. His appearance began to undergo a transformation, instantly contorting into an exceedingly grotesque visage. How could this be possible? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback by the formidable aura emanating from Sabo after all their time together. He had never realized that his counterpart possessed the ability to transform. Gohan, what prompted the two of them to engage in battle? Although Krillin was aware that Vegeta had arrived on this planet, they had yet to encounter one another. With the assistance of the Elder, his combat power had also seen an elevation, and he felt a reduced sense of trepidation. How could you be so foolish? Surely, it must be the Dragon Balls that incited this conflict, Bulma remarked, rolling her eyes at Krillin with a look of disdain. We followed the Dragon Ball radar here and happened upon their skirmish along the way. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand they are both here for the Dragon Balls. Oh dear, my mind. Krillin lamented, scratching his bald head with an embarrassed expression. He is not a fool. After Bulma's explanation, he instantly comprehended the situation. It would be ideal if both of them perished together, as it would spare us much trouble. That villain has slain numerous members of our clan. Gohan, wait a moment. You must avenge our fallen brother. Dandy immediately recognized Sabo as the person from their village. He gritted his teeth and spoke to Son Wukong. If he were a battle-oriented Namekian, he would have charged forward and torn his opponent to shreds. Rest assured, I shall avenge you, said Gohan, patting Dandy's shoulder. He still had some words left unspoken, which were to wait until they had harvested their combat prowess first. Dandy nodded vigorously, for he was well aware of Son Wukong's formidable strength. He would undoubtedly fulfill his promise. What say you, Vegeta? Weren't you just reveling in the thrill of battle? Continue. After Sabo completed his transformation, feeling the terrifying power coursing within him, he spoke with an air of arrogance. His current combat power has reached 27,000, while Vegeta's strength stands at merely 23,000. Unable to contain himself, he pressed his opponent down, rubbing him against the ground. After speaking, he swiftly charged towards Vegeta, delivering a punch, yet the latter astonishingly evaded it with an uncanny agility. Vegeta could sense that the current Sabo was exceedingly perilous. He had to exert his utmost effort. The clash commenced. Sabo, realizing his first strike had missed, accelerated his movements dramatically, unleashing a torrential barrage of fists. Ding! The frontline combat power attribute dropped by 100. Gohan's ears were incessantly filled with the system's notification sounds. And soon he beheld the ground strewn with combat power attributes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly in delight. Continue your assault, but in more force. How could this be? Your power has surged so immensely after your transformation. Vegeta felt increasingly strained as his opponent's movements grew ever swifter. He felt overwhelmed. A wave of pain coursing through his arm. Vegeta awakened. Seizing the moment, Sabo delivered a powerful punch to Vegeta's abdomen, the immense force propelling Vegeta's body against a mountain peak. Bang! The entire mountain crumbled in an instant, burying Vegeta completely within its rubble. Boom! Suddenly, radiant beams of light erupted from the earth, transforming the soil into ash. Sabo, you shall not escape. Vegeta's crimson eyes glowed as he relentlessly gathered energy orbs in his hands, hurling them towards Sabo with the ferocity of a machine gun barrage. Suspended in midair, Sabo advanced rather than retreated, weaving through the energy blasts as he descended with astonishing speed. The transformation not only enhanced his strength but also amplified his velocity. Ding! A battle power attribute of 100 dropped ahead. With Vegeta's relentless assault, the battle power attributes on the ground plummeted. Gohan's mind echoed with the system's notifications. Collect everything. His mind pondered. It appeared that Vegeta was the easiest target to exploit, as he had already extracted dozens of combat attributes from him. The combat attributes surged into his body, causing the combat power in the system's attribute panel to soar dramatically. How exhilarating! This was the essence of battle. Sabo evaded energy blast with remarkable speed, then positioned himself before Vegeta, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's head. Chapter 21. The severely injured Vegeta bang. Once again, Vegeta was sent flying by Sabo's kick, his body embedding itself into a large rock, blood spilling from his lips. This marked the second time he had sustained such grievous injuries. The first was during his battle against Kakarot and his father on Earth. Damn it, I am the strongest warrior. I shall not be defeated. I must overcome you. A powerful aura erupted from Vegeta, enveloping him in white flames as he unleashed an energy blast towards Sabo, only for it to be easily swatted away. Vegeta, it seems you are truly desperate now, yet alas, you remain no match for me. Sabo began to gather energy blasts in his hands, retaliating with a princely technique aimed directly at Vegeta. The ground erupted violently as Vegeta dodged left and right in a frantic attempt to evade, but Sabo's relentless barrage of energy blast was overwhelming, and soon he was struck multiple times. Boom. The onslaught intensified, with energy blasts bombarding him, creating a thick cloud of smoke. After unleashing hundreds of energy blasts, Sabo finally ceased his attack. Bang! As the smoke cleared, Vegeta's battle suit lay tattered, his body marred with wounds, and he gasped for breath. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. His form then collapsed heavily to the ground, evidently devoid of combat power. Should Sabo continue his assault with another 100 or so energy blasts, he would surely meet his demise here. Collect. Gohan gathered the combat attributes from the ground, witnessing his own power rise to 4,000,000. A surge of joy filled his heart, and a subtle smile graced his lips. This experience was truly exhilarating. How astonishing it was that this creature's power surpassed even that of Vegeta. What shall we do? Krillin stood in awe, unable to close his mouth as he witnessed the clash of titans. Although the Elder had augmented his combat strength, it still fell short of Vegeta's prowess. What options do we have? For the sake of the Dragon Balls, we must confront him. Bulma shouted at Krillin, bewildered by the frenetic pace of the battle, which rendered the combatants' forms almost invisible to her. It was as if deities were clashing, with the very mountains vanishing and the ground frequently bearing the marks of their ferocity. Occasionally, the air resonated with the sounds of their titanic collisions, reminiscent of a missile barrage wreaking havoc. Were it not for Gohan and the others by her side, she would have been on the brink of madness. Gohan, my combat power has significantly increased. Allow me to put it to the test. Krillin exclaimed eagerly. Having yet to engage in battle after his enhancement, he too yearns to test the extent of his own strength. Go ahead. I shall observe your progress. Son Gohan, filled with desire, finds himself reaping the rewards of his burgeoning combat prowess. He had just glanced at the attributes panel, witnessing the fierce battle between Vegeta and Sabo, and he felt quite enriched by the experience. You monster, allow me to test your strength. After receiving Gohan's affirmation, Krillin erupted in a brilliant white aura and soared toward Sabo. If he were to falter in this encounter, he had a formidable ally to back him up. Such audacity. It is truly the fearless ignorance of the uninformed. I shall take it upon myself to teach this earthling a lesson. With Sabo transformed, a formidable power surged within him, instilling a sense of invincibility. It had been ages since he had utilized this form, and it was rare to find someone to spar with. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight, reappearing right before Krillin. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of punches and kicks, neither gaining the upper hand. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Krillin held his own in the fray. Well done, I underestimated you. Let me show you the might of my punch. Sabo's strength and speed surged dramatically as he unleashed a powerful blow. Krillin, caught off guard, raised his arms in defense. Boom. The tremendous impact sent him flying, leaving a lingering ache in his arms. Him.Ha, executing a perfect 360-degree flip. He dissipated the force of the blow and gathered energy to unleash the Kamehameha wave. You wish to measure strength against me? Very well. With the tide of combat favoring Sabo, he prepared to unleash an energy attack upon witnessing Krillin's stance. He too showed no signs of weakness, as a glimmer of white energy coalesced in his palm. In an instant, both individuals propelled the energy they had gathered forward. Boom. Two colossal beams of light collided with tremendous force, neither yielding to the other. Observing this spectacle, Krillin's confidence surged. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder could harness his potential to such an extraordinary degree. Ha ha ha, little bald head. Is this truly the extent of your power? Prepare to meet your demise. As Klin reveled in his arrogance, a single remark from Sabo doused him with a cold reality, chilling him to the core. No sooner had Sabo spoken than his energy erupted fiercely, causing the energy beam to swell exponentially, the Kamehameha wave retreating at an astonishing speed. Hee. I thought I had surpassed Vegeta, but it seems this fellow was merely toying with me, never unleashing his true might. Klin's thoughts whirled as he witnessed the Kamehameha wave continuously retreating. His own power felt woefully inadequate. Now allow me to demonstrate mine. Him.Huh? In a flash, Son Gohan vanished, only to reappear right before Klin. He also unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards Saiyan, showcasing the extraordinary technique that Earthlings possess. A tremendous surge of energy instantly engulfed his opponent, and even in death, Saiyan emitted not a single cry of agony. How perilous! Krillin sighed in relief upon witnessing Saiyan reduced to mere ashes by the Kamehameha wave. This fellow had concealed his true strength so deeply that he nearly fell victim to him. Gohan, you are truly formidable. Bulma gazed at Gohan, filled with admiration and respect, as he effortlessly dispatched their adversary. As long as the enemy was nearby, she felt a sense of security gathering. Gohan smiled, nodding as he observed the combat power attributes from the ground flooding into his body. The system's combat power attributes continuously increased, marking yet another enhancement in his strength. This Saiyan is still alive. What shall we do? Krillin approached and noticed that Vegeta was still breathing, inquiring of Gohan, Bulma, and Dandy. He secretly admired the tenacity of this fellow, whose vitality was truly remarkable. Despite enduring so many assaults, he still remained alive. I shall kill him, to avenge my brothers, Dandy declared fiercely, gazing at the fallen Vegeta. Although he did not witness the moment his kin was slain, the garments worn by the assailants were strikingly identical. It appears they are not of the same ilk. We shall awaken him and discuss further. Son Gohan contemplated, recalling how, in the anime, Vegeta ultimately embraced redemption. It seems his inherent nature has not entirely succumbed to darkness. In the Majin Buu saga, he chose to perish alongside Buu to safeguard Earth. Moreover, allowing him to remain could facilitate the subsequent harvesting of combat attributes. Son Gohan approached Vegeta, crouched beside him, and extended his hands, channeling a surge of white energy that gradually enveloped the latter's form. What? Dandy exclaimed, astonished at Son Goku's actions. Is this not my healing technique? How has Gohan learned to wield such a skill? Could it be that he merely observed my previous use of it and has now mastered it? Krillin also discerned the peculiarity. This was rather extraordinary. Dandy had only demonstrated the healing technique to me once, and yet Gohan has already acquired it? His jaw dropped. A look of incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Gohan. However, Krillin soon erupted into joyous laughter. The more formidable Gohan became, the safer they would all be. Chapter 22. The arrival of the Ginyu Force. Bulma, upon witnessing the familiar motion, immediately recalled how Dandy had treated Krillin in a similar manner last time. To her astonishment, Gohan had also learned the art of healing. Goku, you truly have an extraordinary son, she remarked. Learn? How is that possible? I merely possess borrowed attributes, Gohan replied, discerning the thoughts of his companions from their expressions. Did you rescue me? What about Sabo? In mere moments, the wounds on Vegeta's body began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Feeling the complete restoration of his injuries, he was elated as a potent force surged within him. Vegeta immediately rose from the ground, bewildered as he looked at Gohan and the others, pondering their true intentions. The monster you mentioned has been slain by Gohan, Krillin declared proudly. Though he and T delivered the final blow himself, they were allies nonetheless. With Gohan by his side, he felt unafraid of any trickery from Vegeta. Vegeta, you may leave, Gohan stated coldly. The dragon radar indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball nearby, presumably one that this individual had concealed. He was indifferent to the intentions of the other party. His priority was to locate the Dragon Balls first. Are you truly letting me go? Vegeta inquired with a look of disbelief. He still suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. It was hard for him to believe that they were now offering him freedom. What purpose would there be in keeping you around if I did not intend to release you? This individual exhibited a complete lack of humanity, having even slain his own companions. Were it not for Wukong's insistence on sparing you, I would have dispatched you without hesitation just moments ago. As Krillin pondered the fact that this man had mercilessly killed his own allies, he felt a profound fear of allowing him to remain by his side. Who knows? He might strike from behind and end his life in an instant. "You scoundrels, you worthless trash from Earth. There will come a day when I shall eliminate you all." The mere mention of Earth ignited Vegeta's fury. If it were not for them, he would not be reduced to such a wretched state. He now harbors a desire to hang Son Gohan and the others up for a beating, yet his strength does not permit such an action. After uttering his fierce words, a glimmer of white light enveloped Vegeta as he soared into the sky. "Let us hasten our journey. The Dragon Ball lies in that direction, 20 kilometers away." Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar, glancing at it as it pointed northward. In the hands of the Grand Elder, they had acquired one Dragon Ball, and now another lay before them, with the remaining 5 gathered together. The group soared towards the direction indicated by the Dragon radar, swiftly arriving at a village where all the Namekians had perished. "Damn it, it must have been those 2 rascals who slaughtered everyone in this village," Dandy exclaimed, his voice filled with fury upon witnessing the grim scene. Every man, woman, and child in the village had suffered. Not a single soul was left alive. It was undoubtedly that scoundrel Vegeta's doing. "I should not have saved him, that heartless fiend," Krillin echoed, his face etched with rage. The sight was eerily reminiscent of the devastation inflicted upon their friends on Earth by the Saiyans. "Do not grieve. According to the radar, the Dragon Balls are located in the fish pond. Once we gather all 7, we can resurrect them," Bulma stated calmly. Their purpose was clear, to seek the Dragon Balls to bring back their fallen comrades. Once they resurrected Piccolo from Earth, the Eternal Dragon could restore the Namekians. Suddenly, Gohan and Krillin sensed several powerful auras descending upon Namek at an astonishing speed. Namek. Boom, boom, boom. 5 spherical spacecraft crashed onto the surface of Namek, creating 5 deep craters almost instantaneously. Wisps of black smoke rose from the craters, mingling with the acrid scent that permeated the air. The hatch slowly opened, revealing 5 legendary figures. It was the first mercenary corps of Frieza, the fearsome Ginyu Force that sent shivers down the spines of all across the universe. The vanguard of Frieza's army, colloquially known as the Hitmen. Captain, Ginyu, Lieutenant, Geese, members, Berta, Guldo, and Rikuum. They have come here at the behest of Frieza to assist him in the pursuit of the Dragon Balls and to deliver the Scouters. We are the Ginyu Force. Just like in the anime, the 5 of us disembarked from our spaceship, striking a flamboyant pose and shouting in unison. "You few shall search for the Dragon Balls, while I report to Lord Frieza and deliver the Scouter." Ginyu, true to his role as captain, remained composed, immediately recalling his mission upon arrival. After a collective affirmation of yes, the group dispersed to carry out their tasks. To one side, there is a power level exceeding 500,000, undoubtedly Lord Frieza himself. Nearby, there are 4 individuals, 2 of whom possess power levels above 3,000. Off to another side stands one with a power level of 12,000. That must be Vegeta. There are several others as well, including one with a power level exceeding 20,000. Let us first turn our attention to our beloved Prince Vegeta, who audaciously dares to betray Lord Frieza. He shall be our first target. Yes, let us capture Vegeta and present him as a gift to Lord Frieza. The 5 of us instinctively activated the Scouters at our ears to locate the Scouter on this planet. According to the readings, it soon became evident that this planet harbors very few life signs. After a lively exchange of ideas, it was agreed that we would commence our search for Vegeta. With a swift motion, Ginyu soared towards Frieza's direction, while the others flew towards Vegeta. Oh no, I did not anticipate that the Ginyu Force would be dispatched to Namek so swiftly. They seem to be heading in my direction. This is dire. I cannot remain idle. I must seek assistance, or my fate is sealed. Vegeta can sense the energy signatures and detected the presence of the Ginyu Force upon their arrival on Namek. He had not anticipated that the moment his opponent logged in, he would immediately set out in search of him. He was well aware of the formidable prowess of the Ginyu Force. Against such might, his own strength rendered him virtually powerless. Thus, the only recourse left was to seek allies. In this regard, Son Gohan represented the optimal choice. Without hesitation, he soared towards the direction he had just come from. In the vast expanse of the universe, he realized with astonishment that 6 days had already elapsed. He wondered how Gohan and the others were faring. "You must hold on," he urged silently. "I will soon land on Namek." Son Goku ceased his training, indulged in a hearty meal, and donned a fresh set of martial arts attire, preparing himself for the impending confrontation. Through relentless training over the past days, he had mastered the ability to withstand gravity at 100-fold. His entire being now brimmed with strength. Should he engage in battle with Vegeta once more, He was confident that he would overpower him decisively. Goku's heart raced with exhilaration at the prospect of soon facing an adversary even more formidable than Vegeta, as Bulma had described. As he contemplated the prospect of battling formidable opponents, a tremor coursed through him, not of fear, but of exhilarating anticipation. Chapter 23, Krillin vs. Gohan. Since the arrival of the Ginyu Force, having already secured Bulma and denned in a cave, as the outside world posed too great a peril, raising concerns of unforeseen mishaps. Gohan, several powerful auras are approaching us, and even Vegeta is drawing near. What on earth is happening? Krillin inquired. A look of bewilderment etched across his face, pondering the sudden appearance of yet another group of extraterrestrials on planet Namek. As soon as they landed, they soared towards us. Are they indeed allies of the Saiyans? They must be delivering a reconnaissance device to Frieza, while Vegeta's approach indicates he seeks refuge. He currently lacks the capability to confront 4 opponents. A faint smile curled at the corner of Gohan's mouth. Is it finally time for you to arrive, Goku? I am eagerly anticipating the attribute of time suspension. His heart brimmed with joy if he were to employ the art of pausing time in battle, halting the very flow of time itself, and then unleash a powerful energy attack. Would that not be utterly magnificent? In mere moments, Vegeta and several members of the Ginyu Force arrived above Gohan. My beloved Prince Vegeta, I thought you were about to flee. Instead, you seek assistance, exclaimed one of them. Oh look, that little brat is a Saiyan. He even has a tail. They must be the Saiyans of Earth, right? Ha ha. It seems Vegeta is not foolish. He recognizes we are not his match and has come in search of allies. Regardless of their numbers, I, Kaleem, could annihilate them all single-handedly. Kaleem, you mustn't be so selfish. This time we will draw lots to determine our opponents fairly. The Ginyu Force holds Goku and his companions in utter disdain. They engaged in a self-absorbed discussion about who would make the first move. Sun Wukong observed them with a gaze akin to that of a fool. Paying particular attention to Goku, they are not much different from those in the anime. Damn it, do you truly believe that I, Vegeta, am dead? You bunch of Frieza's lapdogs are exceedingly arrogant. Vegeta, infuriated, gritted his teeth. He is the prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious warrior, and has never endured such indignity. He unleashed an energy blast towards the 4 individuals. Boom. My dear Vegeta, there is no need for haste. Let us deliberate before we address you calmly. Kuririn effortlessly deflected Vegeta's incoming energy blast, wearing a cheerful grin. Vegeta, with gritted teeth and a menacing expression, realized that these individuals were notoriously formidable. Judging by how easily they had diverted his energy attack, their strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. With the powerful ally Gohan by his side, Krillin felt a sense of reassurance. He said nothing, merely observing what antics these fellows intended to engage in. Ultimately, Goku of the Ginyu Force triumphed in this game through a game of rock, paper, scissors. It all began with these 2 little rascals. Goku's 4 eyes incessantly darted between Vegeta, Krillin, and Son Gohan. His ultimate target is set upon Son Gohan and Krillin, for the readings on their scouters reveal a mere combat power of over 3,000. Clearly, one must choose the softest fruit to squeeze. Vegeta, allow me to elucidate the rules of this game, Krillin remarked with a playful glint in his eyes, his tone laced with menace. For them, this conflict was merely a diversion. The trio soared towards another towering mountain to observe the unfolding battle. You little brats, be cautious. This fellow wields a formidable ability known as time manipulation, Vegeta stated, arms crossed, feigning indifference. In truth, he was overjoyed. How audacious of you to trouble Kakarot's son, truly. You must be courting disaster. Gohan, I shall take the lead this time. Seize the opportunity to eliminate that fellow, Krillin urged, ignoring Vegeta's warning. As insincere as a cat weeping for a mouse, he volunteered to engage in battle this time, having received an enhancement of his abilities from the Grand Elder of Namek. Now, he must seize the moment to hone his skills, as the forthcoming battles will only intensify. Gohan nodded with a smile. This was the outcome he desired, for it would enable him to acquire the time stop technique. Ha ha ha, truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Goku observed the bald-headed Krillin daring to challenge him alone while boldly proclaiming his intent to defeat him. Did he truly consider me to be as malleable as clay? I am, after all, the pivotal figure of the Ginyu Force, and the time stop technique is formidable indeed. Enough with the idle chatter, witness my prowess. Krillin struck first, vanishing from sight and executing an incredibly swift movement to position himself directly above Goku, unleashing a powerful energy wave attack. He sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from the 3 spectators above, compelling him to seek a swift resolution to eliminate the four-eyed creature in an instant. What? Time has suspended. Goku witnessed as Klin's form abruptly vanished, only to reappear with a surge of energy wave hurtling toward him. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Is this truly someone with a battle power exceeding 3,000? Hastily holding his breath, he raised both hands to invoke the time pause technique, only to witness a scene that left him utterly astonished. It turned out that the energy wave of the little bald head had already manifested right before him. Goku was nearly so frightened that he stumbled, hastily retreating from the area. He could no longer contain his breath and released it with a heavy exhalation, at which point time resumed its flow. A thunderous roar erupted as the ground was instantly transformed into a colossal crater by the shock wave of energy. Upon witnessing this, Goku felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Fortunately, he had fled swiftly, for had he been struck, he would have faced severe injury or even death. It turned out that the duration of the time-stopping technique was determined by how long Goku could hold his breath. Once he exhaled, time would revert to its normal pace. Son Wukong gazed in astonishment at the actions of the two, perplexed as to why there was no drop in temporal attributes. Moments ago, this individual had employed a time-stopping technique. Vegeta, seemingly discerning something, darted his eyes back and forth. Goku must have harnessed the extraordinary ability to halt time. Otherwise, my eyes could not possibly keep pace with his speed. This fellow's time-stopping technique is truly formidable. I must seize the opportunity to eliminate him, lest they join forces and create chaos. How infuriating. Can he truly move that swiftly? I refuse to believe it. Once the time-stopping technique was lifted, Krillin discovered that Goku's figure had vanished from his sight, assuming it was merely a matter of the opponent's speed. He had not the slightest inkling that his opponent had employed their supernatural ability to suspend time, relentlessly launching a barrage of energy orbs toward him. This is dire. The time-stopping technique. Goku beheld the colossal energy projectiles hurtling towards him, fully aware that being struck would spell certain doom. Without hesitation, he unleashed his own time suspension technique once more. He held his breath, unwilling to wager his life, and desperately fled the scene, only daring to exhale once he felt secure. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Goku witnessed the very spot where he had stood moments ago explode violently, the ground caving in as thick smoke billowed forth. Something is amiss. Why did I flee? I could have simply eliminated my adversary. Alas, how could my mind be so foolish? He patted his head, a look of sudden enlightenment crossing his face as he spoke. Chapter 24. The Acquisition of Time Suspension Technique. Ding. Ahead, the attributes of time suspension and 100 combat power have fallen. Do you wish to collect them? As the time suspension technique faltered, a deafening explosion reverberated, and the system's notification echoed in Son Wukong's mind. He was filled with immense joy as he glanced towards Goku. Noticing that the attribute of time suspension had indeed fallen at his feet, he swiftly collected it all. Son Wukong did not have the luxury of further contemplation. As he silently recited in his mind, suddenly, the special ability within his personal attribute panel included the remarkable attribute of time suspension. He did not anticipate that the opponent would utilize the time pause technique twice, resulting in a fortunate drop. My goodness. Upon witnessing Goku's figure so far from its original position, Klin could not help but utter an exclamation of disbelief. He could not help but recall what Vegeta had said about this individual possessing the extraordinary ability to halt time. What a predicament this presented. Truly, a perplexing extraterrestrial. If he were to freeze time and launch a surprise attack, it would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. The mere thought was terrifying. Gohan, you must keep a watchful eye on me. Krillin shook his head, dismissing all thoughts swirling in his mind, and focused intently on confronting this formidable foe. A burst of white energy erupted from him, and the ground beneath his feet shattered like a spider's web. On the battlefield, Goku, what is this situation? Have you been idle for too long that your mind is rusted? Ha ha ha, perhaps your brain has overgrown with weeds. You are merely a human from Earth. How could you find yourself in such a predicament? The opponent's combat power is barely over 3,000. Must you pause time twice for this? Indeed, take him down. And do not tarnish the reputation of our Ginyu Force. The members of the Ginyu Force stood by as mere spectators, feeling that Goku's performance was excessively timid. It is truly disgraceful to be chased around by a small, bald man from Earth. This is not how one should wield their extraordinary powers. This is unforgivable. Causing me to lose face. Binding technique. Hearing the ridicule from his teammates and the relentless approach of Krillin, Goku finally resolved to fight back. He must have been momentarily stunned by the opponent. With his extraordinary abilities, he should certainly be able to achieve victory. Alas, my body is paralyzed. Krillin sensed an invisible force imprisoning him, rendering him utterly immobile. This power was akin to that of the Earthling Dumpling's extraordinary abilities. He struggled fiercely in the air, yet could not break free from the overwhelming force that bound him. Control technique. Goku observed the little bald head, ensnared in the air, gritting his teeth in a desperate attempt to escape. His heart swelled with joy as he employed the art of manipulation to relentlessly bombard the suspended Klin with a torrent of sand and gravel. The incessant onslaught of earth and stone assailed Klin's immobilized form, eliciting a cacophony of anguished screams that pierced the air. He had never anticipated that the formidable abilities of the four-eyed creature would render him utterly immobile, let alone capable of fighting. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Gold binding technique and object control attributes have dropped ahead. Would you like to collect them? A charming curve graced the corners of his lips, as this individual possessed 3 extraordinary abilities, all now wholly his own. Acquire. He silently contemplated as 2 combat attributes soared towards him, instantly merging with his very being. In an unexpected turn, the special abilities section of his personal attributes panel manifested these 2 extraordinary powers. Although the fog control technique may not hold significant utility in battle, it certainly serves as an impressive display. Ha ha ha, little Baldy, were you not quite arrogant just moments ago? Now, prepare to meet your demise. Goku, utilizing object manipulation, ascended a towering tree, sharpening both ends, and hurled it towards the wailing Klin. He intended to skewer his opponent like a shish kebab, daring them to strip him of his dignity. Witnessing such a scenario, Vegeta decisively intervened, vanishing from his original position, only to reappear behind Goku in the next instant. He sought to convey to Son Wukong's son his unwavering resolve to stand united with them, for only then would Kakarot's offspring extend his assistance. Bang! The head of Goku was instantly severed, and the signs of life vanished in an instant, blood spilling across the ground. He could never have anticipated that he would meet such a demise. Vegeta concentrated a surge of energy in his hand, and, in an instant, reduced the ancient city's head to mere powder. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Son Gohan. Noticing that the latter did not exhibit any disdain but instead cast a glance in his direction. Had it not been for the absence of supernatural powers, Vegeta would have struck down Goku, and Son Gohan would undoubtedly have intervened to save him. He had resolutely decided that, even if it meant capturing this alien and resorting to coercion or temptation, he would ensure that time was suspended for the fallen. However, at this moment, Goldo had lost all value. Even if Vegeta refrained from intervening, he would take action himself. What? That rascal Goldo was actually slain by Vegeta? This scoundrel audaciously disregarded the rules of the game. With Goldo's demise, our Ginyu Force was diminished by 1. How could we possibly maintain our flawless poses now? Vegeta, how bold of you to disrupt our endeavors. The Ginyu Force seethed with anger at Vegeta's flagrant violation of the game's rules. They were utterly indifferent to Goldo's death. Their sole concern was the loss of a member, which would impede their ability to strike those impeccable poses. Did I ever claim I wouldn't intervene? Those are rules you imposed. I never consented. Vegeta asserted with unwavering conviction. He has already made his stance clear. If Kakarot's son does not lend his assistance, he shall bear the burden alone. Vegeta, since you choose to disregard the rules of the game, I shall commence my assault upon you, Cullum declared through clenched teeth. Soaring to face Vegeta, this scoundrel dared to ignore his warning, thus violating the rules and tarnishing his own reputation. He paid no heed to the death of Goku, only concerned with his own honor. Vegeta and Cullum stood poised against one another, the battlefield charged with tension. Ever since Goku's demise, the binding spell on Krillin had vanished in an instant, granting him the ability to move once more. He did not anticipate that it would be Vegeta who took action. It seems this fellow intends to curry favor with us. Krillin remained airborne, observing Vegeta and the pineapple-headed Kulim. Gohan also watched the two with keen interest. In the realm of combat, power attributes would inevitably be dropped, so why should he intervene? Is it not more prudent to await the accumulation of power attributes? Kulim simply relishes stealing the spotlight. He always seizes the most entertaining moments, leaving one utterly exasperated. Bart could not help but vent his frustrations to the vice-captain, Jas. There was no remedy, for Kulim was a man of pride. Vegeta had dared to disregard his counsel, thus disrupting the rules of the game. Should he not be permitted to strike, he would become quite agitated. Jas, as the vice-captain and the strategist of the entire team, possessed an in-depth understanding of each member. The battlefield was rife with tension, and in an instant, Both figures vanished from view, the clash soon commencing. Chapter 25. The Misfortune of Vegeta. Prepare to meet your doom. Kaleem suddenly vanished, reappearing directly before Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch. Vegeta evaded the attack with an uncanny agility, swiftly retaliating. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows in a rapid flurry, and Kaleem seized the opportunity to land a solid hit, sending Vegeta crashing into a mountainside. Ding! A drop of 50 power attributes was detected ahead. The incessant notifications from the system delighted Gohan, who gazed at the scattered power attributes with glee. Meanwhile, Krillin sought to assist, yet found no suitable opportunity, for the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. Although Gohan's formidable strength provided ample support, rendering Vegeta's aid unnecessary, the latter still chose to intervene, signaling their unity as a team. Vegeta, in a fit of rage, obliterated the entire mountainside, charging at Kaleem with a relentless onslaught. Oh my, our Prince Vegeta seems intent on fighting to the bitter end. I am quite frightened. Kaleem taunted while deftly dodging Vegeta's strikes. I do relish your frustration. It amuses me that you cannot defeat me. How dare you underestimate me? I am a genius warrior of the Saiyan race. I could never be bested by a scoundrel like you. Upon hearing Kaleem's condescending remarks, Vegeta's pride ignited his fury, his aura surging forth as his movements quickened with each passing moment. He could not afford to lose this battle. He must sever his opponent's head and kick it like a ball. With a resounding thud, Kaleem's body was sent soaring into the air by a single kick, and Vegeta followed swiftly, as if playing soccer. He relentlessly assaulted Kaleem's form, before raising his hands high to deliver a powerful punch. A loud crash echoed as Kaleem's body collided with the ground, creating a deep crater. Floating triumphantly in the air, Vegeta seized the opportunity to unleash his royal technique, launching energy blasts upon Kaleem, trapped within the pit. A notification chimed in Gohan's mind. 100 battle power attributes dropped ahead. As Vegeta continued to unleash a barrage of energy blasts, the system in Gohan's consciousness incessantly relayed alerts. Boom! The energy blasts erupted within the crater, sending billowing clouds of smoke into the air. After firing hundreds, if not thousands, of energy projectiles, Vegeta took a moment to catch his breath, observing the swirling dust in the pit. Kaleem, that fellow, was just playing around. As the battle power attributes from the ground continuously soared toward Gohan, they seamlessly integrated into his being. The numerical representation of his personal attributes fluctuated wildly, gradually stabilizing after several breaths. Gohan was astonished to discover that his battle power had increased by over 30,000. Truly, the system is remarkable. Merely being a bystander allowed him to collect battle power attributes. Oh, my beloved Prince Vegeta, you nearly struck me down just moments ago. The exhilaration of toppling others must be delightful, yes? Now it is my turn to attack. As the smoke dissipated, Kaleem appeared disheveled, his clothes tattered and torn. He rose from the deep pit, soaring before Vegeta with a sinister grin. This is impossible. How could the scoundrel possess such strength? Vegeta's heart raced with fear as he beheld the unscathed Kurum. His feet involuntarily retreated a few steps. He had already exerted his utmost strength, with all his might unleashed. Kurum erupted with a formidable aura, channeling his full power into the battle. Small stones on the ground began to levitate, drawn by the overwhelming force emanating from his being. There was no longer any reason to play around. Two fists, as large as sandbags, struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Energy waves surged upward from the earth, and Vegeta was instantly struck, propelled into the air. Kurum offered no respite to his opponent. His speed surged dramatically as he charged towards Vegeta, his fist striking like a tempest. The sky echoed with Vegeta's anguished cries. With a powerful blow, Kurum sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Bang! The impact created a deep crater, with Vegeta lying helplessly at its center, gasping for breath and occasionally spitting out blood. He was in a dire state, utterly overpowered by Kurum. Ha ha ha, the little brat from Earth has arrived, Kurum remarked, turning to face Gohan and Krillin with a mischievous grin. Confidence surged within him. If he could incapacitate Vegeta, how could these two insignificant beings pose a threat? Ha ha ha, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Allow me to demonstrate my binding technique. Gohan, eager to test his newly acquired skill, felt that their objective on Namek had been achieved. The healing attributes of Dandy and the time abilities of Goku were now in his possession. What? My body won't move. Kurum's face twisted with terror as he stared at Gohan, trembling as though he had seen a ghost. He felt as if he were bound, completely immobilized. This sensation was all too familiar. Binding technique. Impossible. A mere earthling has mastered binding technique. Kurim found himself in deep trouble. Ginyu Force's guys and Buddha watched Gohan with astonishment. How could this boy possess Goku's superpower? Could he have just learned it? If so, that would be terrifying. Impressive, Gohan. You are truly remarkable. Krillin, standing beside, was equally stunned, realizing that Gohan had indeed mastered this technique. Having just experienced its might, he understood the inability to exert any force while bound. Ha ha ha, enjoy this. Gohan used the telekinesis technique once more. Stones from the ground levitated, raining down upon Kurim like bullets from a machine gun. Kurim screamed in agony as he was bombarded from above. His strength is now entirely confined, rendering him utterly incapable of exerting it. His body lies immobilized, and within mere moments, he is left battered and bruised. As the vice captain, Jis quickly perceives the dire situation. Adhering to any semblance of rules has become irrelevant. Observing that Kalim remains motionless, it is evident that he will inevitably fall victim to this impudent wretch. He cast a glance at Bart and nodded, after years of collaboration. The latter instantly comprehended Jis's intent. In an instant, both vanished from their original location, reappearing before Son Wukong. Jis and Bart aimed a kick directly at Son Wukong's head. Should these strikes connect, he would undoubtedly burst apart like a ripe gourd. The two individuals possessed unwavering confidence in their ability to rescue Kuririn, believing their speed to be the swiftest in the universe. However, their calculations proved to be misguided. What transpired next utterly shattered their understanding. Chapter 26. Son Wukong arrives at the battlefield on Namek. A circular spacecraft descended gently onto the surface. The cabin door opened, and Son Wukong emerged, beginning to attune himself to the energies of the planet. What is this planet? Why are there so many powerful presences? Moreover, several of them radiate a distinctly malevolent aura. How is it that Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin have gathered together? Why are there several formidable presences surrounding them? What could this possibly mean? Judging by Vegeta's energy signature, this individual has sustained severe injuries. Regardless, as long as I locate Gohan and the others, the truth shall be revealed. Goku heightened his energy and swiftly soared towards the direction of Gohan and Krillin. On Frieza's spaceship. What? His battle power has reached an astonishing 90,000? Ginyu expressed his bewilderment. As Goku descended upon Namek, both Frieza and Ginyu were slightly taken aback by the reading of 90,000 on their scouters. He has been closely monitoring the movements of this formidable fighting force. Upon landing on Namek, they swiftly approached the other members of the Ginyu Force. Intriguing, Ginyu. Go investigate what is truly happening. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips. A power level of 90,000 is hardly worth my effort. Ginyu can handle it. He is now intent on continuing his quest for the Dragon Balls. Utilizing his scanner, he has pinpointed the Grand Elder of Namek. Frieza believes that the last Dragon Balls are in the possession of these Namekians. Yes, I shall set forth immediately. Ginyu swiftly soared towards Goku's direction, while Frieza, seated in his BB vehicle, headed towards the Grand Elder and the Genius Warrior Nail. On the battlefield, Gohan observed the shifting energy signature of Frieza. It appears he suspects that the final two Dragon Balls are in the hands of the Namekians. As Frieza's energy moved, he sought the last remaining Grand Elder and the prodigious fighter Nail. Gohan. Krillin felt a sudden flicker before him, as two extraterrestrial beings materialized. This is too fast, he exclaimed in shock, instinctively warning Gohan. However, the strength of their opponents was overwhelmingly formidable. This is perfect, Gohan replied with a confident smile. He struck with lightning speed, instantaneously seizing the feet of Jis and Bart as they kicked. What? No, it cannot be. Both Bart and Jis were utterly astonished. Their collaboration had never faltered, particularly Bart, who had always believed that his speed was the swiftest in the universe. The two unleashed their full combat prowess in an attempt to break free from Gohan's grasp. Krillin was instantly swept away by this overwhelming aura. A tremendous force erupted, causing the ground to sink abruptly. Yet, Gohan remained immovable, as steadfast as a vice, firmly gripping the feet of both. Trying to escape is not so simple. With a vigorous motion, Gohan swung the two towards each other. Bang! They were immediately sent reeling, their heads spinning from the impact. Subsequently, he hurled them towards the direction that imprisoned Kulim. Demon Flash. Gohan raised his hands above his head, unleashing a colossal beam of energy that surged towards the trio. Bart, Guys, and Kulim, who had just regained consciousness, let out heart-wrenching cries. However, their bodies were ensnared, rendering them incapable of escape. The immense energy beam swiftly engulfed the three. From that moment forth, the Ginyu Force was left with but a single captain. Witnessing Gohan's display, Krillin was utterly awestruck. To take down three formidable foes in one fell swoop was indeed a cause for great celebration. Bang! The detector of Captain Ginyu, en route to the battlefield, exploded, startling him. Damn it, those wretched little brats from Earth, I shall make you suffer 1,000 deaths. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and roared, accelerating to the utmost limit. Simultaneously, Frieza's detector erupted in an explosion. He paused to glance in the direction of Gohan, then continued his flight towards the Grand Elder. Ginyu was hastening there as well. He would handle the situation. My primary objective now is to locate the Dragon Balls and make a wish. This is Goku's energy. It is incredibly potent. Krillin looked up into the sky, his face radiating joy. His spirit soared as Goku had finally arrived. In a matter of mere breaths, the small pebbles on the ground began to levitate. A fierce gust of wind swept through, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Krillin found it difficult to maintain his footing. Gohan, Krillin, are you both all right? As the dust settled, Goku's figure emerged. Seeing that both of them were unharmed brought him a sense of relief. Dad, you made it. Goku, this is wonderful. Gohan and Krillin quickly approached Goku, their faces alight with happiness. After exchanging pleasantries, Krillin animatedly recounted their journey to Namek. A formidable energy was approaching this way. Let us rescue Vegeta first, Goku remarked. Glancing at the pit where Vegeta lay, having gathered some understanding of the situation on Namek, he believed that the other party had not yet descended to the depths of depravity. After all, just moments ago, they had united against a common foe alongside Krillin. At this juncture, Krillin found himself rendered speechless upon witnessing Son Wukong's confrontation with Vegeta, with both father and son present. Their formidable aura instilled a sense of trepidation in their adversaries. Father, the Grand Elder's life is nearing its end. I wish to seek the Dragon Balls and make a wish, Son Gohan stated. The newcomer may not possess your overwhelming power, but they do possess a unique ability, the capacity to swap bodies. Exercise caution. Son Gohan cautioned Son Wukong. Just then, he noticed a sizable earthworm on the ground, picked it up, rendered it unconscious, and handed it to Son Wukong. What? An alien capable of such extraordinary feats as body swapping? I shall be vigilant. You should proceed to find the Dragon Balls, Son Wukong replied, astonished as he received the earthworm. He had not anticipated that the newcomer would possess such powers. Perhaps I should accompany you in your quest for the Dragon Balls. I am of little assistance here, Krillin remarked, taken aback by Son Gohan's words. Recalling the bizarre abilities of the four-eyed individual, he had not expected the newcomer's powers to be even more extraordinary. Very well, let us depart. Son Gohan nodded at Krillin before soaring toward the direction of Dandy and Bulma. The dragon of Namek could only grant wishes in the Namekian tongue. Before long, the two vanished from Son Wukong's sight. He tucked the earthworm away and leaped into the deep pit to confront Vegeta. Kakarot, you scoundrel. I shall slay you. Vegeta seethed. Recalling his experiences on Earth as he glared at Son Wukong, his eyes ablaze with fury as he lay in the pit, gritting his teeth. He was enraged, questioning how the opponent could possess such formidable strength. I am the prodigious warrior of the Saiyan race. You, a lowly fighter, have experienced merely a month's absence. How could your combat power ascend so dramatically? Ahem, Vegeta, your temper remains as fiery as ever. First, consume this Senzu bean to restore your fighting capabilities. A formidable adversary is approaching. With a cheerful expression, Son Goku said as he placed a Senzu bean into Vegeta's mouth. Such a worthy opponent must not perish. Gulp. Vegeta had witnessed the miraculous effects of this bean during his invasion of Earth. He devoured it without hesitation, as if it were nothing. Suddenly, he seemed to be invigorated, as if he had received a surge of energy. He rose from the ground, astonished, surveying his body. Not only had all his injuries completely healed, but his combat prowess had also significantly increased. Why does my fighting ability soar each time I recover from wounds? Could this be attributed to the innate nature of a Saiyan? Or perhaps it is through battle that one can enhance their strength. I must find an opportunity to verify this. Suddenly, he looked up towards the sky and beheld an alien, clad in attire identical to that of Vegeta, hovering above him. He looked down upon the two before him, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 27, The Divine Dragon, Palunga, on the Battlefield. Ha ha ha, Ginyu, your speed is truly abysmal. Now that you have arrived, the Ginyu Force is left with but one lone commander. Upon witnessing Ginyu's presence, Vegeta, fully revived, could not help but mock him. The previous encounter with Cooler's relentless assault had been utterly stifling. "Vegeta, it is a pleasure to see you. Where have those Earth children gone?" Ginyu inquired, unfazed by the words spoken. As he surveyed the chaotic battlefield, he noted the desolation, with only Son Goku and Vegeta present, the two Earthlings conspicuously absent. It appeared that the reading of 90,000 on the scouter indeed belonged to this individual. He gazed at Son Wukong with an expression of curiosity. "Are you referring to Gohan and Krillin? They have embarked on a quest for the Dragon Balls." He chuckled. "The energy emanating from you is remarkably potent. You must be quite a formidable opponent." Son Wukong sensed the immense power radiating from Ginyu. His heart raced with overwhelming excitement, as if his blood were about to boil. "What? The Dragon Balls?" Ginyu was utterly astonished upon hearing Goku's words. "This is dire. Frieza has now gone in search of the remaining Dragon Balls." The spaceship was in disarray, with 5 Dragon Balls still on board. The consequences would be unimaginable if those 2 little brats from Earth were to reach them first. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, for he had concealed the final Dragon Ball at the bottom of a fish pond. Even if those 2 found the other Dragon Balls, they would be unable to make a wish. Yet, what Vegeta could never have anticipated was that the Dragon Ball he had hidden would be discovered by Bulma using the Dragon Ball radar. He remained self-satisfied, reveling in the fact that he had concealed a Dragon Ball. With a swift decision, Ginyu unleashed a surge of white energy, propelling himself towards the spaceship. He has lost the will to fight here. He must hasten back to safeguard the Dragon Balls. Wish to depart? It is not so simple. Son Wukong is aware that this extraterrestrial being is undoubtedly rushing back to prevent Gohan and the others from gathering the Dragon Balls. He also utilized the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal strength, elevating his speed to its zenith, swiftly obstructing Ginyu's path. Ginyu, disinterested in combat, soared away in another direction. The 2 engaged in a fierce aerial chase. Meanwhile, aboard Frieza's spaceship, an alarm blared, an enemy attack. It turned out that Gohan and Krillin had located Bulma and Den through the Dragon radar, leading them to this very spot. The Frieza force issued warnings, and suddenly, a horde of small Rororos burst forth from the vastness of space. Each possessed a battle power in the range of 2 to 3,000. Within mere minutes, Gohan and Krillin dispatched them with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. With the aid of the Dragon radar, the 4 quickly located 5 Dragon Balls. Gohan retrieved 2 Dragon Balls from the system's space, bringing the total to 7. "Come forth, Shenron," Den exclaimed in the Namekian language, akin to the Earth's Dragon Balls. In an instant, the sky darkened, thunder rumbling ominously. Bulma, filled with trepidation, cowered behind Gohan. The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a blinding radiance that soared towards the heavens. Suddenly, a dragon resembling a toad, Porunga, materialized in the sky. "Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wishes, and they shall be granted. However, you are limited to 3 wishes." The crimson-eyed Shenron scanned the crowd with an imposing presence, his voice resonating with authority. At last, the 7 Dragon Balls were united. A faint smile crept across the wrinkled visage of the Grand Elder seated upon his throne. "We entrust the fate of Namek to you." Meanwhile, Frieza, having halted his ship, gazed into the sky, bewildered. "What is happening? Is that the dragon?" He soared towards the direction of the divine dragon with unrestrained fury. "Which scoundrel dared to seize the Dragon Balls from me? Emperor Frieza? How infuriating! I shall flay him alive, savoring each moment of his torment." Frieza gnashed his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, his eyes ablaze with rage. The once-cooked duck has now flown away, and one can only imagine the depth of his fury. Meanwhile, Ginyu and Vegeta stood in stunned disbelief, perplexed by how the clear sky had suddenly darkened. They beheld a colossal creature emerging in the distance, radiating a resplendent golden light, starkly visible against the backdrop of the night. Could this be the divine dragon? No, it is impossible. One of the Dragon Balls is still concealed by me. How could those 2 youngsters from Earth possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls? I shall not allow you to succeed. Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura, soaring towards the shimmering golden dragon. Ginyu, upon hearing Vegeta's words, was equally astounded, unable to believe that those 2 Earthlings had managed to assemble all 7 Dragon Balls so swiftly. He also soared towards the dragon, hoping to arrive in time. Upon witnessing this scenario, Son Wukong's lips curled into a sly smile as he too made his way towards the dragon. Dandy's first wish was to resurrect a being named Piccolo on Earth. His second wish was for the ability to teleport instantly. His third wish was to gain the capability to survive in the vastness of outer space. Son Gohan was far from being as indecisive as the characters in the anime. He fervently articulated 3 wishes to Dandy. In the anime, before the 3 wishes could be fulfilled, the Grand Elder passed away. Consequently, the Dragon Purunga vanished, rendering the opportunity for wishes utterly wasted. The instant transmission technique, however, stands as an extraordinary skill within the Dragon Ball universe. Goku has accomplished a plethora of astonishing feats utilizing this ability. For instance, during the Cell Saga, he employed instant transmission to transport the self-destructing Cell away from Earth. When Majin Buu obliterated the planet, he again used instant transmission to rescue Vegeta and Mr. Satan. This technique enables traversing the cosmos, facilitating both rescue and self-preservation. Gohan's third wish was motivated by a concern for safety. He yearned for the ability to survive in the vastness of space, so that even if a planet were to be destroyed, he could endure until he could utilize the Dragon Balls to revive it. Brother Gohan, I understand now, Dandy said, pointing at Gohan with the Namekian language, babbling excitedly to the dragon. The Grand Elder had once instructed him to assist Gohan in making wishes to the dragon, and the specifics of those wishes were of no concern. Krillin and Bulma had no objections to Gohan's wishes. The two, unable to comprehend the Namekian language, felt as if they were listening to arcane scriptures. These 3 wishes are quite simple. They shall be fulfilled forthwith, the dragon declared, its crimson eyes gleaming momentarily. Far away on King Kai's planet, the fiber-optic halo atop Piccolo's head vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai appeared in the Supreme Kai's realm. Upon witnessing this, Bubbles was filled with childlike joy, wiping away tears of excitement. The first wish has been realized. Now I shall grant your second wish. The dragon's eyes shimmered once again with a bewitching light, as a white aura enveloped Gohan's being. His mind was utterly clear, and a delightful sensation coursed through his body. The skill of instantaneous movement was seamlessly integrated into his consciousness. The second wish had been fulfilled, and now the third wish shall be granted. The voice of the dragon resonated once more, its eyes shimmering. A beam of white light entered Son Gohan's body once again. He felt as though every pore in his body was capable of breathing. Is this the skill required to survive in the cosmos? With 3 wishes fulfilled, farewell. The dragon Shenron instantly transformed into stone. The sky became clear in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. 7 stones fell from above. Chapter 28. Son Gohan attempts a new skill. Finally, I can rest easy. After the dragon's disappearance, the Grand Elder wore a smile. He had been holding his breath, waiting for a miracle to occur. Now, having accomplished his mission, he no longer needed to linger on in a half-life. His voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately resembling that of a slumbering soul. The Grand Elder, along with Nailu and Danjia, knelt before him, their eyes swollen and red with despair. Now, on Namek, only the 3 of them remained, 2 of them and Dandy. How infuriating. I shall not let you go unpunished. Meanwhile, Frieza, still en route, noticed a sudden illumination in the sky. The dragon had vanished, signifying that his wish had been utterly dashed. After traversing countless miles to seek the Dragon Balls, he found himself merely fabricating a garment for another. His teeth clenched in fury, akin to the discomfort of consuming a dead fly. When did the cosmic sovereign Frieza ever endure such indignity? He must ensure that his adversaries suffer in agony until their demise to alleviate the resentment dwelling within him. Simultaneously, he observed the sky illuminating, heralding the departure of the eternal dragon. Infuriating, he vowed never to show mercy. Those detestable earthlings, I shall undoubtedly bring about your end. Vegeta, along his path, came to a halt, his furious eyes bloodshot. He never anticipated that his aspirations would ultimately culminate in failure. He understood that such a commotion would undoubtedly draw Frieza's attention. There was no longer any necessity to linger in the past. How dare you attempt to seize what Frieza the Great had set his sights upon? Prepare to face his wrath. Ginyu observed as the sky illuminated. The dragon had vanished, and he realized that Frieza's wish could no longer be fulfilled. He observed Vegeta come to a halt, and an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude washed over him. Ha ha ha, it appears that the wish has been fulfilled. Let us settle this once and for all. Sun Wukong, witnessing both individuals cease their movements, exclaimed with palpable excitement. He was not intent on pursuing the 2 earlier. He merely wished to reach Son Gohan's side for a moment. However, with his desire now fulfilled, there was no longer any necessity to proceed. Krillin, take Bulma and Dandy and find a place to hide, Son Gohan instructed. He then stored Frieza's spaceship within his system space. The vessel appeared quite luxurious. With ample space inside, it might prove useful in the future. Understood, I will ensure their safety, Krillin replied. Gohan, please be careful. Brother Gohan, do take care. Bulma and Dandy echoed as they departed. Krillin recognized his own limitations. He could do little to assist here and deemed it wiser to safeguard Bulma and Dandy. Shortly after they left, Gohan thought to test this new skill. He focused his energy and soared into the sky, swiftly breaking through the atmosphere of Namek and entering the cosmos. Haha, this ability is truly remarkable, he exclaimed, feeling no discomfort in the vastness of space. However, as he gazed into the inky expanse of the universe, he found little of interest to behold. He silently attuned himself to the essence of each celestial body. But how detestable! Who could it be? Frieza returned hastily, shortly after Son Gohan's departure. Upon witnessing the ground strewn with the corpses of his legion, he realized that the spacecraft had vanished. His anger surged, veins bulging, and his slanted eyes seemed ablaze with fury. This was an intolerable affront. If he were to discover which scoundrel was responsible, he would ensure their torment until death. Indeed, it was with such intent that one with a combat power of 90,000 must be you. For I am well aware of Vegeta's might. Ginyu had long harbored disdain for Son Goku. Had it not been for the need to prevent the Earthlings from making wishes, he would have already eliminated this scoundrel. Now that the Eternal Dragon has vanished, there are no reservations left. After disposing of these two, he would seek out the Earth Brat. How dare this fool underestimate others? Vegeta, filled with unbridled rage, found himself ignited by Ginyu's words. In an instant, he unleashed a formidable energy blast. Captain Ginyu's form vanished, evading the onslaught of the energy projectile. A thunderous roar resounded as the blast obliterated a mountain into mere dust. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. What transpired? Could it be a battle? Was it the individual who had just stolen the Dragon Balls? Frieza, gritting his teeth in frustration, witnessed the mushroom cloud rising in the distance. He soared at full throttle towards the direction of the explosion. Vegeta, how could you resort to deceit? He is my adversary, Goku exclaimed upon witnessing Vegeta strike first. He refused to show any signs of weakness and charged towards Ginyu. You scoundrel, when did you become my adversary? Vegeta's fury surged uncontrollably. He requires a vigorous battle to dissipate the fury that resides within him. Ha ha ha, you two wild monkeys, even if you both come at me, I fear you not. Ginyu observed as the two made their initial moves. He did not show any signs of weakness and charged towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. The three of them were instantly embroiled in combat. Has it finally begun? In the vastness of the universe, Gohan sensed the battle occurring on planet Namek. A smile involuntarily graced the corners of his mouth as he sensed the presence of Son Wukong. In an instant, Son Gohan's form vanished from his original location, only to reappear on the battlefield. Within the Dragon Ball anime, instant transmission manifests in two distinct forms. The instant transmission of the inhabitants of planet Yardrat relies solely on the ability to sense energy, making it exceedingly convenient for locating others. Conversely, the instant transmission employed by the Supreme Kai's attendant, Kibito, allows for traversal across the cosmos, independent of energy signatures. Son Gohan perceived the instant transmission ability bestowed upon him by the dragon as exceptionally refined, akin to a harmonious fusion of the techniques from both the Yardrat inhabitants and Kibito. His current appearance is utterly whimsical, not at all besides Son Wukong. In the anime, Son Wukong employs instantaneous movement numerous times, always materializing near others. I recall an instance when Gohan was wielding the King Kai sword. Son Wukong teleported in an instant, nearly decapitating him. Ding. Ahead, combat power attribute 300. Gohan's sudden emergence onto the battlefield went entirely unnoticed by anyone. As soon as his figure emerged, the sound of system notifications echoed incessantly in my mind. In the sky, the battle among Vegeta, Ginyu, and Goku raged on, each punch raining down combat power attributes as if it were a torrential downpour. I eagerly collected them all, observing the ground strewn with combat power attributes. Gohan's face lit up with delight. The attributes scattered across the floor flowed into his limbs like a river, slowly permeating his very being. In the personal attributes interface, the combat power bar spun wildly, reminiscent of a money printing machine at work. Suddenly, the stones on the battlefield began to levitate, as a formidable aura enveloped the area in an instant. The three combatants halted their skirmish, their eyes fixed on the newcomer. Chapter 29. The Arrival of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Ha ha ha. I did not expect this place to be so lively, Frieza exclaimed. Vegeta, it seems your wings have grown stronger. His laughter, tinged with fury, sent a chill through the air. His sharp gaze swept over the three fighters, ultimately settling on Vegeta. Upon seeing Goku, a flicker of familiarity crossed his mind, as if he had encountered him before, yet the memory eluded him. Gohan, however, was utterly disregarded, merely perceived as a child. As he made his way here, he had already devised a plan to torment those who dared to steal his Dragon Balls, ensuring that their suffering would be unbearable. Frieza. Vegeta felt a twinge of trepidation at the sight of Frieza's arrival, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. Lord Frieza, you have finally arrived, Ginyu said with utmost respect, his spirits soaring at the sight of his master. Has the time come for your entrance? Gohan echoed the sentiment, brimming with excitement upon witnessing Frieza. The greater the strength, the more formidable the attributes that would fall. Just moments ago, the battle involving Ginyu and his companions yielded a staggering drop of over 300 in combat attributes, an unprecedented decrease. Are you the cosmic overlord, Frieza? May I engage you in combat? Goku, sensing Frieza's overwhelming aura, felt a surge of restlessness, unable to resist the urge for battle. Ha ha ha, how audacious of you. Pitiful monkey, who bestowed upon you the audacity to challenge me. Frieza's face twisted into a malevolent grin, recalling how those who had once spoken to him in such a manner had been reduced to cosmic dust. Lord Frieza, I shall dispose of them immediately, Ginyu proclaimed, eager to seize the moment. Very well, I shall relish in their torment, making them wish for death itself. Frieza, unhurried, chose to observe the unfolding spectacle first. A Saiyan with a battle power of 90,000? This individual appeared increasingly familiar. Suddenly, he recalled a figure resembling this one who had bravely stood against his energy wave before the destruction of planet Vegeta. It seemed that the Saiyan from Earth was undoubtedly the son of that warrior. How fortuitous, to have slain his father, and now to have the chance to eliminate both him and his son. What a delightful and exhilarating prospect. Understood, Ginyu responded, unleashing a formidable aura, determined to showcase his full might before Lord Frieza. He was enveloped in a shroud of white aura. The ground began to tremble, and waves of energy surged outward in all directions. The entire planet Namek started to quiver slightly. The power of Dragon Ball battles relies heavily on their roars. Son Goku took a firm stance, unleashing all his energy. Instantly, a torrent of energy formed a swirling tempest. The earth also began to tremble gently. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, relentlessly augmented his own strength. He summoned his full power, enveloped in a radiant white aura. The animosity between him and Frieza had reached a breaking point. Today, it would either be his demise or Frieza's. He now stood resolutely alongside Kakarot. Together, they would eliminate Ginyu before turning their attention to Frieza, thus securing a slim chance of survival. Is it about to begin? Such an impressive aura, even from this distance it is palpable. Krillin, accompanied by Bulma and Din, observed the unfolding events from a distant peak. His current task is to safeguard the two individuals, ensuring they remain unscathed by the tumult of the battlefield. What has transpired on this planet? Is it an earthquake? Bulma remarked, gazing at the quaking Namek. This is when Goku and his companions are about to engage in battle. The planet's incessant tremors are a consequence of their formidable powers, Krillin explained, directing his gaze toward the source of the energy. Prepare to meet your demise, wild monkey. Ginyu proclaimed as he initiated the assault, swiftly appearing before Goku to deliver a punch. In response, Goku unleashed a punch of his own, eager to gauge the opponent's strength. As was his customary approach, with a resounding crash, their fists collided. Ginyu remained steadfast, while Goku was propelled back several meters by the overwhelming force. Kakarot, that scoundrel is still concealing his true power. At this moment, Vegeta also arrived, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks toward Ginyu. Upon striking, he fought with relentless fervor, adopting a combat style starkly different from that of Son Wukong. The clash of fists echoed, easily evading Vegeta's assaults. Ginyu deftly sidestepped every attack, regardless of their swiftness. Remarkable! Soon, Son Wukong rejoined the fray, launching an offensive alongside Vegeta against Ginyu. The trio engaged in a fierce battle that spanned hundreds of exchanges. Watching this spectacle, Son Gohan was filled with joy as he perceived the fluctuating combat powers of the three fighters, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Son Wukong delivered a punch aimed at Ginyu, yet struck only a phantom, as Ginyu swiftly maneuvered to the right and countered with a punch of his own, albeit a moment too late. Bang! Ginyu rapidly landed a sweeping kick, sending Son Wukong plummeting to the ground like a kite severed from its string. In a breathtaking display, he executed a 360-degree somersault, dissipating the force of the impact. His feet carved deep trenches into the earth. Kakarot, cease this frivolity. Finish off this scoundrel quickly. We have Frieza to contend with. Vegeta bellowed in exasperation at Son Wukong. This villain had persistently concealed his true strength, refusing to unleash his full potential in battle. Is this not your true power? Ginyu questioned Son Wukong, looking down with an air of condescension. Currently, Jinyu's combat power stood at 110,000, while Son Wukong's normal state was merely 90,000. The disparity between their strengths was insurmountable, placing Son Wukong under significant pressure from the onset. Vegeta, step aside. Ginyu commanded as his colossal fists rained down with the rapidity of a machine gun's fire. Alone, Vegeta struggled against Jinyu's ferocious onslaught and was struck in the abdomen by a punch. Overwhelmed by pain, he expelled bile, clutching his stomach and bending over in agony. Ginyu interlocked his fingers, delivering a powerful blow that smashed Vegeta into the ground. Boom. The earth was instantly cratered by the impact. Having battled Ginyu, Son Wukong felt an incessant tingling in his hands. He contemplated that with both himself and Vegeta attacking Ginyu simultaneously, there was no need to employ the Kaioken technique. If he unleashed the Kaioken, he could easily overpower Ginyu, rendering their joint efforts unnecessary. He aspired to engage in a fair battle with Ginyu. However, after Vegeta's recent admonition, he realized that his initial thoughts were misguided. Frieza was, in fact, the paramount threat. Utilizing the Kaioken technique at double its normal strength, Goku, though lacking in clarity on other matters, possessed an unparalleled lucidity regarding combat, comprehending the situation better than anyone else. He let out a thunderous roar as the white aura transformed into a crimson blaze. Aware of Frieza's formidable strength, he realized the necessity of conserving his own power. He immediately joined the fray, and the tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Utilizing the Kaioken technique, Goku's combat power surged to an astounding 180,000. Captain Ginyu found himself utterly unable to withstand the relentless onslaught from his opponent. Soon, he was tossed about like a mere football, manipulated effortlessly within Goku's grasp. Ding! A notification echoed in the minds of the three combatants, indicating a boost of 300 to combat attributes. Since the onset of the battle, Gohan's mind had been inundated with prompts from his internal system. He eagerly collected every gain. The influx of combat power attributes surged into his body like a torrential flood, filling him with uncontainable joy. Frieza, with his triangular eyes, was equally astonished by the intensity of the three fighters. How could the Saiyan strength have escalated so dramatically? Especially that of the Earthborn Saiyan. Chapter 30. Jinyu's ambition on the battlefield. Gohan remarked, Vegeta, your combat power remains rather feeble. Allow me to assist you. In a flash, he appeared at the deep pit, addressing the battered Vegeta, who had been thoroughly defeated by Ginyu. He still hoped for the other party to contribute significantly to his combat prowess attributes. Son Wukong extended his palm towards Vegeta, and a gentle force emanated from his hand, visibly healing the wounds on Vegeta's body at an astonishing rate. In an instant, Vegeta was revitalized, standing tall and exhilarated. His fists clenched as he felt the immense power surging within him. Indeed, it seemed that with every injury healed, his combat strength would amplify. Vegeta, do you wish to further enhance your power? Son Wukong inquired with a beaming smile. If you desire the horse to run swiftly, you must ensure it grazes abundantly. Initially, he refrained from employing the Grand Elder's methods to help Son Wukong unlock his potential, intending instead to utilize Jinyu's hand to severely injure Son Wukong's body. For Saiyan's experience a significant boost in combat power after each recovery. However, Frieza's sudden appearance had completely disrupted the plan. Do you have a solution? Help me. Vegeta instinctively exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. This little brat had delivered far too many surprises to him. He has always been in pursuit of strength. All right. Relax. Son Gohan floated gracefully beside Vegeta, placing a hand upon his head. Vegeta wore a perplexed expression, questioning whether this would truly enhance his combat power. He was utterly unconcerned that Son Wukong might suddenly strike him down, for the latter had spared and saved him on numerous occasions. Son Wukong's hand, enveloped in a white aura, surged fiercely into Vegeta's being. Boom! A powerful energy erupted from Vegeta's body, causing the deep crater to magnify exponentially. While the ground cracked like a spider's web, Son Wukong also lowered his hand. This overwhelming presence emanated from Vegeta. Son Goku instantly sensed an immense energy. His eyes involuntarily wandered towards Vegeta from time to time. Is this commotion caused by Gohan? I remain uncertain as to how many matters he still has at hand. Haha, is this truly my strength? How formidable it is. It appears that even Frieza is no longer a match for me. Vegeta, sensing the overwhelming aura within him, felt as if he were about to soar into the skies. He discerned that this aura was even more formidable than that of the current Frieza. If the detector were able to register it, his power level had undoubtedly reached 500,000. No wonder he felt that his combat strength had surpassed that of Frieza. Vegeta truly embodies the essence of a genius warrior. His potential is not to be underestimated. What could this possibly signify? Is it the handiwork of that little brat? Frieza had been closely monitoring the battle between Ginyu and Goku, completely oblivious to the events unfolding with Vegeta. Now, his adversary had managed to create such a significant commotion. He too was utterly bewildered. Haha. What a good strike. In the air, being relentlessly tormented by Son Gohan, Ginyu experienced a profound coexistence of agony and joy. At times, his pain screams echoed, while at other moments, he burst into hearty laughter. Were one to witness this spectacle, they might presume he was on the brink of madness. Never did he anticipate that the strength of this Saiyan would be so formidable, leaving him utterly powerless to retaliate. He has already set his sights on this body. Now, he merely awaits the intense torment from the other party. For such an experience will undoubtedly heighten the thrill when the body swap occurs. Ginyu has completely relinquished his resistance. Has he already resolved to employ that particular move? Frieza exclaimed with a face alight with excitement. When the exchange transpires, one cannot help but ponder the expression on the other's face. Just the thought is exhilarating. Vegeta, vengeance must be served. Delay any longer, and the opportunity will vanish. Gohan remarked with a smile directed at Vegeta. He then lifted his gaze towards the battleground where Ginyu and Goku were engaged in combat, soaring out of the deep pit to continue observing the fierce clash from above. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, he discerned the intentions lurking in the other's mind. You wish to exchange bodies? How naive. Ginyu, prepare to meet your demise. With a forceful thrust of his legs, Vegeta caused the very ground to buckle beneath him. His body vanished in an instant. With a resounding thud, he materialized before Ginyu, delivering a powerful punch to his opponent's abdomen. He is a man who believes in settling scores. Just a moment ago, you were enjoying the thrill of striking. Now, experience the sensation of being struck. Ugh. Kinu's stomach twisted in agony, the pain becoming unbearable. He bent over, clutching his abdomen, and retched uncontrollably. Vegeta delivered another powerful punch to his opponent's back. These movements were executed with such fluidity that Ginyu had yet to react. His body plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball. Vegeta was determined to reclaim the dignity that had just been stripped away from him. He attacked Ginyu in the same manner. Son Gohan was utterly astonished to witness Vegeta's sudden surge in power, having been completely oblivious to the events that had transpired moments before. The disparity between the two was glaringly vast, akin to an adult overpowering a child. Boom. The ground was abruptly rent asunder, forming a deep crater. Cough, cough. Ginyu lay within the depths of the pit, coughing a few times. With an expression of exhilaration, he gazed up at Vegeta in the sky, akin to a man beholding a stunning beauty, drooling in admiration. This body was simply exquisite. A few punches had rendered him utterly incapacitated. His battle power of 110,000 felt like that of a mere child in comparison. This was the vessel I had long desired. Vegeta, your body shall be mine. A surge of energy emanated from Jinyu's form, instantly ensnaring Vegeta. A radiant beam of white light emanated from his mouth, hurtling towards his opponent. What is happening? I find myself utterly immobilized. Vegeta struggled with all his might, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet he was unable to summon any strength. This is dire. Could this be the extraordinary power that Gohan spoke of? The white light unleashed by Ginyu must be his very soul. Son Gohan hastily tossed the worm he held into the space before Vegeta. Lord Frieza, save me. Ginyu cried out anxiously to Frieza upon seeing the worm. How could this fool carry such a thing with him at all times? Do the Saiyans possess knowledge of my ability to swap bodies? How audacious. Frieza unleashed a crimson energy wave directed at the worm. Now, Ginyu was left with but a single subordinate. He would not allow this adversary to incapacitate his only ally before his very eyes. Not a chance. Son Gohan had anticipated Frieza's move, swiftly interposing himself to deflect the energy wave, sending it hurtling away. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave pierced through a towering mountain. Frieza was momentarily taken aback, contemplating another strike, but it was too late. He had not expected this young boy to block his energy wave. No, the worm successfully positioned itself before Vegeta. And in an instant, Jinyu's soul exchanged with the worm. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ginyu, vanish. Once Vegeta regained his mobility, he unleashed a furious energy wave, obliterating the worm-like figure in Ginyu's body on the ground. Although he had just been immobilized, he had witnessed everything clearly. Had it not been for Kakarot and his father's intervention, his soul might have exchanged with Ginyu's. Collecting everything, Son Gohan gathered the scattered battle attributes. The combat power in his personal attributes interface surged dramatically. I underestimated you, Frieza remarked with a malicious glint in his eyes, observing the trio with increasing sharpness. Chapter 31. Vegeta vs. Frieza. Frieza, spare us your arrogant boasts. I've long found you insufferable. Vegeta felt his energy surpassing that of Frieza, longing to grind his adversary into the ground. My dear Vegeta, I never anticipated that upon arriving on Earth, you would transform so completely. It has been some time since I last stretched my muscles. Today, I shall teach you what it means to be human. Frieza descended from his spacecraft, stretching his limbs. Now a solitary commander forced to act independently, Vegeta erupted with a formidable aura, waves of energy radiating outward, scattering the clouds above. The sea relentlessly battered the shore, and the ground trembled violently. Impressive, but I wonder how much your strength has truly progressed, Frieza observed quietly, though internally, he was engulfed in turmoil. Since his return from Earth, Vegeta seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Frieza, prepare to pay with your life. Vegeta had summoned all his combat power, charging eagerly toward Frieza. Come then, I shall show you the chasm that separates us. Frieza, undeterred, surged forward as well. Bang! Their fists collided instantaneously, releasing a shockwave that radiated in all directions. In their first clash, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage, involuntarily staggering backward several steps. A notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind. 300 battle attributes have been dropped ahead. As the battle commenced, the system's alert resonated within him. With a radiant smile, he stood before the onlookers. Frieza, have you become a mere soft-shell shrimp due to your prolonged inactivity? Vegeta seized the moment and charged at his opponent. Frieza steadied himself and delivered a punch at the incoming figure, only to find it had pierced through the opponent's body, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. This was but a feint by Vegeta, who then appeared behind Frieza, striking with a powerful blow. Bang! Without looking back, Frieza countered with an elbow strike against Vegeta's approaching fist. The tremendous force of the clash sent both combatants reeling. They instantly engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with raw physicality. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment, Light Beam. As Frieza and Vegeta battled, beams of crimson light suddenly erupted from Frieza's eyes, catching his adversary off guard. This is bad. Vegeta sensed the fluctuation in energy and executed a roll just in time to evade the assault. Had he not mastered this skill on Earth, he would have been in grave danger. Ding! A light beam attribute has dropped ahead. Will you collect it? Nowhere to run. Multi-death beam. Frieza's fingers unleashed a barrage of red and white beams directed at Vegeta, reminiscent of a princely technique. Goodness! Vegeta clumsily dodged the incoming beams. The ground trembled as if bombarded by artillery, engulfed in chaos and rising dust. Ding! Death beam dropped. How is this possible? Frieza's power level is astonishing. Our speed and strength should be comparable. Vegeta felt increasingly alarmed as he hurriedly evaded the light attacks. Incredible! How can Vegeta's strength be so formidable? Goku observed the intensity of the battle between Vegeta and Frieza, feeling a twinge of envy. Just moments ago, Vegeta had been in dire straits against Ginyu. Yet now he was so fierce. Dad, let me help you unlock your potential. It seemed that Vegeta was struggling to defeat Frieza. Gohan noticed his father's envious expression, understanding his eagerness to join the fray. If Goku entered the battle, they could collectively harvest the power attributes. What? Gohan, did you enhance Vegeta's strength? Hurry and help me as well. I can hardly contain my excitement for battle. Goku paced back and forth, eager for action. He was filled with excitement, utterly surprised by Gohan's remarkable ability. Gohan smiled and nodded, raising his hand to rest gently on Goku's head, employing a technique akin to that of Vegeta. He elevated Goku's power. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming aura erupted from Goku's body, sending a shockwave radiating in all directions. He sensed the terrifying power of his own body, filled with joy. What do you think? Are you satisfied with my strength? Frieza remarked with a smile, observing the disheveled Vegeta. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride within him. Now was the perfect moment to trample this arrogant individual into the ground. Frieza, do not revel in your triumph too soon. As soon as Son Gohan enhanced his power, he immediately joined the fray. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch directly to Frieza. Bang! Frieza, lacking the ability to perceive fluctuations in energy, was caught off guard by the blow. His body soared like a missile, instantly crashing into a grand mountain. Vegeta's peril was also averted. Battle, battle, battle. He unleashed a relentless barrage towards the direction where Frieza had fallen. Energy orbs were hurled forth as if devoid of cost. The ground trembled and shattered, engulfed in a cloud of dust and debris. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens. Vegeta ceased his onslaught, breathing heavily. It was time to gather all that had been scattered. Gohan observed the attributes strewn across the ground, flowing into his being like a tidal wave. His personal attributes now included special abilities, beam attack and double death ray. His combat power surged exponentially. The eye beam, a skill that enabled the eyes to emit beams of energy, proved formidable in battle, catching opponents off guard. The death ray, one of Frieza's signature energy attacks, concentrated ki into his fingertip before unleashing a rapid red laser, capable of piercing foes or delivering non-lethal injuries. In his golden form, this technique's potency was amplified, allowing Frieza to swiftly eliminate numerous assassins from Universe 9. The double death ray, executed with 2 fingers, boasted a speed far exceeding that of the standard death ray. Frieza once intended to use this move against Gohan, but Vegeta intervened. The multiple death ray was a rapid succession of purple energy waves emitted from his fingertips, relentlessly assaulting his adversaries. The frenzied death ray, a technique employed by Frieza in his third form against Piccolo, though less powerful, was characterized by its astonishing firing rate, designed to torment opponents. The death ray net unleashed countless death rays from both hands, weaving them into a net that ensnared foes, inflicting harm upon contact. This technique was notably energy-consuming. Haha, Frieza. This technique is truly invaluable, Gohan exclaimed with pride. With this, launching energy waves will be a mere trifle. Ah, how delightful. You are indeed fortunate to witness my second form. Prepare to experience the terror of true power. As the dust settled, Frieza stood unscathed, having activated his protective shield. Frieza, cease your empty boasts. Today marks your demise, Vegeta retorted, skeptical of Frieza's claims, having spent years by his side without ever hearing of a second form. Second form? Goku inquired, puzzled by Frieza. Could this not be his true strength? Let the battle continue, so I may harvest your combat power further. Son Wukong smiled faintly. In truth, since Frieza ascended to the throne of the Cosmic Emperor, he seldom engaged in battles. It is understandable that Vegeta was unaware of his ability to transform. A powerful and domineering aura emanated from Frieza, enveloping his form in a whirl of white energy. Both Vegeta and Son Wukong were taken aback by this formidable presence. Is he a monster? A formidable and terrifying aura continues to escalate. Chapter 32, Frieza's second form. Ho ho ho, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Frieza remarked with a satisfied smile after transforming into his second form. He secretly reveled in the astonishment reflected in the eyes of Goku and Vegeta. In this second form, he had grown taller, his physique robust, reminiscent of his father King Cold's usual appearance. I did not anticipate that your strength would increase once more. You truly are a fearsome being, Goku said, eyeing Frieza's form with admiration. His thoughts are rather straightforward. He merely yearns to engage in combat with formidable opponents. To speak less and act more, Vegeta is known for his explosive temperament. Without hesitation, he charges towards his adversary with a powerful punch, his speed reaching its zenith. Fully aware that Frieza's energy surpasses his own, he sought to triumph through sheer speed, yet his aspirations were grand while reality proved starkly different. With a resounding thud, Frieza effortlessly intercepted Vegeta's punch with an outstretched palm. As the battle commenced, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind, indicating a power level drop of 400. What? How could this be? Vegeta, taken aback, strained to break free from Frieza's iron grip. Do you believe my second form merely enhances my strength? Frieza taunted with an air of arrogance. Vegeta, you are woefully unprepared to confront me. Do not look down upon me. I am the mightiest Saiyan. Vegeta retorted, his eyes bloodshot, his energy flaring uncontrollably as he launched a furious punch in response. Yet, Frieza, ever the aggressor, struck first, delivering a blow to Vegeta's abdomen. His gaze filled with contempt and amusement. Gasping, Vegeta felt the searing pain in his gut, as if his insides were twisted in knots. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering Frieza's face. Ugh, Monkey, your blood reeks. Frieza remarked disdainfully, licking the warm blood from his face. Vegeta's body slumped, his energy waning. Gohan watched him passively as the situation unfolded. This truly was a tragic spectacle, with one punch rendering Vegeta incapacitated. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, akin to a battle between an adult and a child. Frieza's power in his second form soared to 1.6 million, while Vegeta's paled at a mere 500,000. How could he possibly contend? Had Frieza not sought to humiliate Vegeta, that blow could have easily been fatal. In a moment of desperation, Goku unleashed a threefold Kaioken. Witnessing Vegeta's plight, he surged forward, enveloped in crimson energy, striking towards Frieza with the speed of lightning. Do you think this move still holds any merit against me? Frieza sneered, having learned from their previous encounter. Release Vegeta. Goku commanded, raising his fists high to deliver a crushing blow to Frieza's back. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's body was propelled like a cannonball, creating a deep crater upon impact. Now, he had completely lost his fighting spirit. Goku, with a heart of compassion, witnessing Vegeta's relentless suffering, accelerated even further, closing the distance to Frieza in an instant, only to be met with a counterattack. The clash resounded with a series of explosive impacts. In an instant, the two exchanged several blows, their strengths evenly matched. Frieza was slightly taken aback, astonished by the formidable power of the Saiyans from Earth, capable of keeping pace with his own speed and strength. Had every Saiyan possessed such terrifying might, the universe would have long been under their dominion. It seemed that his previous decision to annihilate planet Vegeta and eradicate all Saiyans had indeed been a prudent choice. Ding. Combat Power Attribute 400. The higher the combat power, the greater the attributes dropped. Gohan observed the significant attribute drop with an air of indifference. He had grown numb to it. Frieza executed a sweeping kick aimed at Goku's head, but the latter swiftly raised a hand to block the attack. Seizing the moment, Goku retaliated with a kick aimed at Frieza's abdomen. However, Frieza deftly maneuvered his body to evade the strike. Ah, what a thrill. It had been ages since he had encountered a true adversary. Frieza was drenched in sweat, exhilarated by the long-awaited opportunity to engage in combat. He chuckled to himself, thinking that had he not employed the triple Kaioken, he would have surely succumbed. You are the most formidable opponent I have ever faced, Goku remarked with a proud grin. He delights in battling with the strong, does he not? Then let us indulge in a bit of amusement. The sphere of confinement. A sinister smile crept across Frieza's lips. He suddenly conceived an amusing trick, enveloping Son Wukong in a sphere of luminous mist. What? Why can't I move my body? Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Ensnared by the mist and rendered immobile, this maneuver was akin to the extraordinary abilities of a dumpling, effectively immobilizing the opponent. To his surprise, Frieza possessed such supernatural powers as well. Ha ha ha, let us engage in a game of soccer. Frieza, with a playful spirit, sought to trample the Saiyans beneath his feet, reveling in their subjugation. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent Son Wukong soaring through the air. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared on the opposite side, delivering another kick that propelled his opponent back. It was as if he were a player immersed in the joy of a football match. Alas, Son Wukong had lost his ability to move. Left dazed and disoriented from Frieza's relentless assault, he was overcome with a nauseating sensation. How infuriating it is that Frieza's power could possibly be so formidable. I absolutely cannot afford to lose. Vegeta, trapped within the pit, furiously struck the ground. I refuse to accept being perpetually trampled underfoot by Frieza. I must become infinitely stronger. Is this all you are capable of, Vegeta? What purpose does it serve to sulk in this pit? If you are a man, then you must confront Frieza once more. Just wait until I make my move, then you shall have no chance left to play. Gohan was still eager to reap another wave of Vegeta's combat prowess. He approached the other party and administered the necessary treatment. After his recovery, Vegeta experienced a significant enhancement in his inner strength. He rose to his feet, clenching his fist with an expression of exhilaration. That wretched little imp, it was you who was behind this mischief. Frieza observed as Gohan successfully healed Vegeta. He had deliberately dealt a devastating blow to his opponent just moments ago. It had always perplexed him how, at that time, Ginyu had rendered Vegeta utterly incapacitated, only for him to seemingly resurrect with full vigor and even greater strength in the blink of an eye. Now, the source of this mystery was finally clear. It stemmed from that little brat. If he did not eliminate this pesky child first, the troubles would be endless. At that moment, Frieza's murderous intent had already taken root. Chapter 33, The Fear of King Kai Frieza. Vegeta, having revived completely, wasted no time in joining the fray. He soared towards Frieza, conjuring an energy sphere in his grasp and hurling it forth. How bothersome indeed. Frieza began to gather energy into a luminous sphere, preparing to unleash it upon Goku's binding energy orb. Upon witnessing Vegeta's resurrection, he decided to eliminate one first. With a swift incantation, Gohan instantly activated his superpower, restraining Frieza's movements. He observed a murderous intent flickering in the opponent's eyes. What? My body has become paralyzed. This is the ancient binding technique of Gudo. Suddenly, Frieza sensed that he could no longer move. The energy he had begun to gather also dissipated. He was taken aback. Was this the ancient power of Dugu? He never anticipated that even the offspring of the Saiyans possessed such extraordinary abilities. It was imperative to resolve this swiftly, for leaving it unchecked would spell disaster. Boom. The energy blast unleashed by Vegeta struck the imprisoned Frieza in an instant, the explosion resonating with deafening intensity. He turned his head in astonishment, gazing at Gohan, utterly taken aback that this young boy could wield such extraordinary powers. With a surge of energy coalescing in his hands, he directed a barrage of energy blasts toward Frieza, unleashing a relentless onslaught. That was truly perilous, Goku remarked, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, still haunted by the memory of the energy orb Frieza had conjured moments earlier. As Gohan ensnared Frieza with his psychic abilities, Goku regained his mobility. The air was thick with swirling smoke as he summoned energy blasts, unleashing them with reckless abandon. His actions were as fierce as a tiger's. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Combat Power Attribute, 500. Ding! Combat Power Attribute, 500 dropped ahead. The system's alerts resonated continuously within Gohan's consciousness. He beheld Vegeta's frenzied onslaught, as his combat attributes plummeted like a torrential downpour. Witnessing the battlefield strewn with such power, Gohan's lips curled into a satisfied smile, justifying his efforts in healing him. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta unleashed hundreds, even thousands, of energy blasts, the explosions expanding in magnitude. Observing his handiwork, he nodded in approval, momentarily halting his actions. At this juncture, Vegeta was also catching his breath. You bothersome wild monkeys shall witness what true overwhelming power looks like. After a considerable time, as the thick smoke cleared, Frieza's form became visible. He wiped away the blood from his lips, and his body began to radiate a fierce, potent energy. A sphere of white aura enveloped Frieza, crackling with tendrils of electricity. His physique began to undergo a transformation. Horns began to sprout from his back. How could this be possible? Could Frieza still possess the ability to metamorphose? What manner of monster is this creature? As he sensed the overwhelming aura, beads of cold sweat incessantly trickled down Vegeta's brow. He was utterly astonished that Frieza had concealed his true power. What was the situation? Was this truly his real strength? As Son Wukong sensed Frieza's formidable and domineering aura, he was left in a state of profound shock. He never anticipated that his opponent would continuously challenge and redefine his understanding. Collect it all, Son Gohan silently contemplated. He pays no heed to Frieza's transformations. Those with greater strength can unleash even more formidable combat power. Witnessing the chaotic infusion of combat attributes all around him into his very being is a sight to behold. His complexion displayed a striking shade. The combat power attribute fluctuated incessantly. Planet North Kai. To his astonishment, Frieza was capable of transformation. This could spell trouble. Far away, the Kai watching this battle from Planet North was sweating profusely, trembling in fear. The sheer magnitude of this power was truly terrifying. He had long warned Son Wukong to refrain from provoking the Cosmic Emperor Frieza. What should be done now? King Kai's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Gohan. It appeared as though he was utterly unfazed by Frieza's terrifying aura, and the latter seemed to take great delight in the situation. Could it be that Gohan's fighting prowess surpassed that of Frieza? Observing the unwavering calm on Gohan's face, a flicker of hope ignited within King Kai. The last crisis on Earth was averted thanks to this young lad. Could another miracle possibly unfold now? King Kai, what is troubling you? Yamcha inquired. Noticing King Kai lost in thought, his body trembling, Tien and the others also ceased their training, their gazes fixed upon him. Now, Frieza and Son Wukong had come face to face. King Kai turned to the group to elucidate. To ascend to the throne of a cosmic emperor, one must possess remarkable strength. He can now sense the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza's body. Is that truly the case? With the Kaioken technique enhancing the power of Goku and his son, Frieza would undoubtedly be unable to defeat them. Alas, we are deprived of the opportunity to witness their battle utilizing the Kaioken technique, Tien Shin lamented. He was eager to witness the unfolding events on planet Namek. Lord King Kai, you must have a way for us to see it, don't you? Yamcha exclaimed with palpable excitement. The previous battle on Earth had left him feeling quite restrained. Piccolo also perked up, curious to glimpse the true nature of his homeland. However, he was a person who struggled with communication and social interaction. Ha ha ha, you underestimate me. I am the ruler of the North Galaxy. Is it so difficult to observe the situation on Namek? Simply place your hands on my back, the North Kai proclaimed, his spirits suddenly lifted. Brimming with pride as he addressed Tien and the others, the group complied, resting their hands on the Kai's back. Instantly, the scene on planet Namek materialized vividly in their minds, as if they were watching a film. On Namek, fierce winds howled, and the sky crackled with lightning. Resembling the onset of an apocalypse, waves crashed violently against the shores, and the ground trembled as if an earthquake were occurring. Ah, Krillin. What is happening to this planet? Bulma nearly lost her composure. Planet Namek often felt like it was on the brink of destruction, with deafening, terrifying sounds echoing through the air, and the ground shaking tumultuously. Bulma, this planet cannot withstand Frieza's overwhelming power, which is why such phenomena are occurring, Krillin explained. He dinned. And Bulma observed the battle from a distance, as the clash between Frieza, Goku, and Vegeta shattered all of Krillin's prior perceptions. He also witnessed this unparalleled clash of titans throughout history. The focus shifts back to the battlefield, where Frieza has finally achieved his third transformation. He clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming power surging within him. Vegeta instinctively took a few steps back upon witnessing Frieza in this form. The intensity of his aura was simply too formidable. Compared to his previous forms, Frieza's third transformation was visually striking, with muscles further bulging and his physique taking on a broader shape. His visage appeared exceedingly menacing, exuding a palpable sense of malevolence, reminiscent of the alien beings depicted in renowned science fiction series. Ha ha ha, to allow you to experience terror beyond hell. I have chosen to bypass this form and engage you in my ultimate state, Frieza declared, his triangular eyes scanning both Vegeta and Goku, filled with a playful glint. The formidable aura emanating from his body surged forth relentlessly. What? This cannot be all of Frieza's strength, can it? Is it possible for him to transform again? It is truly terrifying. Vegeta and Goku stared at Frieza in astonishment, as if gazing upon a monster. They never anticipated that their understanding would be reshaped time and again by their adversary. A force akin to an ocean's expanse surged from Frieza's being, with waves of energy radiating outward, pushing both Goku and Vegeta backward. Chapter 34. Overwhelming Power, King Kai's Planet. How could this be possible? Does Frieza possess no limits? This power is overwhelmingly formidable. Is Frieza truly a monster? The intensity of this force continues to escalate. Could he genuinely transform once more? One wonders if Goku and his son are capable of confronting Frieza in his transformed state, for the aura he now exudes is utterly terrifying, far exceeding their comprehension. Yamcha and the others observed the unfolding events on planet Namek from behind King Kai. They were all astounded by the terrifying combat prowess of Frieza. Cold sweat streamed down their foreheads as they trembled in fear. Never had they encountered such a dreadful aura before. They could hardly fathom the existence of such a formidable creature in the universe. Uncontrollably, their attention converged upon Gohan. Hoping that this young boy could once again perform a miracle, they observed that Sun Wukong appeared remarkably composed, as if he regarded Frieza with utter indifference. Their hearts gradually found a semblance of tranquility. The King of the North, too, was in a state of bewilderment, devoid of any discernible thoughts. Even deities have their limitations, and he could only resign himself to the flow of circumstances. Frieza, at long last, are you prepared to unleash your full might? It is also time for me to reveal my true strength. As Gohan observed Frieza's form undergoing a remarkable transformation, the miniature version of Frieza began to take shape. A formidable wave of energy surged across the battlefield, illuminating the sky with flashes of lightning and thunder. The ocean relentlessly battered the shores, while the ground erupted with bottomless fissures. The entire planet of Namek trembled once more, as though it were experiencing an earthquake. Krillin felt this overwhelming power, as if he were extracted from water. Sweat had thoroughly drenched his body. Apologies for the wait, Frieza declared after approximately 5 or 6 minutes. As the ground finally ceased its quaking, this was Frieza's ultimate form. His true form is diminutive, yet with a combat power elevated to 50. It reaches an astonishing 60 million. The Kaioken technique amplified 20-fold. Goku sensed the overwhelming aura of Frieza and elevated his Kaioken to 20 times. At this moment, his battle power equated to a staggering 10 million. The disparity in combat prowess between the two was insurmountable. Whoosh! Frieza's speed was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Goku. What? Goku immediately sensed Frieza's presence at his rear, yet he had no time to react. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Goku felt a searing pain strike his back, propelling his body like a missile toward the ground. Rumbling. Goku executed a 360-degree flip to dissipate the force of the impact and charged once more at Frieza. Had Frieza not been intent on humiliating him, that punch would have been far more devastating. Otherwise, Goku would have met his demise long ago. Vegeta lunged forward, launching a furious barrage against Frieza. Yet the latter effortlessly evaded his attacks. At this juncture, Goku also joined the fray, but both warriors found their strikes easily thwarted by their adversary. Ha ha ha. You wretched wild monkeys, do you think my transformations are merely cosmetic? With each transformation, my speed and strength multiply exponentially. I am merely toying with you. Frieza mocked while deftly dodging Vegeta's assaults. His current strength and speed are beyond the reach of both Vegeta and Goku. Frieza, you underestimate humanity far too much. A more intense aura erupted from Vegeta, his combat power surging once again under the influence of his fury. Goku's eyes sparkled with fervor for battle. He remained indifferent to the strength of his opponent. The mere opportunity to engage in combat exhilarated him. The Saiyan constitution thrives on intensity. Their power escalates continuously in the heat of battle. You all should take a breather. It is now my turn to strike you. Frieza proclaimed with a self-satisfied grin. Suddenly, his figure vanished from sight. Here, Goku swiftly turned and delivered a punch behind him. However, his fist merely passed through Frieza's illusion. When Frieza reappeared, he was already behind Vegeta, launching a powerful punch. Vegeta sensed Frieza's aura behind him and, without turning, retaliated with an elbow strike. Boom! A shockwave dispersed in all directions, propelling Vegeta away. Multiple death beams. Frieza and Vegeta exchanged blows. Frieza remained unwavering, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. His slanted eyes glared at Vegeta, fingers unleashing beams of lethal energy. How infuriating! I refuse to be defeated. Vegeta's furious voice echoed once more as he launched another energy blast. Boom! The air was filled with the thunderous explosions of multiple death rays and energy orbs, reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display, with thick smoke billowing. The blast radius expanded, forcing Vegeta to retreat repeatedly. Experience the full force of my technique, Supernova. Frieza's finger coalesced a dark red energy, which began to swell at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, the energy sphere grew to the size of a towering mountain. As his fingers glided downward, a colossal energy sphere hurtled toward Vegeta. This was the Supernova, an evolved version of the Death Sphere, possessing a potency far surpassing that of its predecessor. The mechanical Frieza had employed this technique against Trunks. Yet it was effortlessly evaded. The Big Bang attack. Vegeta, taken aback by the enormity of the energy, instinctively retreated several steps. He steadied his mind, casting away the fear that lingered within. Channeling all his strength, he summoned his most formidable technique, directing the beam of his ultimate attack, the Final Flash, towards the incoming Crimson Energy Sphere. At this moment, Vegeta's combat prowess seemed insufficient to withstand the overwhelming destructive force encapsulated within that energy blast. With a thunderous clash, the two waves of energy collided, Frieza's dark red energy sphere mercilessly overpowering Vegeta's Final Flash. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta unleashed a furious torrent of energy towards the beam. It was dire. He could not withstand the onslaught of that energy blast. Him.Ha. Goku, witnessing Frieza's colossal crimson energy sphere, felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. He swiftly appeared beside Vegeta, unleashing the Kaioken X-20 Kamehameha. With a resounding crash, Goku's Kamehameha and Vegeta's Final Flash instantaneously repelled Frieza's dark crimson energy sphere. Do you think that sheer numbers grant you an advantage? In the presence of absolute power, you are but insignificant ants, Frieza proclaimed with an air of arrogance and dominance. As he unleashed a torrent of energy, the dark crimson sphere expanded severfold. Once again, Frieza propelled the energy sphere towards them. Hold your ground, Goku urged as he was relentlessly pushed back by the immense dark crimson energy sphere. Despite the overwhelming force, he gritted his teeth, determined to endure. How can Frieza's combat power be so formidable? Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. He wore a visage of fury, exerting every ounce of strength he could muster. Yet, despite his efforts, he witnessed no discernible effect. The dark crimson energy sphere remained as formidable as ever. His footsteps continued to retreat. This is bad. I can't hold on any longer. Sun Wukong unleashed a frenzied assault, and the energy beam of the Kamehameha surged dramatically. Ding! A battle power attribute of 1000 has dropped ahead. Ding! Another battle power attribute of 1000 has dropped. Chapter 35, The Universe's Strongest Warrior, Super Saiyan. All attributes collected. Son Gohan focused his thoughts, and the battle power attributes surged wildly into his body. For several minutes, The battle power attribute bar continued to rise. Upon seeing the battle power display reach 10 million, he gasped in astonishment. Arriving at planet Namek had truly been rewarding. With the assistance of the system's attribute collection, his battle power had increased by several million. He also acquired Din's healing abilities, the Elder's potential unlocking properties, and the capability to read others' memories. Additionally, he gained Guru's supernatural powers, binding techniques, object manipulation, and time attributes, along with Frieza's skills, including the Death Ray and Eye Laser. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, with Son Wukong's Kamehameha further amplified by the 20x Kaioken, the energy surged immensely. The two energies momentarily aligned. Ha ha ha, wild monkeys. Is this all your power? I can secretly tell you that this is not even my full strength. Frieza's power surged once more, now exceeding 60 million in battle power. Vegeta and Son Wukong were utterly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. A massive crimson energy sphere momentarily halted his advance, only to push Vegeta and Son Wukong back once again. Damn it, am I really going to die here today? I refuse to accept this. Vegeta roared in fury to vent the rage and frustration within him. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, his strength gradually waning, and it seemed he was on the verge of collapse. Remarkable, we find ourselves utterly incapable of rebuttal. Gohan, take action. I can no longer withstand this. Son Wukong exerted every ounce of his strength, yet he was still unable to fend off the oncoming onslaught of the dark red energy sphere. Unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave requires an immense expenditure of stamina. He could only seek assistance from Gohan. The current strength of Frieza was overwhelmingly formidable. Goku had no choice but to call upon Gohan to engage. Ever since the latent power within his son was unleashed, his combat abilities became unfathomable. Although he had managed to suppress his power, an undercurrent of danger still emanated from him. Ha ha ha, wild monkey, have you been rendered speechless? You dare summon a mere child to confront me? No one shall leave this planet today. The Saiyans will face extinction. Frieza laughed maniacally, fueled by his immense power. He exhibited no fear, believing that everyone before him existed merely as insignificant insects. Moreover, Gohan was merely a child. A low growl escaped Gohan as he assumed a horse stance, fist clenched tightly, and a pillar of energy surged skyward. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The stones on the ground began to levitate, and upon reaching a certain altitude, they disintegrated into dust. A wave of energy radiated from Gohan, sweeping outward in all directions, akin to a typhoon, as dust and debris danced chaotically across the ground. His aura surged with an overwhelming and fierce intensity. The ground, unable to withstand such formidable power, began to crack inch by inch. The waves relentlessly crashed upon the shore, as if heralding the apocalypse. With each increment of Son Wukong's energy, the entire Namek planet trembled violently. Soil cascaded from the mountains, and seawater began to surge back ominously. Could it be that this insufferable brat is a Super Saiyan? No, that cannot be. The universe's mightiest warriors, the Super Saiyans, emerge only once every millennium. Surely, the one most likely to ascend to Super Saiyan status must be me, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta sensed this potent and commanding aura. He found himself murmuring involuntarily. The terrifying aura was even more potent than that of Frieza moments ago. This suddenly reminded Vegeta of an ancient legend regarding the Super Saiyans. How could the Saiyans possess such formidable power? Today, he was determined to eradicate all Saiyans on this planet. Although Frieza did not comprehend the significance of sensing such overwhelming energy, he observed the tremors of Namek and the changes in the weather. He sensed a faint whiff of danger. A Super Saiyan? Are you suggesting that Gohan is a Super Saiyan? What about the claim that a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years? Son Goku posed a series of soul-searching inquiries. He was utterly oblivious to what a Super Saiyan truly was. This was the first time he had ever heard it spoken by Vegeta. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura engulfed the arena. Gohan's energy surged to its zenith. A golden aura erupted around him, his hair and eyebrows instantaneously transforming to a brilliant yellow. His pupils shifted to a striking blue, and his gaze became piercingly sharp, emanating an icy demeanor. Son Gohan's keen eyes swept over Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza, ultimately resting on Frieza with an emotionless stare, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. In his transformed state as a Super Saiyan, his eyes were a chilling blue, filled with a relentless aura of lethal intent. The very notion that a Saiyan could undergo such a transformation was astonishing. His gaze was terrifying. I found myself unable to meet his eyes. Frieza squirmed uncomfortably, as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast from primordial times. His heart was engulfed by fear. A Saiyan with golden hair? Frieza gazed upon the golden-haired Gohan, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, the admonition of the ancestors of the frozen demon clan echoed in his mind as they faced their demise from this moment on. You must never provoke the Saiyans with golden hair. The Super Saiyan. Vegeta gazed at Gohan, who radiated a formidable aura, enveloped in a halo of golden flames. His hair transformed to a brilliant yellow. In a fit of exasperation, he bellowed in fury. He had always believed himself to be the most likely candidate to ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans, possessing the pure and noble bloodline of the royal Saiyan lineage, while also being a prodigious warrior. Little did he anticipate that a lowly fighter, the offspring of a human, would emerge as a Super Saiyan. How astonishing! He never expected Gohan to possess such transformative power. Is this what Vegeta referred to as a Super Saiyan? This aura radiates with the vastness of the cosmos. Son Goku's face was alight with excitement and envy. He could scarcely believe the immense strength his son possessed. A Super Saiyan emerging once in a millennium, as Vegeta had claimed. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, its sovereign ruler. Damn it. Those yellow-haired Saiyans are not to be trifled with. Who would believe such nonsense? The Frost Demon race is the most formidable in this universe. Saiyans, today I shall obliterate all of you on this planet. Frieza suppressed the fear within him, channeling his fury instead. His hands unleashed a torrent of energy, rendering further play unnecessary. Chapter 36. Frieza's Full Power. North Kai's planet. What? Gohan can transform just like Frieza? Is this truly the essence of Son Gohan? It is utterly terrifying. Frieza stands no chance against Gohan now. It is beyond belief that Gohan can also transform, and his aura is so formidable after the transformation. The Saiyans are indeed extraordinary beings. It is astonishing that such a small body can harbor such immense fighting prowess. Son Gohan's potential is truly remarkable. It is still Piccolo who excels, successfully drawing forth this hidden power within Gohan. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Piccolo, and North Kai were all left in shock. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that this spokesperson could transform into such a form, aside from becoming a great ape. Curse that wild monkey, vanish. Frieza, having just encountered the transformed Super Saiyan Gohan, was rendered speechless by Gohan's gaze. He unleashed his full combat power of 60 million. The dark red energy sphere in his hand outputting with frenzied intensity. The crimson energy sphere, overshadowing the skies, surged exponentially in size. Frieza intended to obliterate both this planet and the Saiyans, sensing an imminent danger approaching him the moment Son Gohan transformed. This was the instinct of a master. Ding. A combat power attribute of 10,000 has dropped ahead. Ding. Combat power 10,000 has been obtained. At this moment, the system's voice echoed continuously in Gohan's mind. Seeing such an extraordinary drop of 10,000 in combat power attributes filled his heart with elation. He had never experienced such a significant increase in combat power before. Frieza, you must contribute more to combat power. Suddenly, Vegeta spat out blood once more. He lacked the strength to sustain the immense dark red energy sphere any longer. Goku was not faring much better, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had exerted all his efforts. Unfortunately, the disparity in combat power was too vast. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A formidable beam of energy that instantaneously propelled Frieza's dark red sphere away from planet Namek. Vegeta collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, after Goku canceled the 20-fold Kaioken. The backlash surged throughout his entire body. He staggered back a few steps, collapsing onto the ground. His breath came in rapid gasps as he struggled to regain his composure. No, it cannot be. How could your fighting prowess be so formidable? I am the mightiest warrior in the universe. Frieza watched in disbelief as his dark crimson energy sphere was effortlessly obliterated by Son Gohan. His heart felt as though it had been struck, and in a frenzy, he charged at his opponent, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Son Wukong effortlessly evaded Frieza's onslaught. He soared from the ground into the sky. Yet his opponent remained a constant shadow. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a flurry of blows, exchanging several hundred strikes in an instant. Son Wukong and Vegeta were utterly unable to discern the movements of Frieza and Super Saiyan Gohan. The two of them could only hear the relentless, low rumble of powerful impacts resonating through the air. Occasionally, the ground would give way, forming depressions and collapses. Flames erupted. Frieza's palm unleashed a formidable surge of energy. The distance between them was perilously short, and the energy instantaneously engulfed the Super Saiyan Gohan. Gohan. Suddenly, Goku beheld the horrifying moment as his son was consumed by the energy unleashed by Frieza. In a moment of urgency, he shouted out loud. A level of tension he had never experienced even in his own battles. Frieza, your technique is commendable, but it proves ineffective against me. Gohan surged forward, emerging from the energy with a powerful punch aimed directly at Frieza's head. Frieza let out a wretched cry. His body propelled like a cannonball towards the surface of the sea. With a resounding crash, the water erupted in towering waves. In the anime, Frieza had employed this very move against Super Saiyan Goku, only to find his opponent unscathed. Moreover, Gohan, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, possessed a combat prowess far superior to that of the Super Saiyan Goku depicted in the series. As the remnants of battle energy fell, Gohan felt a surge of excitement within him. Instantly, an abundance of combat attributes flooded into his being. However, after a few breaths, the numbers representing his power did not continue to rise. He glanced at it, and to his astonishment, his battle power had surged by 1,000,000. How infuriating! Is this the true might of a Super Saiyan? To think that a monstrous opponent like Frieza could be vanquished with a single blow. It's maddening. I am utterly unable to witness their clash. Is this the stark disparity between Frieza and the Super Saiyans? Vegeta observed as Super Saiyan Gohan effortlessly dispatched Frieza with a single punch. He roared through clenched teeth, proclaiming, "This glory is rightfully mine. I am the Prince of the Saiyans." As the unequivocal candidate to become a Super Saiyan, how could fate turn against me? His resentment and fury were completely unleashed. Ha ha ha, you just gave me quite a scare. I never anticipated that Gohan's strength would be so formidable, effortlessly disregarding Frieza's assault. Goku's heart gradually began to ease. In a duel between masters, a single move can determine the victor. He retrieved a cloth pouch from his belt, within which lay the last 2 remaining sins of beans. Son Gohan tossed one to Vegeta, who, without uttering a word, consumed it, chewing it thoroughly before swallowing. Instantly, their wounds healed completely, and a formidable aura surged forth from their bodies. Both Son Wukong and Vegeta sensed a significant enhancement in their combat prowess. Suddenly, the sea began to churn violently, bubbling as if it were boiling water. Frieza erupted from the depths of the ocean, a more potent energy radiating from him. His slanted eyes were bloodshot, and his visage had become grotesque. Frieza, this kind of battle holds no significance. Quickly unleash your full power and engage in combat, Son Gohan remarked disdainfully. He yearned to harvest more of Frieza's combat attributes. A master is indeed a master. The combat attributes that fall from him are substantial. Damn it. It's all you're doing. Don't you dare regret it, Frieza said through gritted teeth. His current combat prowess is utterly inadequate against his opponent. Although unleashing his full strength would render him weakened for a period, he finds little concern in that at present. How is this even conceivable? Could this not be the true extent of Frieza's power? Is it possible that he is concealing even greater strength? Vegeta, overhearing their exchange, was utterly bewildered. Frieza continually reshaped his understanding of the situation, leaving him astonished at the unexpected potential for further enhancement. A surge of an even more formidable aura erupted from within Frieza, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. His combat power surged at an astonishing pace. Chapter 37, Fierce Battle on Planet North Kai. The Kai looked on in shock and disbelief. Was this not Frieza's true strength? Incredible! Frieza's combat power could still rise. What manner of race was this, capable of transforming repeatedly while their strength continually escalated? Did he possess an unlimited potential for power? How could Gohan be so foolish? He should have eliminated Frieza at once. Piccolo and the others felt the tremors of this cataclysmic battle, their hearts racing with fear. The intensity of the clash between Super Saiyan Gohan and Frieza rendered them unable to perceive the movements of either combatant. On planet Namek. Ha ha ha. This is my combat power at 100%. Surprised? Unexpected? Are you prepared to meet your demise? Frieza, having elevated his combat power to its zenith, began to revel in his might. His entire form was a testament to explosive musculature. Now, his combat power had reached a staggering 120 million. Is that all the power you possess? Gohan retorted disdainfully. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his own power had increased 50-fold from its base. This meant Gohan's current strength was a terrifying 5 to 600 million. You insolent brat, do not underestimate me. I am the formidable Emperor Frieza. Frieza charged at Gohan in fury, intent on torturing him to death for the repeated humiliations he had endured. Bang! Their fists collided instantaneously. unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward. A nearby hill crumbled to dust, and the sea churned violently. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with fists and feet. Ding, combat power attribute dropped by 500,000. Ding, combat power attribute dropped by 500,000. The notifications echoed in Gohan's mind incessantly. A graceful curve emerged at the corner of his mouth. His plan had finally come to fruition. A combat power of 500,000. Frieza, are you prepared to meet your demise? Gohan's hands did not falter. Suddenly, two beams of energy erupted from his eyes. How? How could you wield such a technique? Frieza, caught off guard and unaware of the impending threat, found himself struck by the attack. The energy wave sent him soaring through the air. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from serious harm. Frieza, his face a mask of astonishment, realized that this technique was one of his own, the Death Ray. What is this? Allow me to show you my own technique, the Death Beam. Gohan's 5 fingers incessantly unleashed energy blasts directed at Frieza. He familiarized himself with the combat techniques acquired from the system. The Death Beam? How could this be possible? Frieza, truly a master, merely paused for a brief moment before readjusting his mindset. He unleashed a frenzied beam of death. Boom. The death beams collided in midair, producing a dazzling explosion. How impressive. This is Frieza's technique. I never expected Gohan to have mastered it as well, exclaimed Son Wukong, his face alight with excitement. His son's remarkable prowess brought pride to his heart. He was not at all astonished that Gohan could execute the opponent's signature move. After all, it had taken him 6 months of rigorous training under King Kai to learn the Kaioken, yet Gohan had grasped it merely with a glance. How infuriating. Who would have thought this little brat possessed such extraordinary talent, capable of perfectly replicating Frieza's techniques? At that moment, Vegeta was consumed with envy and resentment. He was a prodigious Saiyan warrior. Why did he lack such innate ability? And yet this little brat was merely the offspring of a lowly warrior. Boom. The explosion's radius expanded, prompting both to cease their death beams. As the thick smoke cleared, they appeared unscathed. You wild monkey, aren't you quite formidable? Do you dare to face my next attack? Frieza declared, as a slender purple energy blade coalesced at his fingertip. He gazed at Son Gohan with a smug expression. I can do that too. Energy Disc. Son Gohan unleashed Krillin's signature move, his fingers coalescing into a delicate veil of energy. The cutting disc, akin to Krillin's energy disc, formed a circular projectile on his palm, capable of slashing and adeptly changing direction to pursue its target. In the anime, Frieza employed this technique against the Super Saiyan Goku. Yet he could not match Goku's velocity. Ultimately, Frieza's overconfidence led to his own demise. Ding, cutting disc attribute acquired ahead. No, it can't be. You will perish. Frieza looked incredulously at the disc in Son Gohan's hand, a nagging feeling that this little brat was imitating his own moves. He furiously hurled the cutting disc from his hand. What is impossible? Son Wukong also flung the energy sphere from his grasp. The two techniques collided instantaneously. With a resounding boom, the two forces annihilated each other. Collect them all, he silently chanted. Attributes of combat power and cutting light surged wildly into his body. His personal attribute panel was suddenly enriched with millions in combat power and cutting disc attributes. Cursed wild monkey. Frieza bellowed in rage, continuously conjuring cutting discs in his hands, aiming to shred Son Wukong into fragments. He could hardly believe that his opponent would resort to such an absurd tactic, employing a technique that could be utilized after just 2 attempts. I can do that too. Son Gohan engaged in battle, wielding the recently acquired slicing discs from the system. He hurled several discs that collided with Frieza's. The resounding crash echoed as both side-slicing discs met in a fierce confrontation. You scoundrel! Frieza seethed, his teeth clenched in fury, having never encountered such an anomaly. The audacity of employing his own techniques against him was utterly unfathomable. This time, he had learned his lesson, refraining from employing any skills. He charged directly at Son Gohan, intent on a contest of strength and physical prowess. Frieza swiftly unleashed 2 powerful punches. Son Gohan extended his hand to intercept the incoming blows, their fingers intertwining as they commenced their struggle for dominance. Frieza assumed a stable stance, gritting his teeth as he unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. Meanwhile, Son Gohan maintained a stoic expression, channeling an ever-increasing force through his hands. The stones upon the ground began to levitate, and the very planet Namek shuddered under the tremendous strain, quaking violently. Their hands remained locked together, as Son Gohan leaned back. Frieza felt an immense force surge toward him, lifting his entire body. With a resounding impact, Super Saiyan Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen, causing him to involuntarily release his grip. His body soared into the sky like a kite severed from its string. Son Wukong's form abruptly vanished from the ground, only to reappear in midair, awaiting Frieza. He clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's back. Ah! Frieza spat out a mouthful of bile, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. His body crashed down upon the ground. Boom! Instantly, a massive pit was formed upon impact. Chapter 38, The Nightmare of Frieza. Remarkable. I never anticipated that Gohan, after his transformation, would possess such overwhelming strength. He was overpowering the cosmic tyrant Frieza. From a short distance away, Krillin, who was observing this fierce battle, could hardly believe his eyes. He instinctively rubbed his eyes. Indeed. It seems that Gohan is on the brink of victory. The elder's words were entirely accurate. Gohan has finally triumphed over those nefarious foes. Bulma and Dandy were overjoyed upon hearing Krillin's words. They knew that Son Wukong would not let them down. On the battlefield, those damned Saiyans could never be forgiven. Frieza erupted with an astonishing aura of rage, causing the area of the crater to expand exponentially in an instant. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself towards Son Wukong like a cannonball. The ground beneath him could not withstand such force, instantly caving in and fracturing. Boast as much as you like. Show me what you are truly capable of, Son Wukong remarked with a look of disdain. He assumed a stance, fully prepared for battle. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza unleashed the entirety of his strength. In an instant, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle, their speeds reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. Son Wukong and Vegeta could scarcely perceive each other's movements, only hearing the resounding clashes echoing through the air. The ground occasionally bore the marks of deep craters, and the mountainsides crumbled in the wake of their ferocity. They helplessly shook their heads, realizing their own strength was insufficient. Had it been themselves in the fray, they feared they would be unable to withstand even a single blow from Frieza. Frieza's fist pierced through Gohan's body. However, contrary to expectations, blood did not gush forth. The opponent's form gradually faded, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Frieza, taken aback, began to scan his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, he was still too slow. Gohan materialized behind Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Wow! Frieza spat out a mouthful of blood. Gohan followed up with a sweeping kick, sending him hurtling towards a towering mountain. With a thunderous crash, Frieza's body was driven deep into the mountain's core, where rocks swiftly engulfed him. A terrifying surge of energy erupted skyward, reducing the entire mountain to dust. Damn it, this planet is no longer worthy of existence. You shall perish alongside it, Frieza. Battered and bruised, appeared exceedingly disheveled. A murderous glint flickered in his eyes as his body soared into the air and in his hands. A colossal sphere of energy rapidly expanded. Frieza now harbored a deep-seated hatred for both Son Gohan and this planet, whether through energy assaults or the art of combat. Nothing could rival Son Gohan's prowess. He harbored a notion to obliterate this planet along with its inhabitants. No one could fathom that he, the cosmic sovereign Frieza, would ultimately succumb to the hands of a Saiyan. Alas, Frieza intended to annihilate this celestial body. His race, the Frost Demons, possessed the ability to endure across the cosmos. Vegeta beheld the ominous energy sphere in Frieza's grasp, casting a shadow over the very skies. His heart was also filled with trepidation, while Son Wukong wore an expression of unwavering confidence. He believed that his son possessed the capability to resolve the impending crisis. Frieza, since you seem to desire an extended life, I shall oblige you, Gohan declared with an air of indifference. He began to perform the movements of the Kamehameha technique. A terrifying and formidable energy sphere rapidly expanded in his palm, radiating a blinding light that rendered it nearly impossible to behold. Wild monkey, perish! Frieza exclaimed as he hurled the colossal energy orb, imbued with immense destructive power, towards the ground. He relished witnessing the expressions of struggle on others' faces. With a fierce determination, Son Gohan thrust the Kamehameha wave forward, releasing a colossal beam of energy directed at Frieza's energy sphere. The two forces collided with a thunderous impact, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated in all directions. Vegeta and Goku firmly planted their stances, fists clenched, shielding their heads as the force of the energy surged, pushing them back several meters. The ground beneath them was scarred with deep trenches. No, it cannot be. You managed to withstand my energy assault. Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he unleashed his full might upon the energy sphere. The power surged exponentially before their eyes. A mere parlor trick. Gohan, undeterred, intensified his energy output, causing his beam to swell in response. The Kamehameha wave pushed back Frieza's overwhelming energy surge. No, it cannot be. Frieza let out a heart-wrenching roar of rage. The colossal energy beam of the Kamehameha wave swiftly engulfed him, his form gradually disintegrating, leaving no trace behind, not even a single cell. Thus, a once mighty cosmic emperor met his demise. On North Kai's planet, exultation erupted. Yes, we have triumphed. Gohan, you have not disappointed me. I never anticipated your strength would be so formidable, they exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. What of the cosmic emperor? When faced with Gohan, he can only blame his misfortune. The battle had been nothing short of spectacular. Now Earth has its own powerful defenders. Let us see who would dare threaten our planet. From afar, North Kai, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu rejoiced, their joy manifesting in exuberant celebration. They witnessed Frieza being utterly obliterated by the Kamehameha wave, and the crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, each person contributing their own enthusiastic remarks. This event filled them with exhilaration. As Gohan had delivered an extraordinary surprise, they not only accomplished their mission but also salvaged Goku's homeland, the planet Namek. Even the tyrannical Emperor Frieza was obliterated by Gohan, reduced to mere cosmic dust. The planet Namek. Victory? Vegeta gazed at Gohan, his face a portrait of astonishment and confusion. He never anticipated that Frieza would be vanquished. This insufferable brat, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, exhibited an unfathomable combat prowess. Gohan, splendid work. I never imagined such terrifying power resided within you, exclaimed Goku, flying to Gohan and patting him on the shoulder, his excitement palpable. He was astonished by his son's remarkable strength. Dad, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, my power surged to a magnitude of 50. If you were to transform, your combat abilities would be equally formidable, Gohan replied with a broad smile. Due to his own limitations, Goku had not transcended the Saiyan threshold on the planet Namek to achieve Super Saiyan form. Is it truly possible? Can I also become a Super Saiyan? Goku's feet danced restlessly in anticipation. He is currently overwhelmed with joy, never anticipating that he too would have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. If his fighting power were to elevate to 50 upon transformation, it would indeed be an astronomical figure. What? Every Saiyan possesses the ability to become a Super Saiyan? Wasn't it said that a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years? Upon overhearing the conversation between Goku and his son, Vegeta's face was filled with astonishment and exhilaration. He has long harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the ancient Super Saiyan legend, believing it illogical for lower-tier warriors to transform into Super Saiyans while the prodigious fighters remained incapable of such metamorphosis. Now, with Vegeta finally affirming that he too possesses the potential to ascend to Super Saiyan status, how could this revelation not leave him astonished and exhilarated? In a moment of transformation, Gohan relinquished his Super Saiyan form, the golden light dissipating, and his hair reverting to its natural black hue. He beheld the battlefield strewn with attributes of combat prowess, and an involuntary smile graced his lips, forming a delightful arc. The attributes surged into his being like a wild river, and within mere moments, his combat power soared to 30 million. Chapter 39, The Wrath of King Kurd. Within the vast expanse of the cosmos, on planet 67, King Kurd, the father of Frieza, felt as though a profound loss had enveloped his heart. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of his eyes. What is happening to me? Why does my heart feel so heavy? Just as King Cold was lost in confusion, a voice jolted him back to reality, gently wiping away the tear that had escaped. Report, King Cold. We have just detected the life signs of Lord Frieza have vanished. It seems he was engaged in battle with someone, both exhibiting immense power. And then the detector exploded. An electric door swung open, and an alien resembling a toad hurriedly approached King Cold's throne, bowing respectfully. What? My son Frieza's life signs have disappeared? The news struck King Cold with fury. However, he quickly reassured himself, understanding that his son, a member of the resilient Frost Demon lineage, could not easily succumb to death. Even if they were to locate Frieza's cells, he could be resurrected. He continually reassured his restless heart. We shall set forth immediately to the last known whereabouts of Frieza. One must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. The king of the Kurds bellowed downwards. I am eager to ascertain the identity of this audacious individual who dared to lay hands on my son. It is imperative that we flay the opponent alive. Yet, he could not fathom that Frieza's cells had dissolved under the energy of the Kamehameha wave. Yes, my lord. I shall attend to it at once. The alien, reminiscent of a toad, fled in trepidation. He had never witnessed King Cold in such a state of fury. In truth, Frieza had come to the planet Namek in search of the Dragon Balls to make a wish, without informing his father, King Cold. He yearned for immortality to extend his dominion over the universe. If his father were to discover this, he would undoubtedly compete for the opportunity to make a wish upon the Dragon Balls. On planet Namek, King Kai, can you hear my words? Son Wukong shouted into the sky. Now, Krillin, Bulma, Din, and the others had gathered together. After much deliberation, they decided to first revive all the Namekians, and then utilize the Dragon of Namek to resurrect the people of Earth. Yes, Wukong, I have heard you. Gohan's defeat of Frieza is indeed a cause for celebration. You have all rendered a tremendous service to the universe, King Kai said with a joyful expression. Frieza had once wreaked havoc across the cosmos, forming alliances and becoming a malignant tumor within it. Now, this blight had finally been eradicated. King Kai, I would like you to inform the God of Earth to use the Dragon Balls to revive the Namekians. Then, we can use the Dragon Balls of Namek to resurrect everyone on Earth. Son Wukong succinctly conveyed the plan. Excellent. This approach will allow both parties to be revived, King Kai remarked, finding the proposal quite agreeable. He promptly informed the celestial deities of Earth, recounting the events that transpired on Namek. Upon hearing this, the deities swiftly commenced their endeavors, seeking the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Meanwhile, on Namek, a notification echoed, battle attribute increased by 10,000. Another chime followed, combat power attribute 10,000. The sound of the system's prompts resonated incessantly within Gohan's mind. A smile graced the corners of his lips as he watched with keen interest the two combatants clashing in the sky. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their fierce confrontations. Indeed, the aerial duel was none other than that of Son Wukong and Vegeta, two fervent warriors. Saiyans are inherently combative, and both were exerting every ounce of their strength in this battle, driven by a pact concerning Earth. They are aware that Son Wukong and Dandy's healing techniques are nothing short of miraculous. As long as there is breath, life can be restored. Thus, they strike with relentless ferocity. Both are reckless warriors, their blows landing with the intensity of personal vendettas. The air is filled with their anguished cries. How astonishing! The Saiyans are truly extraordinary. Hearing their screams sends shivers down my spine. Krillin involuntarily twitches at the corners of his mouth, his scalp prickling at the sight of their fierce combat. Were it not for Son Wukong's presence, he would have retreated far away. The ground trembles as their battle rages on, leaving a chaotic landscape of craters and devastation. Son Wukong refrains from utilizing the Kaioken technique. Otherwise, Vegeta would only suffer further humiliation. Both combatants unleash their full potential, striving to bring the other to their knees. Vegeta swiftly maneuvers behind Son Wukong to launch an attack. But mid-strike, he alters his trajectory to the right. Yet, he is still a moment too late. Son Wukong delivers a knee strike to his back. With a gasp, Vegeta is sent reeling, a mouthful of blood escaping him as he collides with a mountainside. Gohan, is it truly safe for them to fight like this? Bulma, witnessing the heart-stopping spectacle up close, instinctively grasps Gohan's arm in search of reassurance. Their battle is nothing short of terrifying, resembling a clash of celestial deities. If this continues, the very planet may be rendered uninhabitable. Do not worry, they are aware of their limits. Besides, I am here, Gohan confidently reassures. Even if planet Namek were to explode, he would utilize instant transmission to escape. Moreover, he would never allow such a calamity to occur. Damn you, Kakarot. I will not hold back. Vegeta, furious and humiliated, unleashes a powerful aura, enveloping himself in a brilliant white flame as he prepares his final flash. He soared into the sky to confront Son Wukong, his arms outstretched as he unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. Kamehameha. Witnessing this, Son Wukong swiftly countered with his ultimate technique, the Kamehameha wave. A dazzling radiance erupted between his two palms, causing the stones on the ground to levitate. In an instant, two colossal beams of energy collided with a thunderous roar. A shockwave surged across the battlefield as dust and debris were swept into the air, akin to a tempest of magnitude 10. Witnessing this spectacle, Son Wukong had already conjured a protective shield to safeguard everyone. Remarkable, truly astounding. Krillin observed this monumental clash of energy from close proximity. He could not help but swallow several times. Were it not for the protective shield of Son Gohan, they might have been swept away by the force of the shockwave. Kakarot, I shall not be defeated by a mere lower-class warrior. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious fighter. Vegeta unleashed his fury, extracting every last ounce of his fighting spirit. Having already faced defeat on Earth once, he was determined to reclaim his princely dignity at any cost. Vegeta, You are merely indulging in daydreams. Allow me to shatter them. Son Goku too summoned all the energy within his being, even without the enhancement of the Kaioken. He was resolute in his intent to overcome Vegeta. He has yet to forget the promise made to Krillin on Earth. When Vegeta invaded Earth, he was rendered incapacitated by Gohan's overwhelming power. However, Goku, in his impulsiveness, chose to let him go, vowing to Krillin that he would surely defeat Vegeta upon their next encounter. The energy of the Kamehameha wave countered the energy of the final flash. But then, with a thunderous boom, Vegeta was struck by the Kamehameha, resulting in a spectacular explosion. A thick cloud of smoke billowed into the air. Collect everything, Gohan silently urged. A surge of combat power attributes flooded into his body, elevating his personal combat strength to an astonishing 32 million. To his surprise, they had contributed 2 million in combat power. As a gust of wind blew, the smoke dissipated, revealing Vegeta's figure, his battle armor tattered and worn. Appearing as ragged as a beggar, both warriors gasped for breath in the air, ultimately leading to Vegeta's defeat as he made a critical error in this battle. Chapter 40. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan on planet Namek. What? The method to transform into a Super Saiyan is to concentrate all one's energy in the back. Goku and Vegeta had already been healed by Gohan. They have been revitalized, and their combat prowess has significantly increased. Due to the unique physiology of the Saiyans, their power escalates remarkably upon resurrection. Vegeta and Goku, upon hearing from Gohan about the technique to transform into a Super Saiyan, are filled with astonishment and exhilaration. They had not anticipated that the transformation into a Super Saiyan involved a certain finesse. Gohan observes the two, their joy reminiscent of children. In truth, by the time of the Majin Buu saga, the transformation into a Super Saiyan had become commonplace. Even the young Goten and Trunks are capable of achieving this form. Haha. It turns out that this is the crux of transforming into a Super Saiyan. This time, I am certain I too shall attain the Super Saiyan form. Vegeta exclaims with enthusiasm. He has always been in pursuit of immense power. Upon witnessing Son Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan, he was consumed by envy and resentment. Little did he expect that he too could achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. With two resounding roars, both Goku and Vegeta summoned their entire energy. They were eager to transform into Super Saiyans, concentrating all their power behind them. Crackle. However, there were no signs of their transformation, and despite several attempts, the outcome remained the same. Exhausted and drained of energy, they had yet to achieve the Super Saiyan form. What could be the reason? Is our power insufficient? Gasping for breath, Goku expressed his confusion. Could it be that my method is flawed? That shouldn't be the case. Frustration seeped into Vegeta's words as he seethed, grappling with the realization that he, a prodigious warrior, was still unable to attain the Super Saiyan state. Your current power is simply too low. Your physical forms cannot withstand such immense strength, Gohan explained, observing their plight. Do not fret. Once your bodies accumulate enough foundation, the transformation will occur naturally. What? Our power is too low? Our bodies cannot bear the formidable strength of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta and Goku exchanged incredulous glances, realizing they had overestimated their capabilities. Their bodies were still unprepared to endure the terrifying power of a Saiyan. Time flew by. 3 days had passed. The Earth's Guardian utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Namekians. However, the Grand Elder had passed away and could not be revived. Consequently, the Second Elder ascended to prominence. Dent had relayed all the events that transpired on Namek and the resurrection of their kin by the Earth's dragon to his people. The Namekians were immensely grateful and cherished the value of peace. They gathered their collective strength, and after a fortnight of relentless effort, the new Dragon Ball of Namek was born. With the advent of this new Dragon Ball, the Namekians had elevated Shenron to a new echelon. It now possessed the ability to resurrect multiple individuals in a single wish, akin to the Dragon Balls of Earth, and could grant 3 wishes. Goku made a wish to revive Vegeta and those slain by Nappa on Earth. Gohan, in turn, made the 2nd and 3rd wishes, requesting that his mother Chi-Chi and Bulma remain eternally youthful. It was a small gesture of compensation for them. Upon completing the wishes to the Dragon of Namek, a shimmering white aura enveloped Bulma and Chi-Chi, gradually transforming their physical forms. While one woman was discontent with her newfound eternal youth, Bulma was overjoyed. Within the realm of the Dragon Balls, Chi-Chi and Bulma were arguably the most unfortunate, for they had married Saiyans. Saiyans were primarily concerned with training and combat, neglecting domestic life. Vegeta was somewhat better off, having wed a wealthy woman, thus securing his livelihood. Bulma, hailing from a prosperous background, did not toil for her daily bread. However, Chi-Chi's plight was the most dire. Ever since marrying Goku, she had devoted herself tirelessly to the family. In the anime, Goku spent most of his time either training, fighting, or facing death. When Raditz invaded Earth, Goku perished for a year, and during the Cell Saga, he was dead for another 7 years. Now, having transmigrated into Gohan's body, I vowed to bear any burdens that arose. I would not allow this family to fall apart. King Kai's planet. Hooray! I have returned to life. Goku and his companions have finally succeeded. How wonderful it is to be alive once more. In an instant, the halos above Tien and the others vanished, while the dragon of Namek assisted Kaiatsu in restoring his physical form. They leaped up in excitement, and the North Kai regarded them with a look of approval. To their astonishment, the dragon of Namek had indeed been conjured. Namek. After deliberation, Son Wukong and his companions resolved to return to Earth and immerse themselves in the gravity chamber for training. They bid farewell to the Namekians. Vegeta, why not accompany us to Earth? We can ask Bulma to construct a gravity chamber for our training. Son Wukong extended an invitation to Vegeta. A rival as formidable as him is hard to come by. Besides, he had no place to go at the moment. I refuse to dwell on that wretched planet. Vegeta retorted with an air of aloofness. Yet, deep down, he found himself homeless, uncertain of his next destination. Perhaps training on Earth would be such a bad idea. He could seize the opportunity to defeat Kakarot in the future. After all, he was a prodigious warrior. The prince of the Saiyans. How could he possibly be bested by a lowly fighter? However, Vegeta's intense pride prevented him from lowering his noble head. Vegeta, are you afraid of losing to me, too embarrassed to set foot on Earth? If you still consider yourself a man, prove your worth by coming with me to Earth. And we shall have our chance to battle in the future. Son Wukong grinned, teasing Vegeta. He intends to employ the tactic of provocation to lure his opponent to Earth, where they can engage in frequent battles thereafter. Fear? I, Prince Vegeta, have never known fear. Kakarot, there will come a day when I shall personally eliminate you. Vegeta declared through gritted teeth, his anger palpable. He had not anticipated that the other party would be so juvenile as to resort to provocation. Very well. It is settled then. You shall accompany me to Earth. Son Wukong remarked with a mischievous grin that betrayed his cunning scheme. To his surprise, Vegeta acquiesced so swiftly. I have acquired a new skill. You all hold hands, and I shall transport you back to Earth at once, Son Gohan declared to the group. He had no desire to travel by spaceship, as that would be too great a waste of time. He wished to experiment with the skill of instantaneous teleportation. Perhaps to impress others. Was that the case? The crowd looked at Gohan, bewildered and incredulous. Could they truly return merely by holding hands? Did he really think them to be children? Nevertheless, they complied, grasping each other's hands. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Chapter 41. Instantaneous Teleportation Earth. Goodness. Is this Earth? Why do I sense Master Roshi's presence? Earth? Someone tell me this isn't a dream. I can also feel the aura of Master Mateto. My word, this is instantaneous teleportation. It would normally take 6 days to return from Namek, yet here we are back on Earth in the blink of an eye. Gohan, how did you accomplish this? Gohan and the others appeared on Earth in an instant, leaving everyone astounded by this remarkable feat. Goodness gracious. Even the gods would be envious of such a skill. Indeed, this was Earth. A delightful smile graced Gohan's lips. The exhilaration of using teleportation for the first time was unparalleled. No longer would they need to travel by spaceship to reach their desired destinations. How splendid. Saving both time and energy. Gohan, how did you manage this? Let us try again. Goku exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. He found this technique truly remarkable. If he could master it himself, his future visits there would be much more convenient. Very well, let us first proceed to the Turtle Hermit. Son Gohan also wished to experiment with the skill of instantaneous movement. He began to sense the presence of Master Roshi. He found it. They joined hands. Now, Son Gohan's strength had reached the pinnacle on Earth. No aura could elude his perception. Soon, he detected Master Roshi's energy. In a flash, everyone vanished from their original location. Came house. This is truly splendid. Master Roshi was intently engrossed in a magazine, saliva dripping from his mouth. Grandpa. Master Mutant Roshi. Suddenly, Master Roshi heard what seemed to be the voices of Son Wukong and Krillin. He paused for a moment, then set aside the magazine that obstructed his view, revealing the figures of Son Wukong and his companions standing before him. What the? The turtle sage rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The group seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Could it be that I am hallucinating? How could the Saiyans appear on Earth alongside Wukong? Old pervert, have you developed senility? Bulma teased, noticing the turtle sage's bewildered expression. This old lecher spends all day engrossed in those indecent magazines. Ahem, so it really is you. I thought I was seeing things. The turtle sage finally confirmed that Son Wukong and the others had indeed returned safely from Namek. This is a new skill Gohan has learned, instant transmission. We just teleported from Namek. Son Wukong declared proudly, as if eager for everyone to acknowledge his son's accomplishments. Upon hearing this, the turtle sage regarded Gohan with a look of astonishment. After exchanging greetings, they recounted all the events that transpired on Namek. At last, Gohan grasped the nature of the instant transmission skill granted by the dragon on Namek. It was a fusion of the instant transmission techniques of the Yard Rats and the Kaioshin attendant, Kibito. In the Dragon Ball series, there are two versions of instant transmission. The Yard Rats method relies solely on sensing ki. If one cannot perceive the ki, the technique cannot be executed. Conversely, Kibito's version does not depend on ki, allowing for travel to any location on Earth and beyond. Bowsy Mountain. Oh, my Gohan, it's been nearly 2 months since I last saw you. I wonder if you've been washing your hair daily and keeping up with your studies? Kiki mused to herself, her thoughts incessantly wandering since Goku and Gohan's departure. Mama, we're back. Kiki, how have you been? Gohan exclaimed as he once again utilized instant transmission to return home. After bidding farewell to the Turtle Sage, they had escorted Bulma back to West City, while Krillin remained with the Turtle Sage. Vegeta was engaged in training at Bulma's gravity chamber. Gohan had sold 3 spaceships from the Ginyu Force to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, earning a substantial sum in the process. My Gohan, you have returned. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Chi-Chi felt as though she had been struck by a jolt of electricity. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at the father and son duo. Once she confirmed that her eyes did not deceive her, she sprang forward to embrace Son Gohan, showering him with warmth and concern. Son Gohan presented her with a substantial sum of money earned from the sale of the spaceship. He elaborated on the origins of this newfound wealth. Chi-Chi beamed with joy, her smile radiant, praising her son for maturing and contributing to the family's finances. Thus, the family embarked on a new chapter of their lives. Meanwhile, Son Goku commenced his training in the gravity chamber, as Son Gohan had brought back the spaceship used by Goku during his journey to Namek, which was now proving useful once more due to its weight apparatus. Before they knew it, 2 weeks had swiftly elapsed. Son Gohan calculated that King Cold would soon arrive on Namek in search of Frieza. He has devised a plan to gather everyone together, consolidating their combat attributes. As the saying goes, even the tiniest mosquito leg is still considered meat. They can confront one another, soldier against soldier. Son Wukong and his son, Gohan, utilized instant transmission to locate Vegeta and Krillin, urging them to join the battle. The two eagerly followed along. Planet North Kai. Suddenly, several unexpected guests materialized. They have indeed utilized the technique of instantaneous movement to arrive, including the likes of Son Wukong. What? How did you appear out of thin air? Remarkable, just moments ago. We sense none of your presence. This maneuver is truly astonishing, if you were to strike us with a punch now. Tanjin, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Piccolo were all rendered speechless. This display was nothing short of breathtaking. Uncle Piccolo, perhaps influenced by the memories of the original owner. Son Gohan embraced Piccolo's waist, overwhelmed with joy and tears. In his mind, a vivid image of Piccolo surfaced, one where he was fiercely protecting himself at the cost of his own life. At that moment, with tears streaming down his face, Piccolo expressed, Gohan, you are the only one who has engaged with me earnestly. Gohan, you have done remarkably well. You are my pride. Even Piccolo, the great Demon King, felt his eyes welling with emotion. He had always harbored great expectations for Son Gohan, and Gohan had not disappointed him, successfully saving both the Earth and his home planet. Namek. Son Wukong clarified that the purpose of their visit was to engage in battle, and everyone was eager to participate. Utilizing the Elder's extraordinary abilities, Gohan elevated the latent potentials of everyone present. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu all boasted battle powers exceeding 10,000. Chapter 42. The gathering of Dragon Ball warriors in the vast expanse of the universe, a luminous entity resembling a shooting star streaked across the sky. As the view drew closer, it revealed a spaceship identical to Frieza's. It was, in fact, King Cold who had summoned his forces and hurriedly arrived. Report, my lord. We will land on Namek in 20 minutes. Frieza's life signs have vanished from this location, reported a respectful alien from the intelligence department to King Cold, who emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Cold sweat emerged on his forehead involuntarily. We all approached the vicinity of Namek, yet Frieza remained elusive. It seemed his fate was grim. I yearned for the complete annihilation of all inhabitants of Namek. King Cold gazed upon the verdant sphere of Namek, a look of anguish crossing his face as he roared in fury. In truth, he had long sensed the demise of his son. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope in search of Frieza's cells. As he drew closer to Namek, a profound weight settled upon his heart, accompanied by a haunting, throbbing pain. He still cannot accept that Frieza has perished so easily. The planet Namek. This is dire. An immensely powerful and malevolent energy approaches our world. There are many others whose strength surpasses ours. What are we to do? These fiends must be here to seize the Dragon Balls. This presence is several times more potent than Frieza's energy from a month ago, and the number of adversaries is considerable. Oh heavens! Are we truly destined for the annihilation of our Namekian race? Who will come to our aid? At this moment, the Namekians are acutely aware of the formidable evil force encroaching upon their planet, accompanied by numerous extraterrestrial beings of greater strength. The shadow of Frieza still looms over them. These aliens are overwhelmingly powerful and utterly devoid of humanity. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention last time, Frieza would have led to their extinction. If only Gohan were here, he would surely vanquish the villains once more. At this moment, Dandy suddenly exclaims, drawing the attention of all. Indeed. Only a Super Saiyan can eliminate these malevolent invaders. How can we possibly inform them? Time ticks away relentlessly. The Namekians are in a frenzy. Yet they find themselves powerless to avert this calamity. Boom. A colossal spaceship soars overhead, enveloping the entire planet in a shroud of malevolence. The Namekians tremble in fear. Just as they are at a loss, a sudden flash occurs. A multitude of figures appears in the sky. It is Gohan, who has once again utilized his instant transmission ability to bring everyone here. They gradually descend before the Namekians. Brother Gohan, how wonderful! Dandy rushes to Gohan, embracing him as if grasping a lifeline. Moments ago, the others were consumed by terror, and he too felt immense fear. Upon witnessing Gohan and the others descending from the heavens, the Namekians are filled with exhilaration. They appeared as if they had consumed a tranquilizer. Reassured by the knowledge that their planet was saved, Son Gohan sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura. It seemed that Frieza's father, King Cold, had arrived. I have returned to my homeland, the planet Namek. Piccolo gazed upon his kin and homeland, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of nostalgia and warmth. He took several deep breaths, slowly exhaling to alleviate the excitement within his heart. At this moment, Piccolo felt as if he had been living abroad, entirely devoid of contact with his kin. Suddenly, one day, he returned to his homeland and hometown, encountering his fellow beings who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. In that moment, Piccolo found himself utterly at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Hello, welcome back. At that instant, the Namekian, after experiencing a surge of exhilaration, was captivated by Piccolo's words. At long last, they beheld their kin living upon the earth, Piccolo, one by one. They exchanged greetings and soared towards the direction of the spacecraft's landing. The defenseless Namekians and the Grand Elder refrained from entering the battlefield. For should the Grand Elder perish, the Dragon Balls would vanish with him, rendering the possibility of resurrection unattainable. The colossal hatch of the spacecraft creaked open, revealing King Cold, who emerged accompanied by a throng of diminutive minions. This time, King Cold had deliberately come seeking vengeance, having brought his forces along. Upon seeing King Cold's visage, an epiphany struck the onlookers. They realized that he was kin to Frieza, bearing an uncanny resemblance. Vegeta, so you are here as well. It appears Frieza's demise is inextricably linked to you. King Cold's eyes burned with a crimson fury, akin to that of an enraged lion. Suppressing his wrath, he bellowed towards Vegeta and the others. His form bears a striking resemblance to Frieza's second transformation, towering and imposing. In the past, I lacked the power to vanquish Frieza. Now, eliminating you all is rather delightful. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he spoke to King Cold with a teasing expression. Upon seeing Frieza's father, he was immediately inclined to eliminate him. Why waste words? Action speaks louder. Son Gohan, upon gazing at King Cold, felt as though he were witnessing an unrestrained surge in battle power. This time, he was certain that the rewards would be substantial. Indeed, Saiyans are like dogs that cannot be tamed. It appears Frieza's destruction of your planet Vegeta was justified. King Cold smirked condescendingly at Vegeta and Son Gohan. He also noticed the brown tail of Gohan, To his surprise, there were other Saiyans aside from Vegeta. How infuriating. You wretches. Vegeta's eyes blazed with fury. Resembling a raging tiger. What significance do the Saiyans hold? Truly, the fearless spirit of youth. King Cold observed the young Gohan and mistakenly assumed he possessed no combat prowess. His sharp gaze swept over the crowd, and with a dismissive expression, he remarked that among this group, the strongest combat power barely exceeded 10,000. Son Gohan could sense that the strength of King Cold was even greater than that of Frieza. Kill them, commanded King Cold with a sweeping gesture to his vast army. Having issued the order, he slowly ascended into the sky to observe the battle. Kill, eliminate them, and avenge Lord Frieza. The mob surged forward, a swarm akin to flies, charging at Son Gohan and his companions. Among them were several hundred subordinate warriors from Frieza's legion. Fear not. Strike with all your might, even if we fall. We can be revived with the Dragon Balls, shouted Naru, the foremost fighter from Namek. Today, it is either your demise or mine. With the addition of Son Gohan and the others, they felt unyielding. At worst, they could be resurrected after death. Chapter 43, The Great Chaos on Namek. Ding. Combat power attribute drops by 100. Ding. Combat power attribute increases by 100. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan was bombarded with notifications from the system echoing in his mind. Haha, let loose and fight. The more intense the battle, the faster the combat power attributes will drop. He beheld the grand spectacle of the colossal battle, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. This occasion promised to be immensely profitable. The scene before him resembled the tumultuous chaos when Frieza, resurrected in Dragon Ball Super, descended upon Earth with his legion seeking vengeance. The clash was nothing short of pandemonium. The King of Cold refrained from intervening, instead hovering in the air, observing the fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Goku and his son, alongside Vegeta, remained momentarily on the sidelines. Biding their time, they soared into the skies to observe the battle, aware that with their current combat prowess, should they strike first, the feeble warriors would be utterly crushed beneath their turbulent force. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Krillin moved like wolves amidst a flock of sheep. The brilliant warrior from planet Namek, Nappa, mercilessly harvested the lives of the invaders as if slicing through vegetables. Empowered by Gohan's awakened potential, the combat strength of Piccolo and his companions surged to just over 10,000, comparable to that of Krillin. This was their battlefield. Should they wait for Gohan and the others to arrive, their opportunity to engage would vanish. The members of Frieza's army were merely there to bolster their numbers. Their combat power essentially hovers around 2,000 to 3,000. The last time the entirety of Frieza's elite troops fell at the hands of the Namekians. The Ginyu Force displayed commendable strength, yet they were utterly annihilated. The likes of Zarbin and Dodoria have only just surpassed the threshold of 20,000, barely earning Frieza's favor. It is evident that Frieza's army is merely a disorganized rabble. Without a doubt, the battle tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. King Cold observed the skirmish with an impassive demeanor, showing no remorse for the fallen Roraro. Suddenly, an announcement echoed. Namekian bloodline attribute acquired. Incredible! The Namekian bloodline? Is it truly possible to obtain such a thing? This system is astonishing. I shall collect it all, Gohan muttered instinctively. The combat power attribute and the Namekian bloodline attribute seamlessly merged into his being. Ha ha ha, this is splendid. Does this mean I can possess multiple bloodlines like Cell? As long as my head remains intact, I can resurrect infinitely. The battle raged for an hour, resulting in the complete obliteration of Frieza's forces. The Namekians suffered heavy casualties as well, with only 5 or 6 survivors remaining. Had it not been for the assistance of Nail and Piccolo, the Namekians might have faced total extinction. Krillin and the others sustained injuries, despite their high combat power. They could not withstand the sheer numbers of their opponents. Gohan collected all the combat power attributes, bringing his personal combat power to 35 million. Thus, this battle yielded a remarkable 5 million in combat power. Useless. All of them useless, King Cold bellowed in exasperation. Such a vast army, and not one capable subordinate in sight. King Cold, the show has concluded. Now it is our turn to take action, Vegeta declared, his impatience palpable. For the past fortnight, he had been honing his skills in the gravity chamber and felt significantly stronger. Vegeta, I will make you wish for death, King Cold said with a sinister smile. Just wait until you witness my true power. Will you still be so arrogant then? Let us change the venue of our battle, Goku called out to King Cold, unleashing a fierce aura as he soared in another direction. There are far too many injured here. If we fight in this place, their lives will be at stake. Fighting anywhere is the same. Today, I shall eradicate all you Saiyans, King Cold retorted, pursuing Goku into the sky. He intends to annihilate all the Saiyans and the inhabitants of this planet. Kakarot, you scoundrel, how dare you steal my opponent? Vegeta roared, charging after King Cold. He had not anticipated that Son Gohan would employ such a tactic. The trio had not flown very far before they came to a halt. Allow me to assist you with your injuries, Gohan declared as he descended, addressing Piccolo and the others. Since the Namekian healer had not arrived on the battlefield, their lives hung in the balance without timely medical attention. Gohan, thank you. You are our great benefactor from Namek, Nail expressed sincerely, acknowledging that had it not been for Gohan's protection, they might have perished. Piccolo and the others were puzzled. Could it be that Gohan possessed the legendary Senzu Beans? The Earth warriors exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. But how could he possibly place his hand upon the Namekian's body? Everyone, do not be alarmed. Gohan has now mastered the healing technique, Krillin observed, noting the eager curiosity in Tien, Yamcha, Kaiatsu, and Piccolo's expressions. He elucidated. What? Healing technique? When did Gohan become so formidable? Did he acquire this skill upon arriving at Namek? Piccolo and the others watched Gohan intently. They beheld his palm emanating a stream of white energy, commencing the restoration of the injured. The wounds of the Namekians began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. In the blink of an eye, a person on the brink of death was revitalized with vigor. Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were left astounded, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a duck egg within. It was hard to believe such an extraordinary healing technique existed in the world, rivaling the mystical beings of Earth. In a matter of moments, all the injured Namekians were fully revived. Gohan, this healing technique is truly astounding. It is, quite simply, a divine skill. You have boundless potential. They exclaimed in unanimous admiration. Having endured a fierce battle, their own strength had waned considerably, and they bore various injuries. Yet, after Gohan's treatment, not only did they recover from their wounds, but their combat capabilities were fully restored. Once revitalized, they all soared towards King Cold, Goku, and Vegeta. Gohan deftly stored the luxurious spaceship that King Cold had piloted into the system space. Upon returning to Earth, he planned to sell one, now possessing 2 spaceships. Frieza's vessel remained within the system space as well, perhaps due to Gohan's past as an orphan, or perhaps to spare his mother Chi-Chi from financial worries. He collected the spaceship and found a tranquil spot to observe the unfolding events, reaping the benefits of combat power attributes. A deep voice resonated as Goku settled into his stance, unleashing a surge of energy that soared skyward. In an instant, he unleashed all his strength, enveloped by a brilliant white flame. He gazed at King Kurd with an expression of exhilaration. Saiyan, your bravery is commendable, but you have chosen the wrong opponent, King Kurd remarked disdainfully, observing Son Gohan enveloped in a radiant white aura. At that moment, a formidable energy surged from his own being. The battlefield was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and Tien and the others awaited with bated breath. The imminent clash of titans was palpable. Chapter 44. The struggle of 2 great races on the battlefield, King Kurd declared. Prepare to give your life. Just then, Vegeta arrived, launching a powerful punch directly at King Kurd. The corners of his mouth curled ever so slightly, revealing a hint of a wicked smile. Suddenly, Vegeta's figure vanished from the spot. Vegeta, you are exceedingly cunning, exclaimed Son Goku, witnessing his prey being snatched away. He charged towards the King of the Kurds with fervor. A mere display of skill, yet I perceived your intent. The King of the Kurds, suddenly alert, retaliated with a powerful punch. Neither party resorted to subterfuge, both opted for a direct confrontation. Although in the anime, the King of the Kurds ultimately meets his demise at the hands of the future Trunks, his combat prowess remains formidable. A thunderous clash erupted as their fists collided, reverberating with a deep, resounding boom. An overwhelming shockwave surged forth, yet the King of the Kurds stood resolute, as if rooted to the ground. In contrast, Vegeta was forced to retreat several paces. With a resounding crash, Son Goku joined the fray, delivering a punch to the King's chiseled abs. Remarkably, the king remained unscathed, while Goku felt as though he had struck a solid steel plate. The battle raged on. He unleashed the Wolf Fang Fist, relentlessly striking the abdomen of the Kurdish king. A chime echoed, signaling the drop of battle power attributes, 1000. Another chime followed, indicating a battle power increase of 10,000. As the battle commenced, Son Gohan's mind was filled with the notifications from the system. He watched the battle with great interest. Is this truly your strength? It feels as though you are merely tickling me, the Kurdish king remarked, a playful expression adorning his face as he gazed at Son Wukong. He grasped his opponent's hand and executed a 130-degree turn, flinging him towards the oncoming Vegeta. With an unusual agility, Vegeta evaded the assault launched by Goku, swiftly unleashing his true power. A formidable aura erupted from his being, enveloping him in a swirling cocoon of white flames. Vegeta longed to subdue King Cold, wishing to assert his dominance through sheer force. Was the disparity in strength truly so vast? With the 20-fold Kaioken, Goku perceived that his assaults bore no fruit whatsoever. He decisively unleashed 20-fold his combat prowess to engage in battle. One could see Son Wukong enveloped in crimson flames of energy. His speed and combat prowess had significantly enhanced, and soon he charged towards his opponent once more. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the three engaged in a fierce exchange of several hundred rounds. Seizing the opportunity, King Cold threw a punch aimed at Son Wukong's abdomen. However, before his fist could connect, it altered course, striking behind him instead. It turned out that Son Wukong had feigned the attack, utilizing his swift speed to position himself at Cold's rear. Yet, King Cold, a seasoned warrior, instinctively retaliated with a punch directed at his back. Bang! Son Wukong's body was once again propelled away. Suddenly, beams of light erupted from King Cold's eyes. Vegeta, harnessing his ability to sense energy, leaned back and delivered a swift kick to Cold's chin, narrowly evading the ambush. Following this successful strike, Vegeta pressed his advantage, rapidly ascending above King Cold. With both hands raised, he delivered a powerful blow to Cold's head. Boom! King Cold's body plummeted into the sea like a cannonball. Son Wukong and Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the ocean. Boom! The energy blasts detonated in the water, sending sprays soaring dozens of meters high. Witnessing such a fierce battle up close was truly staggering. Their combat capabilities were overwhelmingly potent, rendering it impossible to discern their movements with the naked eye. Astonishing. This battle was utterly terrifying. At that moment, the Namekians and Earth's warriors observed the conflict, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat from fear. Had Son Wukong and his son, along with Vegeta, been present, the Namekian planet might have already faced annihilation. The seawater continuously emitted steam, resembling boiling water. A towering column of water shot upwards, with King Cold standing atop it. How is this possible? After enduring such relentless firepower, he seems completely unscathed. Our combat abilities are worlds apart. Son Wukong gazed in astonishment as King Cold emerged from the water. A tiger's son does not yield to a dog. No wonder Frieza possessed such formidable strength. Vegeta, incensed by King Cold's unscathed appearance, was taken aback, realizing that their combined attacks had yielded no results. Saiyans, it appears the warm-up is over. Prepare to face my wrath. King Cold looked down upon Son Wukong and Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with the amusement of a predator toying with its prey. His breath suddenly surged forth. What? His aura continues to rise unabated. King Cold said this is merely a warm-up? Yet, Goku has already employed the 20-fold Kaioken. How infuriating. I am utterly powerless to assist. Piccolo and the others gritted their teeth in frustration, blaming their own lack of strength. They had not anticipated that Son Wukong had already unleashed his true combat prowess while his opponent was still merely warming up. Ha ha ha. I apologize for keeping you waiting. King Cold sensed the immense power swelling within him. He laughed heartily, a sound that filled me with revulsion. Vegeta, consumed by fury, was the first to strike. In a flash, he charged forward and delivered a powerful punch aimed directly at King Cold's head. Bang! King Cold did not flinch. His face met Vegeta's fist in a surprising intimacy. Yet, like the Eiffel Tower, he stood tall and unfazed. What? How is this possible? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. As cold sweat beaded on his forehead, he observed his fist still pressed against the face of the Kurdish king. Yet the latter had entirely deflected his blow with his head, regarding him with an expression akin to that of an imbecile. Nothing was beyond possibility. The game had concluded. It was time to surrender, Vegeta. The Kurdish king's enormous fist struck Vegeta's abdomen with tremendous force. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing Vegeta to spit out a mouthful of blood. He clasped his hands around his abdomen, his body contorting into a shape reminiscent of a large shrimp. Goodness! A swift defeat? I never anticipated such a vast disparity in their strengths. Vegeta was unable to withstand even a single blow from King Cold. The onlookers, astonished, wondered how this could possibly continue. The clash between the two resembled a confrontation between an adult and a child. Does it hurt? It should. I shall torment you until you wish for death itself, King Cold declared with a menacing visage. He unleashed a frenzied beam of death. his fingers sending waves of energy crashing into Vegeta. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams that sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 45, The Fear of King Cold. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. It was unexpected that King Cold possessed such terrifying power, swiftly overpowering Vegeta. Goku let out a mighty roar, launching an energy blast towards King Cold. He, are all you Saiyans so impulsive? Do not rush. Your turn will come soon. King Cold halted his assault, raising his hand to deflect the energy hurled by Goku. The corners of his mouth curled upwards, reminiscent of a cat observing its prey. Vegeta, once I have dealt with your companions, we shall engage in some delightful sport. Suddenly, King Cold appeared above Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Boom. The earth was left with a massive crater. Vegeta lay feebly in the pit, his eyes reflecting profound resentment and helplessness. Him. It turned out that Goku had realized his energy blast was ineffective against King Cold. With resolute determination, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave infused with the power of the 20-fold Kaioken. A colossal beam of light surged forth towards his adversary. Miserable Saiyan, meet your demise. With a mere flick of his finger, King Cold summoned an overwhelming energy projectile that obscured the heavens. With a gentle flick of his finger, a colossal energy blast surged towards Son Wukong, colliding with his Kamehameha wave. Boom. The two immense forces clashed, causing the very ground of Namek to tremble and the seas to surge. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, as thunder echoed in the air. The atmosphere itself shifted due to the collision of these titanic powers. Ding. A battle power attribute of 20,000 has dropped. Ding. Battle power attribute increased by 200,000. How formidable. Wukong, you must endure. Should this gargantuan energy sphere descend upon Namek, the entire planet could face annihilation. The onlookers, their hands clenched tightly, watched the confrontation with bated breath. Die, King Cold exclaimed, witnessing the adversary's energy beam matching his own. Just moments ago, he had merely conjured a transient energy blast. He immediately intensified his output, causing the energy wave to surge several-fold in an instant. The energy beam of the Kamehameha was forced to retreat repeatedly. Son Wukong gritted his teeth, exerting all of his energy. The energy beam of the Kamehameha surged dramatically, yet it seemed to have little effect. The opponent's energy blast continued unabated, advancing with an overwhelming force. Tremble, Saiyan. We, the Frost Demon Clan, are the true masters of this universe, King Cold proclaimed. Reveling in the situation. Gohan, it's time to act. Your father is reaching his limit, Krillin urged, his face etched with concern. He heard no response and involuntarily glanced towards his side where Son Gohan stood. Yet, there was no trace of him. Suddenly, with a flash, Son Gohan's figure materialized beside Son Wukong. He unleashed a quintuple Kaioken, enveloped in a swirling aura of crimson and ivory. Son Gohan's Kamehameha rapidly took shape, surging forth toward the energy blast of King Kurd. A resounding explosion ensued as their Kamehameha forcefully repelled each other's energy projectiles. Well, I didn't anticipate your strength to be this formidable, King Kurd remarked, narrowly evading the returning assault of the energy blast in the nick of time. Within his heart, tumultuous waves surged, for he had not anticipated the immense power of these two Saiyans. Gohan, the forthcoming battle is entrusted to you. It is time for me to withdraw, spoke Son Wukong as he retracted the Kaioken, restoring his state. He patted Son Gohan's shoulder with a look of contentment. With that, he soared away from the battlefield, joining Krillin and the others as an onlooker, for his involvement in the ensuing conflict was no longer necessary. Remaining to assist would only hinder progress. Besides, in the previous clash, King Cold had yet to unleash his true prowess. Should the adversary become earnest, he would have already succumbed, akin to Vegeta. Collect it all, Son Gohan silently mused. The power attributes on the ground surged into his being like a torrent, and his battle power skyrocketed, stabilizing at an astonishing 40 million within mere moments. A smile involuntarily crept upon the corners of his mouth, and his combat prowess surged by an astonishing 5 million. What on earth is this? Is this a blatant display of contempt? You dare to send a mere child to face me in battle? Saiyans, I truly admire your audacity and ignorance. You shall not regret this soon. I shall snap this little brat's neck. King Cold observed as Son Wukong soared away from the battlefield, leaving only a diminutive figure to confront him. He wore an expression of astonishment and disdain. Even if this child had commenced his training from birth, how formidable could his combat prowess truly be? King Kurd, your arrogance knows no bounds. My strength is far beyond a mere triviality. Prepare yourself to truly comprehend the terrifying force of overwhelming power. Boom. Son Gohan retracted the Kaioken, and a surge of energy erupted skyward. A fearsome aura erupted wildly. The ground instantly caved in beneath him. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. His gaze sharpened to an extraordinary degree as he cast a sidelong glance at King Kurter. What? A Saiyan with blonde hair. Frieza. Was it you who killed him? King Kurter staggered back several paces. That gaze is utterly terrifying. He recalled the dying words of his ancestors, to be wary of the Saiyan with golden hair. Indeed, it was Frieza whom I vanquished. Son Gohan declared with piercing eyes, devoid of any emotion. The atmosphere seemed to chill palpably. How formidable! This power is truly terrifying. Observing from such proximity made breathing feel laborious. Is this the true extent of Gohan's strength? It is utterly daunting. The onlookers, captivated by the unfolding battle, were engulfed in trepidation. The aura was overwhelmingly intense. Having not experienced it up close before, they were now thoroughly intimidated. Very well, arrogant youth. Today I shall reduce you to mere fragments. King Cold unleashed his full power. Reaching 100%, his combat prowess surpasses that of Frieza by several folds. The onlookers felt as if a demon had emerged from the depths of hell. Little did they anticipate that King Cold had concealed such formidable strength. Saiyans, prepare to meet your demise. King Cold struck first, unleashing a colossal energy blast aimed at Gohan. Boom. With a swift motion, Gohan deflected the energy blast with his hand. His body suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal energy orb erupted from his palm, crashing violently against King Kurd's back. A piercing scream escaped King Kurd as he was sent hurtling through the air. In a swift motion, Son Wukong pursued the king's flung body, driving a knee into it and propelling him towards a mountain. With a resounding crash, King Kurd's form collided with the rock face, shattering a massive boulder. A gasp escaped his lips as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 46. Frieza's Brother. Cooler Eye, the Ice Demon Clan, and the mightiest race in this universe. King Kurd bellowed in fury. His eyes began to concentrate energy as he prepared to unleash his beam attack. He had been too complacent, underestimating a mere child with seemingly no combat prowess, only to find himself outmaneuvered. I can employ that technique as well. Son Wukong observed his opponent gathering energy for his beam and began to do the same. With a thunderous clash, their beams collided, sending King Kurd crashing into the mountainside, followed closely by Son Wukong. How astonishing! To think that a formidable opponent like King Kurd could be so thoroughly overpowered by Wukong. The sheer magnitude of Wukong's strength was terrifying. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, King Kurd was already down on the ground. What is happening here? Tianjin, can your three eyes discern their movements clearly? The onlookers were bewildered, unable to grasp the unfolding events. Son Wukong's combat prowess had surpassed their understanding. It was unbelievable that in just 2 months, he had undergone such a transformation, leaving them far behind. Piccolo and Son Wukong exchanged broad smiles. The focus returned to the battlefield. With a series of explosive impacts, the entire mountain was reduced to rubble. The two combatants ascended from the debris into the sky, unleashing a barrage of devastating death beams. King Kurd, battered and furious, retaliated with his own onslaught of chaotic death beams. He sought to harness energy to launch an attack against his opponent, employing a mere trifling skill. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess soaring to an astounding 2 billion. In his current state, he disregarded all energy assaults. Boom, boom, boom. Son Gohan allowed a barrage of energy blasts to bombard him, yet they bore no consequence whatsoever. King Cold, drenched in sweat and anxiety, found himself utterly powerless. As Son Gohan burst through the energy blasts, he directed a formidable punch straight at King Cold's head. Bang! King Cold's body was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. Son Gohan offered him no respite, swiftly closing the distance and delivering another kick. In an instant, it resembled a game of soccer in midair, punctuated by King Cold's anguished cries echoing throughout the skies. The onlookers, mere spectators, could only hear the relentless wails above, unable to discern the frenetic movements of the two combatants. Vegeta, alone in a deep pit, gritted his teeth, seemingly forgotten by all. The injustice was unbearable. This planet no longer warranted existence. King Cold was merely a pawn in Son Gohan's playful torment. He had been consumed by a fit of rage, unleashing a surge of energy towards the ground, intent on reducing planet Namek to mere rubble, thereby casting its inhabitants into the void of space. Bereft of the ability to survive in the cosmos, they would ultimately meet their demise. Alas, Gohan realized he was running out of time. Were they all destined to perish? King Cold, you wretched fiend, it seems you are intent on ensuring our mutual destruction. A cold sweat broke out among the onlookers. Should that energy strike planet Namek, the entire celestial body would be obliterated in an instant, leading to the demise of all its inhabitants. Cold, your intentions are not without merit. Yet you have chosen the wrong target. Time stop technique. Gohan swiftly activated his extraordinary abilities, holding his breath. In that moment, everything on planet Namek came to a standstill. As if the television had been paused. Only Gohan remained capable of movement. With a swift movement, he arrived at the spot where the energy orb was about to descend. As Son Gohan concentrated on gathering the energy for the Kamehameha wave, he silently calculated how many seconds he could pause time. The King of Cold had become utterly enraged. He could not be allowed to remain. As the 5-second mark approached, Gohan felt an overwhelming discomfort. Exhaling sharply, the time stop technique abruptly faltered, and everything resumed its natural state. Son Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, a colossal beam of light instantly engulfing the energy orb hurled by the King of Cold. The momentum of the attack surged towards the adversary. How could this be? How can your speed be so astonishing? No. The immense energy beam swiftly consumed the King of Cold, leaving only a piercing scream in its wake. Collecting all remnants, Gohan thought to himself. As the battle power attributes continuously flowed into his limbs and core, his personal attribute panel indicated that his battle power had reached 45 million. Yes, victory. That was terrifying. I knew Gohan wouldn't let us down. How can you still say that? Just moments ago, your face was ashen with fear. Tien and the others, initially taken aback, soon expressed their exhilaration. This battle had completely reshaped their understanding of power. They now eagerly yearned to commence their training. With the aspiration of surpassing Son Gohan as their ultimate goal. Gohan, thank you for once again saving their planet. The Namekians also leaped in jubilation, expressing their overwhelming excitement. They were utterly elated. After vanquishing Queen Kuroda, the Namekians utilized the Dragon Balls to resurrect their kin. Gohan made a heartfelt wish, hoping that Goku would be free from ailments and immune to all toxins. He was acutely aware that during the Cell Saga, Goku would succumb to a chronic heart condition. Had it not been for future Trunks delivering medicine, the consequences would have been dire. Time flew by. A year passed in silence. Following the defeat of Queen Kuroda, Gohan used instant transmission once more to transport everyone back to Earth. They all commenced their training anew. Suddenly, a colossal spaceship breached the Earth's atmosphere. An aura of terror and malevolence instantly enveloped the planet. Trouble loomed. Earth was in peril. The Supreme Kai sensed this formidable and sinister presence, his face turning ashen with fear. Sweat streamed down his forehead as the overwhelming force threatened to engulf them all. He gazed towards the direction of Baozi Mountain and murmured, Son Gohan, the fate of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Could this malevolent orb be Frieza? It shouldn't be, could it? As this presence approached Earth, Son Gohan sensed it immediately. It appears that by vanquishing King Cold and Frieza, he had altered the course of events. Now, it is Frieza's brother, Cooler, who comes seeking vengeance on Earth. Cooler, the ruler of a certain region of the universe, made his debut in Dragon Ball Z, Movie 5, The Strongest versus The Strongest. While Frieza annihilated the Saiyans, Cooler watched from the sidelines, sparing the young Goku Kakarot, who had been sent to Earth. He mocked Frieza's carelessness, and 24 years later, Frieza was defeated by the Super Saiyan Goku. In the movie, to vanquish Goku, Cooler and his minions launched an assault on Earth. Little did he expect to arrive on Earth so swiftly. Soon, the warriors of Dragon Ball Z, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Chazu, and Krillin sensed this terrifying and malevolent presence invading their planet. They all set forth, soaring towards the malevolent aura. Chapter 47, Future Trunks. Just as the crowd hastened towards the sinister presence, a time machine unexpectedly materialized on Earth, gently descending to the ground. Mother, we have succeeded. The cabin door of the time machine gradually swung open, and a youth, bearing a sword upon his back, leaped down. Clad in a coat adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem, his hair was a striking shade of light blue, and he appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. He gazed at this familiar place, his face alight with excitement. What is happening? He wondered. Have I mistakenly entered an alternate timeline? How is it possible that I sense the presence of 3 Saiyans? Is that overwhelming energy emanating from Master Gohan? It bears an uncanny resemblance. The other 2 Saiyan energies must belong to Uncle Goku and my father. Indeed, I have arrived in the future. and present-day Trunks is thoroughly perplexed. Logically, Uncle Goku should not have returned to Earth yet. Moreover, why is there only one malevolent presence? Isn't it true that King Cold has resurrected Frieza, and the two have come to Earth seeking vengeance? He shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts within. For the moment, it mattered not. He needed to rush over and ascertain the situation. With a swift motion, future Trunks transformed the time machine back into a multifunctional capsule, securing it within a convenient case. Then, a surge of brilliant white energy erupted from him, propelling him directly towards the malevolent aura. What is this power? Trunks? Son Gohan sensed a familiar Saiyan presence. A youthful figure, brandishing a long sword upon his back, suddenly materialized in his mind. To his astonishment, future Trunks had also arrived. This aura is unmistakably Saiyan. What could this mean? Vegeta too detected a strangely familiar Saiyan energy. With so few Saiyans remaining, who could it possibly be? It seemed as if the opponent had appeared out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta soared towards the source of the dark energy, aware that the formidable Saiyan aura was converging there as well. Gohan, what is this terrifying presence? It resembles Frieza's. I can sense another familiar energy that has seemingly materialized. Likely a Saiyan. Son Goku turned to Son Gohan, perplexed. How could Earth suddenly be overwhelmed by two such powerful energies? Let us investigate. The truth will soon be revealed. Gohan grasped Goku's hand, utilizing instant transmission to transport them to the source. Boom. A colossal spaceship descended upon Earth in an instant. Is this Earth? What a splendid planet it is. No wonder the Saiyans chose to settle here. As the hatch slowly opened, Gula emerged from the spacecraft, feeling the planet's remarkably light gravity. He expressed his astonishment. Following Gula, his subordinates began to exit in succession. Frieza, calm and discerning, possessed a formidable battle power of 170,000. Dre, a powerful warrior, boasted a battle power of 185,000. Nez, with a battle power of 163,000. The three of them resembled the Ginyu Force of Frieza's army, serving as the vanguard of Cooler. In a flash, Goku and his son arrived first using instant transmission, followed closely by future Trunks. What was happening? Who was this person resembling Frieza? How could Uncle Goku be here? Had I truly arrived in the wrong timeline? Cooler was robust and stood nearly as tall as Goku. In his usual demeanor, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, occasionally crossing his arms, with blood-red eyes and purple-black lips. Beneath his eyes were two lines resembling blood tears, and his purple shell gleamed. One of his feet bore 3 toes, and his footsteps produced a creaking sound as he walked. His entire body was encased in a shell that effectively immunized him against all ordinary physical attacks, primarily protecting his joints and bones, providing resistance against friction and impact. Ha ha ha. I did not expect you to come to me so willingly. Saiyans. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cooler, Frieza's brother. I have come to Earth to annihilate all of you Saiyans. The strongest warriors in the universe are solely our Frost Demon race. Cooler addressed Goku and his son, along with future Trunks, revealing his intent to exact vengeance on Earth. Believing that Frieza and King Cold had brought shame upon their family, he must eradicate all the Saiyans to restore his dignity. What? Frieza has a brother? What is going on? Did I truly arrive at the wrong moment? Shouldn't it be King Cold and the mechanical Frieza seeking vengeance on Earth? Where did Frieza's brother come from? Hello, Trunks. Gohan paid no heed to Cooler's words. He approached Trunks and greeted him in a tone only the two could hear. In truth, he had felt profound sorrow for the future Trunks in his previous life, battling alone in a desolate timeline. The future Trunks was a resolute Saiyan. What is this? Teacher Gohan actually knows me? The future Trunks wore a look of astonishment, unable to fathom that Gohan from this timeline would recognize him. Could it be that I did not traverse to the wrong timeline? I, too, once journeyed through time like you, which is why I am aware of your origins. Gohan casually remarked, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. Just as Trunks sought to clarify the situation, a sharp reprimand interrupted their conversation. You imbeciles, I am speaking here. And you dare engage in idle chatter below? You wild monkeys are utterly impolite. I shall have you slain. Gula observed Gohan and future Trunks whispering to each other. His gaze turned icy as he raised his hand, pointing towards Son Gohan and Trunks. 2 beams of lethal energy shot forth, aimed directly at Son Gohan and Trunks. In response, Son Gohan unleashed 2 beams of deadly light towards Cooler, while Trunks launched an energy blast of his own. Cooler's death beams collided with Son Gohan's, neutralizing each other, while Trunks' energy surged forward. With a mere flick of his wrist, Cooler deflected the incoming energy. Swish. You insolent fool, are you a Saiyan? Why is your hair a pale blue? Vegeta demanded upon arriving, addressing future Trunks. He had never before witnessed a Saiyan with hair of a delicate lavender hue. It is. Mr. Vegeta, the hair is inherent by nature, future Trunks stammered. His head bowed slightly, unable to meet Vegeta's gaze. His excited eyes brimmed with unshed tears. At last, I have seen my father. What do you think? Will you be disappointed? Gohan gently patted future Trunks on the shoulder and spoke. I feel elated, just as mother described. Future Trunks composed himself and replied with palpable excitement. My childhood wish was merely to catch a glimpse of the proud father mother spoke of. Tragically, in his early years, the Vegeta from the future was slain by the androids. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, Piccolo and the others had arrived at the battlefield. Before they could ascertain the situation, they witnessed a figure resembling Frieza issuing a command. Kill them all, leave no one alive. With a single utterance from Cooler, the armored battalion sprang into action, swarming the sky like a plague of locusts, converging upon Vegeta and his companions. Gohan soared into the air, deeming these adversaries unworthy of his effort. Future Trunks followed suit, ascending alongside him. He sought to clarify the situation, yet it was evidently not the opportune moment for such inquiries. The two departed from the battlefield, moving to a vantage point to observe the conflict. However, their exit did not go unnoticed by Gula, who swiftly pursued them. Slay them all, not a single Saiyan shall remain, commanded the mighty warrior Frieza, Dre, and Nez as they engaged in battle against Vegeta and Son Goku, for the scouter indicated that these two possessed the mightiest power levels in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others also joined the fray, their combat prowess significantly enhanced after a year of arduous training. This battle served as the perfect opportunity to assess the fruits of their labor. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, accompanied by cries of anguish. As the conflict erupted, Son Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notification sounds. Ding. Combat power attribute of 1000 detected ahead. Combat power attribute increased by 100. Chapter 48. Gula versus Future Trunks on the battlefield. Gula declared, You two little brats have been hiding here all along. Today, you shall meet your end. Feel the terrifying power akin to that of hell. He had been relentlessly searching for Son Gohan and Future Trunks. When has he ever endured such indignity? These two ruffians are utterly contemptuous. Just moments ago, while he was speaking, these scoundrels disregarded his very existence. How dare they even lay a hand upon him? They truly are oblivious to the gravity of their actions. Boom. Gula's body erupted with a terrifying and malevolent aura, instantly enveloping the entire earth. He cannot tread the same path as Frieza and King Cold, suddenly revealing his true power. In his ultimate form, his physique expands significantly, becoming even more formidable. From his head, four horns extend backward, while his mouth is shielded by a mask, though it is not mandatory for it to be covered. His eyes transform into a crimson hue, with the pupils vanishing altogether. Additionally, his shoulders protrude prominently, resembling a breastplate, and two horns sprout from his back. His arms develop into sharp, blade-like protrusions, further enhancing his strength. What is the meaning of this? How could Gula's aura be so overwhelmingly potent? He astonishingly undergoes another transformation. Future Trunks, instantaneously becoming a Super Saiyan. He is undoubtedly the least reckless of the Saiyans, and he has immediately unveiled his true strength. With a clang, his sword was drawn from its sheath in an instant. A chilling aura swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. What? This scoundrel can also transform into a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Vegeta witnessed Future Trunks ascend to the Super Saiyan form. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Each of those brash youngsters has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet, as the prince of the Saiyans and a prodigious warrior, he finds himself unable to achieve this transformation. In a fury akin to that of a tiger, Vegeta unleashed his wrath upon his adversary. His meteoric rise unleashed an unparalleled ferocity, swiftly decimating the three formidable generals of Gula. While the adversary barely surpassed 100,000 in power, he now soared beyond 1,000,000. He too departed from the battlefield, taking a position nearby to observe the fray. Beak and others surged forth like a tiger among a pack of wolves, mercilessly reaping the lives of their adversaries. They all desired a swift resolution, and later witnessed an epic battle. How astonishing! I never anticipated that this young lad could transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong too ignited the fervor within his heart, unleashing an immense aura that sent a multitude of lesser foes flying. He wore an expression brimming with envy and resentment. It was unexpected that the youth of today exhibited such remarkable prowess. Gula astonishingly transformed once more. emanating an aura that seemed even more formidable than that of the young warrior. Son Gohan, much like Vegeta, had also positioned himself in a different location to observe the unfolding battle. What? That young man is also a Saiyan? How come neither Vegeta nor Son Gohan mentioned this? Could he possibly be a friend of Gohan? The warriors of Earth sensed the overwhelming power emanating from the two combatants. However, with Gohan present, Earth remained as steadfast as an impregnable fortress. They have never known fear. Super Saiyan? It is the Frost Demon clan that reigns as the mightiest in the cosmos. Guldo was not the least bit surprised to witness the Saiyans transform. Over the course of the year, he had already learned of their ability to do so. Guldo had long since prepared himself, having undergone rigorous and grueling training throughout this period. His combat power stands at an astonishing 470 million. Arrogance shall lead you to a point of no return today. In the future, Trunks, wielding his sword, strikes directly at Gula's head with a single blow. With a resounding clang, Gula effortlessly deflects the sword attack with the mere extension of a finger. In the anime, Son Goku has also employed this very technique. He effortlessly concentrated energy at his fingertips, effortlessly deflecting future Trunks' sword. Now, Gula enveloped himself in a powerful aura, completely disregarding the weapon of future Trunks. Future Trunks unleashed a series of sword techniques, yet they proved utterly futile. Even when struck, Gula's body was as resilient as steel, rendering the sword incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Infuriated, he declared, "Behold my power." Future Trunks sheathed his sword back into its scabbard. He intends to unleash energy waves alongside his fists and kicks, launching a fierce assault against Gula. Ding. A battle attribute of 1 million drops ahead. Ding. Battle power attribute increases by 1 million. How infuriating. How can this scoundrel possess such formidable strength? Future Trunks grows increasingly alarmed with each exchange. This adversary's prowess has surpassed that of the androids. Is this all the might you possess? Now, it is my turn to strike. Seizing the opportunity, Gula delivers a powerful punch toward Future Trunks. The latter evades the attack with agile movements, simultaneously firing an energy blast. Boom. The energy sphere collides with Gula, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Yet, the opponent emerges directly from the haze, landing a punch squarely on Future Trunks' abdomen. Wow, he exclaims, spewing a mouthful of blood, his body curling in pain like a shrimp. Damn Saiyan, you now perceive our disparity, do you not? I have yet to exert my full strength. Savor the terror of impending death. In a flash, Gula appears behind Future Trunks. Bang! A heavy blow strikes his back, sending Future Trunks plummeting towards the ground. Boom! The impact creates a massive crater. Gula's battle prowess is indeed formidable. It appears he possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities. He has just arrived on Earth to eliminate the Saiyans and reclaim glory for his family. Remarkable. Indeed, he is a formidable adversary. Who would have anticipated that even the Super Saiyans could not withstand Gula's onslaught? I wonder if Gohan's fighting prowess is sufficient to overcome him. Upon witnessing Future Trunks crash down to the ground, Son Goku expressed his deep concern. I cannot afford to lose. I must not allow this Earth to suffer the same fate as our future timeline. I must eradicate you. With a surge of determination, Future Trunks emerged from the deep pit, fury blazing in his eyes. With a gesture, he gathered a colossal beam of energy, directing it towards Gula. He contemplated the dire consequences of his potential defeat, realizing that the entire Earth would fall under the dominion of his adversary. In such a scenario, this temporal realm would mirror that of a dystopian future, ensnared in an interminable cycle of despair and helplessness. Humanity would be compelled to scurry like frightened vermin, surviving only by the thinnest of margins. Should fortune favor him, he would demonstrate the true essence of overwhelming power. Gula witnessed the Future Trunks unleashing a devastating energy assault. He showed no signs of weakness, determined to triumph over his opponent in every aspect. For only then could he demonstrate that his frozen demon clan was indeed the mightiest race in the universe. In an instant, Gula's fingers coalesced into a sphere of energy, striking down upon the energy beam hurtling towards him. What? The magic flash? How could this fellow wield my technique? Was it perhaps taught to him by Gohan? Piccolo observed the technique that Future Trunks would employ. He was taken aback for a moment, then speculated whether it was Gohan who had taught him. With a thunderous clash, two forces collided instantaneously. A violent shockwave swiftly spread outwards. Chapter 49, The Astonishment of Future Trunks. Disperse, Saiyan. Gula unleashed a frenzied torrent of energy, causing the energy sphere to swell dramatically, instantly reaching the size of a basketball court. He harbored a desire to obliterate the earth alongside himself. I shall not succumb. Trunks gritted his teeth, resolutely suppressing the energy surging within him. My radiant energy beam surged dramatically as well, forcefully pushing the colossal energy sphere back, sending it soaring into the cosmos. It turned out that Gula had long since vanished above. Suddenly, he appeared behind Future Trunks, delivering a single punch. How could this be? Future Trunks sensed Gula's presence looming behind him. With a swift spinning kick, he aimed backward. Yet, it was still too late. A resounding thud echoed as a sharp pain surged through his back, propelling him into the air, hurtling directly toward the edge of the deep pit. Gula's form shadowed him relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of frenzied attacks upon Future Trunks. Both warriors resorted to a strategy of exchanging injuries, each determined to outlast the other. However, the disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. With a series of resounding impacts, the two clashed violently within the depths of the pit, carving deep trenches into the earth. Future Trunks was sent soaring by a powerful uppercut from Gula. In a frenzied display, Gula unleashed a barrage of purple energy beams, relentlessly targeting Future Trunks. A cacophony of anguish cries pierced the air. The relentless energy beams rained down upon Future Trunks, forcing forth a chorus of excruciating screams. Ding! Combat power attribute increased by 1,000,000. Ding! Combat power attribute increased by 1,000,000. Saiyan, the more you scream, the more exhilarated I become. Ha ha. Gula cackled maniacally. He aims to ruthlessly torment the Saiyans, making them aware of who truly reigns supreme in this universe. After unleashing hundreds of energy waves, Future Trunks returned to his normal state. His voice dwindled to a whisper, and Gula too ceased his assault. He resembled a cat toying with a mouse. Refraining from swiftly dispatching his opponent, for such an act would rob him of the thrill, Gula sought to instill fear. He intended to toy with his adversary before delivering the final blow. Huff, huff. Future Trunks gasped for breath, his garments in tatters. How is this possible? I have actually been defeated. This fellow possesses an overwhelming combat prowess. What am I to do? At this moment, Future Trunks found himself enveloped in confusion. Gather them all. Son Gohan silently chanted. The combat attributes from the ground surged into his being. In mere moments, his power escalated to 50 million. Gula, do not let your arrogance blind you. Today, you shall witness the terror of the Saiyans. Boom. Son Gohan instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a far more formidable aura that spread forth. Future Trunks stared, awestruck, momentarily forgetting his injuries. Wasn't it Uncle Goku who transformed into a Super Saiyan? Why is Master Gohan capable of such a transformation? Moreover, the energy he emanates is several times more fearsome than my own. At this moment, Future Trunks was left with a multitude of questions. What on earth is happening? Gohan's power seems to have surged once again. Why do I find that every time I see Gohan, he brings us such surprises? Does his power truly have no limits? The Saiyan physique is undeniably extraordinary. Tien and the others handled the group of small foes with effortless ease. Among these aliens, only 3 possessed significant power, all of whom were swiftly vanquished by Vegeta. The remainder were mere misfits, easily dealt with by the rest. Vegeta, witnessing Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan once more, was consumed by envy and resentment. One day, I shall trample you both beneath my feet. Ha ha. You Saiyans revel in your pretentiousness. Was he that Super Saiyan just now easily manipulated by me? Regardless of how many Super Saiyans come forth, the outcome will remain unchanged. We, the Frost Demons, are still the mightiest warriors in this universe, Gula proclaimed with unabashed arrogance. After defeating Future Trunks, his confidence surged. He perceived Super Saiyans as nothing extraordinary. If Cooler could sense energy, he would have trembled in fear. For the energy emitted by Super Saiyan Gohan was on an entirely different level than that of Future Trunks. Suddenly, Gohan's form vanished, only to reappear before Cooler, delivering a powerful punch. What? How can your speed be so incredible? Cooler had assumed that Super Saiyan Gohan was weaker than Future Trunks, thus he dismissed Gohan's combat prowess. Thinking, after all, he was merely a child. How could a child's strength surpass that of an adult? However, Cooler had miscalculated. Boom. As Gohan's fist made contact with Cooler, regret washed over him. A tingling sensation surged through his arm. A tremendous force propelled him backward. Ding. Combat attribute increased by 1 million. What? One punch was enough to send Cooler flying? Gohan's strength was indeed formidable. Future Trunks looked on in astonishment. This version of Gohan not only transformed into a Super Saiyan but also exhibited terrifying combat skills. Gohan was able to send an opponent whom Trunks himself could not handle, hurtling away with a single blow. He is now utterly bewildered by the current situation. Well, to hell with it. How dare they come to Earth and wreak havoc? I never anticipated the ferocity of Gohan's transformation in battle. It seems that the young man's Super Saiyan prowess pales in comparison to Gohan's. At this moment, Tien and the others have already vanquished the entire horde of small Raros. They stood by, cheering on Son Wukong with fervor. This band of extraterrestrials dared to wreak havoc on Earth without a proper assessment of their own strength. Was this not akin to an ancient sage seeking to prolong his life by hanging himself? How could this be? The power of this young lad is astonishingly formidable. It seems my insufferable brother met his demise at your hands without a hint of injustice. Gula steadied himself, eyeing Son Wukong with a vigilant expression. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. It seems he must proceed with caution. Nothing is impossible. The Kurdish king and Frieza fell by my hand. Unleash your full strength in battle, or you shall find yourself without a chance shortly. Son Gohan remarked with an air of disdain. His piercing gaze was devoid of any emotion, akin to that of a corpse. How detestable. Cease your condescension. Allow me to demonstrate my absolute prowess. Gula bellowed in exasperation. A terrifying aura emanating from him. A powerful gust of energy surged outward, causing the very earth to tremble. The sky darkened, filled with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Ah, save me. Is this an earthquake? Hurry, take cover. I am not ready to die yet. The inhabitants of Earth mistook it for an earthquake. As roads became congested and billboards toppled, people scrambled to evade this calamity. Chapter 50. Gula's absolute combat power. What do you think? This is my full strength. You should feel honored. Never before has anyone compelled me to unleash such terrifying power in combat. You are the sole individual and the last. With his full strength revealed, Gula wore a smug expression. He yearned to witness fear and despair reflected in Son Wukong's eyes. However, Guldo miscalculated. The expression in his opponent's gaze remained utterly devoid of emotion. It was of no consequence. This power was simply too feeble. Son Wukong remarked with an air of indifference. He demands that his opponent unleash their true prowess in battle. He is eager to witness whether the system will bestow even greater attributes of combat strength. Such audacity is utterly outrageous. You impudent brat, I shall tear you to shreds. Gula gritted his teeth, completely taken aback by the realization that he had been underestimated. In a fit of rage, he charged at Son Wukong, delivering a fierce left hook. However, it did not unfold as he had envisioned, instead of sending the boy flying. Son Wukong's form began to gradually dissipate. Guldo retaliated with an elbow strike aimed at his foe's rear. The impact resounded with a thud as the two clashed once more. The ground beneath them unable to withstand the force, shattering under the pressure. Instantly, they engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows and kicks, their combat fierce and unrelenting. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds, each collision generating powerful shockwaves. Ding! A notification sounded, indicating a drop of 1 million in battle power. Ding! An increase of 1 million in battle power was noted. Son Wukong's mind was inundated with the system's alerts, revealing that a decrease of 1 million in battle power was the limit. With a sudden intensity, Son Wukong's eyes emitted twin beams of light. Before Guldo could react, he was sent hurtling away with a cry of anguish. The pain elicited a frustrated exclamation from him. How infuriating! Guldo clenched his teeth, utterly unprepared for the boy's ambush. Thankfully, his armor absorbed a portion of the energy attack. Was this truly just a child? His battle power was formidable, his movements agile, and his combat experience remarkably vast. Incredible! That maneuver was executed flawlessly, catching one completely off guard. Never did he anticipate that Wukong's battle power would be so overwhelming. It was evident that this alien stood no chance against him. Tianjin and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them, their spirits lifted as they cheered. Just moments earlier, they had witnessed future Trunks transform into a Super Saiyan, yet he had been unable to defeat this alien foe. They harbored a subtle concern regarding whether Son Gohan's strength could indeed triumph over his adversary. It appeared they had underestimated Gohan's capabilities. Gohan, splendidly done. Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, felt a flash of pride. Gohan had astonishingly mastered his technique, the special beam cannon, and wielded it with formidable power. Ha ha ha, Piccolo. I am truly grateful to you. Having a mentor like you is indeed a blessing for Gohan, Son Wukong expressed sincerely, now that his son had grown so powerful. Piccolo's contributions were undeniable. Enough of this nonsense, I shall surely defeat you someday, Piccolo retorted to Son Wukong with a roar. That fellow was indeed infuriating. One day, He vowed to bring this scoundrel down to the ground. However, witnessing Gohan's performance brought Piccolo a sense of satisfaction. Vegeta, teeth gritted, resolved to train diligently, striving to transform into a Super Saiyan in the shortest time possible. This glory rightfully belonged to him. It was utterly frustrating to be relegated to merely watching others engage in battle from afar. But the spectacle was far from over. After sending Gula flying, Gohan conjured a series of Frieza's signature energy discs. He unleashed 5 cutting energy discs, reminiscent of Krillin's technique, the Destructo disc. These discs, circular in shape, possessed slicing capabilities and could change direction and track their targets. What? Gula exclaimed, turning to flee. He was all too aware of the devastating power of this technique. This was the ultimate move of his brother, Frieza, and he never anticipated that this Saiyan would wield it as well. If struck by this attack, he would undoubtedly be reduced to countless pieces. He swiftly soared beyond the reach of the attack. Son Wukong deftly maneuvered 5 slicing discs, relentlessly pursuing Gula from behind. Such a prodigy. I never anticipated this technique could be utilized in such a manner. Krillin mistakenly believed it to be his own technique, the Energy Sphere Slash. The Energy Sphere Slash could be wielded akin to Yamcha's Super Energy Wave. In that moment, it seemed as though he experienced an epiphany, suddenly grasping the concept. Once this crisis is averted, I too shall endeavor to experiment with it. This technique proves futile for me. Gula likewise unleashed his slicing discs, and in an instant, their discs annihilated each other. He simply lacked the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess earlier. Now that the distance has been established, he can unleash the same technique. Can he not? Suddenly, the voice of Son Gohan materialized behind Gula, causing a cold sweat to cascade down his forehead in fright. This little brat truly possesses an uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. With a swift turn, Gula gathered an enormous energy wave in his hand and hurled it towards Son Gohan. Boom. In an instant, Gohan was engulfed by the energy wave. Haha. This time you shall not escape death. Gula's heart soared with delight at the sight. Surely, this insufferable brat must be reduced to mere ashes now. He laughed foolishly, oblivious to the true location of his opponent. One cannot entirely fault them, as aliens are not attuned to sensing the movement of energy. They rely solely on sight and intuition to discern the whereabouts of their foes. Those observing from below were aware that Son Gohan had evaded the energy attack just in the nick of time. Yet, Gula remained blissfully unaware, believing he had obliterated the Super Saiyan Gohan. To venture to Earth for revenge while being ignorant of your opponent's true strength is indeed a testament to your audacity. Son Gohan couldn't help but regard Gula's foolish laughter with a mixture of amusement and disdain. He couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it. The Frozen Demon Clan is the strongest race in the universe. I shall ensure your complete annihilation. Is fleeing the only skill you Saiyans possess?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Gula roared in fury. He suddenly turned around, only to find the other party unexpectedly appearing behind him. "Run? You overestimate yourself," he declared with a disdainful expression. His aura continuously surged, revealing the immense potential he had discovered, with the system's maximum combat power attribute reaching a staggering 1 million. It was time to showcase his true prowess. Wah! What? Gohan's strength is truly unfathomable. Krillin sensed the escalating intensity of Gohan's aura. He could not help but swallow hard. "You little brat, you are exceedingly arrogant." With fury, Gula charged at Son Wukong, intent on snapping his opponent's neck. This impudent rascal was utterly insufferable. Bang! Gula arrived swiftly, but departed even faster. It turned out Son Wukong had kicked him back with a single blow. Chapter 51. The Fall of Gula. No, this cannot be. As Gula was sent hurtling backward, he thought to himself that this must be an illusion. How could the Saiyan brat possess such ferocity? This was my absolute power. Surely, I had merely been careless, allowing the Saiyans' attack to connect. Yes, that must be it. What is impossible? By this time next year, it will be your death anniversary. Once you arrive, you shall not escape. At that moment, Gula once again heard Son Wukong's voice ringing in his ears. Boom. The truth was that his opponent had already caught up to his flying body. A powerful punch landed heavily on Gula's form. Ugh! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was sent flying once more. Super Saiyan Son Wukong followed closely, relentlessly assaulting Gula in midair, as if he were playing a game of soccer. A chorus of Gula's anguished cries echoed through the air. He never imagined that he would traverse such vast distances to Earth in pursuit of vengeance, only to find himself treated as a mere plaything. How remarkable it is that someone as formidable as Gula could be treated as a ball to be kicked by Gohan. Indeed, Gohan is extraordinarily powerful. With him safeguarding Earth, there is no longer any fear of malevolent creatures invading our realm. You are right. If we do not diligently cultivate our skills, we will merely be spectators in the future. Your words ring true. We must strive to enhance our abilities and eventually match Gohan's prowess. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with excitement. It was truly uplifting. Everyone engaged in spirited conversation, sharing their joy. However, due to the limitations of human physiology, the notion of catching up to Son Gohan seemed utterly fanciful. Demon Flash. Gohan propelled Gula's body upward. With both hands raised above his head, he began to harness energy. What? I refuse to be defeated. I will obliterate everything here to dust. Supernova. Gula watched as Gohan gathered an immense wave of energy. A chill ran down his spine. In the face of life and death, even Gula could feel fear. He exerted every ounce of his strength to break free from the onslaught, beginning to gather a wave of energy. With a single finger, he concentrated his power, forming a colossal sphere of energy capable of obliterating an entire planet. Gula yearned to reduce this planet and all its inhabitants to mere cosmic dust. The Saiyans, once regarded by him as insignificant insects, now possessed the ability to overpower him. How could Gula possibly endure such humiliation? He intends to obliterate everything here. The game must come to an end. A colossal beam of energy from Son Wukong surged towards Gula in the sky. He felt there was no need to continue fighting. If it was to come to an end, let everything dissolve into the dust of the universe. Gula hurled a colossal sphere imbued with terrifying energy towards Son Wukong. He aimed to reduce this place, which had brought him humiliation, to ashes. Boom. Two immense energies collided instantaneously. In an instant, dust and debris were propelled into the air, and fissures appeared on the ground, seemingly bottomless. The entire planet trembled. Gula's formidable energy was gradually pushed back by the magical flash. Gohan, you must hold on. Our Earth relies entirely upon you. Give it your all. The spectators watching the battle clenched their fists tightly. The magnitude of these two forces was utterly terrifying. The ground nearby crumbled, sending them soaring into the air for a better view. Future Trunks, witnessing the clash between the two, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Gohan, in this timeline, would possess such strength. The foe he could not contend with seemed to be toyed with effortlessly in Gohan's hands. Piccolo, observing the potency of Gohan's magical flash energy wave, felt a surge of joy. He had not expected that his ultimate technique would exhibit such power in Gohan's hands. Goku gazed confidently at his son and Gula as they exchanged blows. He could not help but cast his gaze towards Piccolo, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Vegeta's eyes were filled with fury. Damn that little brat. Who would have thought your combat prowess would escalate so swiftly? You wait. One day I shall surpass all of you. Little brat, go to hell. Goldo's forehead was veined, and his eyes were bloodshot. He fervently channeled his energy into the sphere. In an instant, the colossal energy orb surged to twice its size. The noise was deafening. Son Wukong unleashed his full power, emitting a dazzling brilliance that rendered it nearly impossible to behold. The massive beam of energy transformed into a blue and white flame, devouring the energy sphere of Gula with an unstoppable velocity. Gula emitted a piercing scream, his body melting away in the radiant energy beam. The fates of the three fathers and sons were intertwined, reduced to mere specks of dust in the vast cosmos. Thus, the reign of the ancient Emperor Gula came to an end. In the anime, Gula descends to Earth seeking vengeance against Son Wukong, unleashing the Kamehameha wave upon the sun. After being cast into the sun, he did not perish. Instead, a mere half of his head remained, still clinging to life. He relied on the advanced technological chips from the Bixta star's cosmic grave to repair his body, continuously regenerating and enhancing his strength to an astounding level of 10 billion. Thus, he transformed into the mechanical Gula. His body was enveloped in numerous mechanical chips, and his stature had significantly increased. The right side of his head retained its original form, while the left was entirely replaced by mechanical components. However, Gula's physical form and cells had been entirely obliterated. Resurrection would only be possible in another life. Collect everything, Son Gohan silently commanded as he reverted from his Super Saiyan form. An overwhelming surge of battle attributes flooded into his limbs and core. The battle power data on his personal attributes panel fluctuated wildly. After a few breaths, he sensed the data gradually stabilize. His battle power registered at 80 million, signifying that he had amassed an impressive 30 million battle power from this encounter. Yes, we have finally triumphed. Ha ha ha. Gohan has proven to be reliable. I always knew victory was destined for us. The crowd exchanged jubilant remarks, celebrating with exuberant gestures. With Gohan safeguarding Earth, they felt invulnerable to any malevolent forces that dared to emerge. Meanwhile, in the heavenly temple, the wrinkled visage of the Supreme Kai wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated the sudden appearance of a Saiyan on Earth, which left him momentarily astounded. To his surprise, the newcomer was there to assist in resolving the impending crisis. When future Trunks, transformed into a Super Saiyan, could not overpower the invaders, the Supreme Kai was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the terrifying battle power of the extraterrestrial foes. Fortunately, the subsequent Super Saiyan Gohan crushed and eliminated the opponent. Otherwise, Earth would have faced dire consequences. He nodded in satisfaction. He had not anticipated that such a diminutive form could harbor such terrifying energy. The Saiyan physique is indeed extraordinarily formidable. This was his first glimpse of Son Gohan's true strength. Chapter 52, Journey to the Future Timeline. What? This fellow is actually Trunks, who has traveled back from the future. He is indeed the offspring of Vegeta and Bulma. Moreover, 3 years hence, formidable androids are set to emerge. Goku, having succumbed to chronic heart disease, is unable to partake in the battle. One by one, the warriors fall, striving to safeguard the Earth, leading to a future dominated by androids. The inhabitants of Earth endure a life of relentless suffering, akin to that of a rat scurrying for survival. The Namekians possess unique physiology, endowing them with extraordinary hearing. Upon overhearing the conversation between Gohan and future Trunks, Piccolo felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Utterly astounded by such shocking revelations, this was nothing short of inconceivable. Gohan, upon hearing Trunks from the future, did not express surprise, for he understood that the androids of the primary timeline were vastly different from those of the future timeline. In the primary timeline, androids 17 and 18 do not share the same disdain for humanity as their future counterparts, who derive pleasure from destruction and the slaughter of innocents. Their purpose of creation was solely to eliminate Son Wukong, for in his youth, Son Wukong had single-handedly obliterated the Red Ribbon Army. The creator of the androids was none other than Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army. Master Gohan, I kindly ask that you refrain from disclosing my identity for the time being, as my parents in this timeline have yet to unite. Meanwhile, Trunks and Gohan observed from a distance. He feared that once the world discovered his identity, it could alter the course of history, hindering his safe arrival. Rest assured, we shall not divulge this. Son Wukong's gaze instinctively shifted towards Piccolo. He was aware of the unique physiology of the Namekians, even from a considerable distance. They could perceive each other's conversations. Now, with the essence of the Namekian blood coursing through him, he could hear every word exchanged among Tianjin Fan and the others. Teacher Gohan, your strength is formidable. I implore you to assist us in the future to eradicate the androids, Trunks declared earnestly. He does not wish for the mothers of the future and the people of Earth to be threatened by artificial beings any longer. Without hesitation, Son Wukong readily agreed. He became enamored with the infinite energy attributes possessed by androids 17 and 18. Initially, they were ordinary humans, only later transformed by Dr. Gero. Master Gohan, let us depart at once. Future Trunks retrieved a capsule from his convenience box, pressed a button, and cast it aside. With a resounding bang, a time machine materialized before them. He opened the door and stepped inside, his gaze instinctively drawn to Vegeta. Goodbye, Father. I am truly delighted to see you this time. Hello, Father, Uncle Piccolo, and everyone. This friend has come to request my assistance, and I shall accompany him at once. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall return. With a swift motion, Gohan greeted everyone present. He handed the miraculous medicine to Piccolo, saying, Uncle Piccolo, please explain it to them. As Gohan and future Trunks vanished into the time machine before their eyes, the atmosphere grew tense. What? That boy is actually a time traveler? Piccolo's revelation left everyone in disbelief. Android 19 appeared in South City on May 12, 767? That is 3 years from now. The incredulity surrounding Piccolo's words was palpable. The thought of such a formidable enemy was daunting. Should we seek it out and eliminate it? Krillin proposed cautiously, wary of the unknown. Indeed, that plan is quite prudent. We can extinguish the threat before it blossoms. Yamcha concurred, recognizing the wisdom in avoiding unnecessary risks, especially since he had already faced death once. Anyone who dares to pursue this course of action, I shall kill, Vegeta declared with an intimidating glare. The Saiyans grew stronger in the face of adversity. The swiftest path to power was through battle. All eyes turned to Goku, eager for his perspective. I, too, wish to engage with a powerful adversary, Goku exclaimed. excitement radiating from him at the mere thought of a worthy opponent. However, he had yet to complete his thoughts. In 3 years' time, Goku would succumb to a chronic heart virus, rendering him absent from this conflict. This young man had come bearing the miraculous cure for his ailment. Piccolo then unveiled another shocking revelation, handing the medicine to Goku. Everyone was astounded. The immensely powerful Saiyan, Goku, was to perish from illness? The irony was almost cruel. A warrior who did not fall in battle but succumbed to disease. Oh my, that startled me. I had no idea there was a miraculous cure, Goku said, patting his chest in astonishment. He did not ponder much, possessing a miraculous remedy sufficed. Thus, we shall take our leave for now. It is imperative to intensify our training in anticipation of the battle 3 years hence. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi exchanged farewells before soaring into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Vegeta also ascended towards the direction of West City, resolutely declaring that he would undoubtedly transform into a Super Saiyan next time. One by one, the others bid adieu, returning to their respective training grounds. In the future timeline, the capital. Oh dear. A few crows circled in the air, intermittently cawing. This place resembled a desolate city, akin to a hellish purgatory. Ruins lay scattered everywhere, buildings collapsed and dilapidated, as if a fierce battle had just transpired. The ground was pockmarked, as though it had been subjected to relentless bombardment, with wisps of black smoke rising. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Corpses lay strewn about, lifeless in pools of blood, with severed limbs visible in disarray. Suddenly, a time machine materialized in the sky, gradually descending. How infuriating. I never anticipated that West City had also fallen. Future Trunks gazed at the desolate ruins of West City, his face etched with fury. It had only been a short while since he departed, and the androids had resumed their path of destruction. Trunks, please accept my condolences. Everything will improve, Gohan said, his gaze turning cold upon witnessing the scene. The androids of this timeline reveled in their penchant for slaughter. Master Gohan, let us seek out the androids immediately. They are likely wreaking havoc in Peppa City. I can sense it, Trunks declared through gritted teeth. He has engaged in dealings with androids for an extended period. Through certain unique channels, he is able to sense fluctuations in the energy of the androids. In the future, Trunks will transform the time machine into a multifunctional capsule and store it away. An intense aura erupted from his being, poised to soar towards the direction of Peppa City. Is flying truly necessary at this moment? It seems rather sluggish. Son Gohan raised his hand, seizing the future Trunks, who was on the verge of taking flight. Upon his arrival in this future timeline, his formidable perceptive abilities had already pinpointed the location of this planet. He was aware of the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18. In a flash, Son Gohan and future Trunks vanished from the scene. Chapter 53, Future Time and the Androids, Peppa City. The air was filled with the deafening sound of explosions as energy blasts struck various buildings. It was as if the area had been bombarded by a barrage of missiles. Fiery chaos engulfed the surroundings, and entire skyscrapers crumbled in an instant, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. The air was thick with the sounds of anguished cries and wails, sending chills down one's spine. Just half an hour prior, the androids had launched a sudden assault on this location. Android 17, adorned with a red scarf around his neck, and the golden-haired android 18 unleashed relentless energy waves upon the structures and the inhabitants, witnessing the destruction of buildings, their collapse. And the anguished screams of the people resonated throughout the area. Their hearts brimmed with unrestrained joy and exhilaration. Little mice, let us engage in a game. Run with all your might for the next 10 minutes. After that, we shall make our move. If you manage to escape within this time, congratulations. Your lives shall be spared. The androids, number 17 and number 18, hovered in the air, amusement dancing in their eyes as they addressed the crowd below. They intended to play a game of cat and mouse. The onlookers exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly captivated by these two fiends. The atmosphere was rife with chaos, and the prospect of escaping in 10 minutes seemed utterly implausible. Yet, with a glimmer of hope, one must take a chance. The citizens of Peppa City took to their heels, instantly creating a scene of pandemonium. Before long, the 10 minutes had elapsed. Ha ha, time's up. Prepare to meet your demise, cackled one of the androids. Hee, feeble humans, it is not that I deny you opportunities. Rather, you fail to appreciate them. Thus, we cannot be held accountable, echoed the other, their laughter echoing like that of demons. They issued their final ultimatum to the gathered crowd. You two fiends, are you intent on annihilating us? A voice cried out in despair. I do not wish to perish. Lord Trunks, please come to our rescue. Mother, farewell, May we meet again in another life. Lord Trunks, hurry. The lamentations of the men, women, and children of Peppa City resonated through the air. At that moment, all were confronted with the specter of death, left only to silently pray for salvation. They hoped that the great hero of Earth, Trunks, would arrive to save them. Haha, Trunks? That little mouse cannot even save himself. How could he possibly rescue you? The androids, number 17 and number 18, smirked wickedly, their hands gradually coalescing energy into a sphere. They hurled the energy ball down toward the helpless multitude below. Witnessing this, despair enveloped the crowd. Some closed their eyes, seemingly resigned to their fate. Once that sphere descended, the entire city would vanish in an instant. Suddenly, before the crowd, the two figures materialized. The two of them swiftly raised their hands, sending two energy spheres hurtling away. With a resounding boom, the energy spheres erupted in the distance, giving rise to twin mushroom clouds that ascended into the sky, their might akin to that of two missiles. The deafening sound jolted everyone back to reality. Lord Trunks, you truly have come to our rescue? Am I hallucinating? Hallucination? I see it too. This is splendid. It seems my prayers have indeed borne fruit. We need not perish this time. Indeed. Son Gohan had utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive just in the nick of time, deflecting the descending energy spheres. Trunks, you have finally made it. I thought you would remain a coward, but it appears I have successfully lured you out. A cunning smile graced Android 17's face. It was all a ruse to draw Trunks out. The siblings had been wreaking havoc just moments prior. Now that the bait had been taken, how could they not revel in their success? Androids, you two fiends, today marks your demise. With a fierce glare, Trunks uttered through gritted teeth. Turning to Son Gohan, he said, Gohan, I entrust this to you. He, Trunks, so you sought reinforcements. What did you just call him? Teacher Gohan? No wonder he looks so familiar. It is the young Son Gohan from the past. It seems your previous escape involved a time machine, returning to the past. Trunks, have you lost your wits by bringing the young Son Gohan into this battle? How formidable could he have been in his youth? Are you attempting to make us laugh? They mocked. Once we eliminate you, we shall use the time machine to travel to other timelines for leisure. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged banter, deriding Trunks and Gohan for their audacity in traversing back in time to recruit a younger version of Gohan for combat. Truly, Trunks' judgment seemed clouded. Currently, only Trunks stood as a viable opponent against them. The rest of humanity was utterly powerless. One energy sphere could obliterate an entire area. After dispatching Trunks, they planned to frolic through various timelines. You two are exceedingly arrogant, Gohan remarked, surveying the androids with keen interest. Android 18, the quintessential goddess from Dragon Ball, boasted a sleek bob of golden hair, a curvaceous figure, and a stunningly exquisite visage. Alas, the androids of this timeline were beyond redemption. They were born for destruction and slaughter, having lost their humanity. Arrogant, are they? I think not. Son Gohan, today I shall show you what true arrogance looks like. With a sultry smile, she charged towards Son Gohan. Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan flew in the opposite direction. Behind him, there were many ordinary individuals. Engaging in battle here would inevitably affect a multitude of lives. What is the matter? Did you flee upon sighting your sister? 18 could not help but mock as she witnessed Gohan fly away in haste. She believed he was merely frightened of her. After all, he was just a mere child. 18 pursued Gohan as he took flight. 17. Let us find a place to settle the score, Trunks declared with palpable fury directed at 17. Gradually, he levitated, chasing after Gohan's retreating figure. 17 flashed a sinister smile and followed suit. You nearly frightened me to death just now. Thankfully, Lord Trunks appeared. Otherwise, we would all have met our demise. After the androids, Trunks, and Gohan departed, the crowd felt an immense sense of relief. The exhilaration of escaping death was simply overwhelming. They silently prayed for Trunks and that young boy to vanquish these two fiends, liberating the people of Earth from their dire plight. Hoping that everyone could live in peace and security. Gohan, there is no escape for you. 18 relentlessly pursued Gohan from behind, her patience wearing thin as she casually hurled an energy blast in his direction. Chapter 54. The Wrath of the Androids in a Future Timeline, atop a grand mountain. A man and a woman hovered in the air. 18. Are you in such a hurry to meet your fate? Gohan exclaimed as he deflected the incoming energy blast with a swift motion of his hand. He came to a halt and inquired of number 18. He. Sister enjoys your little temper, she said. I hope you remain so resolute in the moments to come. Number 18, rather than becoming angered, smiled, finding the situation quite amusing. The onlookers perceived the two siblings as utterly terrified. The ordinary individuals possessed no means of resistance, which rendered the scenario rather dull for her. "I have always been this steadfast," she asserted. "Allow you to experience the taste of death." Son Gohan erupted in fury, an immense aura emanating from him, causing the very planet to tremble. At that moment, Trunks and number 17 also arrived at the scene. They were not in a hurry to take action, quietly observing Son Gohan and Android 18. "He, you Saiyans have a penchant for those flamboyant transformations. Transforming into a Super Saiyan like that. I shall take down one after another," Android 18 exclaimed with palpable excitement. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of finally facing a worthy opponent. "Is that so? Then let us await the spectacle," replied Super Saiyan Son Gohan just before he suddenly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Android 18, delivering a swift left hook. What? How could his speed be so astonishing? Number 18 merely perceived a fleeting glimpse, and suddenly, Son Gohan appeared before her. Before she had the chance to react, her face was struck by a powerful punch. Number 18's body soared through the air like a kite with severed strings. But this was not the end. Do you not enjoy playing? Let us indulge in some spirited fun. With a mad beam of death. Son Gohan instantaneously teleported to the location where number 18 was hurtling towards him, and with a pointed finger, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts aimed at her as she approached. He showed no mercy, striking with relentless force. Boom, boom, boom. 18's body was incessantly pelted with bullets, her heart-wrenching screams echoing through the air. 17 observed 18 in the sky, her form repeatedly hit, emitting anguished cries that pierced the soul. He was consumed with urgency and yearned to assist. 17, do not forget, your adversary is me. In an instant, Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan form, spreading his arms wide in a cross-shaped stance, obstructing 17's path. He did not anticipate that Master Gohan would be so formidable. Swiftly subduing Android 18. Get away. Android 17, filled with rage, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. He sought to break through Trunks' defenses, yearning to rescue Android 18. Trunks evaded with agility, skillfully dodging the onslaught of energy blasts. This was due to the minimal disparity in their combat prowess. There is no necessity for him to forcibly absorb these energy orbs. A notification chimes. A combat power attribute of 100,000 has been dropped. Another notification follows. Combat power attribute 100,000. Soon after, a voice in Son Gohan's mind echoes with the system's prompts, signaling the arrival of an infinite energy attribute. He swiftly collects the limitless attribute. An overwhelming surge of infinite energy and combat power floods into Son Gohan's being. As he suspected, Androids 17 and 18 are indeed modified beings. Their bodies merely house a miniature bomb. All other components remain original. Thus, the possibility of infinite energy drops is plausible. Henceforth, I too shall possess infinite energy. Without the ability to wield it in battle, one may become weak. In the Dragon Ball saga, Son Goku frequently encounters dire situations due to exhaustion and depleted stamina. During the Cell saga, after his encounter with Cell, Goku was unable to continue and was subsequently overwhelmed by the young Cell. In the Majin Buu saga, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Yet he ultimately fell to Majin Buu due to insufficient energy to sustain that form. Additionally, when he attempted to obliterate Majin Buu with the Spirit Bomb, his exhaustion nearly resulted in the bomb being repelled back at him. In the end, he had to wish upon the Eternal Dragon to restore his stamina, allowing him to finally vanquish Majin Buu. Android 17, with ulterior motives, uses the moment when Trunks is distracted to direct an energy blast at Son Gohan. This is his ultimate objective. Not good. Trunks realizes he has been deceived. Android 17's target is none other than his mentor, Son Gohan. Come at me. Super Saiyan Son Gohan also aims his hand at Android 17. He now possesses boundless energy and is utterly unafraid of engaging in a war of attrition with Android 17. Boom. The energy waves of the two combatants ceaselessly collided in the air, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. Thick clouds of smoke billowed forth. At this moment, Android 18 spat out a mouthful of blood, her body marred with countless wounds. It was evident that she had sustained severe injuries. Her disheveled hair and tattered clothing rendered her resembling a beggar in a state of utter disarray. Infuriating and unforgivable. Son Gohan, how dare you inflict such harm upon me? I will make you pay with your life. Android 18's beautiful eyes were laced with bloodshot fury, reflecting a primal desire for vengeance. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face contorted with rage. Since the moment Dr. Gero had transformed them, They had never endured such a devastating blow. The two siblings had never encountered a worthy adversary. Once, they had toyed with the Saiyans, but now, one of them found herself in such a dire predicament. This humiliation was unbearable, causing her to clench her fists tightly, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Blood trickling down her fingertips. At this moment, Android 18 had lost all semblance of reason. She charged at Gohan like a raging bull, consumed by fury. Android 18. Your opponent is me, Trunks declared, realizing he had fallen for 17's trick. He swiftly positioned himself in front of 18. Had he intercepted 17 on behalf of Gohan earlier, 18 might have been eliminated by his teacher. Get out of the way. 18 shouted in anger, launching a barrage of attacks at Trunks. In an instant, they were locked in combat. The sound of combat echoed as a notification of 1-0-0-0-0-0-0 battle power appeared. With a sweeping kick, 18 aimed for Trunks' head. Bang! He raised his hand to block the blow and retaliated with a punch aimed at her abdomen. A cry of pain pierced the air as 18, caught off guard, was struck in the stomach, her body flying backward. Trunks pursued her relentlessly, denying her even a moment to breathe. In a flash, he appeared before her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her soaring into the air. Like a soccer player, he relentlessly struck 18 mid-flight. The sky was filled with her desperate cries. At this moment, 18 was completely out of control, her rage clouding her judgment. Coupled with her injuries, she found herself at the mercy of Trunks' relentless assault. Come on, 18. He urged, channeling all his pent-up frustration into the fray. He drew his sword from behind, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. Chapter 55. The Nightmare of Future Androids. How is it possible? My power is limitless. How could you possibly endure such an exchange of energy for so long without exhaustion? Number 17 inquired, his expression one of astonishment. He sought to harness the boundless energy of his own body to deplete Son Gohan's vitality. However, to his astonishment, after a prolonged clash, his opponent exhibited not the slightest sign of fatigue. He couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment. Nothing is impossible. Do you think you alone possess boundless stamina and energy? Son Gohan said with a beaming smile. Arriving in this future realm was meant for the sake of infinite energy. Now that he had experienced it, the sensation was simply exquisite. The two of them had just unleashed an extraordinary display of power, and the energy within them remained undiminished. Akin to an everlasting fountain, inexhaustible and boundless. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. What? Do you also possess limitless energy? Upon hearing Gohan's words, Number 17 was taken aback, astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of this alternate dimension's Gohan. Congratulations, you were correct. As a reward, I grant you a punch. Suddenly, Super Saiyan Gohan materialized behind number 17, delivering a powerful blow to his back. Wow! A searing pain shot through number 17's back, as a tremendous force propelled him away. Experience the taste of death, shall you? As Gohan's voice faded, he slowly vanished, only to reappear ahead, awaiting number 17's arrival. Bang! Another heavy punch struck his abdomen. Gah! Number 17 spat out a mouthful of blood, doubled over in agony, clutching his stomach like a shrimp. The disparity in their combat prowess was insurmountable. Unlike the androids from a future timeline, they were devoid of humanity, unworthy of existence in this world. Gohan showed no mercy, incapacitating his opponent with a single blow. How? Is this possible? No. I can't believe it. Cough, cough, cough. Number 17 continued to cough, a chilling sensation of death enveloping his entire being. He had never imagined that such a day would come for him. In this realm, the Super Saiyans wield their power with ease. It is astonishing to witness the childhood version of Gohan from another timeline possessing such formidable strength. It is simply unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. I have yet to unleash my true potential. The chasm between us is insurmountable. In your presence, I find no desire to engage. Gohan seized the head of Android 17 and hurled it towards Trunks. At this moment, 17 had completely lost his fighting capability, rendered helpless. Trunks had been closely observing the battle involving his mentor, Gohan. When he saw the adversary toss 17 in his direction, he resolutely abandoned his assault on Android 18. It was over. 17, flying towards Trunks, emitted a sorrowful wail, his spine chilling with an overwhelming sensation of dread. A wave of terror washed over him, akin to being drenched in icy water from head to toe. Was this the essence of death? It was profoundly terrifying. Die, 17, Trunks declared, brandishing his sword and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the approaching 17. Slash, slash, slash. The unfortunate 17 was instantly cleaved into countless fragments. Trunks followed with an energy wave, reducing the remnants of his opponent to mere dust. 17. Android 18 witnessed the demise of 17 right before her eyes. Heartbroken, she cried out for him, her anguish palpable, for Trunks had relinquished his attack on her, granting her the chance to escape. How absurd it was. Android 18. Do you possess emotions? Trunks scoffed in rage. You have taken so many lives, do you think they lack familial ties? At last, he could avenge his deceased father and the people of Earth by vanquishing these two demons. Android 18. I will fight you. She finally steadied herself. She retaliated with an energy attack directed at Trunks before swiftly darting away. The most pressing concern now was to flee and tend to her injuries, plotting her revenge later. Android 18, where do you think you're going? Trunks exclaimed as he noticed her attempt to escape. A powerful aura erupted from his being as he charged towards the direction of number 18, invoking the binding technique. In an instant, the Super Saiyan Gohan intercepted. Positioning himself protectively before number 18, he unleashed a superpower upon his opponent, immobilizing their movements. Should the 18th escape, locating him thereafter would prove exceedingly challenging. For the androids possessed no discernible presence. How could this be? I am utterly paralyzed. 18 was struck with panic, realizing her body was completely unresponsive. She had never encountered such a situation before. In the face of life and death, she too felt fear. Perish. Trunks paid no heed to whether 18 could move or not. In a swift motion, he appeared before his opponent, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Slash, slash, slash. Number 18 was instantly reduced to countless fragments. Trunks unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating his adversary into dust. Never in their wildest dreams did they anticipate that the reinforcements Trunks summoned would possess such formidable strength. Before the two siblings, Son Wukong and Gohan, stood the remnants of a battle that felt utterly insurmountable. It is finished. Everything has come to an end. Father, Master Gohan, and the people of Earth, I have finally avenged you. Trunks cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. The long-suppressed desire has at last been fulfilled. Now, he can finally lay down the burdens he has carried. These years have been unbearably stifling, enduring countless hardships merely to survive. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Son Gohan relinquished his Super Saiyan form. Trunks, now unburdened, would find solace in releasing the pent-up frustration of years. He gathered everything. The power levels scattered across the ground flowed into his body like a river. His battle power had surged beyond 100 million. The people of Earth rejoiced as the androids were finally vanquished. No longer would they have to live in constant fear. Those who had taken refuge in basements could now emerge to embrace a new life. After a cathartic release, Trunks let out a series of furious roars towards the sky. He wishes to convey this delightful news to the ears of the multitude at the earliest opportunity, for Trunks remains in his Super Saiyan form. His voice resonated like a broadcast, echoing across 100 miles. It was the voice of Lord Trunks. He declared that he had eradicated the androids. At last, the androids have been vanquished. Lord Trunks, you are the hero of our people. Oh my, the Earth is finally safe. We can now live in peace and security. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the crowd was overcome with joy and tears. Some shouted with exuberance, while others danced with glee. The news moved them deeply. The people are finally free. There is no longer a need to hide and live in fear. Chapter 56, The Future Realm, Poor Chi-Chi. In the future realm, what? The time machine is out of energy? Refueling it will take a year? Son Gohan looked at Trunks with a perplexed expression. He had not anticipated that replenishing energy would take an entire year. My apologies, Master Gohan. Due to the rampant destruction caused by the androids, energy has become scarce. We are left with no alternative but to impose upon you to reside here for a while, Trunks said with a look of deep embarrassment. When he invited Gohan over, he had not contemplated this issue at all. It's fine. Let us just consider it a vacation here, Gohan consoled as he patted Trunks on the shoulder. There was no way to alter the situation, so acceptance was the only course. Allow me to show you my mother. She will undoubtedly be delighted to see you. Trunks exclaimed with palpable excitement. He intended to swiftly carry this joyous news back to West City. The two soared towards the direction of West City. West City, which had long since transformed into ruins. The citizens of West City would no longer need to live in hiding. The artificial beings had been vanquished. From now on, everyone could commence a new life with peace of mind. Trunks ascended above West City and proclaimed loudly. He aims to spread this news into the ears of every individual. Is that the voice of Lord Trunks? This is truly wonderful. The androids have finally been vanquished. From now on, we shall no longer live in hiding. Thank you, Lord Trunks. After Trunks finished speaking, he observed a group of individuals approaching slowly from the ground. Among them, both men and women, clad in tattered garments. Yet their faces radiated joy and a fervent desire for life. The crowd buzzed with cheerful discussions. They wept with overwhelming joy. For years, they had lived in hiding, akin to mice scurrying through the streets, fearful of being discovered by the androids. The surroundings had become desolate ruins. Where do you reside now? Son Wufan observed the pockmarked ground, littered with bones. Not a single structure remained intact. All were in a state of disrepair. Wufan-sensei, you are aware of the situation, Trunks said, gesturing for Son Wufan to follow as he led the way. They descended into the basement, which was brightly illuminated. Trunks navigated through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at a laboratory. Presently, Bulma was the sole scientist left on Earth. Her 10 fingers danced over the keyboard with relentless fervor, as if engaged in some critical research. Mom, I'm back, Trunks exclaimed jubilantly. We successfully returned to the past and even encountered Dad. I brought Son Wufan-sensei with me. Together, we shall eradicate the androids. No longer will we live in fear in this basement. Trunks advanced to Bulma's side, beaming with delight. He was so exhilarated that he felt compelled to show off when he saw his mother. He now radiates joy akin to that of a child. In truth, Trunks is merely a lad of 16 or 17. However, the burdens he bears render him more mature and responsible than his peers. My dear child, you have endured so much over the years. Bulma set aside her tasks and gently stroked Trunks' head, gazing at her son with a heart full of tenderness. It had been a long time since she had witnessed Trunks smile. Hello, Bulma auntie. Gohan greeted the Bulma from the future, his face illuminated by a warm smile. The Bulma of this timeline, however, had lost her youth. Fine lines adorned her eyes, yet she carried an air of grace that bespoke maturity. Perhaps the harsh living conditions of this era had taken their toll, as she had not been able to care for herself properly, resulting in a more aged appearance. Thank you, Gohan. I never expected to see you again. Your arrival in this timeline to assist us in eradicating the androids is truly wonderful. Bulma sincerely expressed her gratitude to Gohan. Had it not been for his presence in the future to aid Trunks, they might have been left waiting indefinitely to escape this way of life. Bulma Annie, you are far too kind. May I inquire if the mother in this timeline is still present? Gohan asked, looking at Bulma with a smile. He also yearns to know whether Chi-Chi still exists in the future timeline. Your mother remains alive. I once urged her to move in with me, so we could look after one another. However, she declined my invitation. Chi-Chi expressed that Bowsy Mountain is filled with too many cherished memories. It is her true home. Should she see you, she would undoubtedly soar with joy. Bulma too anticipates the reunion of Chi-Chi and Son Wufan. As a mother, the prospect of seeing her son once more is an unimaginable blessing. You two converse for now. I shall check on Mother Chi-Chi in the future timeline. Son Wufan pondered about this timeline's mother, Chi-Chi. She must be the most unfortunate woman in this realm. In her youth, the future son Wukong succumbed to illness. In her middle age, her son, the future son Wufan, was tragically slain by an artificial being. Truly, it is the sorrow of a white-haired person bidding farewell to a black-haired one. Suddenly, Son Wufan's form vanished from the basement. Bowsy Mountain. Wukong, Wufan. You two possess such callous hearts to leave me here, solitary and desolate. How long for you both? Chi-Chi lamented. Her sorrowful monologue punctuated by tears that fell like raindrops, her weeping reminiscent of a delicate flower in the rain, evoking deep sympathy. In her solitude, she often found herself reminiscing and conversing with Wukong and Wufan. Bulma had also suggested she move in with her, for mutual support, but Chi-Chi had steadfastly refused. Bowsy Mountain was her home, imbued with the memories of their family. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway. It was Son Wufan. Utilizing his instantaneous movement to arrive at his home on Bowsy Mountain, Chi-Chi seemed to sense his presence, slowly turning her gaze toward the entrance. Hiki, Wufan. It appears my longing for you has grown so profound that I can see you as a child. Indeed, she mused, the young version of him was quite charming. Chi-Chi gradually rose, speaking softly to herself as she approached Son Wufan, wary that if she moved too quickly, the dream might shatter, causing him to vanish as well. Mother, Son Wufan called upon witnessing this pitiable woman, his eyes filled with empathy, tears cascading uncontrollably. It seemed his memories were stirring. Wufan, mother misses you dearly. I never anticipated that dreams could feel this real. Chi-Chi approached her son, gently caressing his face. Mother, I miss you too. I am truly Son Wufan. Son Gohan embraced Chi-Chi in his arms. This mother from another timeline was undeniably pitiable. I know you're my son. I hope this dream does not end. For that would mean I could remain with Gohan, Chi-Chi expressed with a visage full of joy. Her happiness was overwhelming, truly a blessing from the heavens. Mother, you are not dreaming. Feel my heartbeat. I am alive. It was Bulma's invention, the time machine, that allowed me to traverse to the future alongside Trunks. After sharing a warm embrace, Chi-Chi's emotions gradually settled. Son Gohan recounted the entire sequence of events to Chi-Chi as time swiftly passed. 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. At last, the androids had been vanquished, granting everyone a moment to rest. Trunks reclined upon a large rock on Mount Paozu. The entire Earth was in the process of rebuilding, for the android menace had been completely eradicated. The planet's structures had suffered significant destruction. Amidst the chaos, Trunks took a moment to visit his mentor, Son Gohan, who now resided on Mount Paozu with his future mother. Chi-Chi, Trunks, in this timeline, you are the Soul Warrior. You must never relinquish your training. The Earth will continue to require your guardianship. As Son Gohan contemplated the future timeline, he envisioned the emergence of the malevolent Kaioshin Zamasu and the sinister Black Goku, whose face bore a wicked grin. Zamasu was originally the Kaioshin of Universe 10, chosen as a candidate for Kaioshin by the powerful Kaioshin Gawasa due to his extraordinary strength. However, he harbored a distorted perception of good and evil, unable to tolerate any actions he deemed sinful. Despite being a deity, he held a deep-seated prejudice against humanity. Believing that humans, referring to all non-divine intelligent races in the universe, were prone to violence and war. This led to a profound disagreement with his master, Gawasu, regarding the worthiness of humanity to be protected. Ultimately, Zamasu devised a horrific plan, known as the Zero Human Plan, which spanned multiple parallel universes. Black Goku was, in fact, an alternate version of Zamasu from Universe 10. In this alternate timeline, the apprentice Kaioshin Zamasu successfully murdered his master, seized the Patera earrings and the Time Ring, and ascended to become the Kaioshin of Universe 10. He then used the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with Goku from a year later in another timeline. Black Goku annihilated all the Kaioshins throughout the universe, and after Zamasu wished for immortality, he destroyed the Super Dragon Balls. Since the Destroyers and Kaioshins exist in a symbiotic relationship, the death of the Kaioshins resulted in the demise of the Destroyers, and the angels fell into slumber. Thus, the future timeline was devoid of any other deities, except for Zeno. Only 2 Zamasus remained, the Black Goku from an alternate timeline and the original Zamasu residing in the future timeline. Gohan, do you know something? Trunks inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at Son Gohan. He sensed, albeit faintly, that the teacher was aware of certain matters. Trunks, there are some truths that will serve you no good. Your focus should solely be on diligent training and the protection of our Earth, Gohan said earnestly. He hoped that the people of Earth in the future timeline, along with Trunks and others, would lead fulfilling lives. Master Gohan, I understand. I sincerely hope you can train me once more, Trunks replied with genuine sincerity. He fondly reminisced about the days spent training alongside Master Gohan. All right. Let us engage in a spar, he proposed. Son Gohan, realizing he could not return to those times, thought it best to focus on his training here. Moreover, he had the esteemed Super Saiyan Trunks as his sparring partner. The system's acquisition of combat attributes promised substantial rewards. Master Gohan, might you allow me to witness your true power? Trunks inquired earnestly, executing a graceful roll off the rock and gazing at Son Gohan with sincerity. He yearned to ascertain the true prowess of his teacher. You, my friend, shall now witness the extent of my genuine strength. Within an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from Son Gohan. Boom. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan in the blink of an eye. He was enveloped in a golden aura, embodying the full power of a Super Saiyan at its zenith. This state allows one to maintain the Super Saiyan form for an extended duration, representing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan potential. The advantage of full power lies in its ability to mitigate the rapid depletion of stamina commonly associated with Super Saiyans during combat. It maximizes the latent combat prowess of a Super Saiyan while circumventing the energy loss that typically occurs even in the absence of fighting. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan's full power, enabling a prolonged maintenance of this form, which is indeed the most ideal state for a Saiyan, as it expends remarkably little energy. Gohan elucidated that his base strength stands at 100 million, which amplifies 50-fold upon transformation into a Super Saiyan, resulting in a staggering combat power of 5 billion. Incredible! Trunks exclaimed, nodding in astonishment like a machine. The aura emanating from Gohan was overwhelmingly potent, akin to the vastness of the cosmos. Yet, it was not over. Gohan, witnessing Trunks' astonishment, uttered another statement that left him utterly astounded. His aura surged relentlessly. What? How could this be possible? Trunks was utterly astounded, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a duck egg. Boom. a surge of energy shot skyward. The heavens were cloaked in ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. The ground fissured, revealing depths unknown. The very earth began to tremble. Gohan's body emitted a dazzling radiance, blinding to behold. The ground beneath him suddenly caved in, enveloped in a swirling cloud of dust. After a minute, the sky returned to its normal state, and the tremors of the earth ceased. As the dust settled, a figure emerged. Gohan's golden aura transformed into a jet-like form rather than a fiery one. His hair stood even more erect, and as he emanated energy, lightning danced around him, crackling audibly. This transformation exuded a chilling intensity, and his gaze became piercing. Trunks stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by this formidable power that defied description. This was Super Saiyan 2. A transformation that augmented his battle power 100-fold. Gohan's sharp gaze fixed on Trunks, revealing the sheer magnificence of his newfound strength, indicating a battle power of a staggering 10 billion. Super Saiyan 2? Trunks retreated involuntarily by 2 steps upon meeting Gohan's gaze. He had believed that achieving Super Saiyan was the pinnacle of transformation, only to realize the limitations of his own perspective. But there was more to come. Kaioken. Gohan was enveloped in a terrifying crimson aura. The entire earth shook violently, and the skies erupted with thunder and lightning. Gohan, please stop. The earth can't withstand this power. Trunks shouted urgently, witnessing the unfolding chaos. If this force continued to escalate, the planet itself would surely face annihilation. Gohan's strength was unfathomable, capable of overwhelming an entire planet with its terrifying presence. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Gohan gradually tempered his energy and retracted his Super Saiyan form. Trunks, I shall take you to a place, Gohan declared, having experienced a remarkable enhancement in perception following his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. He sensed a faint presence, intermittent and elusive. All martial artists on Earth had been eradicated by the androids, leaving no other essence in existence. Thus, only one possibility remained, the minuscule creature hiding beneath the earth. Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, possesses the cells of numerous masters. Its objective is to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve its perfect form. In the anime, Cell annihilated another Trunks from an alternate timeline. Due to his excessive size, he was unable to board the time machine, thus he transformed into a juvenile form and traversed into the primary timeline. He concealed himself underground for several years, only emerging when the 17th and 18th entities made their appearance. He forcefully assimilated Android 17, transforming into a semi-perfect form. Subsequently, he was granted the opportunity by Vegeta to absorb Android 18, achieving his perfect state. He triumphed over both Vegeta and Trunks, and engaged in an evenly matched battle with Goku. Later, Gohan, driven by the demise of Android 16, ascended to Super Saiyan 2, overwhelming and humiliating him. After his self-destruction attempt failed, due to possessing Saiyan cells, he revived on the brink of death, significantly amplifying his power. He utilized instantaneous teleportation to return to Earth and swiftly vanquished Trunks. In a mere 3 seconds, the true man, Vegeta, was consumed by rage upon witnessing the demise of his son. He erupted with a formidable aura, fiercely attacking Cell. However, our beloved Vegeta could not maintain his composure for more than 3 seconds and was nearly vanquished by his opponent. In a bid to protect Vegeta, Gohan sustained an injury to his left arm from Cell's assault. Ultimately, Cell gained the upper hand during a clash of Kamehameha waves with Gohan. Yet, he could not withstand the united front of Goku's encouragement and the Earth's warriors as Gohan unleashed his full power, leading to Cell's tragic downfall. Had Gohan not transformed into Super Saiyan 2, he would have been oblivious to this faint presence. Teacher Gohan, have you noticed something? Trunks inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. He discovered that the teacher was not only exceptionally skilled but also remarkably mature and seasoned in his endeavors, hardly resembling a mere 6 or 7-year-old child. One would understand upon arrival. Let us depart now. Son Gohan smiled warmly at Trunks. Utilizing the skill of instantaneous teleportation, the two vanished atop Bowsy Mountain. In a flash, Son Gohan and Trunks materialized within a dilapidated cave. It was evident that this place had been ravaged by human hands. The instruments lay deliberately destroyed, and a significant portion of the cave had collapsed. The surroundings appeared exceedingly concealed, shrouded in cobwebs and dust, suggesting that this cave had stood for many years. Without careful observation, an ordinary person would scarcely notice its presence. But what is this place? It is the laboratory of Dr. Gero, where he conducted his experiments on androids. Trunks gazed around the crumbling cave. He observed the instruments and experimental blueprints surrounding him. It soon became apparent that this was Dr. Gero's laboratory for the research of androids. There could be no doubt, the androids had been developed right here. We merely awaited in silence, for perhaps a delightful surprise awaited us shortly. With a beaming smile, Gohan remarked, sensing the faint aura that had just emerged, suggesting that Cell was on the verge of awakening. If this little creature were to discover our anticipation for its arrival, might it not be frightened? A surprise? Could there be more androids in this place? A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Trunks as he regarded their surroundings with heightened vigilance, slowly attuning himself to every shift in the atmosphere. Abruptly, Trunks gazed at Gohan in astonishment. A faint, elusive aura intermittently emanated from the depths of the earth. Had it not been for Son Gohan's timely reminder, Trunks would have been oblivious to this subtle presence. Nodding in acknowledgement, the two lapsed into silence, patiently awaiting developments. After approximately half an hour, the entire cavern began to tremble. The ground fissured, revealing an abyssal chasm from which a formidable energy surged forth. What is happening? This aura is continuously shifting. It bears the essence of Uncle Goku and my father, as well as the malevolent presence of the universe's tyrant, Frieza. Additionally, the energies of Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, and many of Earth's mightiest warriors were unmistakably present. What manner of creature has Dr. Gero unleashed? Having returned to the past, Trunks recognized these signatures all too well. And in that moment, he was utterly astounded. To the hearts of those in the future, Dr. Gero is nothing short of a historical villain. Had it not been for this wretched man's creation of the androids, Earth would not have faced such unprecedented peril. It is his existence that has allowed the androids to dominate the planet, forcing humanity into a life of humiliation and survival. Suddenly, a mottled green monstrosity hovered into view from beneath the ground. Ha ha ha. I, Cell, the ultimate android, have finally emerged. From heaven to earth, I reign supreme. Dr. Gero, I shall absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain my perfect form and fulfill your ambition to rule the universe. His declaration echoed with audacious bravado, a hearty laughter reverberating through the cavern. Cell, the ultimate android, absorb androids 17 and 18 to achieve perfection? Who grants you the audacity to claim dominion over the universe? You are merely dreaming. Trunks roared in furious indignation upon hearing Cell's words. He could scarcely believe that the nefarious Dr. Gero had created such a being. Were it not for Master Gohan bringing him here, he would never have discovered this abomination. He resolved that Earth must not endure such a fate again. Living in fear and hiding, he vowed to extinguish this monster in its infancy. Trunks, Gohan, what are you two doing here? Cell exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment as he finally recognized their presence, having been too caught up in his excitement moments ago. Wait, how is it that Gohan appears as a child? Should he not be larger than Trunks? Cell finally fixed his gaze upon Gohan. You wretched insect, have you finally emerged? We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Gohan smiled warmly at Cell, finding the creature exceedingly grotesque, almost repulsive. How is it that you monster are familiar with us? And why do you emanate the essence of so many powerful beings? Trunks was taken aback that this abomination could recognize both of them upon its emergence, and the presence of such formidable energy was perplexing. Hadn't androids been devoid of any energy signatures? What could possibly explain this? Boom. Cell's eyes darted as he surveyed Gohan and Trunks, and suddenly, a surge of white energy erupted from him, propelling him towards the cave's entrance. The priority was clear: survival. He was unwilling to take risks and needed to vacate the premises immediately, absorbing androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfect form before proceeding. Chapter 59. Cell's plea for mercy in the future timeline. Inside the cave, thinking of escaping? It won't be that simple. Trunks had anticipated this move, swiftly positioning himself to block the cave's entrance. Every action of Cell was under his vigilant control. He absolutely cannot permit the creature birthed by Dr. Gero to once again endanger the entire planet. With fury etched upon his face, Cell glared at the two before him, struggling to suppress the wrath boiling within. To his dismay, he found himself cornered by them at the very moment of his emergence. His combat capabilities had yet to reach their zenith. All he needed was to step outside, absorb some humans, and grow stronger. Once he located androids 17 and 18, he could fuse with them and evolve into a perfected form. At that point, neither the Earth nor the universe would have cause to fear anyone. Now was not the time for a life and death struggle. He needed to devise a means of escape first. In truth, his very being was infused with the cells of all the mightiest warriors. In previous battles against you, Dr. Gero had employed advanced technology to gather your cells, subsequently merging them into his embryo, which has now given rise to me. Cell succinctly articulated this revelation. He hopes to evade detection. What do you mean by absorbing numbers 17 and 18 to become a mature form? Can you actually evolve? Is Dr. Gero's ultimate plan to dominate the entire universe? His ambitions are indeed grand. Trunks gazes in astonishment at this creature. He recalled the words spoken by the creature upon its emergence. Did I truly utter such phrases? Perhaps in my nascent state, my mind was not yet clear, leading to such nonsensical utterances. Why not allow me to depart for now? Any matters can be addressed later. Shara longed to leave this place swiftly, having no desire to engage in further banter with the two individuals. He must venture outside in search of the 17th and 18th. To assimilate them into a mature form. It matters not if you speak the truth. Today, you shall remain eternally buried here. Trunks' gaze turned frigid, causing the temperature within the cavern to plummet several degrees. His body suddenly vanished from its original position and reappeared before Cell, delivering a powerful punch. Trunks, you are exceedingly arrogant. This is not a domain where you can dictate terms, Cell retorted as he unleashed a counterpunch. In truth, he had long been on guard for such an encounter. With a resounding crash, a fierce wave of energy surged forth, causing the entire cavern to collapse in an instant. In Trunks' mind, Dr. Gero had already sealed his own fate. Everything he had created must be obliterated. There could be no allowance for the Earth to fall into crisis once more. Boom. The entire mountain was reduced to dust, revealing three figures. A notification chimed, indicating a power level drop of 100,000 ahead. From their first clash, Cell discerned Trunks' true strength. Even before transforming into a Super Saiyan, Trunks exhibited remarkable power. Now is not the time for a mutually destructive battle. Trunks, do not overstep your bounds. I have committed no wrongdoing. On what grounds do you seek to end my life? Cell exclaimed, his expression filled with indignation. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent so soon after his emergence. Reluctantly, he resolved to lower his head and retreat from the confrontation. He. You claim to have done no wrong? By the time you do, it will be far too late. Trunks charged at Cell once more. He resolutely decided that this monstrous being must not be allowed to leave this place. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell's mind was flooded with 1,000 thoughts of disbelief. Is there truly such reasoning? By heavens, this is indeed a remarkable person. I find myself utterly speechless. Suddenly, a fierce clash erupted between the two. A notification chimed, indicating a drop in combat power by 100,000. Another notification followed, adding 100,000 to combat power. As the battle commenced, Gohan's mind was incessantly bombarded with the system's alerts. It was truly exhilarating. Here, as a mere bystander, one could effortlessly accrue combat power. Trunks, you have overstepped your bounds. Witness my fourfold punch. Cell leapt back with great force, creating distance between himself and Trunks. He assumed a martial stance, unleashing Tangent's ultimate technique, the four-body fist. Suddenly, Cell's form split into two, then four, and in an instant, four identical cells emerged. Their auras were indistinguishable from that of the original, unlike Tangent, who disperses his energy among his four clones. Cell executed the four-body fist with remarkable precision, effectively creating four replicas of himself. A notification chimed, indicating the acquisition of the four-body fist attribute. Trunks then revealed his true power. A formidable and terrifying aura surged forth from him, overwhelming the surroundings with immense force. The four cells staggered back several steps, pushed by the wave of energy. The ground was left in chaos. Trunks enveloped himself in a golden aura, his hair and eyebrows transforming to a striking gold. Super Saiyan? I shall not hold back. The four cells swiftly encircled the Super Saiyan Trunks. They raised their hands and unleashed the ki blasts, requiring no prior accumulation of energy. Everything unfolded effortlessly. Four beams of energy surged towards Super Saiyan Trunks in an instant. Boom. Just before the explosion of the ki blasts, Trunks propelled himself skyward. The demon cannon. Simultaneously, the four cell entities coalesced four spiral-shaped energy waves directed at Trunks in the air. A chime sounded as the attributes of the demon cannon fell before him. At this moment, Cell employed a technique reminiscent of King Piccolo. When Piccolo executed this formidable move, it necessitated a considerable buildup of energy. However, Cell accomplished the launch instantaneously, without any need for accumulation. It could be said that the execution of such powerful techniques by Cell was nothing short of perfection. Fool, he sneered. This distant attack holds no threat for me. In a swift motion, Trunks deftly evaded the four beams of light. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess surged significantly, making it a trivial task to dodge such assaults. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Is that so? Then prepare to experience my technique. The cutting disc. The four cells once again unleashed Frieza's technique, hurling it towards Trunks with the intent to dismantle his very being. He relentlessly maneuvered the discs underground in pursuit of Trunks. However, the opponent's speed was simply too formidable. The four cutting discs, attempting to encircle him, were unable to keep pace. Such trivial skills. It is time for you to rest, Trunks, increasingly exasperated by Cell's persistent assaults, declared. He was utterly enraged and flew towards Cell with the intention of bringing this creature right before him, only to swiftly evade. What? You scoundrel! Cell exclaimed as he noticed Trunks hurtling in his direction. He shouted furiously, utterly astonished that he had brought the cutting disc along. Suddenly, with a swift motion, one of the Cell creatures found itself sliced into several pieces. Super Saiyan Trunks immediately charged towards the three cells. No, it cannot be. How can his speed be so astonishing? The Cell creature observed Trunks' form flickering rapidly as he approached, causing it to tremble in fear. This is disastrous. What should I do now? He could not discern the opponent's movements at all. Trunks flickered momentarily, delivering a punch, a kick, and an elbow strike that instantly incapacitated the three bewildered Cell clones. Chapter 60. Future Cell, Annihilation, Everything Collected. Son Gohan silently chanted within his mind. The attributes on the ground resembled the markings of a tadpole, eagerly merging into his being. His combat power surged incessantly. The combat skill panel now displayed the magic beam cannon and the four-body fist. If he were to engage in battle using the four-body fist, the system's absorption of combat power attributes would be perfected. Gulp. Son Gohan could not help but swallow hard. The thought of four identical Super Saiyans was simply exhilarating. Gulp. 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 A series of sounds erupted as the dismembered Cell miraculously revived. The four individuals also fused together. This is the essence of Piccolo. For his lineage possesses regenerative capabilities. Trunks witnessed the reanimated Cell, restored to full strength. He was also slightly taken aback, but soon comprehended the situation. This was Cell's essence. Trunks, this battle is utterly unequal. It would be far more prudent to release me. Once I have achieved my perfect form, we can engage in a proper contest. Cell rose from the ground. His eyes darted around, and soon he conceived a brilliant plan. Within his own body resided the cells of a Saiyan. He sought to exploit the Saiyan's combative and arrogant nature to persuade Trunks to grant him his freedom. He intended to absorb androids 17 and 18, evolve into his perfected form, and reclaim his dignity later. Let you go? Do you truly think me a fool? Evolve into your perfected form? Do not indulge in such delusions. You shall never achieve that aspiration in this lifetime. Ha! I shall confide in you. Androids 17 and 18 have already been annihilated by me. They have been reduced to mere cosmic dust. Ha 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 ha. Trunks hovered majestically in the air, gazing down at Cell as if he were an imbecile. Do you truly believe I am as foolish as you? Allow you to depart, only to wreak havoc upon Earth? Upon hearing Trunks' words, Cell felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He could scarcely fathom that androids 17 and 18 had been destroyed. It was impossible. The androids possessed boundless energy and formidable combat prowess. Surely, Trunks was merely attempting to intimidate him. It must be so, it must be. If the androids had indeed been vanquished, his aspirations of evolution into a perfected form would become nothing but a farcical jest. Trunks, is what you say true? Have you truly destroyed both androids 17 and 18? Yet, as Cell regained his composure, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Why were Gohan and Trunks present in the cave? Setting those thoughts aside, he resolved to escape this wretched place first. Cell's gaze inadvertently fell upon the silent Gohan beside him. An idea took root. Why not seize this brat and leverage him to coerce Trunks into freeing him? Ha! It seems fate has not abandoned me. If I can capture Gohan, I may yet find a glimmer of hope. If Trunks were to discover this thought of Cell's, he would surely find it laughable. Gohan's combat prowess is terrifying. Even I am no match for him. Moreover, you, Cell, are but a defeated foe in my eyes. Trunks, I shall fight you. Cell relentlessly gathered energy orbs in his hands and unleashed a furious barrage upon Trunks. Boom, boom, boom. Trunks deftly evaded the onslaught of energy blasts in midair. Ha! You have fallen into my trap. Cell halted his energy assault. He dashed towards Son Wukong with remarkable speed. After all, he was merely a child. Capturing him would be child's play. He beheld the dawn of victory within his grasp. You wretched insect, are you courting death? Son Wukong's gaze turned icy, and a surge of formidable energy suddenly erupted. Boom! A wave of power soared into the heavens. He instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. A formidable shockwave surged towards him. Goodness. This little brat can also become a Super Saiyan. Cell's heel struck the ground first, as he used his legs to halt his momentum, carving 2 deep trenches into the earth. He is now utterly captivated by the sight of the Super Saiyan. You come here. He pointed with a finger, much like one might while watching a captivating film. He shouted at Cell with an expressionless face. How terrifying. Cell was unexpectedly intimidated by Gohan's piercing gaze and the overwhelming aura emanating from him. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, a chilling sensation of impending doom coursing from his head to his feet. Shalu's footsteps incessantly retreated. He felt as though Son Wukong was akin to a primordial beast, fixated on its prey. Teacher Wukong, please temper your wrath. Leave this scoundrel to me, Trunks exclaimed as he swiftly appeared beside Son Wukong, a smile gracing his face. Son Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. He harbored no interest in battling an opponent of such caliber. It was far more pleasant to remain here, awaiting the outcome. Must you truly pursue annihilation? We bear no animosity towards one another. Is it necessary for us to engage in a fight to the death? Seeing this predicament, Cell could only lower his head, resigned to preserve his own life. A direct confrontation was clearly unfeasible. He had no choice but to compromise for the sake of survival. Annihilation? If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards Dr. Gero. It is his creations that have wrought devastating turmoil upon the earth. I shall not permit any further destruction by these androids, Trunks declared, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. His current mindset is one of preferring to mistakenly eliminate 100 rather than allowing even one to escape. The artificial beings created by Dr. Gero must perish. The people of Earth can no longer endure the torment inflicted by these synthetic creatures. Haha. Well, since you refuse to let me live, let us perish together. In a fit of rage, Shara laughed maniacally. This individual possesses the cells of Frieza. He contemplated annihilating the Earth, seeking a mutual destruction for all. In an instant, Cell prepared to unleash an energy attack upon the ground. You grotesque creature, wishing for our shared demise. You are still far too inexperienced. Trunks swiftly maneuvered in front of Cell, seizing his hand that was coalescing energy. With a resounding crack, Cell's arm echoed with the sound of breaking bones, and the energy sphere dissipated in an instant. The disparity in their combat prowess was staggering. The battle between Cell and Super Saiyan Trunks resembled that of a child squaring off against an adult. They were clearly not on the same level. Ah, my hand. Trunks, you wretched fool. Cell cried out in agony. His hand instantaneously transformed into the shape of a dough stick. If you are so eager to depart, allow me to accompany you for a short distance. Magic flash. Trunks hurled Cell into the sky. With both hands, he unleashed a tremendous beam of energy towards the airborne Cell. No. Cell was instantly engulfed by the energy beam. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Shara's body had been completely disintegrated by energy, leaving no trace behind. The only hope for resurrection lay in reincarnation. Trunks, I shall take you to another place. Son Wukong retracted all his battle power attributes. Is there truly another location? Good heavens, Dr. Gero cannot possibly have another laboratory, can he? Trunks gazed at Son Wukong in confusion. In an instant, the two vanished from their location. Chapter 61. Son Wukong's instruction to future Trunks, the sacred world of the Kais. This was the dwelling place of the deities of Earth across generations. Now it lay desolate, a landscape of ruins. It appeared as though no one had inhabited this place for many years. Even the attendant, Mr. Popo, had seemingly vanished without a trace, perhaps having fallen victim to androids 17 and 18. Suddenly, in the plaza of the sacred world, 2 figures materialized. It was none other than Son Wukong and future Trunks. Having arrived through instant transmission. Where are we? Trunks inquired, a look of bewilderment upon his face. He curiously surveyed his surroundings. This was a place he had never visited before, and he was unaware that such a location existed on Earth. When the artificial beings of the future emerged, Son Wukong had already succumbed to illness. Shortly after the incident involving Trunks, Vegeta and others were also successively slain by the androids. Young Gohan could only lead a life of hiding alongside Trunks. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Trunks was oblivious to the existence of this place. This was the summit of Korin Tower, the abode of the Earth's deities throughout the ages, the heavenly temple. Residing within the temple was a servant of the deities, Mr. Popo. No one knew from whence he originated. They only knew that he had served several deities. It appeared that the androids had wreaked havoc here as well, for Mr. Popo had vanished. Gohan offered a succinct explanation. He recalled spending 7 or 8 days in the primary timeline with Mr. Bobo. Now, he merely expressed his thoughts aloud. Master Gohan, is there something peculiar about this place? Trunks inquired with curiosity. he still cannot comprehend the true intention behind Son Gohan bringing him to this place. It serves as an excellent training ground, though he wonders if it has been marred by the androids. Son Gohan is already well acquainted with this location. As he made his way toward the time chamber, he explained with enthusiasm. Trunks, equally exhilarated, remarked, "Where's the wonderful place that Master Gohan spoke of? I can't wait." The two meandered through winding paths until they finally halted before an ancient, grand entrance. Fortunately, it had remained unscathed. "You have good fortune," Gohan observed. Gazing at the pristine door of the time chamber, he chuckled with pride. Now, in this future timeline, Trunks stands as the Soul Warrior. He hopes that the other's combat abilities can improve more swiftly, for only then can the future timeline be better safeguarded. "Master Gohan, what exactly is so special about it?" Trunks inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. He discerned from Son Gohan's words that this place was a sanctuary for cultivation. Within it lay the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon opening this grand door, one would enter an alternate dimension. The flow of time in the two realms differed significantly. A year inside equated to merely a day outside. Furthermore, the gravity within was tenfold greater than that of the outside world, making it an exceptionally conducive environment for training. Son Gohan elucidated the principles governing the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks was utterly astonished, never having imagined that such a sanctuary for cultivation existed on Earth. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air. In an instant, Son Gohan struck. His fist landed squarely on Trunks' abdomen. Taken completely unawares, Trunks received a formidable blow to his midsection. He gazed at Son Wukong in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the unexpected assault. "Ugh!" Trunks retched, expelling a few mouthfuls of bile. It felt as though his intestines were knotted within his abdomen, causing him unbearable pain. He cradled his abdomen, his body arched like a shrimp. "Trunks, remember this pain. It will propel you to grow stronger more swiftly. In this timeline, you are the sole warrior left. The adversaries of the future will only grow more formidable. Should you falter, the entire Earth will once again find itself ensnared in a plight reminiscent of the androids. The populace will be displaced, leading lives shrouded in despair. Struggling to survive. Is this what you desire?" Son Gohan gently patted Trunks on the shoulder, speaking with earnest gravity. He recalled the formidable Zamasu and Black Goku from the future timeline. After a brief respite, Trunks finally felt a sense of relief in his lower abdomen. He resolved to diligently train and grow stronger to safeguard his homeland in the future. He was determined to prevent Earth from facing another catastrophe. With a resolute expression, Trunks declared his intentions. Previously, during their time at the Capsule Corp, his mentor had warned him of powerful adversaries looming in the future. Yet, when he inquired about it from Gohan, his teacher remained tight-lipped, insisting that it was better for him to know as little as possible. This was the second admonition he had received from his mentor. It seemed that the enemies were overwhelmingly strong, and his teacher feared that he might lose faith in his survival. "Very well, the future world shall rest upon your protection. Should you encounter any difficulties, remember to seek our assistance from that timeline," Gohan advised Trunks. "Master, do you know something? Please, I implore you to share it with me. I can handle it," Trunks said earnestly. He is eager to discern the nature of the adversaries that lie ahead. "Very well, one must prepare oneself psychologically. In the future timeline, the formidable Kaioshin Zamasu will emerge, along with another Zamasu who has traversed through time. He employs the Super Dragon Balls to exchange bodies with the malevolent Goku from the 7th universe. Both are Kaioshin Zamasu, yet they hail from distinct timelines. They intend to eradicate all Kaioshins, believing that humanity is solely capable of engendering violence and warfare, thus unworthy of protection, prompting the execution of the Humanity Zero plan. In this future timeline, their objective is to annihilate all humans on Earth. Under the vehement insistence of future Trunks, Gohan articulates the impending threats that will arise in the future timeline. The Kaioshin Zamasu, an immortal being, capable of recovering from any inflicted harm? Their intention to exterminate all humans on Earth is indeed monstrous. They are utterly unworthy of being deities. I will not allow your malevolent plans to come to fruition. Future Trunks clenches his fists tightly, his face a mask of fury. He fully believed in Gohan's words, for he himself had traversed through time to seek out Master Gohan. There was no need to place such immense pressure upon himself. My intention in advising you is solely to encourage your diligent training, preparing you for the future. When Zamasu appears, we shall come to your aid." Gohan comforted future Trunks with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, Master Gohan. I will exert myself in my training to safeguard the future timeline," future Trunks declared with unwavering determination. Over the years, his character had proven to be remarkably resilient. Having spoken, the two of them pushed open the ancient door and stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 62. The marvelous application of the four-body fist inside the future hyperbolic time chamber. A notification chimed. Power level attribute dropped. 1,000,000. Power level attribute 1,000,000. 000. Power level attribute 1,000,000. Bang, bang, bang. The air resonated with the sound of colliding energies. Waves of power radiated outward in all directions. For Gohan had conjured four manifestations of himself through the four-body fist technique. They simultaneously transformed into four Super Saiyans engaged in combat. The eyes of ordinary people could scarcely perceive their movements. Only the sounds of their power clashing echoed through the air. The ground was strewn with the remnants of battle power attributes. Gohan employed the four-body fist specifically to gather these power attributes. Meanwhile, Trunks minimized his battle power to acclimate himself to the gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber. He is here, drenched in sweat, performing a series of simple exercises, such as push-ups and one-handed push-ups. After more than 10 days of diligent training, Trunks has completely mastered the gravity of this place. The daily existence of the two revolves around training and combat. Suddenly, the air resonates with the sounds of fierce fighting within the hyperbolic time chamber. The two Super Saiyans flicker in midair, engaged in an intense battle. With each collision, a terrifying wave of energy would precede them. Ding! Ahead. A battle power of 1,000,000 has been dropped. Battle power attribute increased by 1,000,000. Master Gohan, behold my dazzling flash. Trunks distanced himself and unleashed a formidable energy beam towards Son Gohan. You wish to contest energy with me? I shall accompany you to the end. Gohan, undeterred, retaliated with an equally potent energy beam. To challenge a member of the Son family in a clash of energy was indeed a grave miscalculation. Boom. The two energies collided instantaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic wave that reverberated through the very fabric of space. The hyperbolic time chamber trembled in response. Be careful, Master Gohan, Trunks warned, unleashing a furious barrage of energy. The intensity of his energy beam surged to several times its original magnitude. You rascal, unleash whatever skills you possess. Gohan retorted with a chuckle. His energy output has significantly increased. The colossal beam of energy instantly overwhelmed Trunks' beam, pushing it back with tremendous force. Gradually, the massive energy column engulfed the Super Saiyan Trunks. Boom. The immense energy beam erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, giving rise to a towering mushroom cloud. At the site of the detonation, thick smoke billowed forth, and a terrifying shockwave radiated outward in all directions. After a considerable time, the dust settled, revealing the formidable figure of Trunks. His garments were tattered and worn, his body trembling incessantly. Covered in wounds, he gasped for breath. Trunks instantaneously returned to his normal state. With a thunderous crash, as soon as he relaxed, he collapsed onto the ground. Trunks, are you all right? Gohan, having also regained his composure, approached Trunks' side. He crouched down, placing his hands upon the other's body. A gentle surge of energy swiftly coursed into Trunks' being. I am fine, Trunks said weakly. He now felt a pervasive ache throughout his entire body. Suddenly, Trunks sensed a delightful energy emanating from Gohan's palm, prompting an involuntary moan to escape his lips. His injuries were healing at an astonishingly visible rate. What? My wounds have completely healed. Moreover, my fighting power has significantly increased. Gohan, your abilities are astounding. They are akin to a mobile version of the mystical Senzu beans. Trunks swiftly regained his vitality, rising from the ground to assess his physical condition. He exclaimed with excitement. Ha ha ha, you're quite the chatterbox. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. This is merely a form of healing ability. Son Gohan jested. This pretentious display is quite enjoyable, he thought to himself. He resolved to collect everything. The attributes of combat power surged wildly into his limbs and bones. Trunks and Son Gohan devoted themselves solely to training and combat. Time passed without notice, seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. Now, Son Gohan was already 10 years old. His height has reached approximately 1.5 meters. The contours of his facial features have become more pronounced, with a sharp fringe adorning his forehead. When he becomes agitated, his body emits a substantial and intense silver-hued aura. The last time he accompanied Son Wukong to Kame House to visit Master Roshi, he was already 4 years old. He has spent a total of 4 years training in the spirit time chamber of both the main timeline and the future timeline. After training for another year under Piccolo, he returned to Earth following the defeat of Frieza, marking yet another year. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed incessantly through the sky. Master Gohan, I never imagined that after these 2 years, I would be unable to match your normal form, exclaimed Trunks, his face a mask of astonishment. Under the guidance and assistance of Son Gohan, he has successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 2. However, even now, the Super Saiyan 2 Trunks finds himself incapable of defeating his normal state counterpart, Son Gohan. Haha, my fortune is splendid, and my training progresses at an astonishing pace. Son Gohan exclaimed with pride. Over the past 2 years, apart from engaging in battles with Trunks, he has also practiced the 4 body fist technique, conjuring 4 identical Super Saiyans for combat. The combat prowess he has amassed over this year is beyond the realm of quantifiable data. Presently, Son Gohan is capable of matching Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form without even needing to transform himself. He has successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 3. Considering his combat prowess, surpassing to Super Saiyan 4 poses no challenge for him. However, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 necessitates a metamorphosis into a great ape. He was terrified of transforming into a gorilla, succumbing to a ferocious state. Should he kill Trunks and devastate this place, it would spell trouble. Thus, Gohan has always refrained from attempting it. At this moment, no one knows the limits of Gohan's combat prowess. You pervert, watch me. Trunks exclaimed furiously before launching a fierce assault. Energy blasts rained down upon Gohan as if they were free. Ha ha ha, this move is futile against me. Gohan deftly maneuvered, darting left and then upward, his form flickering as he materialized behind Trunks, delivering a powerful punch. Right here. Without turning, Trunks retaliated with an elbow strike. Bang. The shockwaves from their clash reverberated through the air. Trunks, your reflexes are quite impressive, Gohan praised generously. After 2 years of arduous training, both had made remarkable progress. Their battle was too close to discern a victor. Over these 2 years, they had become well acquainted with each other's techniques. Let us step outside. One must understand the balance of work and rest. Moreover, the hyperbolic time chamber has a drawback. Each individual is limited to 2 years of training. Once the time elapses, the door will close permanently, trapping them inside. However, if one possesses sufficient strength, they can shatter the space and escape. Gohan opened the door to the chamber while explaining. This is merely a concept from the anime, where Gotenks attempted to confine Majin Buu within the time chamber. Yet, Buu's roar forcefully broke through the barrier. Balancing work and rest? I see. If one is powerful enough, they can breach the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. How splendid. Trunks responded eagerly, his excitement palpable upon hearing Gohan's words. Trunks, once we exit, tell your mother to construct a time machine for me, Gohan added, revealing a bold notion. He spoke to Trunks, Chapter 63, Thoughts of the Future. Bowsy Mountain. Gohan, it seems like you've grown quite a bit in these 2 days since we last met. Moreover, your appearance has become even more handsome, Chi-Chi remarked, observing Gohan's astonished expression. It turned out that Gohan and Trunks had emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time and had since returned to their respective homes. Really? I think I look about the same, Gohan replied nonchalantly, wishing to ease Chi-Chi's worries. Hee, perhaps that's true. Your mother must be overjoyed to see you. Chi-Chi said with a radiant smile, genuinely happy to see your son once more. Gohan had been absent from home for 2 days, leaving Chi-Chi with a sense of emptiness and an unsettling feeling of uncertainty. The thought of Gohan returning to his time left her feeling isolated. Suddenly, a bold idea struck her, to accompany Gohan back to his time, ensuring they could remain together eternally. Gohan, actually. Chi-Chi looked at her son, hesitating to speak. She appeared somewhat bashful as she said, Mother, do you have something on your mind? Gohan noticed the shy expression on Chi-Chi's face. He could not help but ask, Gohan, after much contemplation over the past few days, would you be able to take me with you when you return to that timeline? My existence in this realm is utterly sorrowful. I often pondered the idea of departing this life alongside you and Goku to escape the loneliness of living here, bereft of companionship. However, upon encountering the version of you from the past, a flicker of hope has reignited within me. I yearn to share life with you both, to begin anew. Finally, Chi-Chi mustered the courage to voice the thoughts that had plagued her for days. After speaking, she anxiously awaited her son Gohan's reaction. Of course, that poses no issue at all. As long as you desire it, we shall return together, Gohan replied, surprised yet understanding of Chi-Chi's wish to revisit the past. It was a relief to see his mother, who had once faced death, now alive again, even if she hailed from a different timeline. No mother would wish to be apart from her child. Moreover, in that timeline, she could not frequently be by her mother's side, with Goku being an ardent practitioner of martial arts. Bringing Chi-Chi from the future to the primary timeline would ensure mutual support and companionship between the two mothers. It resembled the way the Grand Kings from the main and future timelines could harmoniously coexist and enjoy each other's company in the realm of animation. He believes that the two mothers can coexist harmoniously. Is that truly the case? How wonderful! Yet, my youth has already slipped away. Will Wukong find me lacking? Chi-Chi did not anticipate that Gohan would agree so readily. Tears streamed down her eyes uncontrollably. There could be no better news than this. However, thoughts of her age crept back into her mind. He, how could Dad possibly think less of you? If you were to bring him another wife, he might even wake up laughing at night. Matters of youth, then, are hardly of concern. Mother, have you forgotten that our timeline still has the presence of the dragon? Son Gohan remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Presently, the two timelines exist as independent entities, unaffected by one another. Even if Chi-Chi were to traverse back, history would remain unchanged. Aha. Surely, Dad's son Wukong would have no objections. If we were to find him another mother, he could enjoy the best of both worlds. How delightful that would be. You should also consider retiring and relishing life at home. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? You cheeky rascal, all you do is tease me. Chi-Chi's spirits brightened considerably. She now eagerly anticipated returning to the past timeline to live together with Wukong and his son. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Chi-Chi packed her belongings and, with Son Gohan, instantaneously transported to Bulma's home. What? Chi-Chi, are you planning to return to his timeline with Gohan? Bulma expressed her surprise upon hearing this news. He admired Chi-Chi's audacity and her open-mindedness. If it were himself, he might not possess the same carefree spirit to act upon his desires. Yet, reflecting on Chi-Chi's circumstances in this timeline, she had been unencumbered by attachments. Both her husband and son had perished, yet she remained resilient and strong. At long last, she had emerged from her struggles. Indeed, he had come to a profound realization. In this realm, he had lost everything. Now, having been granted a rare opportunity to start anew, he was determined not to squander it. A spark of vitality shone in Chi-Chi's eyes, brimming with a thirst for life. Aunt Bulma, shall we return together? Son Wufan teased Bulma with a playful grin. You mischievous boy, I am not as audacious as your mother, Bulma replied, half-jokingly. In this timeline, she had Trunks as her pillar of support, unlike Chi-Chi, who was free of burdens. This is your time machine's universal capsule and the Dragon Ball radar. Come by to play whenever you have time. Bulma handed the items to Son Wufan. After all, the Dragon Ball radar was of no use in this timeline. Perhaps Chi-Chi could find it useful in her own. Bulma's thoughtfulness was indeed commendable. Son Wufan accepted the items with a smile. He cast a universal capsule into the air. With a resounding bang, a time machine materialized before them. Gohan and Chi-Chi promptly boarded the time machine. Master Gohan, allow me to instruct you on its operation. Future Trunks said to Gohan. He soared to the side of Son Wukong, elucidating the functionalities and operations of the time machine. In no time, Son Wukong grasped the intricacies involved. The time has been meticulously set. All one needs to do is press this button, and the time machine will traverse through the fabric of time, returning to a bygone era, Trunks remarked, pointing at the crimson button. He has now fully introduced the functions of this machine. Bulma, Trunks, take care. We are heading back. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, said Gohan and Chi-Chi. Soon, the time machine began to ascend slowly into the sky. Take care, Gohan-sensei, we will miss you. Bulma and Trunks waved at the two inside the time machine. Whoosh. In an instant, they vanished into the fabric of time. The primary timeline. Suddenly, a time machine appeared in the sky, gradually descending. The hatch slowly opened, and two figures leaped out. Mom, we have arrived, Gohan declared, holding Chi-Chi's hand as they exited the time machine. He sensed a familiar aura enveloping him. This presence belonged to Gohan. After a year of separation, he was astonished by the sheer strength of Gohan's energy. At that moment, the Dragon Ball warriors on Earth also detected Gohan's formidable presence. Piccolo, Krillin, and others, scattered across various locations, all turned their gazes towards a single direction. This energy, Gohan had returned. They had not anticipated that he would possess such overwhelming power. Goku beamed with pride, exclaiming, "This is my son. Gohan, let us seek the Dragon Balls," he suggested, as he wished to conceal his current state from Goku. Chi-Chi, filled with a mix of anticipation and concern, expressed her desire to avoid leaving a poor impression in front of others. All right, let me see where the Dragon Balls are, Gohan replied, as he stored the time machine and retrieved the Dragon Ball radar to locate their whereabouts. Mom, I found them. Let me carry you as we set off. Gohan said, bending down to speak to Chi-Chi. He was fully aware that Chi-Chi was incapable of mastering the art of aerial dance. In an instant, the two vanished from their original location. With the dragon radar in hand, Son Wukong and Chi-Chi swiftly located the Dragon Balls. They gathered the 7 orbs together, summoning the eternal dragon to grant their wish, for Chi-Chi to remain eternally youthful. Chapter 64. The Request of the North Kai. At Baozi Mountain, Son Wukong and the rejuvenated future Chi-Chi utilized instant transmission to return home. When the main timeline Chi-Chi beheld both Son Wukong and her future counterpart, they exchanged glances for several moments. Ahem, allow me to clarify. Son Wukong promptly recounted the entirety of the events to both Kikis and Son Wukong. Upon hearing the tale, the main timeline Chi-Chi felt a profound sympathy for her future self. Ultimately, they all resolved to live together. Son Wukong, ever carefree, was indifferent to the situation. He is presently focused solely on his cultivation, preparing to vanquish the androids. Gohan, your return is truly wonderful. Let us engage in battle. Son Wukong exclaimed with palpable excitement. He felt an irresistible urge upon witnessing a master more formidable than himself. No worries, as long as you are happy, Son Gohan remarked with a beaming smile. He is well aware of Son Wukong's temperament, which is characterized by a penchant for combat. The two soared into the sky, heading towards another direction. They all understood that in battle, one must leave home. Otherwise, a moment's carelessness could lead to the destruction of their very abode. The future Kiki and the Kiki from the main timeline exchanged blissful smiles as they gazed in the direction of the departing figures. Subsequently, they entered the house to converse. The Kiki from the main timeline, filled with curiosity, pondered what events could have transpired in the future to render her future self to live in such desolation and solitude. In this barren mountain landscape, a chilling transformation began to unfold within Son Wukong's body, as a terrifying aura emanated outward in all directions. A golden aura erupted around him, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a brilliant yellow, while his light blue irises sharpened with intensity. Gohan, what do you think? I too can ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan now, declared Goku with an air of pride after his transformation, clearly inviting praise. The notion of becoming a Super Saiyan was indeed remarkable. Gohan, however, displayed no surprise at his father's transformation, had it not been for his own arrival. He would have achieved this form on planet Namek. Now, he still had a full 2 years to wait before he could become a Super Saiyan himself. Father, come and witness my strength, Gohan said, a pleasing smile gracing his face. His aura ascended steadily, swiftly surpassing that of Super Saiyan Son Goku. Gohan's current form resembled the moment in the anime when old Kai helped him unlock his latent potential. Now, he need not transform. He could engage in battle on par with Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 form. This power emanated from Goku and his son? How terrifying. Goku can also attain Super Saiyan form? The warriors of Earth, including Krillin and others, sensed these two formidable auras. They gazed intently at a certain spot. Remarkable, indeed. Gohan, is it not terrifying that you can exude such an aura without even transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku was astonished to witness his son's formidable presence without the need for transformation. He felt a profound excitement within his heart. Wufan, I have arrived. Super Saiyan's Son Goku brimmed with fighting spirit. He uttered a reminder, and in an instant, his body vanished from the spot. Father, bring it on. Let me witness how much you have truly progressed over these 2 years, Son Gohan declared with unwavering confidence. He assumed a battle stance, alertly sensing the movements around him. I am here, the voice of Son Goku resonated. Suddenly, he appeared to the left of Son Wukong and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The two fists collided. Son Wukong remained rooted in place, as if his feet had taken root in the ground. Conversely, it was Son Wukong who was propelled backward by an immense force. A chime echoed, indicating a drop in battle power by 1 million. Father, you seem a bit out of sorts, Son Gohan remarked, observing Son Wukong being sent flying several dozen meters away. He chuckled, hee, I never expected that after a year apart, your combat prowess has surged so significantly. You little rascal. Son Wukong, unfazed, lavished praise upon his son before charging at Son Gohan once more. With fervor, he exclaimed, let the battle commence. In a swift maneuver, Son Wukong appeared before Son Gohan, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches. Come on, Dad, put some effort into it. Your speed is rather lackluster. Son Gohan deftly dodged and weaved, effortlessly neutralizing Son Wukong's onslaught. As he deftly evaded, he jested, impossible. I have already transformed into a Super Saiyan. There is no way you can hit me. Goku accelerated to his utmost speed. However, it appeared to have little effect. Nothing is impossible. Is it only you who has made progress? Now it was my turn to strike. Gohan, in his regular state, could even contend with a Super Saiyan 2. A Super Saiyan 1 like Goku was merely child's play before him. As soon as his voice faded, a dull thud resonated, and a sharp pain surged through Son Wukong's abdomen. He expelled a bitter taste from his mouth, clutching his belly with both hands. The agony contorted his body into a shrimp-like posture. Gradually, he regained his composure. "Father, are you all right? Allow me to tend to your ailment," Son Gohan said, stepping forward to provide assistance to Son Wukong. He momentarily lost control of his strength. In the blink of an eye, after receiving treatment, Son Wukong was fully rejuvenated. His injuries had completely healed. "Gohan, I never anticipated that your combat prowess had grown so formidable. I couldn't withstand even a single punch from you. I must redouble my efforts in training," he declared, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination, completely unfazed by the encounter. His mind is now entirely consumed by the pursuit of cultivation. Son Wukong believed that by transcending to Super Saiyan, he would be able to battle alongside Gohan. Little did he anticipate that Gohan's combat prowess would also escalate at such a rapid pace. After this fierce confrontation, the two returned to Baozi Mountain, where they joyfully lived with their family. In the future, Chi-Chi had conveyed all the occurrences of that timeline to the Chi-Chi of the primary timeline. Her insistence on forcing future Gohan to study, while forbidding him from training, ultimately led to their son suffering a grievous injury at the hands of an android, culminating in his tragic demise. Hence, the future Chi-Chi harbored deep regret for having impeded Gohan's training. Otherwise, that timeline would not have fallen under the control of androids. Presently, Chi-Chi has no further demands of Gohan and has ceased her relentless insistence on his studies. Time flies, and a year has elapsed. Gohan and his family have spent a joyful year together. "Gohan, greetings, I am King Kai," came a voice resonating in Gohan's mind. The distant Gohan was startled to hear King Kai's voice. King Kai possesses the unique ability to communicate telepathically with anyone, regardless of their location. Furthermore, during the Majin Buu saga, Son Wukong sought to gather energy to obliterate Majin Buu, and King Kai could address the entirety of Earth's populace through telepathy, ensuring that each individual received the message distinctly. "King Kai, what brings you to contact me?" Gohan inquired, a bit taken aback by King Kai's call. Currently, within the South Galaxy, Super Saiyans have been wreaking havoc on planets. Ding, telepathic communication attribute activated. "Soon, this will pose a threat to our North Galaxy," remarked King Kai with a grave expression. "I wish to request your assistance in addressing this matter." He was aware of Son Wukong's formidable strength and was confident that he could resolve this matter. Just as King Kai was speaking, a prompt echoed in Son Wukong's mind. Chapter 65, The Legendary Super Saiyan, Broly, Earth. "No problem, I shall depart immediately to investigate." Son Wukong replied affirmatively. In the anime, there is a scene where Son Wukong is compelled by Chi-Chi to don a suit for a job interview. However, en route, he receives a call from King Kai informing him of impending cosmic danger. Utilizing instant transmission, Son Wukong vanishes, leaving Chi-Chi in a fit of rage. "Then I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of the universe," King Kai concluded before hanging up the call. Son Wukong was overwhelmed with joy, for he had not anticipated that King Kai's call would yield such unexpected fortune. He utilized the telepathic communication he had just acquired from the system to inform his family. He yearned to step outside for a stroll. Gohan soared into the cosmos, beginning to sense the essence of distant planets as if in search of something elusive. Whoosh! In an instant, Gohan's figure vanished into the vastness of space. On an unknown planet, lush greenery thrived, teeming with vitality. It was a remarkably habitable world. With a swift motion, Gohan's form materialized upon this vibrant planet. He inhaled the essence of this planet, only to discover the absence of human presence. Only a few animals roamed, indicating that this place had yet to be explored by mankind. Indeed, it was a remarkable planet. Son Wukong nodded with a smile. And once again, his form vanished from this celestial body. He seems to be scheming something on another planet. Ah, a young man, tormented, clutches his head. An overwhelming and terrifying aura emanates from him. This is not good. Broly is about to lose control of his power once more. Paragus hears Broly's cries. He rushed forward swiftly, pressing the remote control in his hand. With a crackle, the golden restraint around Broly's neck emitted a powerful surge of electricity. Under the intense current, he felt a slight weakness as the strength within him began to gradually dissipate. He slowly rose from the ground. In his usual state, Broly appeared with a dull gaze. frail and delicate. This may be attributed to the control exerted by Paragus over him. Broly has always been compelled to adhere to the path dictated by his father. The slightest hint of defiance would result in the press of a remote control, subjecting him to electric shocks. Broly has utterly succumbed to becoming Paragus's instrument of vengeance. He is not particularly robust, possessing long limbs and a stature exceeding 2 meters in height. His upper body is bare, adorned only with golden armlets and a necklace. This is the creation that Paragus commissioned scientists to tailor specifically for Broly. He sought to harness the terrifying power that resided within his adversary for his own purposes. Paragus yearned for vengeance. Although King Vegeta had perished, his son Vegeta still remained. For years, he had been on a relentless quest with Broly to locate Vegeta. At the time of his birth, Prince Vegeta possessed a power level exceeding a mere 1,000. In stark contrast, Broly emerged with an astonishing power level surpassing 10,000. Son Goku was born alongside Broly, with a power level of just 2. The two were neighbors, and Broly's formidable aura instilled fear in the infant Goku, causing him to weep. This was rooted in the fact that Goku's cries had disturbed Broly's slumber during their infancy. Consequently, as Broly matured, the mere sound of Goku's voice would provoke his ire. Fearing for the security of his throne due to Broly's prodigious strength at birth, King Vegeta clandestinely ordered the execution of both Broly and his father, Paragus. However, at that moment, Frieza launched a sudden assault, compelling King Vegeta to hastily dispose of their bodies in a refuse heap. Little did he anticipate that both father and son were not entirely deceased. When the tyrant Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta, Broly miraculously revived on the brink of death and fled the planet with Paragus. While it is true that Saiyans have the potential to become Super Saiyans through rigorous training, Broly was a rare phenomenon. A Super Saiyan who manifested only once in a millennium. His strength is innate, requiring no cultivation whatsoever. As he ages, his combat abilities naturally escalate, evolving into a Super Saiyan. However, Broly, lacking training, cannot harness the ferocious power within him. Consequently, he often succumbs to madness, transforming into a Super Saiyan driven solely by destruction. When Broly unleashes his fury, entire planets face annihilation. Paragus seeks to exploit this power to dominate the universe. Thus, he enlists scientists to create specialized equipment designed to control Broly. Paragus remains vigilant, ensuring Broly adheres to his commands. He pressed the remote control in his hand, tormenting Broly. Suddenly, with a flash, Son Gohan's form materialized on this planet. "Who are you?" Paragus, astonished by Son Gohan's sudden appearance, gazed at him in disbelief. He had not anticipated the arrival of this individual, who seemed to have appeared without any forewarning. The weakened Broly, too, was utterly bewildered by the sudden manifestation of another presence. He felt a fleeting sense of familiarity with the person before him. Yet he was certain he had never encountered this individual. "Follow me." In an instant, Son Gohan swiftly seized the weakened Broly and vanished from the spot. No. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Paragus had scarcely registered the situation when Broly was taken away. He could only shout angrily at the sky. Yet it was all in vain. The loss of Broly signified the dissolution of his dreams into nothingness. On another planet, the very one that Gohan had recently scouted, this celestial body remained undiscovered, perfectly suited for battle. Suddenly, two figures materialized. Indeed, they were none other than Gohan and Broly, having traversed through instant transmission. "Who are you? Have we met somewhere before?" Broly inquired, breaking free from Gohan's grasp, his expression one of wariness. "Hello, Broly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gohan, the son of Kakarot," he replied, observing Broly with keen interest. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan? In the anime, Broly transforms into the fabled Super Saiyan. And even the combined might of Super Saiyan Goku, Vegeta, Future Trunks, along with Gohan and Piccolo, proved inadequate against him. This illustrates the terrifying nature of the Super Saiyan, said to appear only once in a millennium. The voice of a child weeping echoed in Broly's mind, and his aura began to surge ever higher. He incessantly muttered the name of Kakarot. Indeed, just as depicted in the anime, Broly would erupt into fury upon hearing the name. Son Gohan was not the least bit surprised. This was the very reaction he sought. Broly's existence was akin to a ticking bomb, poised to detonate at any moment. "Kakarot!" Broly bellowed. Now, devoid of Paragus's remote control that activated the electrical currents, Broly was unleashed. A terrifying surge of uncontrollable power erupted from within him. The device around his neck exploded instantaneously. Broly's physique swelled with muscles, transforming him into a formidable titan. The stones on the ground began to levitate, and when they reached a certain threshold, they disintegrated into dust, scattered by the winds. The ground could scarcely withstand this overwhelming force, as fissures spread across it, unfathomably deep. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, crackling with lightning. The very planet trembled beneath this might. A grass-green aura burst forth from Broly, and his black hair transformed into a vibrant grass-green hue. Kakarot. Broly had ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan, unleashing a terrifying aura that soared into the heavens. He is currently in a state of uncontrollable rage, having completely lost his sanity. Chapter 66. The Acquisition of the Legendary Super Saiyan Bloodline. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Broly's feet caused the ground to instantly cave in. He charged fiercely towards Son Gohan, undeterred by the confrontation. Son Gohan stood his ground, showing no signs of weakness. A formidable aura erupted from his being, causing the ground to instantly cave in, revealing the terrifying prowess of both combatants. With a thunderous crash, they collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated in all directions. A vast pit was carved into the earth beneath them as they engaged in a fierce struggle. The sounds of impact echoed, bang, 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 as the combat power attributes fluctuated, dropping by 1 million, yet simultaneously increasing by the same amount. As the battle raged on, the system within Son Gohan's mind incessantly chimed with alerts. The legendary Super Saiyan truly lived up to its reputation. In his current form, Son Gohan was evenly matched with future Trunks in his Super Saiyan 2 state. Yet, astonishingly, Broly was able to hold his own against him. They exchanged hundreds of blows in the blink of an eye, ascending from the ground to the skies, where the ominous sounds of their clashing power filled the air. With a single punch, Broly pierced through Son Gohan's body, yet there was no bloodshed or injury. Instead, his form began to fade away, revealing that it was merely an afterimage. Suddenly, Son Gohan's figure materialized behind Broly. With a sweeping kick, he sent his opponent flying. Boom. Broly's body was obliterated within a towering mountain. Kakarot. Broly let out a furious roar. A formidable shockwave erupted, instantly transforming the entire mountain into mere nothingness. He is in a frenzied state, now resembling a formidable battle machine. Thunderous roars. Broly has transformed into a raging bull, utterly consumed by madness. In his hands, a verdant energy sphere continuously coalesced, directed towards Son Gohan, unleashing a chaotic barrage. In an instant, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 1 in charge of Broly. The incoming energy blasts were deftly deflected as he struck them away with precision. Boom. The ground reverberated with the cacophony of explosions. Son Gohan, now mere moments away from Broly, unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, his fist connected with the opponent's body. Ding. A combat power attribute of 1 million dropped, augmenting his own by the same measure. Broly's form was sent hurtling like a kite severed from its string, soaring into the distance. With a swift instant transmission, Son Gohan positioned himself ahead, ready for the next strike. Boom. Another kick propelled Broly into the air. The frenzied death beam net, a signature move of Frieza, was then invoked by Son Gohan. Countless beams of lethal energy emanated from his hands, coalescing into a net that ensnared his adversary, restricting their movements and inflicting harm upon contact. This technique was exceedingly taxing on his energy reserves. However, during his time in the future, with the assistance of the system, Son Gohan had honed his abilities. He has acquired the attribute of infinite energy from the androids. Thus, Son Gohan is now utterly unconcerned about energy consumption. The air is filled with Broly's heart-wrenching cries. He now resembles a trapped beast, frantically struggling. Yet, with every contact his body makes with the net, he sustains injuries. Kakarot. Broly's repeated attempts to break free result in further wounds. His body is now marred with countless bruises. His aura surged once more, indicating that Broly's immense power had been suppressed by the equipment around his neck for far too long. Now, free from that constraint, his body was on the verge of transcending its limits once again. The entire planet trembled violently, and ominous clouds loomed above, swirling incessantly. The seas surged as if heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic event, while the ground fissured with bottomless cracks. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind, heralding the awakening of his ancestral bloodline. He was filled with immense joy. He instinctively began to gather everything. Son Gohan felt the overwhelming influx of battle power attributes in the legendary Saiyan bloodline coursing through his veins. The fabled Super Saiyan is truly formidable. The legendary Super Saiyan is entirely incomparable to the ordinary Super Saiyan. In the anime, there is a moment when Broly transforms into the legendary Super Saiyan. With his arms crossed, he stood there enduring the onslaught of Super Saiyan Goku and Piccolo. Yet their efforts resembled mere caresses, inflicting not the slightest harm upon him. Ultimately, Broly seized one of them with a single hand, pressing them into the ground with an overwhelming force. The proud Prince Vegeta, accustomed to his own superiority, trembled in fear upon witnessing Broly's transformation into the legendary Saiyan and the ensuing display of power. He completely relinquished his resistance, succumbing to despair. It was Piccolo who berated Vegeta fiercely, even pinning him to the ground in a show of dominance. Ultimately, he succeeded in pulling Vegeta back from the depths of his despondency. Broly, in his Super Saiyan form, was capable of overpowering Goku, Vegeta, future Trunks, Gohan, and even Piccolo. The Namekian, the legendary Super Saiyan's prowess was evident as he effortlessly subdued them all. Gohan, too, had recently fused with the newly acquired bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan. He sensed that his physical condition was gradually undergoing a transformation. The legendary Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that occurs once in a millennium. With a thunderous roar, Gohan eagerly channeled the power coursing through him. He relinquished the use of the death beam to confront Broly. Assuming a martial stance, his fist clenched tightly. An overwhelming force surged forth from Gohan's body. The golden aura gradually transformed into a verdant green flame. His hair, eyebrows, and even his irises have transformed into a vibrant shade of grass green. Is this truly the legendary power of a Super Saiyan? No wonder he possesses the strength to rival 3 or 4 ordinary Super Saiyans. This force is indeed utterly terrifying. He sensed that he had not lost his sanity to this terrifying power. The current Son Gohan was a transcender, remaining neither ferocious nor belligerent. His transformation into a Super Saiyan seems as natural as water flowing into a channel. It is possible that his ordinary physique has already enabled him to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Thus, his body has become incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding the terrifying power bestowed by the Super Saiyan bloodline. Son Gohan continues to strive for a breakthrough into the second tier of Super Saiyan. He yearned to discover the extent of his own limits. The grass-green aura transformed into a mist-like form, its intensity surging severfold. Son Gohan appeared to navigate this transformation with remarkable ease, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. The verdant flames morphed into a nebulous spray, interspersed with occasional flashes of lightning. The air was punctuated by the crackling sounds of thunder. The power of this Super Saiyan 2 form was undeniably formidable, a force that could likely only be matched by the ordinary Super Saiyan 3. It seems that the Super Saiyan transformations vastly outclassed the regular Super Saiyan forms. He felt a surge of power within his body. As the North Kai observed Son Gohan transform into his Super Saiyan form, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this the true extent of Son Gohan's strength? This young man never fails to astonish with each encounter. What is the extent of his limits? With Gohan by our side, the entire universe is assured of its safety. The North Kai could never have anticipated the emergence of such a formidable human within his domain. He nodded with satisfaction. On the battlefield. Oh, Kakarot. At this moment, Broly let out a mighty roar. He has finally transformed into the Super Saiyan 2 form, his combat power having doubled. The grass-green aura has morphed into a mist-like spray, adorned with crackling lightning. His presence has become extraordinarily formidable, and it appears that Broly's injuries have also healed significantly. He gazed at Son Gohan with a fierce countenance. Chapter 67, The Fall of Broly. On the battlefield, Broly now resembled a frenzied machine, driven solely by the impulses of combat and destruction. Crackling sounds echoed as his aura intermittently emitted the sounds of thunder. Broly unleashed countless energy spheres, delivering a barrage of intense strikes from all directions. A multitude of grass-green energy orbs swiftly took shape, densely filling the sky. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at Son Gohan. A mere display of trivial skill. Son Gohan observed the dense swarm of energy blasts approaching. The protective shield surrounding him expanded instantaneously. Boom, boom, boom. Countless energy projectiles were thwarted by the energy barrier. Son Gohan's shield resembled an impenetrable fortress, impervious to the barrage of hundreds, if not thousands, of energy blasts. Instead, the explosions of the projectiles produced plumes of thick smoke. Broly, at this moment, had completely lost his sanity. He revealed a wicked smile amidst the billowing smoke. Now, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan completely disregarded the assault of energy blasts. It was now my turn to strike. As the smoke cleared, Gohan's figure emerged. He bore no injuries, and the protective shield vanished accordingly. Son Gohan smiled at Broly. In the next instant, his form dissipated from sight. Kakarot. Broly now resembled a ferocious beast, with Son Gohan as his prey. As his quarry vanished, a formidable aura erupted from his being. Bang! Son Gohan suddenly reappeared before Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent Broly hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. Ha ha ha, perhaps I struck too forcefully. It seems I must gradually acclimate to this terrifying power. Son Gohan swiftly pursued him. Broly forcibly adjusted his posture to stabilize his trajectory. Undeterred, he charged at Son Gohan, who was racing toward him. Bang bang bang. Both warriors had ascended to Super Saiyan 2, their combat prowess immensely terrifying. Ding, power level increased by 1 million. Combat attribute enhanced by 1 million. Son Gohan's mind was incessantly bombarded by the system's notifications. He now regards Broly as his training partner, familiarizing himself with the ferocious power of the Super Saiyan transformation. Broly's colossal fists came crashing down. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, crossing them in front of his chest. Bang! The immense force propelled Gohan away. One cannot underestimate the terrifying might of a Super Saiyan in its ultimate form. Broly, sensing his advantage, surged forward towards Gohan. No more games, is it? Gohan executed a complete 360-degree flip, dissipating the impact coursing through him. His eyes emitted 2 beams of light, striking towards the incoming Broly. However, Broly evaded the attack with an astonishing agility. His speed remained undiminished. It appears that the learning capacity of the Ultra Instinct form is rather extraordinary. Son Gohan found it quite perplexing that Broly was able to evade his energy beam. If the opponent could not sense ki, it would be impossible to escape such a fate. Behold my relentless death beam. With a pointed finger aimed at the oncoming Broly, Son Gohan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Columns of energy relentlessly struck his adversary. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. After unleashing over 1,000 death beams, Son Gohan ceased his assault. He sensed that Broly's aura had not diminished in the slightest. As the thick smoke dissipated, Broly's figure came into view. It turned out he had also activated his protective shield, rendering this minor energy attack utterly ineffective against him. To his astonishment, this fellow possessed quite an impressive learning ability, even managing to utilize a shield. Broly's furious gaze fixed upon Gohan, ready to charge forward. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Now that I have become well acquainted with my own power, your task has been fulfilled. Gohan had no intention of prolonging the confrontation any further. He charged directly at Broly. Bang! The fists of the two collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated in all directions. The ground seemed to be plowed, turning over entirely. Broly's body was sent hurtling backward. Yet it was not over. Die. Gohan had become adept at sensing this formidable energy and saw no reason to hold back any longer. With a swift motion, he materialized above Broly, descending with a powerful kick. Broly's form was driven into the earth beneath him. Boom. Instantly, a colossal crater manifested on the ground. Broly unleashed yet another surge of formidable energy. Cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the earth. He soared into the sky, confronting Son Gohan. Cough, cough. Broly, you are like an indestructible cockroach. Magic flash. Son Gohan unleashed an energy attack against the approaching Broly. At this moment, Broly had completely lost his sanity. Having never undergone training, he was unable to harness the raging power within him. Now, he had become a mere puppet of his own strength, akin to a frenzied beast. Kakarot. Broly beheld the colossal beam of light hurtling towards him. With a thunderous roar, he conjured a colossal beam of light in his hand and hurled it forth. Boom. The two immense beams collided with a force so great that the ground could scarcely withstand the impact, fissures sprawling across the surface, unfathomably deep. The very planet trembled beneath their might. Perish, Broly. The energy beam unleashed by Gohan surged exponentially. Broly gritted his teeth, his visage contorted in a grimace of ferocity. He unleashed a frenzied output, yet it proved futile. A colossal beam of energy swiftly engulfed Broly. Kakarot. His formidable physique was gradually consumed by energy, leaving behind only a furious cry. From that moment on, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly vanished forever from this universe. Son Gohan also relinquished his transformed state. Hooray! Victory! The mythical Saiyan form is truly impressive. Far away on the North Kai's planet, the North Kai gazed upon the battlefield with a face full of trepidation. Thankfully, our North Galaxy is safeguarded by someone as powerful as Son Gohan. Otherwise, the entire universe would be in peril. Broly resembled a ticking time bomb. If he were not eliminated, the North Galaxy's cosmos would inevitably fall victim to his destruction. The North Kai nodded in satisfaction as he regarded Son Gohan. He also conveyed his gratitude to Son Wukong through a heartfelt mental communication, akin to a phone call. Collect everything, Son Wukong silently intoned within his mind. The attributes of combat power surged wildly into his being. The data of his personal attributes escalated dramatically. The combat data now plummeting was calculated in the millions. Chapter 68, The Birth of the Androids on Earth. After vanquishing Broly, Son Wukong returned to his home, relishing a joyful life with his family. He certainly did not inherit the competitive nature of the Saiyans. However, the moments of joy were fleeting. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. In a small town in the south, not far from a towering mountain, it was already 8 o'clock. Why had the androids not yet made their appearance? Gohan. Could it be that the information is erroneous? Indeed, my fists are aching with anticipation. Except for Vegeta, all of Earth's Dragon Ball warriors had gathered together. Yamcha, Tien, Kaiatsu, Krillin, Piccolo, and Goku were all eager and ready for action. The group, both excited and anxious, looked towards Gohan. For today would reveal the fruits of 3 years of rigorous training. They are martial artists who relish the challenge of pushing their limits. Among the crowd, only Son Wukong has traversed the realms of time. Moreover, his prowess is unparalleled. Thus, all eyes are fixed upon him. The information is accurate. The androids are machines, devoid of any discernible aura. Let us now disperse to search. Should we encounter the androids, do not linger in battle. I will employ instantaneous movement to provide support without delay. Son Wukong is aware that the adversaries emerging are androids 19 and 20. They are both robots. Robots, you say? No wonder they are imperceptible. Then let us heed Gohan's words. Everyone, locate them, avoid prolonged combat, and wait for reinforcements. Upon hearing Gohan's explanation, the crowd suddenly understood. It turns out that the androids are indeed robots. Whoosh. Everyone soared toward the town. Before long, they arrived at the town and dispersed in search of the androids. Meanwhile, Gohan was keenly observing the fluctuations in their energy levels. Should anything unusual arise, he could instantly teleport to the location. Half an hour later, Yamcha's energy began to plummet. A subtle smile crept onto Gohan's lips. His body suddenly vanished from the spot. In a flash, Son Wukong's figure materialized before the android and Yamcha. Yamcha, upon witnessing Son Wukong's sudden appearance, was filled with an overwhelming desire to survive. He believed he was on the brink of death. To his astonishment, Son Gohan could truly sense his life force rapidly diminishing. It turned out that Yamcha's body had been ensnared from behind by an elderly android. One of the old man's hands was clamped over Yamcha's mouth, silencing his cries for help, while the other was siphoning away his energy. The old man's attire bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army. Dr. Gero, remove your filthy hands. In an instant, Son Gohan materialized beside them, executing a precise grappling maneuver to seize the android's hand and wrench it away with considerable force. With a resounding crash, the android's entire mechanical arm was torn off by Son Gohan. Dr. Gero, once a mere human, had sought eternal life and a formidable body. He first crafted a mechanical body and then extracted his memories from his corporeal form, infusing them into this artificial vessel. Thus, he attained eternal life. How despicable. You wretched little brat, Dr. Glow snarled menacingly. A trickle of machine oil oozed from his arm. Being a robot, he felt no pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Yamcha delivered a powerful elbow strike to the android's chest. Crash. The android was sent flying several meters before finally coming to a halt. Thank you, Gohan, Yamcha exclaimed, feeling a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. If it hadn't been for Gohan's timely intervention, he might have met his demise. Damn humans. I shall not let you escape, Dr. Gero declared, his face contorted with rage, having not anticipated the loss of an arm upon their first encounter. The more he pondered, the more his anger and frustration intensified. Damn it. It seemed that without awakening the dormant subjects 17 and 18, victory over this group was unattainable. However, those two were failures, utterly unmanageable. It remained uncertain whether they could be successfully reformed this time. Reluctantly, I would never release these disobedient entities. Dr. Gero's mind raced with thoughts. He descended to the ground, swiftly concealing himself. Gohan, shall we not pursue? Yamcha inquired, witnessing the android vanish before his eyes. He spoke anxiously. It doesn't matter. He cannot escape. This is merely the appetizer. The main event is yet to come. Son Wukong remarked with profound significance. No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished from the spot. Is there still more to come? Could there be even more formidable androids? Yamcha gazed at the spot where Son Wukong had disappeared, utterly perplexed. He was utterly oblivious to the meaning behind Gohan's earlier words, struggling to keep pace with his opponent. Yamcha soared towards Goku, sensing the fluctuations in his energy. When the androids made their appearance, future Trunks did not arrive in the main timeline. for he was confident that Gohan's strength would suffice to confront the androids. Who are you? Why are you ambushing me? Are you one of the androids? Meanwhile, as Goku arrived in search of the androids, he was unexpectedly assaulted by a rotund figure resembling a pig. His combat experience was extensive, allowing him to swiftly evade the enemy's assault. The opponent emitted no presence, resembling a lifeless entity. Son Wukong, curious, inquired, "You are Android 19, correct?" The stout man grinned at Son Wukong, affirming his identity. Dr. Gero had already implanted the information of all individuals into their minds. Their primary objective now was to eliminate Son Wukong. "Wow, an android? That must be true then," Son Wukong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "There are far too many people here. Let us find a suitable location to engage in battle." He swiftly ascended away from the town, aware that fighting in such proximity could lead to the destruction of the entire area. The stout man, observing this, chose to remain silent. He soared into the air, pursuing relentlessly. Do not be misled by his stout figure. His movements are remarkably agile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This aura belongs to Son Wukong. It appears he has detected the androids. Piccolo and the others sensed the intense energy emanating from Son Wukong and swiftly moved aside. The crowd hastened towards their direction. He, let us engage in battle right here. Son Wukong flew to a desolate location and came to a halt. He turned to the rotund figure and spoke. "Son Wukong, it matters not where the battle unfolds. You might as well resign yourself to your fate." Number 19 gazed at Son Wukong with a sinister grin. He was created solely for the purpose of vanquishing his opponent. "It seems you possess quite a confidence. Let us hasten to the battle." Son Wukong eagerly yearned for the confrontation. He charged towards number 19 with fervor. Bang! Two colossal fists collided instantaneously, releasing a shockwave that radiated in all directions. "Remarkable! I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable." Upon their encounter, a wave of soreness coursed through Son Wukong's arm. Instantly, he was propelled backwards, his vast combat experience coming into play. He executed a complete 360-degree somersault, dissipating the force of the impact upon him. "Son Wukong, it appears you are merely a paper tiger." With a single strike, 19 sent Son Wukong hurtling away. He mocked with a triumphant expression. At that moment, Piccolo and the others arrived at the scene, watching from a distance as Son Wukong confronted a rotund adversary. It seemed that remaining in his base form as a Saiyan rendered him incapable of combat. Son Wukong clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The ground trembled with swirling dust and powerful shockwaves surged towards them. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. Chapter 69, The Consequences for Dr. Gero. On a desolate and secluded mountain, Dr. Gero cursed under his breath, "Damn that Gohan. I never anticipated his combat prowess to be so formidable. Once I release androids 17 and 18, your demise is inevitable." Having lost an arm, Dr. Gero fled back to his laboratory in desperation. He began to tinker with his own arms. Given the availability of ready-made limbs and his familiarity with the task, he swiftly attached the new arms. Dr. Gero approached the two dormant capsules, gazing at his modified creations, human number 17 and number 18. He pressed the remote control, and the sleep chamber gradually opened. "Hello, Dr. Gero." A handsome young man, with a red scarf wrapped around his neck, slowly opened his eyes. He discerned the surroundings clearly and approached Dr. Gero with utmost respect. "Hello, Dr. Gero." A golden-haired beauty, her features exquisitely delicate, slowly opened her eyes. She too greeted Dr. Gero with reverence. "Number 17, number 18, how splendid. It appears that your bodies have been restored." Dr. Gero felt a surge of joy upon witnessing their respectful demeanor. "It seems that both of them have been successfully modified by me. Otherwise, their attitudes would not have undergone such a dramatic transformation. We have both been transformed. Henceforth, we shall certainly heed your commands, Dr. Gero." Number 17 and number 18 were originally a pair of siblings. They are both ordinary humans. However, Dr. Gero transformed them into artificial beings. After their transformation, their bodies experienced significant enhancements, rendering them nearly perfect in every aspect. Yet, the two, known as Android 17 and Android 18, do not entirely comply with his commands. Furthermore, they are aware that a remote control was created to subjugate them, should they disobey. Dr. Gero can press the shutdown button, plunging them into an endless slumber. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Join me in eradicating Son Wukong and his companions," Dr. Gero exclaimed joyfully. With the addition of these two formidable warriors to his ranks, he no longer fears Gohan and the others. This scoundrel had torn off his own arm. Unable to swallow his indignation, soon he vowed to torment this insolent brat, allowing him to experience the pain of losing a limb. You should go ahead first. Android 17 remarked as his words hung in the air. His strike was as swift as lightning, a precise chop landing on Dr. Gero's neck. How dare you? Dr. Gero thought of activating the remote control to forcibly put androids 17 and 18 into a dormant state. However, his body refused to obey his commands entirely. Dr. Gero's head gradually detached from his body. He never anticipated that he would be slain by the very android he had created. With a resounding thud, Dr. Gero's head fell to the ground. Splendid work, number 17, she exclaimed gleefully. This old scoundrel had hidden a trick up his sleeve, having installed a remote control device. He received his just deserts. Number 18 remarked with a triumphant smile, having long held disdain for the old man. Dr. Gero, did you not possess a remote control? It seems it can no longer pose a threat to us, number 17 added, grinning with satisfaction. They have long awaited this day. At last, they can break free from the clutches of Dr. Gero. Finally, the two of them have attained their liberation. You two scoundrels, number 17 and number 18. How dare you treat me in such a manner? Your future will undoubtedly be no better than mine, Dr. Gero declared with an air of arrogance. I created you solely to serve as sustenance for others. He envisioned the moment when the ultimate being, the embryo he had nurtured, would emerge. By absorbing the powers of number 17 and number 18, he would achieve perfection. Are you attempting to intimidate us? Do you wish to keep us in a state of dread? You greatly overestimate yourself. It would be best for you to find peace in death. Both number 17 and number 18 believed that Drive Gero was merely spouting nonsense. With a swift motion, number 17 crushed Drive Gero's skull beneath his foot. Let us activate this behemoth, number 17 declared. Number 18 noticed the designation number 16 inscribed on the adjacent stasis pod. She beheld a colossal figure, towering over 2 meters. With an impressively muscular physique. No problem, she affirmed. Number 17 approached and pressed the button beside the pod. The stasis chamber slowly opened, and the giant gradually opened his eyes. He remained silent as he rose from the pod, slowly turning his head to survey his surroundings. Could it be that number 16 is a failure? Why does he not speak? Number 17 questioned, perplexed. Having rescued this being, not even a word of gratitude was offered. He still regarded the 16th model as a mere failure. The 18th model also cast a sympathetic glance towards the 16th. How many artificial beings had Dr. Gero transformed? After all, ahem, have you resolved your matters? At that moment, a young man entered. Indeed, it was Son Wukong, who had been stealthily following Dr. Gero all along. Son Wukong had long since arrived at this place. He has just stored all the instruments and valuable items from this place into the system space. Oh, what a handsome young man. Number 18 was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Son Gohan, not expecting that he had already entered the base. Neither of them noticed. Son Wukong, I never anticipated that you would arrive here. Number 17 showed no signs of surprise at all. After all, he was merely a child. And his combat prowess could not be formidable. Just moments ago, they had simply overlooked the presence of others in this vicinity. Son Wukong, your strength in battle is quite remarkable. Upon observing Son Wukong, number 16 remarked this statement. He could sense the formidable combat prowess of his opponent. Big guy. I thought you were mute? Both number 17 and number 18 had their sights set on this imposing figure simultaneously. They had all assumed moments ago that this was a defective specimen, entirely incapable of speech. Now, this individual, upon witnessing Son Wukong's son, unexpectedly uttered a single phrase. It seems you are acquainted with me. Therefore, I need not elaborate further. He continued, addressing the three with resolute determination. Should you wish to eliminate Son Wukong, you must first contend with me. In the realm of the anime, the versions of Android 16, 17, and 18 in this timeline have refrained from indiscriminate slaughter. They were created solely to eliminate Son Wukong. Young man, your filial piety is truly commendable. I admire your courage. Android 18 approached Gohan and planted a kiss on his cheek, intending merely to tease him. What you're doing is quite perilous, Gohan remarked, gently touching his flushed cheek, where the kiss had left a cool sensation. He hadn't anticipated being playfully taunted in such a manner. I recall in the anime, Android 18 similarly teased Krillin, ultimately leading him to wholeheartedly fall in love with her. Hee, is it dangerous? If you have the capability, then come at me, Android 18 replied with a mischievous smile, relishing in Gohan's reddened face. Chapter 70, The Doubts of Android 17 and 18. After being defeated in Dr. Gero's laboratory, Android 17 said to Android 18, enough of the games. Let us first defeat Gohan, and then we shall seek out Son Gohan. He yearned to swiftly vanquish Son Gohan. Ha ha, defeat me? Son Gohan laughed as he gazed upon androids 17 and 18. He strolled through the laboratory, and anything touched by his hand simply vanished into thin air. It turned out that Son Gohan had absorbed everything into the system's space. Androids 17 and 18 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded by Son Gohan's actions. What was happening here? Was he robbing us right before our eyes? Son Gohan's power was overwhelmingly formidable. 17, you stand no chance against him, the voice of Android 16 echoed softly. He could sense the formidable combat power of Gohan. I can't possibly lose to him? Ridiculous. I am the strongest android, number 17 exclaimed in frustration. It was one thing to be looked down upon by his enemies, but now even this foolish giant dismissed him. Truly, there are limits to what one can endure. Today, I shall demonstrate my might. Gohan, your arrogance is astounding. Watch as I beat you so thoroughly that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. With that, number 17 charged at Gohan, throwing a punch. Unflinching, Gohan retaliated with a powerful strike of his own. Boom. A tremendous shockwave instantly reduced everything around them to ashes, leveling the entire mountain. No, this cannot be. How can your power be so immense? Number 17 thought, noticing that Gohan stood unfazed, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He recognized the magnitude of his own punch, yet Gohan had effortlessly absorbed it, not even shifting his stance. Number 18 watched in disbelief as the two fists collided. This insufferable brat possesses such incredible strength. Meanwhile, number 16 observed the two with an impassive expression. Ding. Combat power reading, 1 million. Is this truly your strength, number 17? It seems utterly ineffective against me, Gohan said, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. He had yet to exert his full strength, otherwise, his opponent might have been obliterated. Son Gohan, I shall not spare you. Android 17 unleashed a relentless barrage upon Son Gohan, yet each of his strikes was deftly countered. I had thought your prowess was truly formidable. If you wish to eliminate Goku, you must first contend with me. Son Gohan refrained from retaliating as they ascended from the ground into the sky. How infuriating. This cannot be. Son Gohan's combat power cannot possibly be this formidable. With a fierce expression, Android 17 launched another furious assault. But no matter how agile or swift his attacks were, he could not land a hit on Son Gohan. Android 16, I did not anticipate your words to be true. Son Gohan's strength is indeed astonishing. Android 17 could not even graze his opponent's attire. Android 18, observing the aerial clash, felt a stirring unease. Son Gohan's combat abilities had vastly surpassed the data they had in their minds. Feel free to unleash any ultimate techniques you possess. Otherwise, should I intervene? You shall have no chance. Son Gohan smiled at the relentless Android 17 pursuing him. If it were not for the fact that the androids from this timeline had committed no heinous acts, he had long since eliminated his opponent. Android 18. Realizing that Android 17 stood no chance against Gohan alone, soared into the sky, charging towards the two. You are all the same, no matter who you are. Gohan remarked as he observed Android 18 rushing towards him. His usual state has surpassed that of Super Saiyan 2. Now, dealing with the androids seems like mere child's play. The two combatants unleash their fury like a tempest. However, all their assaults are thwarted by Gohan. You have fought for long enough. Now it is my turn to strike. Gohan declared, no longer wishing to engage in their frivolous sparring. As his words faded, his figure vanished from their sight. What? He's gone? Androids 17 and 18 were taken aback, their expressions tinged with vigilance as they scanned their surroundings, for neither of them could sense his presence. I am here. Son Gohan materialized behind Android 17. 17, watch out. Android 18 attempted to warn him, but it was too late. Son Gohan's movements were far too swift. With a resounding crash, Android 17's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Son Gohan, take this. Android 18 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at him, intent on depleting Son Gohan's seemingly limitless energy. The energy blasts surged forth as if they were without cost. Ding. Power level decreased by 1 million. Ding. Power level attribute increased by 1 million. Boom. Thick smoke billowed, quickly engulfing Son Gohan. All right, we'll wear him down. Observing Android 18's relentless assault, Android 17 shouted in agreement. He too directed streams of energy into the smoke. The explosions echoed incessantly, the smoke thickening with each passing moment. After unleashing thousands of energy blasts, they finally felt a sense of relief. They ceased their assault, gazing with pride at their handiwork. Though their prowess was as fierce as a tiger, they could not escape the law of smoke being harmless. After a considerable time, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a hazy silhouette. Is the android already out of energy? You stand there and attack me, yet you cannot inflict any harm. Son Gohan's voice resonated softly. His lips curled slightly as he spoke with an air of arrogance. No, that's impossible. How can your fighting prowess still be so formidable? Number 17 and number 18 gazed at Son Wukong with an expression of disbelief, as if they had encountered a devil. They had just launched a relentless attack. So how could there possibly be no harm done? Not even a tear in their clothing. It turns out that Son Gohan had activated the protective shield earlier. Now that you have finished your assault, it's my turn, he declared, swiftly appearing before Android 18. With a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful punch to her abdomen. She gasped, a wave of bile surging forth. A sharp pain shot through her midsection, causing her body to curl up like a shrimp. Android 18. Android 17 observed his sister writhing in agony, clutching her stomach. He charged towards Son Wukong with fervor. You are but a clay idol crossing a river. Barely able to safeguard yourself, yet still preoccupied with shouting and chaos. Android 17 arrived swiftly, only to depart even more rapidly. It turned out that Son Wukong had rewarded him with a punch. A thunderous roar echoed. His body resembled a cannonball, instantly collapsing a mountain. Number 16. Will you not lend a hand? Son Gohan inquired, gazing at the ever-observant number 17. Chapter 71. Son Goku's Audacious Plan. Son Gohan. I am not your match, number 16 replied with an expressionless demeanor. Within him lies the capacity to calculate the combat power of his adversaries. However, at present, Son Wukong's battle prowess remains beyond any measurable threshold, having significantly surpassed the limits of his analytical capabilities. The astute recognized the importance of adapting to circumstances. Son Wukong gazed at number 16 with a smile, declaring, gather it all. The attributes of combat power on the ground surged wildly into his being, causing Son Wukong's strength to escalate exponentially. His system has already gathered all the instruments and achievements of Dr. Gero's android modifications. They will be handed over to Bulma for further research at the appropriate time. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy surged upwards, and the entire mountain was instantly reduced to dust. I'm going all out against you, Gohan. In a fit of rage, Android 17 charged once more at Gohan. Since their transformation, they had never encountered a true opponent. He could hardly bear the blow. Android 17 and Android 18 had always believed themselves to be the most formidable beings in existence. To their astonishment, they now found themselves defeated by Son Gohan. How could they endure such humiliation? After a short respite, the pain in Android 18's abdomen had subsided. With renewed determination, she charged at Son Gohan, eager to demonstrate the vast disparity in their strengths. A faint smile graced Son Gohan's face as he remained steadfast, unyielding in his position. The two androids unleashed a frenzy of strikes upon him. Clang! Their combined power diminished, and Son Gohan quipped, "Have you not eaten? Put in some effort." With arms crossed and a smug smile, he continued, "Even standing here, I can accumulate power." The disparity in battle prowess was stark. Android 17 and Android 18 appeared as mere children before him. No matter how fiercely they attacked, they could inflict no harm upon him. How infuriating, Son Gohan. How could you possibly be this strong? It's impossible. We are the strongest. The two androids exerted their utmost strength, landing heavy blows on Son Gohan, akin to a mere massage. Allow me to show you the extent of our difference, Son Gohan remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Boom. A white gas erupted from his body, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent both number 17 and number 18 flying. No, this cannot be real. It is impossible. Number 17 gazed at Son Gohan in disbelief, shouting in fury. He has never experienced such a blow. They were transformed solely to vanquish Son Wukong. Yet now they find themselves unable to contend even with his son. 17, 18, cease your assault, urged 16, observing the confrontation. The gaze of the assembled onlookers converged upon 16, affirming the veracity of his earlier statement. 17 and 18 refrained from further attacks. Consider your actions wisely. Should you wish to confront Son Wukong, you must first best me. The aura emanating from Son Gohan gradually diminished. 16, 17, and 18 spoke in unison. You would allow us to depart? 18 exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment, barely able to believe her ears. Son Gohan was indeed permitting them to leave this place. If you seek vengeance, simply come to Bowsy Mountain to find me. Son Gohan chose not to engage in further discourse with the androids. His figure vanished into the air. We departed. The androids exchanged wide-eyed glances, and then the three of them soared away from this place. When Son Gohan's form reappeared once more, he had arrived in the underground laboratory of Dr. Gero, where he encountered the still embryonic creature. Cell? You wretched little insect. Did you ever imagine your existence would be so fleeting? With that thought, Son Gohan meticulously stored all the research findings and blueprints into his system. Then, raising his hand, he unleashed a powerful energy wave that obliterated the vile creature into oblivion. Meanwhile, a fierce battle raged between Son Goku and Android 19. Although Android 19 was a rather corpulent figure, his agility was quite remarkable. Initially, he found himself at a disadvantage against Son Goku. However, equipped with devices capable of absorbing energy, he engaged in combat while simultaneously siphoning power. He has gradually matured, now engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Son Wukong. Something feels amiss. Just moments ago, this hefty fellow was clearly unable to contend with Son Wukong. Yet now, he grows increasingly formidable with each skirmish. Piccolo, perceiving the flaw, exclaimed in astonishment. He had been closely observing the battle between the android and Son Wukong. I recall that a moment ago, an android had attacked me. Its hands possessed the ability to absorb energy. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention, I fear I would not have returned at all. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Yamcha, he suddenly recalled the moment when the old man had attacked him, drawing energy from his very being. Was this the nature of absorption? Indeed. The androids were truly bizarre. Piccolo and the others realized with clarity that the androids possessed such an extraordinary skill. Continuing this way could lead to significant trouble. Number 19. I did not expect you to become increasingly formidable. I truly admire that. Let me demonstrate my technique. Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts directed at number 19. Boom, boom, boom. To everyone's astonishment, number 19 effortlessly caught each energy blast with his bare hands. The blast vanished in an instant, as if consumed by him. Although Goku may be naive in other aspects, his mind was exceptionally sharp when it came to combat. He quickly discerned the methods employed by the androids and secretly admired their creator, Dr. Gero. He had not anticipated the remarkable advancements in this individual's technology, capable of appropriating the energy of others to enhance one's own strength. Son Wukong ceased his energy assault. Previously, during their time on Namek, Son Gohan had made a wish to the eternal dragon Porunga, requesting that Son Wukong be spared from ailments. Coupled with the arrival of the specialized medication for chronic heart disease brought by future Trunks, Son Wukong's affliction had not manifested at all. Thank you for your energy blast, Son Wukong expressed, as Android 19 flashed a sinister smile in his direction. He experienced a remarkable enhancement in his prowess from this battle. Now, he is filled with confidence, certain of his victory in this confrontation. Android 19, I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. Today, I shall allow you to absorb to your heart's content. Gale. Wave. Energy. Blast. Son Wukong began the incantation for the Kamehameha wave, a sphere of energy slowly coalescing in his palm. Ha ha ha, Son Wukong. Unleash your might. Android 19 gazed intently at the energy wave in Wukong's hand. It appeared he was aware of his capacity to absorb energy to bolster his strength. Perhaps I underestimated his intellect. Oh no. Has Wukong yet to realize that the androids can absorb his energy? No, this fighter is never careless in battle. He must have discerned the secret behind the androids' augmentation of their combat abilities. So why does he still choose to unleash the Kamehameha? Krillin and the others observed Wukong's maneuver with expressions of bewilderment, engaging in hushed discussions. Now, the androids can engage in a tit-for-tat exchange with Son Wukong. If this hefty foe continues to absorb energy, it may spell danger. Wukong seems intent on overwhelming the androids with his power. This rascal is undeniably sharp-minded in combat. Piccolo, witnessing Wukong's actions, understood his intentions. As the saying goes, sometimes the one who knows you best is not a friend, but an enemy. Will Son Wukong's plan ultimately succeed? Chapter 72, Super Saiyan Vegeta Kamehameha. Son Wukong shouted, propelling the concentrated beam of energy forward. Ha ha ha, Son Wukong, I shall gladly accept your energy. Android 19 laughed heartily as he prepared to embrace the oncoming torrent of power. Boom. Android 19 voraciously absorbed the energy with both hands. The onlookers watched in trepidation. For after all, Son Wukong had only transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 years prior. None had witnessed his true capabilities. Meanwhile, in the skies, a figure was approaching the battlefield. He is our proud prince, Vegeta. It is truly a remarkable coincidence. The androids, number 16, 17, and 18, unexpectedly encountered Vegeta in the sky. You rascals. Are you androids? Vegeta was utterly oblivious to the presence of the three. He bellowed fiercely at numbers 16, 17, and 18, exuding an air of confidence as he prepared to face three adversaries without hesitation. What on earth has become of this world? Have we appeared too benevolent? Even the most insignificant creatures seek to take a jab at us. Number 17 unleashed a powerful punch towards Vegeta, their frustration from earlier encounters with Gohan boiling over. Just when they were seeking an outlet for their pent-up anger, a rabid dog had the audacity to obstruct their path. What? Such incredible speed. Though Vegeta was on guard, he had not anticipated the swiftness of his opponent's assault. He could only clench his fists tightly to shield himself from the oncoming strike of number 17. Bang! Vegeta's body was propelled backward like a swift arrow. He executed a complete 360-degree roll, dissipating the force that had struck him. Number 17. You've managed to get ahead of me this time. My temper has long since worn thin with this fool's incessant chatter. Number 18 remarked triumphantly as she witnessed Vegeta being sent flying. Moments ago, she and number 17 had been thoroughly beaten by Gohan, leaving them questioning their existence. Now, they had finally found a means to vent their frustrations. Bah, what a foolhardy individual. With such meager combat prowess, he dares to obstruct our path. Number 17 spat disdainfully at Vegeta, his mood seemingly lightened. Yet, damn it, Vegeta roared in fury. He had not anticipated that the combat prowess of the android would be so formidable. With a single punch, it sent the opponent flying. His pride was intensely provoked. After all, he is the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans. How could he possibly be defeated by mere humans from Earth? A formidable aura surged from Vegeta's being, enveloping him in a brilliant golden flame. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, our Vegeta has ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. Now he feels invigorated, empowered by this newfound strength. Is it possible that he too has encountered the androids? Just how many androids are there? As Vegeta unleashed his potent and domineering Super Saiyan energy, everyone sensed his overwhelming presence. Moments ago, Gohan had also displayed a fierce aura. Yet they were not concerned. Now, however, they feared that Vegeta, much like Goku, had come across a formidable adversary. After all, it had not been long since they first transformed into Super Saiyans. Oh dear, it seems our Vegeta is about to unleash his wrath. Are you frightened? Androids 17 and 18 charged directly at Vegeta. They are currently seething with anger. On the 16th, upon seeing the three individuals, they are poised to engage in battle. He found a place to observe. Aside from Son Wukong, he harbored no desire for combat. Only under extraordinary circumstances would he take action. You shall all perish, he declared. As energy orbs coalesced in Vegeta's hands, he hurled them towards the advancing androids 17 and 18. A mere triviality, he scoffed. As for you, we have never feared anyone. Androids 17 and 18 replied with unwavering confidence. Their energy is boundless. Even if they cannot emerge victorious, they shall strive to exhaust their adversary. Yet, just moments ago, they were disregarded by Son Wukong. Now, another challenger appears, intent on matching their energy. Truly, they seem oblivious to the peril they face. Boom, boom, boom. The three engage in relentless attacks. Energy orbs collide in midair, producing a cacophony of deafening explosions. Thick smoke billows forth, and shockwaves surge toward the ground, leaving destruction in their wake. Let us now shift our gaze to the battlefield of Son Wukong. What formidable energy. Son Wukong, I shall express my gratitude to you shortly. Number 19 chuckles gleefully, continuously absorbing the energy from the Kamehameha wave. His combat prowess is continuously on the rise. Alas, this time he has overstepped the mark. Son Wukong can evidently feel his stamina waning. The energy of the Kamehameha wave is gradually diminishing. This is primarily due to the emergence of Son Gohan. Son Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan occurred later than it should have. He transformed 2 years later than depicted in the anime. Consequently, his combat strength is not as formidable as portrayed in the series. What? The android has managed to absorb all of Son Wukong's Kamehameha wave. This spells disaster. Gohan seems to be the more reliable option. Krillin and the others observe the energy beam of the Kamehameha wave shrinking with increasing concern. The group begins to worry, as Son Wukong has been excessively reckless. Fully aware that the android can absorb energy to grow stronger, he relentlessly unleashed energy attacks. Is this not akin to the old immortal hanging himself? Yearning for a longer life? It seems that this time, he has indeed overstepped his bounds. Son Wukong, I am profoundly grateful to you. Android 19 has finally absorbed the entirety of Son Wukong's Kamehameha energy wave. At this moment, he felt a surge of immense combat power within him. It appears I have truly ventured into perilous territory. Son Wukong gazed at the fervently spirited Android 19. He chuckled awkwardly. Originally, he had intended to obliterate the android, but it had backfired unexpectedly. What a predicament! Just moments ago, the android had been evenly matched with Son Wukong, and now, having absorbed such immense energy, how could they possibly contend? The onlookers watched the clash with bated breath, astonished that Son Wukong's plan had not succeeded. Their hopes now rested solely on the shoulders of Gohan. Son Wukong, in gratitude for the energy you provided, I shall take good care of you. Android 19 remarked with a sinister smile directed at Son Wukong. His silhouette vanished from the spot, swift as a fleeting shadow. Son Wukong scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The recent use of the Kamehameha had drained a considerable amount of his energy. He, I'm right here, echoed the presence of Android 17, resonating softly behind Son Wukong. He delivered a powerful punch to his opponent. Drawing upon years of combat experience, Son Wukong executed an elbow strike without even glancing back. Bang! A tremendous force propelled Son Wukong's body through the air. In that instant, number 19 swiftly pursued the airborne figure of Son Wukong, delivering a kick that sent him soaring into the sky. Son Wukong let out a cry of anguish as his body, still out of control from the previous blow, was struck squarely on the rear by number 19's kick, causing him to grimace in pain. But that was not the end. With a series of quick movements, number 19's corpulent form appeared high above in the air. He stood here with his fingers interlaced, hands raised high in anticipation of the arrival of Son Wukong. Bang! Once again, Son Wukong's abdomen was struck by a powerful punch from number 19. He let out a piercing scream, spewing a mouthful of blood. His body plummeted towards the ground like a cannonball unleashed from its chamber. Boom! The earth was instantly transformed. A massive crater carved out by Son Wukong's impact. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Gohan, hurry and come. As Krillin beheld this scene, beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. His body trembled in fear. After the android absorbed Son Wukong's energy, the disparity in their powers became exceedingly vast. Gohan, where are you? Hurry. Chapter 73, The Might of Android 19. On a desolate, uninhabited mountain peak, Vegeta found himself under the relentless assault of androids 17 and 18. Ultimately, the strength of one individual is limited. In the clash of three, Vegeta had overestimated his own capabilities. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The energy waves he emitted were significantly inferior to those of the androids. With a thunderous roar, the energy blast from androids 17 and 18 swiftly overwhelmed Vegeta's energy. Vegeta, showing no inclination to linger in battle, recognized that the number of his energy blasts paled in comparison to theirs. He decisively abandoned the clash of energies. In a swift motion, he appeared behind the android, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at android 17's head. Bang! Android 17 raised his arm to block Vegeta's incoming leg. What? You were able to thwart my attack? Vegeta's heart was filled with astonishment, as this was entirely different from the scenario he had envisioned. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess had seen a significant elevation. He had presumed he could easily overpower 3 androids alone. Little did he anticipate that the android would be capable of countering his assault. Vegeta, you fool, with such meager strength, do you think you can ambush us? Regrettably, your power is simply insufficient, Android 17 taunted Vegeta. With his other hand, he summoned an energy sphere and hurled it towards his opponent. You scoundrel! How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta evaded Android 17's energy attack with an uncanny agility. Once again, an overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from him. 3 years of grueling training were dedicated to proving to the world that he was indeed the mightiest Saiyan. I no longer wish to remain a mere spectator. Prince Vegeta is the true protagonist. Heh, Vegeta, there's no need to shout. The real spectacle has only just begun. Android 18 regarded Vegeta with a playful glint in her eyes. As soon as her words fell, she vanished from sight, appearing right before Vegeta and delivering a powerful punch. Androids, today marks your demise. Vegeta, undeterred, retaliated with a punch aimed squarely at Android 18. He could scarcely believe that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his strength still paled in comparison to that of his opponent. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided. Vegeta's body was sent hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, propelled by an overwhelming force. In that moment of impact, Vegeta realized how naive his assumptions had been. He had not anticipated that his adversary's power would surpass his own. 17 observed as Vegeta's form hurtled toward him. As he lifted his leg, he sent Vegeta's body soaring back. Vegeta barely had time to emit a cry of despair before he was hurled once more towards Android 18. Ha ha ha, let us play soccer, Android 18. Android 17 exclaimed with exuberance, directing his shout at 18. Absolutely no problem. Upon hearing 17's suggestion, Android 18 immediately acquiesced. Swiftly forgetting the humiliation she had just endured at the hands of Gohan, she delivered a swift kick to the approaching Vegeta. The two androids reveled in their aerial play, tossing Vegeta about like a mere ball. Vegeta let out a heart-wrenching scream as he soared through the air. After finally transforming into a Super Saiyan, he found himself reduced to being a plaything for the androids. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to the battle between Goku and Android 19. Gohan, where are you? Goku was nearing his breaking point, while Krillin observed as Goku was being relentlessly pressed to the ground by Android 19. He cried out in desperation, his anxiety palpable. The crowd, equally incensed, clenched their fists in anger upon witnessing the battle between the android and Son Wukong. They soon realized that they were no match for the androids. Son Wukong, prepare to experience my technique. Android 19 grew increasingly emboldened. With a swift motion, he suspended himself in midair, bending down to embrace his legs. In an instant, Android 19 transformed into a round, plump sphere and launched himself at Son Wukong. Bang! Son Wukong retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Android 19's form. The immense force of the blow sent him hurtling away. The ball that the android had morphed into once again charged towards Son Wukong. Having suffered a setback previously, Son Wukong chose not to confront the attack head-on this time. He evaded the ball attacks with an unusual agility. Boom! The ground was pounded into deep craters. Incredible! The android could actually engage in such a manner? Yamcha observed as Son Wukong continuously dodged the assaults of the hefty android. He was utterly astonished. The opponent's prowess was indeed formidable. After Son Goku unleashed the Kamehameha, his fighting power had diminished significantly. Moreover, the android had absorbed some of his energy, resulting in a stark contrast between their strengths. The battle between them was clearly not on the same level. Son Goku directed a barrage of energy blasts at Android 19. Yet it was as if he were striking a metal sphere, effortlessly deflecting the attacks without a hint of fear. Was the android truly that monstrous? What could be done? Onlookers were drenched in cold sweat. The android's power surged alarmingly after absorbing Son Goku's Kamehameha, rendering Goku little more than a plaything in its hands. Goku's body was struck by the massive form of Android 19, causing him to spew blood as he crashed to the ground. This was dire. Goku gasped for breath. Each time he unleashed a powerful move, a substantial portion of his energy was consumed. Goku, I've had my fun. Prepare to meet your end, Android 19 declared, swiftly regenerating and conjuring a colossal energy sphere in his hands. What should we do? Why has Goten arrived yet? This is truly maddening. The onlookers were at their wits' end, eager to assist, yet their own powers felt woefully inadequate. Just as despair settled in, Son Goten's figure suddenly appeared before Son Goku. He had just sensed that the energy of Son Wukong had been greatly depleted. In an instant, he arrived. Cough, cough, cough. Gohan, you have come. Son Wukong greeted Gohan while still coughing. Had it not been for his miscalculation, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. He was overly confident in his own strength, aiming to overpower number 19. Little did he anticipate that he would merely serve as a means for others. Father, are you unharmed? Son Gohan completely disregarded number 19. He turned around and crouched down to tend to Son Wukong's injuries. After receiving treatment, Son Wukong's energy was instantaneously restored. Damn it, you little brat dared to thwart my plans. The android number 19 was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan before Son Wukong. However, he was infuriated to see that Son Gohan audaciously disregarded his presence. You insolent brat, how dare you ignore me? All of you shall perish. Number 19's face contorted in rage as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, which surged ominously. The overwhelming energy blast hurtled toward the father and son duo. Chapter 74, Vegeta's Reluctance and Fury on the Battlefield. The Magic Flash. Son Gohan countered the energy blasts with a formidable magic flash. A colossal beam of light met the descending energy blasts, halting their momentum. Ding. Combat Power Attribute 1-000-000. Combat Power Attribute 1-000-000. The two energies collided instantaneously. In Son Gohan's mind, the system's voice incessantly chimed. All of you shall die. Number 19 was stunned to see that the massive energy blast had not descended. Instead, they were repelled by Son Gohan's beam of energy. He once again exerted every ounce of his strength to unleash a frenzied assault upon the energy blast, striving to suppress its might. Boom. A brilliant white aura erupted from Son Gohan, emanating a formidable and domineering presence that surged forth from his being. Even Son Goku, standing nearby, was thrust back by the sheer force of this overwhelming energy wave. How astonishing. It was unimaginable that Gohan, without transforming, could possess such terrifying power? Could it be that Gohan's base form surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Goku? The onlookers gazed at Son Gohan in disbelief, astonished by the rapid advancement he had made. His normal state rivaled that of the Super Saiyan Goku. One could only ponder the extent of Gohan's strength should he transform into a Super Saiyan. The very thought was beyond comprehension. Son Gohan's energy beam surged dramatically, advancing with unstoppable momentum to repel the energy blast from Android 19. But how infuriating! Android 19 stared in disbelief at the retreating super energy blast. He reacted decisively, evading the attack range of the energy blast. Number 19. Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Why the sudden retreat? Son Gohan taunted number 19 with biting sarcasm. He felt no surprise at Son Wukong's defeat by the android. After all, it was due to his own circumstances that Son Wukong had delayed his transformation into a Super Saiyan by 2 full years. Thus, it was only natural that he found himself unable to contend with the plump number 19. Son Gohan, do not be too overconfident. I was merely holding back. Number 19 feigned composure, though internally he was quite flustered, having narrowly avoided being struck by the energy wave moments earlier. Ha ha ha, what audacity. The onlookers were both amused and exasperated by the android's bold claims. They had not anticipated that the android would be so sensitive about its pride. Had it not been for its swift escape, the energy blast would have reduced the rotund figure to mere fragments. Enough of this chatter, Son Gohan exclaimed, raising his hand to point at number 19. A surge of violet energy rapidly coalesced, launching toward the android. This was Frieza's death beam. Come at me. Number 19 observed the energy in Son Gohan's hand. The corners of his mouth curled upward, revealing a surprising lack of intellect from both father and son. Another individual had arrived, eager to bestow energy upon himself. As long as he absorbed energy to enhance his power, none could rival him. The heart of Android 19 swelled with joy as he raised his hand, intent on siphoning energy from Gohan. However, contrary to his expectations, as soon as his palm brushed against the energy wave, it was obliterated by Gohan's potent force. What? No, this cannot be. Android 19 was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Gohan's death beam continued to unleash its relentless assault. Android 19 quickly regained his senses and attempted to flee the scene. Yet he was akin to a moving target. Gohan, like a skilled hunter, unleashed a barrage upon him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Android 19 was riddled with holes. His body reduced to mere fragments. Within moments, Gohan had pulverized him to dust. Yes, Gohan. Splendid work. The crowd erupted in joyous exclamations, praising Gohan for his reliability in vanquishing Android 19. They eagerly gathered the remnants of battle power attributes from the ground, which flowed into his body like flowing script, the data pulsating continuously. Meanwhile, Androids 17 and 18 toyed with Vegeta, kicking him about like a ball, leaving him disoriented. Haha, this is amusing, exclaimed 18, her long legs striking Vegeta's back with a playful grin. Curse you. Die. Vegeta snarled, his face contorted with rage as he formed an energy sphere in his hand, hurling it at Android 17. Who would have thought that after 3 arduous years of training, he would finally transform into a Super Saiyan? Only to be treated like a plaything by these androids? Bang. Android 17 effortlessly swatted the energy sphere away. He delivered a punch squarely to Vegeta's abdomen as he flew by. A wave of excruciating pain surged from his lower belly, leaving Vegeta feeling as though his stomach were in turmoil. He clutched his stomach and expelled a mouthful of bile, truly an unwise creature. Down he went. Android 17 delivered a crushing blow to the back of Vegeta, whose body plummeted to the ground like a missile. Boom. Dust and debris erupted, leaving a massive crater in the earth where Vegeta had landed. Now, he had reverted to his normal state, utterly devoid of combat prowess. 17, your strikes are rather excessive. Don't you think? This time, there's no fun left. Android 18 chastised as she flew to stand before 17, her anger now dissipated. You're always thinking about games. When Gohan arrives, we'll be the ones at his mercy. 17 replied to 18, acknowledging the commotion they had just caused. Gohan would undoubtedly be aware of it. Should he arrive, they would find themselves in quite the predicament. Indeed, I almost forgot about that little rascal. Let's depart from here, 18 teased, sticking out her tongue playfully, revealing her youthful spirit. Ultimately, she was merely a girl. Together, 17 and 18 led 16 away from the scene. Meanwhile, Vegeta, lying in the depths of the crater, furiously pounded the ground. After finally achieving the status of Super Saiyan, he was now being bested by a lowly android, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. He could not withstand such a blow, and in a moment of despair, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gohan, the energy of Vegeta was exceedingly feeble. Let us proceed to investigate. For he may have encountered the androids. At this moment, Son Goku approached Gohan and spoke. He just sensed a fluctuation in Vegeta's energy. Indeed. We should hurry over and investigate. If there are still androids present, it could spell trouble. Gohan, let us set off swiftly. Indeed. Saving lives is as urgent as extinguishing a fire. We shall depart immediately. The group reached a consensus with lively exchanges. In an instant, Gohan utilized instant transmission, and they vanished from their location. Chapter 75, Methods to Rapidly Enhance Combat Power on Board a Spray Aircraft. Bulma piloted while Yachirobe cradled a plump little child in the back. They all rushed towards the battlefield. It turned out that Ichilo had come, following the orders of the Cat Immortal, to deliver the divine beings to Son Wukong and his companions. However, he did not find them. Instead, he encountered Bulma. The two quickly formed an alliance and decided to head to the battlefield together. In a flash, Son Gohan and his group utilized instant transmission to arrive near Vegeta. They were met with a scene of utter devastation on the battlefield. The ground was riddled with craters, and there lay Vegeta in a pit. Unconscious and in a pitiful state, it was uncertain whether he was alive or dead. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their lingering resentment towards Vegeta. The last time this individual invaded Earth, Piccolo, Tien, and others had fallen victim to that malevolent being, and all blame was cast upon him. Although Vegeta was not the one who dealt the fatal blow, he was undeniably implicated. Yamcha, on the other hand, displayed a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. If it weren't for this man, Bulma would not have parted ways with him. This scoundrel deserved to perish. Son Wukong charged forth, reaching Vegeta's side. He lifted him and placed him before Son Gohan on the ground. He'll be fine. He'll recover instantly. Upon seeing the battered state of Vegeta, Son Gohan could not help but shed tears of frustration. This man was undoubtedly unwilling to accept defeat at the hands of androids 17 and 18. He crouched down and placed his hand upon Vegeta. Waves of energy instantaneously permeated into him, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta was fully revived, his battle power significantly enhanced. What of the androids? Vegeta sprang up from the ground in an instant. He glanced around, yet saw no sign of the androids. Vegeta, were you assaulted by the androids? He inquired. When we arrived, we only found you lying in a deep pit, and there was no trace of the androids. How many androids are there, in fact? Son Goku asked. His expression one of bewilderment. He never anticipated that the combat prowess of the androids would be so formidable. Kakarot, you scoundrel. Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared menacingly at Son Wukong, cursing vehemently. It was evident that Son Wukong had struck a nerve. To his astonishment, despite his arduous efforts to transform into a Super Saiyan, he found himself being toyed with like a mere monkey by two androids. He soared into the sky in a fit of rage, vanishing before the eyes of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Vegeta, how could you speak so harshly? Goku remarked, watching Vegeta's retreating figure. He was aware that the other party was quite irate, merely expressing a bit of sarcasm. The combat prowess of the androids was indeed formidable, and they possessed no discernible aura. Was it now a matter of waiting to locate them? Gohan, you are the only one capable of confronting the androids. As the group engaged in animated discussion, a low hum resonated through the air. Shortly after Vegeta's departure, the sound of an aircraft filled the atmosphere, which soon landed before them. Bulma emerged from the plane, cradling a small child, followed closely by Yajirobe. Was that Vegeta's child? Trunks? Goku observed Bulma as she held the child in her arms. He blurted out a cry, leaving the onlookers astounded by Son Wukong's words. They could hardly fathom that Bulma had become entangled with Vegeta. Wasn't she in a relationship with Yamcha? How could she possibly have a child with Vegeta? Moreover, given Vegeta's haughty demeanor, how could he ever be with Bulma? It was truly unfathomable, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Son Wukong, how do you know his name is Trunks? Bulma asked, gazing at him with astonishment, seemingly oblivious to the shock of the crowd. She hadn't been in contact with anyone for 3 years and had never spoken about her relationship with Vegeta. Why could Son Wukong name Trunks upon their first encounter? Surely, there were matters unknown to her. Fool, Piccolo remarked, looking at Son Wukong with a resigned expression, speechless. This guy was a blabbermouth, incapable of hiding secrets. Hehehe. Regardless, the deed is done, and we need not worry about Trunks not coming into existence. Son Wukong succinctly recounted the events that transpired in the future timeline. revealing that the future Trunks had arrived in their timeline via the time machine he had invented. Bulma was utterly shocked upon hearing this. The vastness of the world held such wonders. Little did she know that beyond their current timeline, there existed a future timeline, where the fates of its inhabitants were so tragically grim. The destiny of Earth was astonishingly in the hands of the androids. This underscored the brilliance of Dr. Gero's invention, which, regrettably, had been misdirected, ultimately bringing endless calamity to the Earth. "Hey, Yukong, I'm here to deliver the sins of beans." At that moment, the courier Yachirobe tossed a bag before Son Wukong. He is merely a delivery person, utterly indifferent to the grand affairs of the nation. "It is entirely my own inadequacy that is to blame," lamented Bick with a downcast demeanor. His mood was profoundly melancholic. He never anticipated that after 3 years of arduous training, he would merely be a spectator. In every battle, he could only assume the role of an onlooker. Such formidable encounters were beyond his reach. The once mighty reputation of King Piccolo had faded into oblivion. He felt utterly useless. Was his fighting prowess truly so feeble? "Uncle Piccolo, in truth, your body is incomplete. Only through merging with the Supreme Kai can your form attain perfection, for you have always been one entity. Once you unite, your cultivation will yield remarkable results, and your combat strength will experience a substantial enhancement. The physical constitution of you Namekians is not significantly inferior to that of the Saiyans." Gohan recalled the anime, where Piccolo and the Supreme Kai-S fusion led to an immense boost in power, enabling them to contend with Cell's second form. Could this truly be? How splendid! A wave of joy surged within Piccolo, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He had not anticipated that the issue lay within his physical form. He had always believed that his talent was insufficient. Now he finally understands that it was his body lacking that divine element which had resulted in his slow progress in cultivation. "Gohan, do you have any means to elevate our combat power? We too wish to engage in battle." Tien Shinhan realized that Piccolo had identified the crucial issue concerning the enhancement of their fighting abilities. He also wished to explore if there were any methods left to augment his combat prowess. In truth, the Celestial Sanctuary housed a sacred ground particularly conducive to cultivation. If everyone were to practice there, their fighting capabilities would rise significantly. Son Gohan's gaze swept over the crowd. Their current strength was still far too feeble. He revealed the cultivation method of the Spirit Time House. Does the Celestial Temple possess such a sacred place for cultivation? We must not delay. Let us set forth immediately. The crowd held unwavering belief in Son Gohan's words. They all soared towards the Temple of the Gods. Chapter 76, The Birth of the Super Namekian. The Temple of the Gods. I am already aware of your intentions. Allow me to guide you to the Room of Spirit in time for your training. The wrinkled face of a deity, grasping a staff, spoke kindly to the gathered crowd. Beside him stood Mr. Popo. It turned out that Vegeta had also arrived at the sacred temple. This was due to Gohan, who, on his way to the temple, had reached out to Vegeta through the skill of telepathy. Upon hearing Gohan mention a method to rapidly enhance his combat power, Vegeta eagerly made his way to the sacred temple. His paramount objective now is to subdue the androids and reclaim his lost dignity as the mightiest Saiyan. How could he possibly be defeated by Earth's creations? I, Vegeta, shall not permit such a disgrace to transpire. Grateful am I to the Lord of the Gods. The crowd followed closely behind the deity and Bopo, soon arriving at an ancient, grandiose door where they came to a halt. Upon opening this door, they would enter an alternate dimension known as the hyperbolic time chamber. Within, the gravity is tenfold greater than that of Earth, and the passage of time is vastly different. One day outside equates to an entire year inside. Each entry accommodates 2 individuals, allowing them to train for 2 years within, which corresponds to merely 2 days outside. Should the time elapse and those inside fail to emerge, the door to the chamber shall vanish forever, leaving them eternally trapped within that dimensional space. The deity elucidated the temporal rules and usage of the chamber with clarity, and we comprehended the gravity of the situation. The assembly nodded in disbelief. This truly is an exceptional training ground. Alas, each person may only train for 2 years within its confines. You must deliberate on who shall enter to commence their training first. The deity cast a gaze towards Son Wukong and the others. He has eloquently articulated the remarkable aspects of the 2-dimensional realm. Now, it is time to observe the distribution of personnel. Kakarot and I will enter first. There is little utility in your group of inept individuals joining us, Vegeta stated imperiously. He believes that these individuals are merely here to create a commotion. Even if they spend 2 years honing their skills within, what difference does it make? You are not entirely inept. You would still be subjected to being outclassed by others. Yamcha, undeterred, stands firm amidst the crowd. What can Vegeta truly accomplish in such a multitude? He had long found this fellow displeasing. You scoundrel. Vegeta's body flickered and he suddenly appeared before Yamcha, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. He intends to shatter this fellow's jaw. Yamcha witnessed Vegeta's sudden strike. He was gripped by a chilling fear. Bang! Just a few centimeters away from Yamcha's face, Vegeta's fist was firmly seized by Gohan, preventing it from advancing even the slightest bit further. Vegeta, it's time to stop. Gohan's gaze turned icy, causing the very air around them to drop in temperature. With a gentle yet firm push, Vegeta stumbled back several steps. TCH. Ignoring the crowd, Vegeta made his way directly to the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, while the others were reluctant to train alongside him. My apologies, everyone. Vegeta and I shall enter first. Goku observed that none wished to be in Vegeta's company. He could only follow suit as the grand door slowly closed. Thank you, Gohan. Yamcha expressed his gratitude towards Son Gohan. The fear he had just experienced was merely a primal instinct. In truth, he had already calculated that with so many people present, Vegeta would not dare to act against him. Uncle Yamcha, you are far too polite. Focus on your training, for the future of Earth will rely upon your protection. Son Gohan encouraged, patting Yamcha on the shoulder. Yamcha, we can also train outside. Allow me to spar with you, Krillin suggested, attempting to ease the tension among them. He proposed to battle Yamcha here. There was no hesitation. He had long been itching for a fight. Yamcha swiftly accepted Krillin's invitation. Just moments ago, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of that old android. He was filled with rage that sought an outlet. The two soon engaged in combat. Ding! A battle power attribute of 10,000 has dropped ahead. Battle power attribute increased by 10,000. As their fight commenced, Gohan heard the system's alert echoing in his mind. Gohan, I am aware that Piccolo has reformed. The Earth is in peril, and I must step forward. I also agree to merge with Piccolo once more. But the Earth cannot be without its guardian. Can you take on the role of Earth's deity? The deity of Earth spoke earnestly to Gohan. His foremost concern now lies in the safety of the Earth. After the previous invasion by the Saiyans, his perspective on Piccolo underwent a transformation. Now, the Earth faces yet another onslaught from the androids. He chose to support Piccolo. Now, the latter requires a more formidable power to safeguard the Earth. Oh, Divine One. I am not truly suited to be the guardian of Earth. However, I have in mind a more fitting candidate, Din from planet Namek. He would be the perfect choice to serve as the Earth's deity, Son Gohan declared with unwavering confidence. In the anime, after the fusion of the Earth's deity with Piccolo, the position of the Earth's guardian became vacant. Son Goku utilized instant transmission to summon Din from Namek to assume the role of the Earth's deity. Din even upgraded the Dragon Balls, allowing them to fulfill 3 wishes, much like the Dragon Balls of Namek. Gohan, I entrust you with the guardianship of Earth. The divine being expressed gratitude to Son Gohan, his eyes brimming with admiration. At such a young age, his combat prowess is astonishing and his future is boundless. Fear not, Divine One. I shall protect the Earth henceforth. Son Gohan affirmed with a nod, silently resolving to consolidate all his combat attributes. Oh, Divine One, I cannot bear to part with you, Bubbles lamented, gazing at the deity with tearful eyes. For so many years, he has been by the side of the divine being. Now that they must part, he feels a tinge of reluctance. Foolishness. I am not dead. There is no need for such sorrow. After my fusion with Piccolo, you will still be able to see me just the same, the divine being chided Bobo with a smile. This fellow is acting as if it were a matter of life and death. He was most apprehensive about such a scene. Turning to Piccolo, he said, Come on. All right. Piccolo nodded, for he was not one to hesitate. In a swift motion, he appeared before the Supreme Kai. The two figures spun continuously, and in an instant, a brilliant flash of white light illuminated the surroundings as the Supreme Kai's essence merged with Piccolo's being. A formidable aura emanated from him, causing the entire Kai's temple to tremble. A powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions, akin to the onset of a tempest. Krillin and Yamcha had long since abandoned the fight, taking their stances. What an overwhelming presence! They exclaimed. This aura was now as potent as that of a Super Saiyan. The onlookers witnessed the fusion of the Supreme Kai and Piccolo, feeling the intense energy that enveloped them both. They were utterly astonished. Is the potential of extraterrestrials truly so formidable? Chapter 77, Another Universe of Sharu, Planet Namek. A group of inhabitants on planet Namek toiled diligently in their fields. Laughter and conversation filled the air as they lived harmoniously together. Everything here had returned to its former tranquility and peace. Their planet has long since been free from the scourge of war and aggression. No foolhardy extraterrestrial has dared to entertain the notion of attacking the Dragon Balls. This tranquility can be attributed to the demise of the cosmic tyrants Frieza and King Cold on the planet Namek. Consequently, the surrounding planets buzz with rumors, asserting that Namek is protected by formidable guardians, causing outsiders to approach with trepidation. Suddenly, with a flash, Gohan's figure materializes on Namek. Hello everyone, Gohan greets the assembly. It turns out he has employed his instant transmission skill to arrive at the planet. Gohan, it has been ages. You've grown taller, remarked the inhabitants of Namek, all of whom are familiar with him. They greeted each other warmly. Indeed, it has been 3 years in the blink of an eye, Gohan remarked with a smile to the gathering. The inhabitants of Namek welcomed him enthusiastically. In another timeline of Cell, the future Trunks traversed the fabric of time, giving rise to 3 parallel worlds: the future timeline, the past timeline, and the timeline of Cell. The Earth within this timeline mirrors that of the future. Goku has succumbed to illness, and Vegeta along with others have been systematically slain by the androids, leaving Trunks as the solitary warrior. A peculiar phenomenon has unfolded in a small town, where the entire populace vanished without a trace overnight. The city now resembles a desolate wasteland, devoid of any semblance of life. Suddenly, a creature emerged from one of the buildings. His entire body is adorned with numerous spots, featuring a tail equipped with spines designed to absorb human essence, resembling a green insect. Were Son Gohan present, he would undoubtedly recognize it at a glance. This is the pest he refers to, Cell. Dr. Gero has cultivated this ultimate android from the cells of formidable warriors he has collected. Initially, it existed as an embryo and later as a larva. However, upon absorbing androids 17 and 18, Cell undergoes a remarkable transformation. His appearance and physique will undergo a tremendous transformation, with a qualitative enhancement of strength. He will evolve into the ultimate form of an artificial being. At that time, the androids will conquer the entire Earth and even the universe. Where are you, Android 17 and Android 18? I miss you dearly. Come and merge with me. He roared towards the heavens. Due to Gohan's influence, a butterfly effect has caused Cell to emerge prematurely. In this timeline, Androids 17 and 18 have yet to meet their demise at the hands of Trunks. This energy, it is the clash between Android 17 and Trunks. Suddenly, Cell sensed 2 powerful auras colliding. He immediately sensed Trunks' presence. Cell was eager to absorb Androids 17 and 18, transforming into his perfect form. A brilliant white aura erupted from his being, racing towards the direction of the ongoing battle between the two. This presence is overwhelmingly powerful. It approaches at an astonishing speed. Could it possibly be another android? That seems implausible. Androids possess no discernible aura. Regardless, that can wait. I must first eliminate the android. Future Trunks had sensed its existence when Cell unleashed his energy. At present, he is engaged in combat with Android 17. A swift resolution is imperative. It matters not whether the incoming entity is friend or foe. I must first find a way to defeat Android 17. Android 17, prepare to face your demise. With determination, Trunks charged towards Android 17. His current strength can only contend with one of the androids. Trunks, it has been a few days since we last met. I wonder if your skills have improved. However, your tongue has certainly become quite sharp. If you wish to take my life, let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Android 17 also charged towards Trunks. In this timeline, there is no one left to oppose the androids. If we can eliminate Trunks, the Earth will become our playground, to indulge in as we please. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon engaged in combat. Trunks is the sole warrior of this timeline. Reality has dulled his edges, and he strikes with swiftness, precision, and ferocity, dispatching his foes with the utmost efficiency, nipping danger in the bud. Unlike other Saiyans, Trunks does not engage in frivolity. Boom. Android 17 was struck by Trunks' left hook. His body flew to the other side, and it was far from over. Trunks let out a thunderous roar, his form darting like a specter, instantly appearing on the other side, awaiting the approach of Android 17. With a resounding impact, a powerful punch landed squarely on 17's body. In an instant, 17's form plummeted towards the ground. The Earth was violently struck, creating a colossal crater. Trunks relentlessly bombarded the pit with energy blasts, the sound of explosions deafening and a cloud of dust rising ominously. The ground cracked open, revealing a chasm of unfathomable depth. Oh, how this moment would bring suffering to 17. Observing the battle, Android 18 sighed, her forehead resting in her palm. She had no intention of intervening. She wished for 17 to experience some hardship, lest he continue to vie for her prey. Trunks paused his assault, breathing heavily. He turned his gaze towards another direction. The immense force was drawing near. Android 18 seemed to sense the impending danger approaching her as well. She glanced in the direction where Trunks was looking. Just as Android 18 was momentarily lost in thought, whoosh, Trunks quickly gathered his focus, unsheathed the sword from his back, and charged into the thick smoke enveloping the ground. By the time Android 18 realized his intent and sought to intervene, it was already too late. Trunks understood that this attack would be utterly futile against the creation of Android 17. He must act swiftly and decisively, eliminating Android 17 before an unknown yet formidable presence arrives. He intends to utilize the dense smoke as a cover to evade Android 18's interception and support. Within the smoke, visibility is exceedingly poor. Both Trunks and Android 17 rely on their years of combat experience to confront their adversaries. Currently, Android 17 appears utterly disheveled, his attire torn and tattered from the recent explosion, resembling a beggar. However, Trunks pays no heed to this. With sword in hand, he charges into the smoke. His sole desire is to conclude the battle swiftly, using the cover of the smoke to extinguish Android 17's life. Android 17, prepare to meet your end. Trunks swings his sword with fervor. Android 17, still reeling from the earlier onslaught, faintly perceives a silhouette rushing into the haze. Both combatants find their vision obscured. Armed with his sword, Trunks unleashes his strikes, akin to harvesting crops. The air crackles with the clash of blade against foe amidst the swirling smoke. Chapter 78. Despair from another dimension in an alternate dimension. On the battlefield, Android 18 is gripped by a cold sweat, retreating several steps instinctively as she senses the imminent danger. The ground trembles slightly, and debris begins to levitate ominously. Suddenly, a fierce gust sweeps through, the overwhelming aura manifesting on the battlefield. The smoke dissipates abruptly, revealing Trunks' form. Android 17 is nowhere to be seen, only remnants of destruction littering the ground. Android 17. Android 18's mind spins at the sight, and she lets out a heart-wrenching cry at the sight of the scattered remains. She cannot fathom that her only brother has perished in such a manner. The reality is too surreal for her to accept. She recalls her previous encounters with Trunks, where his combat prowess had never been so formidable. What on earth has transpired? She is left bewildered. What? Android 17 is dead? My perfect form. The arrival of Cell, just reaching the battlefield, echoes with the anguished wails of Android 18. He appeared as if he had been struck by lightning, charred on the outside yet tender within. Little did he expect to arrive a moment too late. The 17th has now perished at Trunks' hands. What then shall become of my complete form? Who are you? What brings you here? Trunks beheld the green creature before him, modeled like an insect. He became alert, his expression filled with vigilance. The aura of this creature was exceedingly formidable, undoubtedly on par with that of an android. Ha. Shara was roused from his slumber by the sound of Trunks' voice. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, and at the moment he laid eyes on the other person, a peculiar light sparked within him. Why is my mind so imperceptive? Trunks was able to travel back through time using the time machine. Why can't I do the same? Surely, the Android 17 from the future has not yet met his demise. Oh, my head. Cell chuckled softly, tapping his head with one hand. What are you laughing at? You hideous creature? I am addressing you. Trunks was taken aback by the audacity of the other to disregard him. He brandished his sword, pointing it at his opponent as he reprimanded. Ha. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero, Salu elucidated to Trunks. He has now come to terms with it. Even if the 17 of this timeline perishes, it matters not. He can utilize the time machine to travel to a previous timeline and absorb 17, thereby achieving his perfect form. Curse it, that old scoundrel, Dr. Gero, has indeed left a contingency. Today, I shall eradicate all of you androids, Trunks declared through gritted teeth. Upon hearing the name of Dr. Gero, he was filled with rage. He never anticipated that this scoundrel would go so far as to create a monster. Ha. There are countless who wish to take my life. Who do you think you are? If you have the audacity, then come at me. Cell laughed at Trunks. For years, he had endured humiliation and silently consumed the essence of humanity to enhance his combat prowess, all in preparation to ultimately defeat androids 17 and 18, absorbing them both to achieve his perfect form. Now, the moment had finally arrived. Infuriated, Trunks charged at Cell. He sought to take the initiative, aiming to catch his opponent off guard. With swift precision, Trunks unleashed a series of sword techniques. What? Have you not eaten? He taunted, amused by the futile attempt to defeat him at such a pace. Amidst the dance of blades, Cell nimbly evaded Trunks' strikes, effortlessly dodging with a mocking demeanor. "You fool!" Trunks erupted with an even more formidable aura, accelerating his movements. Yet, Cell continued to evade his attacks with ease. With such meager speed, "Do you truly believe you can slay me? Down you go," Cell scoffed disdainfully. He delivered a swift kick towards Trunks, seeking his demise. In response, Trunks unleashed a sword strike at this grotesque creature. He intended to sever his opponent's leg. Shalu let out a scream as his entire leg was cleaved off. However, one of his tails lashed out towards Trunks. Bang! Trunks' body sustained a grievous blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body hurtled directly towards a building. With a resounding crash, the entire structure collapsed instantaneously, burying Trunks beneath the debris. He did not anticipate that the tail of this monstrous creature possessed such formidable striking power. With a thunderous roar, the structures buried beneath Trunks were reduced to mere dust. Golden light erupted from his body. With each strike, he exchanged one leg for another, and I was not at a disadvantage. Trunks wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a smug smile spreading across his face. The opponent was no longer a formidable threat. Even if this beast were to possess unparalleled speed, the notion that it could triumph over him with just one leg was nothing short of delusional. "Trunks, you are rather naive. Did you truly believe I would be so foolish? That was merely to amuse you." Cell strained with effort, his leg muscles shifting. Boom. A brand new leg sprouted from the wound. What? You possess regenerative capabilities? Trunks was taken aback by this unforeseen development. He was utterly astonished to discover that this monstrous creature possessed the ability of regeneration. Rare and extraordinary, such as the nature of the Namekian cells. It can sever its limbs and regenerate anew. Cell observed Trunks' expression with great satisfaction. He simply seeks to impress in front of others. Trunks, perish. At this moment, Android 18 finally awakens from her sorrow. She is determined to avenge Android 17, unleashing a colossal energy blast towards Trunks. As Cell witnesses Android 18's assault, his eyes gleam with excitement. Although Android 17 has been vanquished, Android 18 remains. "I shall absorb her now," and then seize the time machine to return to the past and absorb Android 17. Open the way. Trunks brandishes his sword and charges forward, slashing at the enormous energy blast. Slash, slash, slash. The energy sphere is instantaneously fragmented into pieces. "I shall fight you to the end." Seeing her energy blast fail to affect Trunks, Android 18 prepares to charge recklessly. This is bad. Android 18 is ready to risk everything. I must hasten to absorb her, or it would be a pity if Trunks were to be killed. Cell swiftly positions himself between the two. With his palms outstretched before his face, he bellows, "Solar flare." A dazzling light envelopes the area, rendering both Android 18 and Trunks unable to open their eyes. I can't see," Trunks cries out, wildly swinging his sword in front of him. He feared that his opponent might launch a surprise attack. "My eyes." The defense on the 18th blocked the blinding light. A wicked smile crept across Shala's lips. With a swift motion, he appeared beside number 18. The needle at the tip of his tail instantly expanding into a trumpet-like shape, descending upon her. What are you doing? Let me go." Number 18's body was suddenly ensnared, as though being devoured by some unseen force. She emitted a cry of terror. "Do not struggle. Merging with me is your ultimate honor." A booming laughter erupted from Cell as his tail writhed, engulfing number 18. A formidable aura surged forth from his being, and his body and appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He has successfully evolved to the second stage. His appearance still features a tail, and his physique is robust, resembling humanity more closely. His face begins to take on human characteristics, with pronounced lips and the ability to alter his voice. Chapter 79, The Last Warrior Has Fallen. Earth. The Divine Temple. Suddenly, the figures of Son Gohan and Dandy from Namek appeared here. Everyone greeted one another in turn. It turns out that Son Gohan had traveled to the Namek planet to explain the situation on Earth to Elder and Dandy. In gratitude for Son Gohan and his companions, the Namekians sent Dandy to Earth to serve as the Guardian. Thus, the two returned to Earth, with Dandy naturally assuming the role of the Guardian of Earth. In another timeline of Cell, where is Android 18? What has this monster done? As the blinding light dissipated, Trunks was met with a shocking sight. Android 18 had vanished without a trace. From the sounds just heard, it seemed she had been devoured by this beast. Now, this monster had undergone a complete transformation. Its appearance still included a tail, its physique was incredibly sturdy, and it bore an even closer resemblance to a human. Its face was beginning to resemble that of a human, with large lips. His breath has noticeably intensified. Is it number 18? She has fulfilled her mission and has become my sustenance. Cell licked his lips with a sense of indulgence. If it weren't for that scoundrel Trunks who killed number 17, I would have achieved my perfect form. However, it matters not. Soon I shall eliminate Trunks, and I can still travel back in time, absorb number 17, and attain perfection. What? This monster, curse be it. Trunks charged at Cell, swinging his sword towards his head. Clang. Cell effortlessly caught Trunks' sword between 2 fingers. No, this cannot be. Trunks struggled fiercely to break free from his opponent's grip. A brilliant yellow aura erupted around him. However, it was utterly impossible to wrest the sword from Cell's grasp. Trunks. Nothing is impossible. Your current strength pales in comparison to mine, akin to that of a mere child. Within Cell's being lies the essence of Saiyan cells. He also inherited the pride of the Saiyans, attempting to display his prowess before Trunks. I was merely attempting to intimidate. Trunks decisively released his grip and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Cell. Yet, Cell stood unwavering like the Eiffel Tower, impervious to the ferocity of Trunks' assault. No matter how fierce the onslaught, Cell remained unmoved. Die! Trunks shouted, invoking his special move, the Evil Flash. Realizing that his strikes were futile against this monstrous foe, Trunks felt a surge of desperation. He made a swift decision, intending to unleash an energy wave as an assault. A mere parlor trick. Do you dare to compete with me in energy? The turtle. School. Kamehameha. Cell released his sword, positioning his hands at his waist to assume the stance for the wave. What is this? The energy of a Saiyan. You fiend, I shall eliminate you. Trunks' energy surged exponentially in an instant, directed straight at Cell. Wave. Cell 2 expelled the energy of the Kamehameha. Boom. A colossal beam of energy collided instantaneously. The ground was engulfed in chaos, as if a tempest had been unleashed. Cell's Kamehameha gained the upper hand. Prepare to meet your demise. Future Trunks summoned every ounce of energy within him. He cannot afford to lose. If he does, the entire Earth shall suffer the consequences. Trunks. Do you wish to take my life? You are still far too inexperienced. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. Even Cell unleashes a torrent of energy towards the beam. The colossal beam of light emanating from his hand gradually overwhelmed Trunks' energy column. Cell exhibited remarkable control over his power. It was not yet the moment to reduce Trunks to mere ashes, for he still possessed a time machine. No, I refuse to succumb. I cannot afford to lose. Trunks let out a furious roar as he was struck by the energy beam. Bang! The energy of the Kamehameha wave erupted violently, propelling Trunks away. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Trunks swiftly reverted to his normal state, as he no longer had the energy to sustain his Super Saiyan form. His body plummeted from the sky. Thud. Trunks crashed onto the ground, gasping for breath. It appeared he had sustained serious injuries. Trunks. Did you ever imagine you would find yourself in such a predicament? Had it not been for your slaying of Android 17, I would have already attained my perfect form. Cell hovered beside Trunks, looking down upon him with a tone of disdain. A hint of regret lingered on his lips, yearning for completeness in the next life. Though Trunks had lost his fighting prowess, his pride remained unyielding. He would never bow to malevolent forces. Ha ha ha, you are exceedingly naive. Have you forgotten about the time machine? Cell remarked with a mischievous grin. He had long contemplated the possibility of utilizing a time machine to return to the past in search of number 17. You shall not succeed. Trunks intended to reach into his pocket to destroy the time machine contained within the universal capsule. However, he was a moment too late. Boom. Cell had already anticipated this move. 2 lethal energy beams obliterated Trunks' shoulders. Trunks let out a mournful cry as blood gushed from his severed arms. The agony contorted his face into a mask of rage. You shall meet a terrible fate. The excruciating pain caused cold sweat to cascade down Trunks' forehead. His silver teeth clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot with fury. It was as if he were poised to devour Sharu. Trunks understood that losing this battle would signify the entire Earth succumbing to the dominion of this monstrous creature. He was unwilling to accept his fate, yet felt utterly powerless. For now, he could only indulge in a fleeting moment of defiance. Trunks, whether I meet a good end is a matter for the future. Regardless, your fate is sealed for now. Cell raised his hand, pointing ominously at Trunks' head, energy coalescing at his fingertips. Tears of regret and despair streamed from the corners of Trunks' eyes. Forgive me, Mother. I have done my utmost to fulfill my promise. I am about to meet my father. Should there be another life, I would choose to be your son once more. Boom. Cell unleashed a beam of energy, obliterating Trunks' head as if it were nothing more than a gourd. From that moment, all warriors of Cell's timeline were doomed. This timeline was steeped in despair, destined for tragedy. Cell retrieved a universal capsule from Trunks' remains and located the time machine, adjusting it to the moment of the android's creation. However, his form was far too large. Thus, Cell had no choice but to evolve into a larval state, resembling a colossal egg, and board the time machine. Whoosh! The time machine, carrying the transformed Cell, vanished instantaneously from his timeline. In the main timeline, on Earth, at the sacred world of the Kais, Vegeta and Goku had been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for over a day. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire planet. What could this possibly mean? A familiar presence emerged from the ground, as if it had materialized from thin air. This aura, could it be Goku's? No. It bore resemblance to the tyrant Frieza. There was also Vegeta's signature. How could this be? Were they not training in the hyperbolic time chamber? How could so many powerful auras coexist? Could it be the androids? Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien were disoriented by the overwhelming pressure, especially as it seemed to embody the essences of Goku, Vegeta, and the cosmic emperor Frieza. Gohan, sensing the unfolding events, merely smiled faintly. Chapter 80. The Crisis of Android 17 in the main timeline. On Earth, a time machine suddenly materialized, gently descending to the ground. Boom. The larval cell's massive egg erupted with energy, shattering the time machine, and the egg leaped to the surface. Crack. The colossal egg burst open instantaneously. Haha. Android 17. I have arrived. Await my approach with anticipation. A hearty laugh resonated as Cell emerged, his formidable and tyrannical aura radiating power. He instantaneously evolved back into his second stage form. Cell was eager to locate Android 17, intending to absorb him and achieve his perfect state. A radiant white aura erupted from his being as he soared towards the southern direction. The Celestial Temple. Gohan, what on earth is happening? Why are there so many presences manifesting? All eyes converged upon Son Gohan, for he alone had traversed the realms of time and space, possessing knowledge of the events that had unfolded in the future. This individual was an ultimate android, a creation of Dr. Gero, birthed from the cells of numerous formidable warriors. Hence, everyone could sense the essence of others. Son Gohan recounted the situation in broad strokes. That scoundrel, Dr. Gero, is truly a sinner in this world. How could he create such a monstrosity using the cells of so many elite fighters? Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. He never imagined that Dr. Gero could be so utterly deranged. Gohan, it has been quite some time since I've had the chance to stretch my limbs. This creature. Allow me to take care of him, Piccolo declared with unwavering confidence. He has now become one with the celestial beings, his entire being infused with power. Piccolo's confidence has returned. As long as Uncle Piccolo is happy, there is no issue. Son Gohan readily agreed, choosing to be a mere bystander while also gaining combat power attributes. Why not embrace such an opportunity? One wonders where this monster is headed. Let's wait and witness the battle together. Tien and the others are filled with fighting spirit, even if they do not engage directly. Observing from the sidelines will greatly benefit their future training. Such high-level confrontations are rare to encounter. Very well, let us bide our time. We shall set forth once the monster comes to a halt. Piccolo has now fully integrated into this circle. He is no longer the lofty Majin Buu of yesteryear. 17. 18. Where on earth are you? Cell bellowed into the sky. His voice resonated like a loudspeaker, echoing for miles around. It was none other than Cell who had arrived at Dr. Gero's research facility. Upon his arrival, he beheld a scene transformed into a desolate wasteland. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. Cell, however, paid little heed to such matters, for the data in his mind revealed that at this juncture, Goku's fighting prowess was not particularly formidable. He intends to lure his adversaries into his grasp, ideally enticing androids 17 and 18 to approach as well. Shero flits about like a headless fly, shouting and screaming in chaotic disarray. Meanwhile, androids 16, 17, and 18 leisurely explore the scenic mountainside. What a stroke of misfortune. Android 17 lamented, to emerge only to be soundly thrashed by Son Gohan. The resentment within him has yet to dissipate. Sun Wukong is acutely aware that it was Dr. Gero's modifications that led to the demise of Sun Wukong. To suffer a beating from him is merely a mild consequence. Had it been anyone else, we would likely have met our end long ago. Android 18 reproached Android 17, taken aback by Sun Wukong's formidable strength, which starkly contradicts the information at hand. This individual is shrouded in an aura of mystery. Indeed, his combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. Before him, we feel like mere children. Android 17, contemplating this, is equally filled with trepidation. He believed that after being modified by Dr. Gero, his combat prowess had reached its zenith on Earth. Little did he anticipate that upon his emergence, he would be struck down by Son Gohan. Android 16, just how formidable is Son Gohan's strength? Is it possible for you to gauge his power? Android 18 inquired, glancing at the typically silent Android 16. She sensed that he was not as straightforward as he appeared. Despite his infrequent speech and lack of demonstrated combat, his demeanor did not suggest that he was a failure. I do not know. When Son Gohan fought against you, he was not utilizing his true power. His combat strength has far exceeded my measuring capabilities, Android 16 declared, shocking both parties with his revelation. He possesses the ability to perceive energy. Through an internal energy radar, he can detect the location of a specific individual, as well as sense their strength. The 16th is fond of nature and small animals. He is an old-fashioned android, entirely crafted from machinery. Consequently, he is equipped with numerous computer cores and mechanical apparatus. And his database contains extensive information pertaining to Goku and other Z fighters. When we engaged in battle, was that not his true strength? Son Gohan. My curiosity about you deepens, Android 18 mused to herself. He was the first individual capable of defeating her since her transformation. Is that fighter S power truly so formidable? I comprehend now. That scoundrel has yet to transform. Much like Vegeta, he possesses a golden aura enveloping him. The data indicates that upon transformation, a Saiyan's battle strength increases 50-fold from its base level, Android 17 stated, his face etched with fear. Should Son Gohan also achieve transformation, his power would escalate to terrifying heights. Beads of cold sweat adorned 17's forehead, accompanied by a profound sense of peril. The Saiyan race is indeed a fearsome species. Your words illuminate my understanding, Android 18 nodded vigorously. She finally grasped that Son Gohan had merely refrained from exerting his full strength. Otherwise, they would have met their demise. Do you hear that? It seems someone is calling for us. Android 18 and the others halted, attentively listening to the voices emanating from the sky. It faintly sounded as if someone were calling their names. Goodness, who is this unwitting fool? Do they truly believe we are easy targets? Android 17 presumed it was yet another troublemaker approaching. His anger surged uncontrollably. In the past couple of days, bizarre occurrences had unfolded. First, he had been summoned by Son Gohan for a thorough beating. Then, he encountered Vegeta, who obstructed his path. Now, yet another audacious individual was shouting and causing a ruckus. Let us go see what this is about. 18 was equally intrigued, pondering why someone would seek them out. She had never heard this voice before. And there was no record of it either. Who could possibly be searching for us? 16 remained silent, perhaps unable to perceive the distance. Whoosh. The trio soared towards the source of the sound. Truly, it echoed the old adage, curiosity killed the cat. Chapter 81, 16's warning the heavenly temple. Little did they expect that this creature was searching for the androids. What could Cell possibly want with 17 and 18? Piccolo stood on the plaza of the heavenly temple, sensing the events unfolding below. This skill was indeed a brilliant invention of the deity. He used to frequently observe the happenings of the lower realm from this vantage point. Suddenly, he noticed three figures swiftly approaching from a distance. He could not ascertain the identity of the newcomer. The 17th and 18th individuals exhibited formidable combat prowess. We remain uncertain whether they are foes or allies, and it would be unwise to approach recklessly. It is perilous, cautioned 16. He could discern that the opponent's strength surpassed theirs, and he sensed an ominous aura. What is there to fear? We have come this far. To leave now would imply that we are intimidated by him, he said to number 16. He is not one to shy away from challenges. There is no logic in fleeing before encountering the adversary. 16's caution is indeed warranted. It is prudent for us to exercise restraint. We have only just been activated. And where are our allies? It is undoubtedly an enemy. Perhaps we should first retreat from the spotlight and reassess the situation later, said 18 to 17. The circumstances have escalated far beyond their control. This world is rife with uncertainties. Take the matter of Son Gohan, for instance. It has served as a clarion call for her. Not everyone will show mercy towards our kind. Now that 16 has asserted the formidable strength of this individual, there is no need for us to take unnecessary risks. 18 intends to target the weaker adversaries first. Little did she expect 16 to declare that this foe possesses extraordinary power. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, replied 17, fully aware of 16 and 18's concerns. He remained silent, adhering to the principle of the majority. After all, just the day before, he had been soundly defeated by Sun Wukong. The three of them altered their course, soaring towards another direction. However, their arrival did not go unnoticed by Cell. no matter who it was once they arrived. There would be no opportunity for escape. A formidable aura erupted from Cell as he pursued the trio with relentless determination. He is currently indifferent to who arrives. He will first seek someone to inquire and clarify the situation. Alas, that individual has pursued him. 16 reminded. He soon sensed someone pursuing him from behind. Goodness. Do they really consider us to be made of clay? Number 17 had no choice but to cease fleeing. Being chased in such a manner was utterly stifling. He came to a halt, awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Let us assess the situation before proceeding. If we truly cannot prevail, then we shall retreat. The 18th individual pondered that such a withdrawal would be rather cowardly. After all, they had yet to engage in battle, and to flee would be a disgrace. What young person is devoid of youthful fervor? The three paused, anticipating the approach of Cell. Cackling with delight, it was indeed the 17th and 18th androids. Cell could hardly contain his joy upon seeing Android 17 and Android 18, while he conveniently overlooked Android 16 standing nearby. By all that is good, what an unsightly creature. The arrival of these individuals elicited a wary expression from the 17th and his companions. This monstrous being was neither human nor ghostly, bearing an appearance of fierce malevolence. It seemed that the intentions of this newcomer were far from benign, as a glimmer of greed shone in his eyes, accompanied by a most distasteful drool. In an instant, Cell surged forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance to the androids. Yet, he did not pause. Instead, he lunged directly at Android 17. Akin to a primal beast set upon its prey, eager to seize control. Goodness! This rogue had no intention of stopping. The three observed this grotesque entity barreling towards them and swiftly moved aside. It is truly splendid to see you all. I was genuinely concerned that you might have perished. Cell missed his target completely. He paused, turned around, and patted his chest, leering at the humanoid known as Number 17 and others. To his astonishment, his clumsy method had indeed summoned the very being he had longed for. The artificial human Number 17. This time, the possibility of achieving complete transformation seemed within reach. Are you cursing us? Damn you, may your entire family perish. Who are you? What do you want from us? Do we know you? Number 17 and Number 18 volleyed a barrage of sarcasm and inquiries at this creature. They grew cautious in the presence of this oddity. Meanwhile, Number 16 remained silent, ever vigilant against a potential surprise attack from the monster. He could sense the inherent danger of the other party. Haha. I am the ultimate android, Cell, created by Dr. Gero. I have traversed from another dimension in search of you all. Cell proudly introduced himself. He has now set down the heavy stone that weighed upon his heart. As long as the 17th of this timeline remains alive, nothing else matters. What? Traveling through time and space? Have you lost your mind? The ultimate android, Cell? I see you as nothing more than a mere failure. Dr. Gero, you old scoundrel, how could you conjure such a monstrosity? The 17th and 18th androids regarded Cell with a mocking expression. They had not anticipated that Dr. Gero still possessed a hidden card. He had indeed created the ultimate android, albeit merely a failed prototype. With a malfunctioning mind, it even claimed to have traversed through time. A failure? That is inconceivable. Once I absorb you, I shall transform into my perfect form. At that moment, I shall be invincible, dominating not only the Earth, but even the entire universe will be within my grasp. Come now, let us merge and fulfill Dr. Gero's long-held ambition. Cell gazed at Android 17, his eyes glinting with avarice. By simply absorbing him, he could achieve his perfect state. You fool, I would never amalgamate with a grotesque creature like you. Dream on. Android 18 regarded this abomination with disdain. Who would have thought that the old rascal Dr. Gero's dying words were indeed true? Haha. That will not be permitted. Cell charged towards Android 17. His target is Number 17. A reckless and oblivious fool. You are courting death. Number 17 and Number 18 are equally undaunted. The two exchanged glances and charged towards Cell. Boom, boom, boom. The sky reverberated with the sounds of power colliding. Waves of energy shattered the trees upon the ground. They struck from the skies down to the ground. The earth lay in disarray, pockmarked with numerous craters. Their battle was extraordinarily fierce, waves of energy radiating outward in all directions. Flowers, grasses, and trees were reduced to mere dust. Chapter 82. Full force of Cell at the Divine Temple. Piccolo, what do you see? Why are the androids fighting? Aren't they supposed to be allies? Krillin could sense three immense energies colliding beneath the ground. He inquired with a hint of curiosity. That individual had traversed from an alternate dimension. His purpose for arriving here was to absorb artificial beings and attain his ultimate form. Piccolo succinctly recounted the conversation he had just overheard regarding the artificial beings. Given that Trunks from the future had also journeyed through time, he naturally placed his trust in the words of this Cell. Astonishing. Astonishing. This creature had indeed crossed over from another timeline and still possessed the capacity for further evolution. Krillin, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha were all left in a state of shock. This monstrous entity had emerged from an alternate reality. Let us depart. As soon as Piccolo's words left his lips, he vanished from the sacred world of the Kais. He is now brimming with confidence, and the moment to showcase his abilities has arrived. The crowd is also soaring towards the direction of the battle with the artificial beings. They all wish to avoid excessive reliance on Gohan's instantaneous movement skills. Haha. Allow me to demonstrate the disparity between us. As soon as Cell's words fell, a formidable aura surged forth, sending a powerful wave of energy that propelled androids 17 and 18 away. He sensed several presences approaching rapidly. In order to achieve his perfect form, Cell resolved to unleash his full power. No, it is impossible. How can this grotesque creature possess such formidable combat strength? Both Android 17 and Android 18 were taken aback, astonished that this monster had concealed such might. This is my true power, Cell declared with a grin directed at the two. His body vanished from sight, reappearing right in front of Android 18, delivering a powerful punch. How swift! Android 18 was struck with dread, unable to react in time. She could only raise her hands to defend against Cell's assault. Boom! A tremendous force sent Android 18 hurtling away. Android 16 exclaimed, "We are no match for this creature. You should flee at once." With a swift motion, Android 16 caught the airborne Android 18. He reminded number 18, "No, we shall leave together. I will not abandon you." Number 18 declared with unwavering resolve. She would not forsake anyone. Numbers 17 and 16 were her only family in this world. Get lost. Number 17 exclaimed upon witnessing number 18 being hurled away by that grotesque creature. With a visage twisted in fury, he charged towards Cell, unleashing a tempest of fists and a relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. Cell made no attempt to retaliate, allowing the diminutive punches of Android 17 to strike against his chest unimpeded. He has absorbed number 18 in an alternate dimension and has now transformed into his second stage. The battle between the two resembles that of a child pitted against an adult. Number 17 grows increasingly alarmed with each clash, astonished by the formidable strength exhibited by this grotesque figure. A persistent sensation of numbness coursed through his arm, likely due to Cell's excessive focus on Android 17. He was entirely oblivious to the approach of Android 16 from behind. Seizing the opportunity, 16 successfully grasped Cell's tail. What? You're a robot? Cell exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the fact that this imposing figure had stealthily ensnared his tail. At that moment, Android 16 activated his battle mode. Few words were exchanged. Instead, he relentlessly slammed Cell's tail against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. It was akin to a whack-a-mole, mercilessly pounding the earth beneath him. Android 16's combat prowess was unexpectedly formidable. Witnessing the scene, Android 18's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she observed 16's fierce assault on Cell's tail. Could this clumsy giant truly possess such overwhelming strength? Android 17, too, wore a face of disbelief, astonished by the ferocity with which 16 engaged in battle. With Cell lifted effortlessly, 16 prepared to unleash the Hell Flash. After delivering a sufficient barrage, he let out a mighty roar, executing a full 360-degree spin and flinging Cell high into the air. He crossed his arms and, with a powerful tug, pulled his wrists down. Gathering the energy within, he unleashed a shockwave of concentrated force, its potency immense. Number 16 unleashed a barrage upon the airborne Cell, akin to a machine gun. The resounding explosions echoed deafeningly as Cell was instantly engulfed by the energy blasts. Thick smoke billowed forth. Hurry, number 17, number 18. Number 16 shouted loudly to the still stunned 17 and 18. He understood that with such a meager offensive capability, it was impossible to vanquish the creature. Take care. Number 17 and number 18 exchanged a glance. They were well aware that the instincts of number 16 were remarkably accurate. This creature was not so easily vanquished. Without a moment's hesitation, the two prepared to flee the scene. However, escape was not so straightforward. Cell surged forward, charging through the dense waves of energy. What? Number 16 did not anticipate that Cell would disregard his energy attacks. As he bravely confronted the challenge, Cell swiftly breached the range of the energy assault, seizing number 16 by the head and forcefully tossing him aside. Cell then spat disdainfully, "Annoying pest." With a swift motion, His palm unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at Android 16. The ensuing explosion was thunderous, obliterating 16 into mere fragments, with parts scattered across the ground. The disparity in their combat prowess was unmistakable. Now, as Cell had ascended to his second form, eliminating Android 16 had become an effortless task. He intends to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, seeking to provoke the wrath of number 17 and incite him to fight desperately. Number 16. Numbers 17 and 18 witnessed number 16 being reduced to rubble. They were utterly heartbroken. Little did they expect that a companion forged over 2 days would be lost in such a manner. On the 16th, in a desperate attempt to shield himself, he was mercilessly obliterated by the monster. Ha ha ha. The bothersome fly has been eradicated. 17. You need not engage in futile struggles any longer. After annihilating the 16th, Cell turned to face 17 with a lecherous gaze. He relishes the sensation of watching cats hunt mice. Cell has fully inherited the essence of the Saiyans. Damn it. I shall avenge Android 16. With blood-red eyes, Android 17 charged fiercely at Cell. He is now consumed by rage, having completely lost his reason. Calm down, number 17. Do not act impulsively. Number 18 observed as number 17 charged forward. She wished to intervene, yet her response was delayed. All she could do was follow closely behind, ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Hehehe, this is fortuitous. Shara realized that number 17 had no option left but to confront him, having unwittingly delivered himself right into his grasp. A triumphant smile spread across his face, a reflection of his successful scheming. You ugly creature, perish. In the blink of an eye, number 17 appeared before Cell, unleashing a tremendous strike with all his might. He also yearned to obliterate that wretched monstrosity, seeking vengeance for number 16. Chapter 83. Cell achieves perfect form. Dare to challenge me? You still have much to learn. A wicked smile played upon Cell's lips. He splayed his palm to catch the furious punch of Android 17. No, it was inconceivable. Android 17 had not anticipated that Cell would effortlessly absorb his full-force strike. It felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. With a forceful tug, Shala yanked number 17 closer. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag struck number 17's abdomen. The exchange between the two transpired in a heartbeat, leaving number 17 utterly unprepared. A heavy blow landed squarely on his midsection. Oof. No. 17 spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for Shala's grip on his other hand, he might have been sent flying. Once Shala released his hold, 17 crumpled to the ground like a heap of discarded clay. It was evident that he had lost all fighting capability. In that moment, number 18 charged in as well. With a fierce cry, she aimed a punch directly at Shala's head. Thud! Her petite fist collided with Shala's skull, yet he remained unfazed, his head not even swaying. He cast a disdainful glance at Android 18. Get lost. I will deal with you later. With a powerful punch, Cell sent her flying. Bang! Android 18's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. Boom! She crashed directly into a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces. Blood spilled from her mouth, and her complexion turned ashen, a glimmer of despair flashing across her face. My perfect form, Cell chuckled as his tail expanded rapidly, descending upon Android 17. You hideous creature, what are you doing? Hurry up and let me go. The anguished cries of Android 17 echoed incessantly. He has now been consumed halfway by Cell's tail. Android 17 and Android 18 shouted in fury, straining their bodies to unleash an energy blast at Cell's tail. She aimed to sever the appendage of this monstrous being. Haha. Cell completely disregarded Android 18's energy assault. He inhaled sharply, instantly engulfing the entirety of Android 17. Boom. A column of energy surged skyward. The immense shockwave swept across the battlefield, sending Android 18's energy blast hurtling away. The Earth itself could scarcely withstand this overwhelming force. Beginning to tremble violently, the sky darkened with dense clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and booming thunder. The planet's weather was thoroughly disrupted, with waves crashing incessantly against the shore. Android 18 was plunged into utter despair, collapsing to the ground, with both Android 16 and 17 now deceased. Her fate was all but sealed. What on earth is this power? Tien and the others halted their flight, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Piccolo began to harbor some regret. Had he not been so prideful earlier, utilizing Gohan's instant transmission to reach the battlefield, perhaps Cell would not have absorbed the androids and attained his perfect form. Now, this ominous presence continued to escalate. Gohan, let us use instant transmission to get there. Delays may lead to unnecessary complications. Krillin's heart raced with alarm. This terrifying aura was suffocating him. Were it not for Gohan's presence, he might have succumbed to fear and collapsed. The group joined hands, awaiting Gohan's teleportation. "Let's go," Gohan declared, and with that, they vanished from their location. A surge of white energy erupted from Cell's body. His appearance and form began to transform. The evolution was completed in an instant. The final embodiment. He formed wings, tucking his tail within them, which could be utilized to release small Cell, and if Cell wished, could extend and absorb others. His feet resembled those of a human, and his face bore little distinction from that of mankind. Haha, is this what it means to be complete? This power is truly magnificent. Cell clenched his fists, feeling the surging combat strength within him. He joyfully unleashed a series of continuous punches, relishing the movement of his new form. "You, this abomination, shall meet a dreadful fate." Upon witnessing Cell absorb Android 17, Android 18 felt as though she had been reborn. The overwhelming pressure rendered her breathless. "Ha ha ha. Android 18, is it not your desire to provoke me into ending your life? I shall grant you that wish. After all, I have now attained my perfect form, and you hold no further value." With a smug expression, the fully realized Cell regarded Android 18 as inconsequential. His fingers began to gather energy, launching an attack towards Android 18. Cell intended to end her life. Witnessing this, Android 18 slowly closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, having completely relinquished her will to resist. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, a flash occurred. The figures of Gohan and his companions materialized before Android 18. It was indeed a fortuitous moment. Gohan had utilized his instant transmission skill to arrive right in front of her. As soon as his figure appeared, a surge of energy rushed towards him. Seeking death, Son Gohan swiftly deflected the incoming lethal beam with a flick of his hand. Tianjin and the others stood in stunned silence, astonished that upon their arrival, they were ambushed. Fortunately, Gohan's formidable strength saved them from imminent peril. That voice belonged to Son Gohan. 18 initially thought she was experiencing a hallucination. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes and beheld Gohan's strong physique standing protectively in front of her. Why was Son Gohan here? Is he here to rescue me? Ah. The timing could not be more fortuitous. You were fortunate to witness an overwhelming display of terrifying power. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Son Gohan and the others, Cell unleashed his energy blast once more, sending them flying. He was slightly taken aback, yet he swiftly regained his composure, having now attained his complete form. His combat prowess had reached the zenith of this world. He was eager to test the terrifying power of his perfected state, and their arrival was perfectly timed. Ha ha. Today I shall demonstrate the formidable strength of the Super Namekians. Piccolo, too, was filled with a fervent fighting spirit. After merging with the celestial deity, he had yet to harness this formidable power. Now was the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. Let us depart from this place. Son Gohan squatted down and effortlessly lifted Android 18 in a bridal carry, soaring away from the battlefield. Android 18's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated being swept off her feet without her consent. After all, she was still a girl who had never engaged in such intimate contact with a male. As she nestled in Son Gohan's embrace, a delightful sin enveloped her, causing her heart to flutter like a startled fawn. Never before had a man held her in such a manner. A blush crept across Android 18's cheeks, painting them a vivid hue. The onlookers were struck by her beauty, their astonishment palpable. Witnessing Son Gohan cradling a stunning woman ignited feelings of envy and admiration among them. One by one, they ascended from the battlefield. The clash between Piccolo and Cell was on the verge of erupting. "Piccolo, I never imagined you would serve as my whetstone," Cell remarked, his eyes gleaming with battle fervor as he gazed at Piccolo. He has yet to fully acclimate to his complete form. Now is the perfect opportunity to practice with Bic. Without further ado, it remains uncertain who shall serve as the sharpening stone for whom. Bic, brimming with confidence, possesses an immensely powerful energy within him since merging with the deity. He charged towards Cell with fervor, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. With an uncanny agility, Cell evaded Piccolo's onslaught and retaliated with a sweeping kick. Bang! Piccolo raised his hand to block Cell's strike, and a wave of energy surged forth, revealing the formidable strength behind the blow. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a fierce struggle, each probing the other's combat prowess. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Son Gohan's mind. Combat power attribute dropped. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. Combat power attribute gained. 1-0-0-0-0-0-0. As the battle commenced, the system's alerts reverberated ceaselessly in his consciousness. A subtle smile graced the corners of his mouth. It turned out that the crowd had gathered around a small hill, taking on the role of spectators. Son Gohan no longer focused on the battle, as he knew he could simply collect the power levels afterward. He observed that Android 18, cradled in his arms, had one hand pressed against her abdomen, displaying an expression of profound agony. Son Gohan's palm radiated a surge of energy, permeating through her body to heal her injuries. So soothing. Android 18 felt an invigorating energy coursing through her being, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Her wounds began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, the pain in her abdomen gradually dissipated, and her strength was entirely restored. Son Gohan.He. Thank you. I'm fine now. Please set me down, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never anticipated that she would exhibit such a vulnerable demeanor. If Android 17 were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly emerge from Cell's belly in disbelief. I have just been consumed by an enemy, and you, Android 18, are behaving in such a manner? With a nod, Son Gohan gently set her down, then resumed watching the fierce battle. The clash between Cell and Piccolo escalated from the ground to the skies, their figures flickering as they exchanged powerful blows. Waves of impact resonated, instantly reducing the nearby hills to mere dust. What astonishing combat prowess! He marveled, astonished at the extent of Piccolo's strength after merging with the Supreme Kai. Were the abilities of extraterrestrials truly this extraordinary? Cell's combat capabilities were equally formidable. The two were evenly matched. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Krillin watched in awe, unable to comprehend the sheer ferocity of the battle before them. Their auras remained impeccably stable, indicating that neither had yet unleashed their full potential. Piccolo, the warm-up is complete. Let us reveal our true abilities, Cell declared to Piccolo. It had been a considerable time since he last relished such exhilarating combat. Was the grand performance about to commence? Gather everything, he silently intoned within. The attributes of combat power surged wildly into his every limb and bone. His fighting prowess soared incessantly. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Just as I intended, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Piccolo, too, was filled with fervor, for it had been ages since he last engaged in battle. The sensation of being the protagonist had returned once more. He clenched his fists tightly, his body levitating in the air. A formidable force surged from within him. Surrounding Piccolo was a swirling aura reminiscent of a pentagram, continuously encircling him. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping towards the onlookers. Everyone braced themselves, firmly planting their feet on the ground to prevent being swept away by this overwhelming force. What a fearsome power! Is this the true strength of their fusion? Surely. This time they would be able to defeat the android, Cell. Krillin and the others were astounded, never having anticipated that Piccolo's energy could reach such an astonishing level. They had only ever sensed such overwhelming energy from the Saiyan Son Goku and his companions. Now, it was time for you to experience what true, crushing power feels like. A low, guttural sound emanated from his throat. Cell clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a ferocious and terrifying aura that surged from his being. Waves of energy instantly swept across the entire battlefield, akin to the ferocity of a typhoon. Krillin and the others were hurled away by this onslaught of energy. Even Android 18 struggled to maintain her footing, on the verge of being swept away. However, Son Gohan swiftly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, preventing her from being tossed aside. Her face flushed like a ripe apple, reflecting the sheer magnitude of the force surrounding them. A cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead as he sensed the terrifying power at play. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression emanating from Sheru. Is this the true extent of Sheru's power? Boom. A golden aura erupted from Sheru's being, reminiscent of a Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan? The crowd exclaimed in unison. They all beheld the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. This immense power could only be perceived within the essence of the Saiyans. To their surprise, this creature was capable of transformation as well. How remarkable! Such is the nature of Saiyan cells. I never anticipated that the battle prowess would increase to such an extent, exclaimed Cell with a sense of pride. He felt the overwhelming aura and was equally astonished. This was his first time wielding such power. Damn it, perish! A formidable energy erupted from Piccolo as he launched himself towards Cell with ferocious intent. He had no desire for meaningless chatter with his opponent. He craved a fierce and exhilarating battle. Today, he would reveal to you the true extent of his power. With eyes ablaze, Cell charged straight at Piccolo. He yearned for battle, his blood surging with fervor. The Saiyan's competitive spirit coursed through him, a legacy inherited from the past. With a thunderous clash, they collided like meteors striking the earth. A tremendous force erupted, instantly radiating outward. The ground shattered, fissures emerging that plunged into the abyss. Boom. They pursued each other relentlessly through the air, the atmosphere punctuated by the deep sounds of their powers colliding. Ding. A notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Combat Power Attribute 1. 000 acquired. Combat Power Attribute increased by 1. 000. Piccolo, allow me to demonstrate your own technique. Special Beam Cannon. Cell bellowed, his hands poised on his forehead. The energy coalesced instantaneously, directed at Piccolo with ferocity. There was no need for the lengthy concentration required by Piccolo. Cell executed it to perfection. Boom. Piccolo emitted a cry of agony, caught off guard as his chest was pierced in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 85. The perfect four-way fist in the Temple of the Supreme Kai. The door to the room of spirit and time slowly creaked open. Two powerful presences enveloped the entire temple as Goku and Vegeta emerged from within. Their garments are tattered and worn, yet their spirits remain exuberant. Son Wukong currently sustains the form of a Super Saiyan. He has yet to attain his full power. Son Wukong desires to gradually acclimate to this form in order to achieve the lowest energy consumption. He has discovered that transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a substantial amount of energy to sustain this state. Huh, where has everyone gone? Have the androids caused trouble again? Son Wukong murmured to himself. He began to sense the breath of the earth, discovering that Piccolo was engaged in a fierce battle with an overwhelming force. Meanwhile, the energies of Tien Shinhan and the others converged, indicating they were merely spectators. How has Piccolo's power grown so formidable? Uncle Goku, you have emerged. Splendid. The androids are now clashing with Uncle Piccolo. At that moment, the Earth's deity, Dend, approached Goku to extend his greetings. He had long heard from others about Son Wukong and Vegeta training within the hyperbolic time chamber. Oh, Dandy, what brings you here? Super Saiyan Son Wukong inquired, scratching his head in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Why was Dandy from Namek here? Whoosh. A surge of white energy erupted from Vegeta as he soared toward the battlefield. He has cultivated himself in the realm of mental time for 2 years and now feels capable. The moment to reclaim his dignity has arrived. He must not dally like Son Wukong. Vegeta, you are exceedingly cunning, Son Wukong exclaimed loudly at the departing Vegeta. He did not anticipate that his opponent would forego pleasantries and attempt to seize the prey for himself. Dandy, we shall discuss this later. I must hurry to lend my assistance, Son Wukong said, his feet ceaselessly bouncing in place, his heart stirred with anticipation. After 2 arduous years of training, he yearned for a vigorous battle to unleash his pin-up energy. He uttered a brief comment to Dandy before pursuing Vegeta, hoping for everyone's safety. Under the tutelage of Mr. Popo, Dandy had progressed to the point where he could perceive the happenings of the lower realms, akin to the former Supreme Kai. As they observed Piccolo's chest pierced by an energy wave, the onlookers anxiously contemplated rushing to his aid. Remain calm. Uncle Piccolo can regenerate from a severed limb. He is not so easily vanquished, Son Gohan reassured, witnessing the fervent emotions of the crowd. Given that he too bore the bloodline of the Namekians, his words carried weight. Really? That is splendid. You nearly frightened me to death. The agitated hearts of the crowd began to settle, their unconditional faith in Son Gohan evident. Ah, what a formidable aura. Son Wukong and Vegeta's energies were palpable as they emerged from the room of spirit and time. Just as the crowd's spirits began to stabilize, they sensed 2 powerful auras swiftly approaching. Upon hearing their remarks, number 18 recognized that Son Wukong was en route to the battlefield. Her captivating eyes instinctively turning towards Son Gohan, her emotions a tangled web at that moment. Piccolo, cease your charade. I possess your cells as well. Cell remarked sarcastically to the beleaguered Piccolo, who was dramatically spitting purple blood. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely be deceived by this scoundrel's portrayal. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Very well, I confess. I was merely pretending, Piccolo said, raising his hands. With a vigorous effort, the gaping wound in his chest instantaneously healed. He had not anticipated that this creature possessed its own cells and was fully aware of everyone around it. You wretch. So fond of masquerading, I shall allow you to indulge in it to your heart's content. Cell clenched his fists, a radiant orb of white light enveloping him. The orb flickered incessantly, and his form began to split in 2, then 4, as if he were a set of quadruplets. What? Tien's ultimate technique, the 4 Wills Fist. It was astonishing to realize that this monster's body had also assimilated Tien's cells. As Cell executed the 4 Wills Fist, it appeared as though he had multiplied. Their presence remained undiminished. Tien and the others stood in utter shock. Truly, this was a monstrosity. Everyone beheld the flawless execution of the 4 Wills Fist by Cell. What do you think? Not frightened, are you? Cell exclaimed with a smug grin. He now merely seeks to display his bravado in front of the crowd. 4 identical cell figures swiftly encircle Piccolo. Ha ha ha, it nearly gave me a fright. How terrifying. Piccolo gazes at the 4 identical cells, amused by this audacious individual. Never has he encountered such unabashed shamelessness, flaunting the techniques of others. Special beam cannon. The 4 cells mimic Tien's signature pose, their hands converging to form a triangular shape aimed directly at Piccolo. Their palms unleashed 4 formidable beams of energy, hurtling towards the encircled Piccolo. That unpredictable creature, Cell, exhibited a penchant for unconventional tactics, employing others' techniques without the need for preparation. Having learned from a previous encounter, Piccolo was ready this time. He ascended powerfully into the sky. Thunderous roars erupted as the energy beams collided, resulting in a colossal mushroom cloud ascending into the heavens. Nowhere to escape. Cell bellowed, lifting his gaze towards the sky. The 4-eyed Cell unleashed energy beams, targeting Piccolo with relentless precision. A mere parlor trick. Piccolo adeptly maneuvered through the air, evading the onslaught of energy blasts. He had mastered this technique himself, and yet Cell dared to employ it against him. Perish, Cell declared, realizing the futility of his energy beams against Piccolo. His palm coalesced into a slender disc of light, which he hurled forth. This was the signature technique of Frieza, the cutting disc. What? Is it the key sphere slash? How many cells of different beings has this creature assimilated? Each technique is executed with such finesse. Dr. Gero, what manner of monstrosity have you truly created? The onlookers were profoundly astonished by Cell's display of prowess. They had not anticipated the sheer strength of this beast. Where do you think you're going? Cell gesticulated below, deftly maneuvering the cutting discs in midair. Meanwhile, Piccolo soared chaotically, attempting to evade them. Yet these slicing discs seemed to possess a tracking ability, relentlessly pursuing him. Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 powerful presences arrived at the scene. Androids? Vegeta charged directly into the fray. He has had little interaction with the inhabitants of Earth. Vegeta, Goku. I never expected you to finally arrive. Cell had long sensed 2 formidable energies approaching this way. He has now transformed into his complete form, utterly indifferent to the number of adversaries before him. You monster, shall endure my wrath. Ha! Vegeta, known for his brevity, unleashes his fury with immediate effect. In an instant, he metamorphoses into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a dazzling golden aura. This power far surpasses that of 2 days prior. It seems that his training in the hyperbolic time chamber has instilled him with an abundance of confidence. He feels as though he has regained his strength. Ready to press the android down against the ground, he charged straight at Cell. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 soon found themselves locked in combat. Ding. A battle power attribute of 1 million fell before them. Battle power attribute increased by 1 million. The sound of the system's notifications echoed incessantly in Gohan's mind. A charming curve graced the corners of his mouth, hinting at the prospect of reaping another bounty from Vegeta's endeavors. At that moment, Son Goku also arrived. Descending gracefully from the sky, he beheld 3 identical figures orchestrating a disc attack against Piccolo, while another engaged in combat with Vegeta. What was happening? Could they possibly be quadruplets? Chapter 86. Perfect Cell, 1 against 3. Father, you have returned. Goku is here, how wonderful. The crowd gathered around the Super Saiyan Son Goku. None of them anticipated that Son Wukong, without engaging in combat, had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Android 18 gazed upon the Super Saiyan Son Wukong, for it was this man who had been captured by Dr. Gero and transformed into an artificial human. What could possibly have transpired? How could Piccolo's power have advanced so rapidly? The Super Saiyan Son Wukong observed with curiosity as Piccolo was relentlessly pursued by the slicing discs. Appearing quite disheveled. Presently, Piccolo had fused with the God of Earth, resulting in a significant enhancement of his combat abilities. The current God of Earth was Din from the Namekian planet, whom Gohan had summoned using instant transmission. Piccolo was engaged in battle with the ultimate artificial human, Cell, who possessed numerous cells from various beings, including those of the Saiyans. Soon, the others elucidated the sequence of events to Son Wukong. Alas, it seemed that Piccolo was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Krillin shouted loudly. Everyone turned their gaze toward the battle. At that moment, 1 cell was locked in combat with Vegeta, while 3 others manipulated the slicing discs. Haha, Piccolo, I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Cell taunted as he accelerated the speed of the discs in the air. I must intervene, Son Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain himself upon witnessing Vegeta already engaged in combat. His heart was also filled with tremendous excitement. After 2 arduous years of rigorous training, he could finally behold the fruits of his labor. No sooner had he spoken than Son Gohan charged into battle, unleashing a frenzied assault upon the remaining 3-cell adversaries. He aims to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Boom. The deafening sound of explosions reverberates, thick smoke billowing forth. The cutting disc has escaped the grasp of Cell. Piccolo swiftly breaks free from the encirclement. As the dust settles, Cell remains unscathed. Ha ha ha, Son Goku, I welcome your arrival. Cell recognizes that it is Son Goku who has come to confront him. With a beaming smile upon his face. Has this man, who instills fear in the hearts of the Crimson Ribbon Legion, finally decided to take action? Had it not been for the existence of Son Gohan, perhaps Dr. Gero would never have come into being. At this moment, Cell resembles a grand victor in the game of life, aspiring to take on 3 opponents simultaneously. The prowess of these 4 fighters is truly exceptional. With the inclusion of Vegeta and Son Wukong, Piccolo's burden has significantly lessened. He charged towards Cell with fervor. Piccolo, you are remarkably naive. I was merely toying with you moments ago, Cell remarked with a mischievous smile. He raised his hand, pointing towards the approaching Bic, and unleashed a frenzied beam of death. Boom, boom, boom. Columns of energy struck Bic with tremendous force. He emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Cheru aimed to eliminate Piccolo first, allowing him to confront Vegeta and Son Wukong without any reservations. He is now fully capable of controlling this form. Moreover, a more suitable opponent has arrived. Piccolo. In a swift motion, Son Goku attempted to rush to his aid, only to be obstructed by another Cell. Piccolo let out a heart-wrenching scream. The disparity in their fighting power was simply overwhelming. Just moments ago, Cell had merely used Piccolo as a means to sharpen his skills. Now, his strikes were devoid of mercy. Whoosh! Son Gohan's body suddenly vanished from view, and when he reappeared, he stood directly before Cell. Driven by subconscious memories, he witnessed his beloved mentor Piccolo in grave peril. He was consumed by rage. Bang! In an instant, one of Cell's clones was struck by Gohan's powerful punch. Gah! Cell felt a momentary blur before him, followed by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, causing him to involuntarily expel a stream of green liquid. What? Gohan? Am I dreaming? Or have I succumbed to hallucinations? With a single blow, he had incapacitated one of Cell's clones. The onlookers couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Gohan, only to find that he had vanished from their sight. They had yet to fully comprehend the movements of Gohan. The attack on Piccolo's Cell clone resulted in a swift downfall. Android 18 gazed in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of Gohan's power? He had been right beside her moments ago, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared on the battlefield. It was utterly terrifying. Such a formidable foe as Cell had been struck and bloodied by Gohan's singular blow. The expression on his opponent's face suggested an utter inability to continue fighting. Had Gohan not held back during their initial encounter, one could only surmise that they would have perished long ago. What? This cannot be real. Another Cell clone stood completely stunned. A tempest of emotion surged within him. How could he, now at his full potential, be unable to withstand a single blow from Gohan? Surely, Gohan's combat prowess could not be so formidable. What had gone awry? In an instant, Gohan's body flickered once more, dispatching another bewildered Cell clone in the same manner. All eyes turned toward Gohan. Even the clone engaged in battle with Vegeta glanced in his direction. In the realm of martial arts, distraction is the gravest of sins. You imbecile, where are you looking? Your opponent is right here. Unconcerned with the ethics of combat, Vegeta sent Cell flying with a powerful punch. He then propelled himself forward, arms raised high, delivering a crushing blow to Cell. The force was such that the clone was sent crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Is this for real? Surely, I am not dreaming. The onlookers instinctively rubbed their eyes. Gohan's display of prowess had utterly shattered their previous perceptions. The first instance could be attributed to luck. But how could one explain the second? Vegeta and Goku were still engaged in a fierce struggle against one of the Cell clones, while Gohan, with a single strike, had incapacitated 2 of them. Gohan. Piccolo observed as Gohan decisively neutralized the 2 clones of Cell. As soon as he relaxed, he plummeted from the sky. Uncle Piccolo. In a flash, Son Gohan teleported and caught the nearly falling Piccolo. He gently placed Piccolo upon the ground, his hands resting upon his form. An ethereal energy permeated Piccolo's body, visibly mending his internal injuries at an astonishing pace. Bang! 2 of Cell's doppelgangers had been gravely wounded by Gohan. One of these doppelgangers had also been struck down by Vegeta. Meanwhile, the true Cell, engaged in battle with Goku, summoned the 3 doppelgangers to return to him. Upon their return, Cell unleashed a powerful punch that sent Goku soaring. He turned to face Son Wukong, his gaze as fierce as that of a venomous serpent. Chapter 87. The Madness of Cell. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that Tien's ultimate technique would yield such flawless results in your hands? Goku, lacking in emotional intelligence, was entirely oblivious to Cell's menacing stare. He remarked with a face full of admiration. Son Wukong had previously experienced the formidable four bodies fist of Tien Shinhan during the World Martial Arts Tournament. In this technique, Tien Shinhan divided his own power into four parts. However, after Cell's modification, each of the four clones possessed the full strength of the original. He cackled. Son Wukong, are you astonished by this? Allow me to demonstrate my technique once more. Him.Ha. Cell began to execute Son Wukong's signature move, the Kamehameha wave, gathering energy in his hands. Upon the return of his doppelganger to his original form, he no longer needed to divide his focus. With singular determination in battle, his strength saw a significant enhancement. Meanwhile, the vigilant Cell squinted his eyes, instinctively directing his gaze towards Gohan. It appeared that Gohan was the true powerhouse, his combat prowess unfathomable. With merely a single punch, he had incapacitated both of his doppelgangers. Gohan, sensing Cell's scrutiny, turned his gaze in that direction. Their eyes met in a silent clash. Undeterred by Cell's intentions, Gohan prioritized the acquisition of battle power attributes. He silently murmured to himself. The attributes of combat power surged into his body like flowing rivers. You bastard, stop this at once. The earth cannot withstand such energy. Son Wukong was alarmed at the sight of Cell continuously gathering power. Should this Kamehameha wave strike the earth, the entire planet would instantaneously disintegrate. It seemed as if Cell was oblivious, relentlessly accumulating strength. What the hell is this bastard planning? Is he intent on taking us all down with him? This is disastrous. Such immense energy will annihilate the earth. Is this how it ends? I cannot accept this. Everyone present, witnessing the energy coalescing in Cell's hands, was drenched in cold sweat. They now tremble in fear, their hearts entirely overtaken by terror, rendering them incapable of coherent thought. The mountain may collapse before them, yet their composure remains unshaken. A deer may rise to their left, and still their gaze does not falter. Number 18 observes that Son Gohan's expression is devoid of turmoil, bearing an air of serene detachment. It seems her own heart has found solace as well. Could this be what one calls a sense of security? How infuriating. Vegeta's forehead is etched with veins, his face a portrait of rage. He never anticipated that the android would be even more deranged than himself. What on earth does this fellow intend to accomplish? Shara, you madman. If you have the guts, come at me. Son Wukong bellowed. His body soared into the sky. Son Wukong hoped that Cell would unleash the Kamehameha wave into the air. However, Cell disregarded Son Wukong's intentions and directed the energy beam in his hand towards Gohan. From the moment Gohan had effortlessly dispatched two of Cell's clones with a single punch, a sense of peril had enveloped the atmosphere. It became evident that the most formidable opponent was, in fact, Gohan. You bastard! Son Wukong, suspended in midair, found himself at a loss and shouted at Cell in frustration. This is it. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness of his adversary. As Cell unleashed the colossal Kamehameha wave towards him, the onlookers were filled with trepidation, their expressions shifting in alarm. Him.Ha. A deep voice resonated as Gohan prepared to execute the Kamehameha wave. All eyes converged upon Gohan. They had forgotten that a formidable expert was present among them. Hope ignited once more in everyone's hearts. The miraculous youth took action. Boom. Two colossal beams of energy collided. A fierce aura swept through the vicinity, sending all those around Son Gohan flying. The battle power attribute dropped to 1 million. Another battle power attribute increased by 100,000. A shockwave transformed the surface of the ground into dust. It turned out that Son Gohan had unleashed his most powerful Kamehameha wave in retaliation. The energy beam from Cell was met head-on by Son Gohan's energy beam. Impossible. I am the strongest in this world. Cell frantically poured energy into the beam, but it was all in vain. Son Gohan's energy beam was unstoppable, swiftly pushing back his opponent's energy beam. No, it cannot be. Cell's body was instantly struck by the energy beam. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Have we emerged victorious? Are we truly alive? How splendid. Gohan has saved us once more. The crowd found themselves seemingly entombed in the powder on the ground. They rose, shaking their heads to dislodge the dust from their hair. As they surveyed the surroundings, now reduced to ruins, a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death enveloped them. Son Gohan has once again performed a miracle. Hush, that was perilous. It nearly frightened me to death. Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. He had not anticipated the terrifying surge in Gohan's power. Bah, how infuriating. At this moment, Vegeta, too, rose from the mound of earth. He spat out the dust from his mouth, his face contorted with rage as he cursed furiously. Never did he imagine that the fighting prowess of that insufferable brat, Son Wukong, would be so terrifying. Before he even transformed, he was able to vanquish the monster as a Super Saiyan. To his surprise, Cell's aura had not yet dissipated. Piccolo quickly sensed Cell's presence, astonished by the creature's tenacity. Despite the overwhelming energy assault, Cell managed to cling to life. Everyone turned their gaze skyward, witnessing a shocking spectacle. Cell appeared utterly disheveled, bearing various wounds. With one leg and one arm completely missing, presumably obliterated by the energy blast. How is this even possible? How can your power be so formidable? Cell trembled with rage. The data indicated that Goku possessed the greatest strength. He had never anticipated that Gohan from this timeline would be several times stronger than Goku. It seemed his assumptions were not misplaced. Gohan was indeed the linchpin of this battle. Cell had merely been testing Gohan's strength, nearly meeting his end in the process. Nothing is impossible. Your demise is inevitable today. Gohan fixed a piercing gaze upon Cell, his expression devoid of emotion as he spoke. His current state can already rival the level of Super 2. Arrogant. What I just displayed was not my true power, shouted Cell in fury. His expression twisted in a grimace reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. The severed muscles of his limbs writhed, and in an instant, arms and legs sprouted from the stumps. His injuries healed completely, leaving one to wonder if this creature could indeed augment its strength further. Was this merely a ploy to intimidate us? The cells of the alien seemed extraordinarily resilient, able to recover from such grievous wounds instantaneously, even regrowing lost limbs. The onlookers were filled with a mixture of envy and resentment. As for Cell's claim of being able to enhance his combat prowess, the crowd dismissed it. Even if this monster possessed immense power, they still had Gohan on their side. Gohan had become a figure of reverence before them, wherever he stood. A profound sense of security enveloped the group. There was no adversary he could not vanquish. Gohan, allow me to demonstrate my true strength, Cell bellowed, clenching his fists tightly and unleashing a roar that resonated through the heavens. A surge of energy shot skyward, dark clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled ominously. The entire planet trembled violently, instilling fear among humanity. Could this signify the end of the world? How terrifying. A wave of energy enveloped the earth. Chapter 88, One Punch Man Gohan. Such terrifying combat prowess. It was unexpected that Cell spoke the truth. He could indeed heighten his fighting capabilities. Yet, with Gohan present, they felt secure. Initially, the crowd was stunned by Cell's formidable aura, but upon reflection, they realized Gohan's strength was unfathomable. Cell could not possibly defeat him. How infuriating. This scoundrel indeed harbors hidden power. Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, astonished by the creature's overwhelming strength. I, Prince Vegeta, cannot be defeated. I must intensify my training. Next time, I will strive harder. Remarkable. I never anticipated Cell's combat abilities to be so formidable, Goku exclaimed, his face alight with joy at the unexpected strength of the androids. Dr. Gero is truly extraordinary. Well then, this is my true power. Cell proclaimed as he unveiled the full extent of his combat capabilities. He proudly flaunted this terrifying power, yet reality swiftly delivered a harsh rebuke. He observed no trace of astonishment on Son Wukong's face. Such power was hardly worthy of boastful claims. You truly lack worldly experience. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Ha! Son Wukong declared with a look of disdain. He clenched his fists tightly, a surge of energy erupting instantaneously. A wave of power soared into the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble. The shockwave radiated outward in all directions. The soil that had just been reduced to dust by the energy wave was instantly swept away. A radiant white aura erupted from his being, reminiscent of the moment in the anime when old Kai unleashed Gohan's latent potential. You little rascal. I refuse to believe that your battle power surpasses my perfect form. I have attained an unparalleled state, with both strength and speed enhanced to their utmost potential. With that, Cell charged ferociously towards Gohan. He believed that his strength far surpassed that of Son Wukong. As the ultimate android, he was certain he could never be defeated by a mere human. Son Wukong retaliated with a powerful punch. The two fists collided with a resounding crack. In an instant, the arm of the android was shattered. Son Wukong stood unwavering. Suddenly, a notification echoed, revealing a battle power attribute of 1,000,000. Wow, my arm, you fiend. The android cried out in agony, clutching his severed limb. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Son Gohan's power. Merely receiving a single blow resulted in his arm being shattered. Such combat prowess is truly extraordinary. With just one punch, Gohan had broken Cell's arm, utterly overwhelming his opponent. Gohan's strength had evidently increased once more. Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was already formidable. If he were to ascend to Super Saiyan, the magnitude of his power would be unfathomable. The onlookers expressed their astonishment in a chorus of voices, entirely disregarding the fact that Cell had lost an arm. They all wore expressions of envy and resentment. Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? How many years has Son Gohan truly trained? His combat prowess had astonishingly escalated. Android 18 was utterly taken aback by the overwhelming aura emanating from Gohan. His figure loomed larger than life in her mind, far exceeding her expectations of his capabilities. How could he be such an extraordinary prodigy? How infuriating. I am the strongest. Cell viciously severed Gohan's arm, discarding it like refuse. Remarkably, a new arm sprouted from the stump almost instantaneously. Incredible. The ability to regenerate is indeed a display of audacity. This monster could tear off its own limbs without a flicker of hesitation, exhibiting a ruthless nature towards itself. Truly, he is a formidable adversary. Observers of the battlefield winced at Cell's brutal display, collectively lamenting his ferocity. Cell relentlessly amplified his strength, his muscles bulging like those of a bodybuilder. In the anime, the future Trunks pursued sheer power at the expense of speed. Even the mightiest strength is futile if one cannot strike the enemy. At present, Cell found himself bewildered, utterly incapacitated in thought. He relentlessly sought to enhance his strength solely to defeat Son Gohan. Cell charged at Son Gohan once more. Goodness! His musculature surpasses even that of Master Roshi. Is this creature's power truly limitless? How can he continue to augment his strength? This aura is overwhelmingly potent. Time and again, the onlookers were left in awe by Cell's might. Is this truly the pinnacle of human technology? To have birthed such a terrifying monstrosity. Son Gohan, prepare to meet your end. Attack, attack, attack. Cell unleashed a flurry of wolf-fang fist strikes, a tempest of assaults directed at Son Gohan. Yet, Son Gohan effortlessly deflected his onslaught. Ding. Battle power attribute increased by 1 million. Battle power attribute increased by 1 million. As the two engaged in combat, the system's alert echoed incessantly in Son Gohan's mind. Cell gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to its utmost limits. Son Gohan deftly dodged left and right, with Cell's attacks failing to graze even his clothing. You scoundrel! How can your speed be so astonishing? Are you merely a turtle hiding in its shell? You shall never defeat me like this. Cell snarled menacingly at Son Gohan. He was entirely confident that he could bring Son Gohan down with a single blow, provided he could land a hit. Cell believed that Son Gohan was evading his attacks out of fear of his power. Thus, he resorted to taunting, hoping to provoke Gohan into engaging him. Cell, it is not that my speed has increased, but rather that you have grown slower. In your relentless pursuit of strength, your agility has diminished. No matter how formidable your power may be, it is of little consequence if you cannot strike your opponent, Son Gohan elucidated as he deftly dodged. He also wishes to show off in front of others, offering critiques like a seasoned master, pointing out the flaws of his opponent. Son Gohan, cease your futile prattle. If I strike you even once, your fate is sealed. Cell remains utterly impervious to Son Gohan's words. He has now been intoxicated by his victory, disregarding the wisdom of the elders, and is now facing the consequences of his folly. Allow me to demonstrate my own strength and speed. No sooner had Son Gohan's words left his lips than he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Cell, delivering a powerful punch to the latter's abdomen. Thud. The impact caused Cell's back to arch dramatically. Had it not been for his body's remarkable flexibility, he might have been severely injured. Cell was propelled backward, flying 2 meters, his feet scraping the ground to mitigate the force of the blow, leaving deep furrows etched into the earth beneath him. What a detestable scoundrel! To inflict such severe injury with a single punch. Gah! Cell retched violently, expelling copious amounts of green liquid. His steps were unsteady, with the imminent possibility of a fall. Shalu was filled with panic, sensing that his complete self was on the verge of collapse. His stomach churned violently, as he desperately fought to suppress the urge to vomit. Chapter 89. Cell's Demise. With great effort, Cell pressed his hands against his mouth, attempting to contain the upheaval within. However, he ultimately succumbed, expelling Android 17 in a sudden eruption. No. Cell's breath instantly faltered. His body gradually transformed, reverting to its second stage form. Android 17 and 18 beheld in astonishment as Cell expelled 17. She was overjoyed, never expecting to reunite with her brother. However, how infuriating. How could this insufferable brat cultivate to such a level? With a single punch, he reverted this creature to its original state. Vegeta observed as Gohan displayed his formidable prowess. He was so enraged that he felt as though he might cough up blood. Why was it not he who defeated this monstrous foe? What? Cell's perfect form had already crumbled, and his aura had diminished. Gohan, the power within him was truly growing stronger. With a single punch, he had reverted this beast to its original state. The eyes of the onlookers sparkled with astonishment. Gohan had brought them an abundance of surprises. Wherever he stood, safety prevailed. No matter how formidable the enemy, he could easily vanquish them. Gohan's image in their hearts soared to unprecedented heights. It was indeed Piccolo who had the discernment to recognize Gohan's latent potential and to cultivate such a formidable prodigy. Son, Gohan. Cell clenched his silver teeth, enunciating each syllable of Gohan's name with palpable fury. His heart has reached the brink of fury. Having transcended time and space to become his complete form, he was effortlessly shattered by this scoundrel's punch. It is easy to imagine the current state of Cell. Teetering on the edge of madness, he charged towards Son Gohan, filled with an insatiable desire to inflict pain. Such arrogance! In a swift motion, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick, sending the approaching Cell flying, his speed in retreat surpassing that of his advance. No! Cell let out a wretched scream. His mind clouded by an overwhelming fury. He had completely forgotten that even in his full form, he was no match for Son Gohan, let alone in this. His second transformation. In a flash, Son Gohan moved swiftly, seizing one of Cell's legs and mercilessly slamming him into the ground. Bang! 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 The earth was shattered, leaving behind massive, deep craters. Cell let out a heart-wrenching scream. He now laments his decision to traverse time and space in pursuit of the perfect being. Little did he anticipate that this version of Gohan would be so formidable. Even the ultimate android in its complete form pales in comparison to him. Gohan's brutality is astonishing. Yet I find it captivating. I never imagined he possessed such a violent side. The onlookers, witnessing Gohan seize one of Cell's legs and mercilessly slam it to the ground, felt a pang of pain themselves. It was as if an adult were tormenting a child. Cell, I shall now alleviate your suffering. With a dazzling flash of energy, Gohan executed a full rotation, propelling Cell high into the air. He raised his hands above his head, channeling a massive beam of energy towards the airborne Cell. In an instant, the energy column engulfed Cell, leaving only a chilling cry in its wake. Under the immense force of the energy beam, Cell's body gradually disintegrated, even the core of his head vanishing completely. The only hope for his resurrection lay in the Dragon Balls. As the energy column dissipated, Cell had transformed into but a speck of dust in the cosmos, scattered by the winds. Never in his wildest dreams did Cell anticipate that his pursuit of perfection across time and space would culminate in his demise at the hands of Gohan. Hooray! We have triumphed. Earth is finally saved. Gohan, splendidly done. The crowd erupted in joyous laughter, celebrating Gohan's heroic act of saving the planet once more. All the energy attributes from the battlefield surged into his body, continuously elevating his power level. Number 17. As the battle concluded, Number 18 exclaimed anxiously. She rushed to the battlefield to assess the condition of the unconscious Number 17, who lay battered and bruised, yet still breathing. Gohan, please help me save Number 17. Number 18 looked at Gohan with pleading eyes, fully aware of his healing abilities. If Gohan intervened, there would be no injury beyond repair. No problem. Gohan knelt beside Number 17, placing his hands upon him. A surge of energy instantaneously permeated into Number 17's body, gradually mending his wounds and restoring his strength. Seeing Gohan willing to save Number 17 filled Number 18 with overwhelming joy. In the blink of an eye, Number 17 was fully revived. Staring in bewilderment at Gohan and Number 18. Number 18, where am I? What on earth happened? Wasn't I consumed by that hideous creature? Upon awakening, Number 17 was riddled with questions, utterly perplexed by the events that had transpired. Here is what happened. Number 18, brimming with excitement, recounted the entire sequence of events to Number 17. At that moment, the others also gathered around Gohan. Gohan, well done, Piccolo said, patting Gohan's shoulder with a satisfied smile. This was indeed the disciple he had trained. Androids, come forth and face your demise. Vegeta roared at Numbers 17 and 18. Furious that these two had brought shame upon him. He has spent 2 years cultivating within the time chamber, and now it is time to reclaim his dignity. Vegeta, is the lesson you received last time not sufficient? It's only been 2 days since we last met, yet your arrogance seems to have resurfaced. 17 was devoured by Cell, and it remains uncertain if Vegeta's strength has indeed transformed from what it once was. He gazed at Vegeta with a countenance of derision and disdain, merely a once-defeated foe. Just moments ago, he had been soundly thrashed by that grotesque creature, subsequently consumed by it. The bitterness of that defeat still lingered. And yet Vegeta had the audacity to provoke him. Truly, he was oblivious to the peril he faced. 17, calm yourself, commanded 18, swiftly intervening to halt his reckless behavior. She had just witnessed the clash between Vegeta and Cell, aware that the latter's strength had significantly surged. Should 17 engage now, he would surely gain no advantage. He might even face humiliation. My temper is boiling. Were it not for 18 restraining me, I would have already left you searching for your teeth, 17 exclaimed. His face a mask of anger. He believed that Android 18 was merely trying to save face for everyone, especially since they had just rescued him from the clutches of Cell. Android 17 suspected that Vegeta and Gohan were certainly in cahoots. Upon hearing her brother's taunting remarks, Android 18 was left speechless. She placed a hand on her forehead, lamenting, "Oh, my foolish brother, I was intervening for your sake, to prevent others from harming you. How could you possibly misconstrue my intentions? We are siblings, after all. Why is there such a lack of understanding between us? You imbecile. I shall make you pay for this." With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant. He is certainly not affected by this triviality. Do you believe I am still the Vegeta of 2 days ago? The onlookers, witnessing this perplexing situation, were left in bewilderment. What deep-seated enmity could exist between these two? Upon observing androids 17 and 18, they hardly appeared to be malicious beings. Moreover, Gohan had even intervened to assist them. Indeed, these androids had not been seen committing any nefarious deeds. What exactly is unfolding here? Vegeta, I have no fear of you. Android 17 immediately assumed a combative stance, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. Chapter 90, The Method of Resolution Among Men. If you disagree, then fight. Android 18, witnessing her foolish brother's demeanor, was left speechless. If a battle is to ensue, then let it be so. It appeared that conflict was unavoidable. Gohan, what is the situation? What should we do? The crowd was equally perplexed by the confrontation between Vegeta and the androids. In this generation, is there anyone devoid of pride? The swiftest method of resolution among men is indeed to fight if one is unsatisfied. Son Gohan, with an air of seriousness, declared. In truth, he was quite pleased. Another opportunity to gauge fighting prowess awaited him. The swiftest method of resolution among men is to fight if one is unsatisfied? Gohan spoke wisely. If one is unsatisfied, then let them fight. Let us clear some space for them. The others, being equally combative, found Gohan's reasoning compelling. Men are simple creatures. A fight will suffice. Piccolo and the others promptly ascended from the battlefield. Android 18, however, chose to remain. She resolved to stand alongside Android 17. Android 18, what are you doing here? I can handle this defeated foe on my own, Android 17 proclaimed, cracking his knuckles with an air of confidence. Even after 2 days, he believed he could easily overpower Vegeta. Arrogance. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Vegeta could no longer contain himself, astonished that this fool would so severely underestimate him. With a powerful push of his feet, the ground beneath him instantly caved in. Vegeta surged forward like a released arrow, charging at the two adversaries. Come at me. Witness how I shall utterly dominate you. Number 17 met Vegeta's advance with a fierce punch. Their colossal fists collided with tremendous force. Boom. Both combatants opted for a direct confrontation. Number 17 was sent staggering back several meters. At that moment, number 18 also charged into the fray. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in battle in an instant. He is not as bluntly confrontational as number 17. Ding. A combat power attribute of 1 million has dropped ahead. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. The battle among the three has commenced, and the sound of the system's notifications incessantly echoes in Son Gohan's mind. The corners of his mouth curved into a captivating smile. It seemed he was poised to harvest yet another surge of combat prowess. How could it be? How could Vegeta's strength escalate so rapidly? To his astonishment, his opponent effortlessly sent him flying with a single punch. Number 17 executed a roll, dissipating the impact, and swiftly rejoined the fray. Bang, bang, bang. With 17's entrance, 18 felt a significant alleviation of pressure. She had not anticipated Vegeta's power would escalate to such heights. Now, she found herself engaging in a rapid exchange of blows, matching speed with her adversary. Remarkable. It was unexpected to witness the seamless synergy between 17 and 18 on the battlefield. Vegeta appeared to thrive with every clash. Onlookers offered their assessments of the trio. astonished by the formidable might displayed by both sides. "Get lost," Vegeta roared, seizing the moment to unleash a punch directed at 18. Caught off guard by Vegeta's escalating ferocity, her speed and strength also amplified with each bout. Unable to evade in time, she could only raise her arm to block Vegeta's powerful strike. Bang! 18's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. 18. 17. Witnessing 18's plight, accelerated his movements and power. Yet, Vegeta remained unfazed, countering each of 17's attacks with ease. "Android, weren't you supposed to leave me searching for my teeth? Why don't you put some force into it? You seemed to relish it last time. Now, it's my turn," Vegeta proclaimed with a sinister grin. At last, he could regain his dignity. No sooner had he spoken than his form vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind 17. Bang! Ah! 17 screamed, his body propelled away. Vegeta sought to pursue. Vegeta, it turned out 18 had been biding her time. She unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Vegeta. Boom! Boom! Vegeta was instantly engulfed by the energy waves. The explosion was deafening, and thick smoke billowed. The trio had exchanged hundreds of blows without managing to subdue Vegeta. Instead, they found themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. 18 assessed the situation with clarity. She realized that she could not outmatch Vegeta with sheer agility. Her only hope lay in depleting him through endless energy. 18, "I shall assist you," 17 shouted, immediately launching a series of energy blasts toward the airborne Vegeta. Combat Power Attribute 1, 000,000. Combat Power Attribute 1, 000,000. As the 17th and 18th unleashed their relentless assault on Vegeta, the attributes of battle power cascaded to the ground like a torrential downpour. Son Wukong felt the system's prompt resonating in his mind. He gazed at androids 17 and 18 with a beaming smile. The androids, endowed with remarkable intelligence, sought to exhaust Vegeta's boundless energy. Their prowess was truly formidable. The energy they possessed seemed inexhaustible. Surely, they had unleashed thousands of attacks by now. Yet they showed no signs of fatigue. Something was amiss. Their aura remained utterly undisturbed. It was evident that their strength was ceaseless. Dr. Gero was indeed a terrifying figure. No one could have anticipated that he would create such formidable androids. Onlookers watched in astonishment as Vegeta was relentlessly bombarded by the androids for several minutes. They all observed a moment of silence for Vegeta. After a period of bombardment, androids 17 and 18 ceased their energy assault. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, gazing at Vegeta amidst the swirling smoke. Despite their lack of fondness for him, his actions seemed to convey an unexpected alliance with the androids. This was the very individual who had previously wreaked havoc during the Saiyan invasion of Earth, alongside Nappa, inflicting death and injury upon many. Furthermore, Vegeta's aloof demeanor and disdain for others only intensified their animosity. He had insulted and belittled them at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Many secretly wished for his demise at the hands of the androids, hoping to be spared from his irritating presence. Yamcha harbored a particular resentment towards Vegeta, believing that had it not been for him, Bulma might not have left him. The laws of physics regarding smoke and injury remained unbroken. As the thick smoke began to dissipate, a figure gradually emerged. It became apparent that a sphere of white energy enveloped Vegeta, shielding him from harm. Even if androids 17 and 18 continued their assault for an extended period, it would be impossible to breach his protective barrier. No, it was indeed possible. Android 17 gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that just 2 days prior, his defeated adversary had transformed into such a formidable force. Without further ado, he declared, "Prepare to meet your end." A terrifying aura erupted from Vegeta as he swiftly propelled himself towards Android 17. With a resounding impact, he delivered a crushing blow to 17's abdomen. The android's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a great mountain. The earth trembled as the mountain's soil swiftly engulfed Android 17, burying him alive. Chapter 91. Super Saiyan 2 Android 18 witnessed her brother being struck into the mountain and let out a furious cry as she charged towards Vegeta. The android, lacking self-awareness, was no match for him. A wicked smile crept across Vegeta's lips as he executed a spinning kick, sending Android 18 hurtling towards the same direction as 17. In an instant, the entire mountain was reduced to dust by the force of Android 17's impact. He had just emerged from the mountains when he spotted number 18 soaring towards him. The game had come to an end. "You shall perish," he declared. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Vegeta began to gather his energy wave. He intended to obliterate the two androids right here. Channeling the energy in his hand toward the direction of Android 17 and 18, he unleashed a formidable energy blast. Android 18, Android 17, they roared. The sheer magnitude of the energy blast was overwhelming. If he fled now, he might still escape. However, Android 18 would likely perish. Android 17, quickly dodge. Do not concern yourself with me. Android 18, too, was acutely aware of the colossal energy blast. If struck, even survival would come at a grievous cost. If we are to die, let us perish together. Sister, I will not abandon you. Without hesitation, Android 17 caught the approaching Android 18, cradling her protectively in his arms. Positioning his back against the incoming energy blast, even if there was a sliver of hope, he was determined to shield his sister. Foolish brother, you are too reckless. Android 18 refrained from further protest, recognizing that it was already too late to escape. Was this truly the end? She gazed at the encroaching energy blast. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Android 17. Android 18 recognized him instantly. It was Gohan. With a single, graceful kick, he sent the energy blast soaring away as if it were merely a soccer ball. His movements were elegant and dignified. A memory of Gohan saving her from self flashed in her mind, and a beautiful smile graced her lips. Vegeta, enough, Gohan declared. Having dispatched the energy blast with a swift kick, he cast a subtle glance in the direction of Vegeta and spoke softly. Vegeta's lips involuntarily twitched twice. He had not anticipated that Gohan would intervene in this matter. Gohan's strength was truly formidable. He effortlessly sent flying the energy blast unleashed by Super Saiyan Vegeta with a single kick. Gohan, may we witness the full extent of your true power? As the crowd observed Gohan's intention to protect the androids, they realized that this battle could not continue. They began to speculate about the magnitude of Gohan's strength. Thank you. Gohan, expressed Android 17 and 18, astonished that their opponent had once again come to their rescue. No need for thanks. Allow me to tend to your injuries. Gohan replied nonchalantly. His gaze ultimately settled upon the form of number 18. That will do, he remarked. Number 18's petite face flushed crimson, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to the faintest buzz of a mosquito. Number 17 looked on in bewilderment, pondering the peculiar behavior of his sister. What has come over her? Has she been struck senseless by Vegeta? He too was but a naive youth, utterly perplexed by the unfolding scene. Soon, Son Gohan skillfully healed the injuries of both individuals, and the others gathered around him. Gohan, just how formidable is your true strength? Might you demonstrate it for us? It would be splendid if you could exchange a few blows with us. Son Goku found himself unable to discern just how deeply his son had concealed his prowess. He's also very curious about the true strength of Son Wukong. Indeed, Wukong, just how formidable are you? Let us engage in a few exchanges using your most powerful form. Piccolo chimed in agreement. He was equally curious about the extent of his disciple's combat prowess. The crowd nodded in agreement, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed expectantly at Son Gohan. Vegeta's eyes also sparkled with interest. He is also quite eager to discover the limits of this little rascal. Even number 17 and number 18 were expressions of keen curiosity. They too wished to behold this enigmatic man. Evidently, the records indicated that his combat prowess was not particularly formidable. Yet reality struck them with an unexpected ferocity. He chuckled ominously, cautioning that curiosity might lead to dire consequences. Do not let me frighten you into nightmares, he declared. Allow me to demonstrate what true, overwhelming power looks like. Step back and ensure there are no miscalculations. Son Wukong remarked with a look of smug satisfaction. He sought to invigorate the training enthusiasm of Son Wukong and Vegeta, wishing to demonstrate that the Saiyans still had untapped potential for further breakthroughs. The crowd swiftly departed the battlefield, gathering atop a lofty mountain, their faces alight with anticipation for Son Gohan's display. The transformation of a Saiyan hinges entirely upon a mighty roar. A deep, resonant sound emanated from Son Gohan's throat. Boom. His entire being shimmered with a golden aura, a palpable energy radiating from him. The sky darkened ominously, crackling with lightning. The very planet began to tremble subtly. Waves of energy surged forth from his form, blasting outward like a tempest. Son Gohan instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan, his gaze sharpened with intensity. Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu found themselves overwhelmed by his power. Had it not been for the intervention of Son Wukong and Piccolo, they might have been swept away by the force of his aura. Cold sweat cascaded down the foreheads of Tien and the others. Son Gohan's energy was overwhelmingly formidable, shattering their perceptions of reality. This aura. Vegeta was utterly astounded by its magnitude, feeling it was worlds apart from his own. Gradually, Son Gohan reined in his energy. The tumultuous clouds and lightning dispersed. The earth ceased its trembling. The crowd wiped the perspiration from their brows. Was this truly the extent of Son Gohan's power? Though androids 17 and 18 could not gauge the intensity of the aura, an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down upon them. Son Gohan embodied an authoritative presence, instilling a sense of reverence. This was the full power form of Super Saiyan 1, the most perfected state, requiring minimal energy to maintain. Now, I shall begin my transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan stated nonchalantly, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Yet, to the listeners, his words struck like a thunderclap. The ultimate transformation of a Saiyan, a second form of Super Saiyan? Vegeta felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Could there truly be a second form? Son Gohan's aura began to surge exponentially. The earth quaked once more, the previous spectacle re-emerging. Boom. During the transformation to Super Saiyan 2, a rapid expansion of energy erupted, capable of displacing objects unable to anchor themselves with energy. The crowd found their footing compromised. Pushed back by the force of the energy waves, a profound sense of pressure enveloped them. In an instant, Son Gohan ascended to Super Saiyan 2. His aura transformed into a jet-like form rather than a flame, with his hair standing on end, surrounded by crackling lightning as he exuded energy. The electric sparks served as a symbol of the rate of energy release. The more intense the release, the more frequent the sparks appeared. Gohan's muscles slightly bulged, and his entire physique seemed to elevate several inches. He appeared increasingly cold, and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 92. The Clash of the Three Super Saiyans. Goodness, how terrifying. Is this truly Gohan? This power is absolutely formidable. My word, I feel as though I might faint from fear. The oppressive aura is almost suffocating. The onlookers trembled in awe of his might, their words stumbling as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. Gohan evoked the image of a demon risen from the depths of hell. His mere glance instilled a profound sense of dread among the crowd. Such a gaze was piercingly sharp. It resembled the predatory stare of an ancient beast fixated upon its prey. An aura of unapproachable menace enveloped the atmosphere. Son Gohan appeared to transform into a figure of chilling indifference. The temperature in the air plummeted noticeably. The onlookers felt a tingling sensation at the nape of their necks, particularly those who dared to meet Son Gohan's gaze, experiencing a shiver run down their spines. It was as if, with a mere look, he could extinguish their existence. This sensation was utterly stifling. This was the essence of Super Saiyan 2, a form boasting a combat power 100 times that of its normal state. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan addressed the crowd, elucidating his newfound strength. His piercing and chilling gaze swept across the crowd. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu. Those with feeble combat prowess felt a shiver run down their spines as they instinctively retreated. Goodness, that stare is utterly terrifying. As if they were being targeted by a primordial beast, sending shivers through their very souls. Androids 17 and 18, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Gohan, silently expressed their relief that he had not unleashed his full strength upon them during their initial encounter. Otherwise, against such an extraordinary level of power, even 100 lives would not suffice. Wow, Gohan, you are truly remarkable. I can't believe Saiyans possess a second transformation, exclaimed Goku, his face alight with excitement. He did not anticipate that Son Gohan had ascended to a higher realm. Well done, Gohan, he exclaimed, filled with pride. Piccolo bore an expression of profound satisfaction, astonished by the extraordinary talent of his esteemed disciple. Even in his dreams, he would awaken with a smile. Damn, is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 2? A battle power 100 times the norm? Vegeta clenched his teeth, his countenance darkening ominously. He gazed at the Super Saiyan 2 form of Gohan with a visage steeped in anger. Super Saiyan 2, I must attain this form. Gohan, is this truly your ultimate power? At that moment, Android 18, her curiosity piqued, inquired about Gohan's capabilities. She was eager to uncover the depths of his strength. The attention of the gathered crowd converged upon Gohan. This is not my true strength, he replied with a teasing expression. The Super Saiyan 3 form is rather daunting. Would you care to witness it? Gohan, confident, revealed that he possessed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, as well as an even more formidable hidden form known as the legendary Super Saiyan, a transformation capable of overwhelming 4 ordinary Super Saiyans. You. Android 18's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, taken aback by Gohan's playful banter. Gohan, you even possess the Super Saiyan 3 form. Is there a Super Saiyan 4 as well? Just how far does your potential extend? Are all Saiyans monsters? What manner of creature has Kakarot brought into this world? The mere thought of Super Saiyan 2 was already terrifying enough, and the notion of Super Saiyan 3 was overwhelming. My mind cannot fathom this. The crowd felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, their hearts unable to find solace. Gohan, please refrain from transforming into Super Saiyan 3 just yet. Allow us to witness the power of this form first, Goku urged, his eagerness palpable. He was now eagerly anticipating the combat prowess of this form. Very well. There are no objections. Allow me to demonstrate the power of this transformation. Those who are interested may come forth. Son Gohan smiled at the crowd. This was not an expression of arrogance. Rather, it was a reminder that there are always greater beings beyond one's own realm. You little brat. Let me exchange a few blows with you, Vegeta exclaimed, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging towards Son Gohan. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious warrior. In my Super Saiyan 2 in 3 forms, I will undoubtedly transcend my limits. Vegeta understood that the most effective way to enhance his combat strength was through battle. He would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. I shall join as well. Son Goku soared into the fray, his blood boiling with excitement at the sight of formidable opponents yearning for battle. He has consistently maintained the form of a Super Saiyan. I shall give it a try as well. Piccolo, undaunted, is determined to prove his worth. For he was once the formidable demon king who instilled fear in the hearts of many. He seeks to uncover his shortcomings through combat. While Klin and others gaze at each other in bewilderment, they do not even possess the courage to take action, even when seeking a worthy opponent. One must find an adversary of equal stature. In battles of such magnitude, a mere shockwave could send one flying. How then can one engage in combat? It is the likes of Krillin and his companions who have a clear understanding of the situation, to identify one's shortcomings through battle. One must also seek an opponent of comparable strength. Saiyans are inherently combative, recklessly charging at any formidable foe. Meanwhile, androids 17 and 18 remain observant. Watching this extraordinary clash unfold, the Super Saiyan Vegeta and Son Goku, along with Piccolo, confront Son Gohan in a fierce exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Son Gohan, however, remained suspended in the air, arms crossed, offering no resistance. He stood resolutely like the Eiffel Tower, impervious to the trio's assaults, which could not even budge him. The attacks from Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo felt as insignificant as a mere massage to Gohan. A notification echoed in Gohan's mind. A battle power attribute of 1,000. 000 has dropped. Battle power attribute increased by 1,000,000. How astonishing. It was truly unfathomable that Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, could possess such formidable strength. The combined might of 2 Super Saiyans and a Super Namekian had no effect on him whatsoever. The disparity in battle power was simply too vast. How could they possibly contend with such overwhelming force? Were they not merely courting defeat? If they were not Gohan's elders, a single punch could have rendered them incapacitated. Such terrifying power was hardly even Gohan's true potential. He was indeed a prodigy. The onlookers were left in awe by the spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. As if a duck egg could fit inside. Damn it, you arrogant brat. Don't be so presumptuous. Come at me. Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot, his strength and speed maximized. Gohan did not retaliate, an affront to Vegeta's pride. I am a genius warrior, the Prince of the Saiyans, yet I am being underestimated. Yes, Gohan, do strike. Let us act as if we are enemies. Go all out. We will not blame you. Piccolo and Goku urged, their expressions filled with anticipation for Gohan's counterattack. This dynamic was exceedingly frustrating, akin to a father reprimanding his son, who dared not fight back, silently enduring the blows. Very well, as you wish. Gohan's voice resonated coldly. A formidable and domineering aura surged forth. His sharp, icy gaze swept over the 3. Chapter 93, Saiyan Dale's Boom. Gohan's powerful aura erupted, sending Goku and the others flying. What? Such a terrifying presence. They were astonished, realizing that a mere display of energy could hurl them away. Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo were taken aback by the sheer might of Super Saiyan 2. Here it comes. Gohan unleashed a torrent of energy from within, transforming it into a barrage of energy blasts aimed at the trio. Get out of the way. Goku exclaimed in alarm, recognizing the incredible power of the energy blasts. He had not anticipated that Gohan's mere display of energy could push them back. Now, with a furious roar, he could condense energy blasts to strike at them. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Vegeta, Piccolo, and Goku continuously evaded the onslaught of energy blasts. Suddenly, a power attribute of 1,000,000 dropped before them. Power attribute increased by 1,000,000. Prepare to face my might. Gohan bellowed, charging forward like a wolf among sheep, delivering a devastating punch towards Vegeta. How is this even possible? I cannot keep up with this brat's speed. Vegeta exclaimed in shock, crossing his arms to shield himself from Gohan's assault. Yet, he had overestimated his own abilities. The moment Gohan's fist made contact with Vegeta's body, the latter lost his composure. A tremendous force propelled Vegeta's form through the air. Thud! He crashed to the ground like a kite severed from its string, landing on a small hill. His body crashed through the small hill, rolling for several meters upon the ground before coming to a halt. Vegeta, Goku shouted vehemently. In his hands, he conjured a barrage of energy blasts directed towards Gohan. Indeed, on the battlefield, there exists no notion of father and son. Goku, a fervent warrior, recognized his son's formidable prowess and showed no mercy in his assault. The energy blast rained down upon Gohan as though they were without cost, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Undeterred, Gohan charged forward, courageously confronting his father's onslaught of energy blasts. He was utterly unfazed by the onslaught of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed as the energy orb struck Son Gohan. Thick clouds of smoke billowed forth, yet they did nothing to hinder his advance. Son Goku was taken aback as the encroaching smoke drew ever closer. He was aware that his son was drawing near, eager to evacuate this place. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from the billowing smoke. What? So soon? Before Son Wukong could make his escape, a formidable hand seized him by the neck. Moments later, the owner of that hand, Son Gohan, also appeared from the haze. In that instant, Son Wukong was lifted as if he were a mere child by his own son. Bang, bang, bang. Son Wukong unleashed a powerful kick upon Son Gohan. However, the latter effortlessly intercepted the attack with his hand. A chilling sensation of impending doom washed over Son Wukong's entire being. His complexion turned crimson from asphyxiation, revealing how perilously close death loomed. Son Wukong. Piccolo observed as Son Wukong's face flushed. He let out a thunderous roar and charged forward. Kakarot. Vegeta rose from the ground, emanating an even more formidable aura. He soared towards the direction of Gohan. Bang! Gohan released his grip from Goku's neck, delivering a powerful punch right into his abdomen. Gush! Goku's eyes bulged as he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Under the tremendous impact, his hair instantly reverted to its normal state. Goku curled up, clutching his belly, resembling a large shrimp. How brutal! Is this the terrifying power of Super Saiyan 2? Does it possess combat strength 50 times greater than Super Saiyan 1? One punch could obliterate the Super Saiyan 1 form. The onlookers were left in a state of shock, witnessing Gohan incapacitate Goku in his Super Saiyan 1 form with a single blow. They all felt a pang of pain. Fortunately, he had just participated in the battle himself. Had Gohan momentarily lost control of his power, a single punch could have obliterated him. With a swift motion, Gohan executed a spinning kick, launching Goku towards Piccolo. Goku, are you all right? Piccolo inquired as he caught the flying Goku. Ever since Piccolo merged with Kami, his demeanor had softened considerably. He seemed less aloof, displaying a newfound warmth. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form is truly formidable. I could barely withstand his punch, Goku said, coughing a few times. Yet his face radiated satisfaction. He had not anticipated his son's combat prowess to be so terrifying. You little brat, you hold others in such disdain. Vegeta exclaimed as he charged towards Gohan, furious, unleashing a flurry of attacks. Gohan deftly dodged Vegeta's strikes with ease. Damn it. Vegeta's expression contorted with rage as he pushed his body to its absolute limits, enhancing both his movements and speed to their utmost. On the planet Helka, a seemingly inconspicuous celestial body in the vastness of the universe, its size closely resembling that of Namek. The sky stretched endlessly, devoid of clouds, and the air was refreshingly pure. It was an exceptionally habitable planet, with forests sprawling over a significant portion of its surface. The trees were lush and vibrant, exuding life. Suddenly, a fiery red beam, akin to a meteor, shattered the tranquility of this planet, crashing into its surface at an astonishing speed. Boom! A colossal crater was formed, producing wisps of black smoke that rose into the air, mingling with the acrid scent of scorched earth. As the view zoomed in, it became evident that it was a spacecraft. This vessel was unremarkable in design, yet its appearance was ostentatious. Emblazoned with the garish words sail number in bright red paint, an eyesore of the highest order. Creak. Cough, cough, cough. Kakarot, if you land like this next time, I shall snap your neck, grumbled the leader of a group emerging from the slowly opening door of the spacecraft. They all bore detectors upon their faces. "My lord Darius, I shall exercise greater caution next time," Kakao replied with a respectful bow. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The one referred to as Dales was, astonishingly, a Saiyan adorned with a tail. His appearance bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Son Wukong. However, there resides an aura of malevolence between his brows. Those unfamiliar with Son Wukong would undoubtedly mistake him for the legendary figure. He is Darius, one of the surviving Saiyans from the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. While he shares a likeness with Son Wukong, his character is treacherous and despicable. He felt a profound shame for being a lowly warrior and ultimately defected from planet Vegeta. In the vast expanse of the universe, Dales forged alliances, and by a stroke of fate, he acquired the seed of the Tree of Might. By planting this seed on the planet, all the vitality of the world would be absorbed by it. Every living being, whether human, animal, or flora, would become sustenance for the Tree of Might. The seed would flourish, branching out until it bore fruit, ultimately rendering the planet lifeless. The entire world would erode away, transforming into a desolate, barren wasteland. Master Dales, this planet is teeming with vitality. It must be exceptionally suitable for planting the seed of the Tree of Might. The fruits it yields will surely be of superior quality. His subordinate, D's, remarked with a fade of flattery. Is the combat prowess of the inhabitants of this planet merely a little over 20,000? Ha! After such a prolonged search, we have finally discovered a commendable planet. I shall promptly plant the seeds of the Spirit Time Tree. The fruits born from the Spirit Tree will undoubtedly yield a bountiful harvest. Dales utilized a detector to survey the indigenous residents of this planet, and to his astonishment, he found their combat capabilities to be remarkably feeble. His mind is now consumed with the fruits of the Spirit Tree. Soon, his combat prowess will surge dramatically. Becoming the sovereign of the universe is merely a matter of time. Chapter 94, The Terrifying Power of Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta. The strength of Super Saiyan 2 is beyond your imagination. Allow me to demonstrate the terrifying might of Super Saiyan 2. As Gohan's words fell, his body suddenly vanished. What? Vegeta was taken aback, every muscle taut with tension. He remained alert, acutely sensing the fluctuations of energy around him. He had no inkling that the speed of Super 2 would be so terrifying. Here I am. The voice of Son Gohan echoed like a ghost, resonating from all directions. Cold sweat streamed down Vegeta's forehead incessantly. He was utterly incapable of sensing his opponent's presence. Look wherever you wish. I am right behind you. The voice of Son Gohan resonated once more from behind him. Vegeta swiftly turned and unleashed an energy blast towards the source of the sound. Bang! Son Gohan deftly deflected the incoming energy sphere. In an instant, he teleported, driving his knee into Vegeta's body, propelling him towards a massive mountain. Boom! Gohan's knee collided with Vegeta, crashing them into a colossal boulder. The rock shattered instantly, and Vegeta coughed up blood. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan pressed Vegeta's head down, grinding it into the ground. At this moment, Vegeta had reverted to his normal state, his body succumbing to exhaustion. It seemed he had reached his limit. Mystic Light Cannon. Piccolo roared, launching his most formidable attack at Gohan. After rescuing Goku, he had been gathering energy for this ultimate technique. Bang! Gohan countered Piccolo's energy wave with ease. What? Not even the strongest technique could phase him? Piccolo charged towards Son Gohan, intent on engaging him in close combat. Gohan, holding Vegeta, hurled him towards Piccolo. Get away. Piccolo raised his hand and swatted the incoming Vegeta aside. He certainly does not enjoy the same privileges as Son Wukong. The figure of Gohan flitted like a specter, pursuing Vegeta's form as he charged towards Piccolo. Piccolo swiftly aimed to deliver a 9-ine white bone claw at Gohan. However, his speed could not rival that of Gohan. Alas, a colossal fist struck Piccolo in the abdomen, eliciting a cry of anguish from him. He was propelled away by a tremendous force. Son Wukong's figure followed closely, catching up to Piccolo's body to deliver a powerful punch. Piccolo's form was akin to a cannonball, hurtling towards the ground. Boom! Dust and debris erupted as Piccolo's body struck the earth, creating a vast and deep crater in an instant. He lay within the depths of the pit, clearly too exhausted to continue the fight. With a silent resolve, Son Gohan shed his Super Saiyan 2 form. The immense power of combat attributes surged wildly into his being. The numerical data within the system's combat attribute panel flickered incessantly. The terrifying might of Super Saiyan 2 surged, escalating threefold. 2 Super Saiyans and 1 Super Namekian. The battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. After a brief interval following the conclusion of the skirmish, the onlookers gradually began to comprehend the unfolding events. They then realized that their foreheads were drenched in cold sweat. How impressive. Truly magnificent. The ferocity of the Saiyans battle was unparalleled. The transformation into Super Saiyan 2 was utterly terrifying. The three greatest warriors were left with nothing but defeat. The confrontation was entirely one-sided. My heart could scarcely endure it. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, articulating their thoughts with fervor. This battle had completely reshaped their understanding. Remarkably, Son Gohan utilized his healing abilities to restore Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Their injuries have completely healed. Both Vegeta and Goku have significantly enhanced their combat prowess. The physique of a Saiyan is indeed extraordinary. Gohan, I never anticipated that you would conceal your true strength so deeply. The power of Super Saiyan 2 is profoundly formidable, rendering Super Saiyan 1 utterly inadequate in comparison. Goku playfully patted his son's shoulder, chiding him with a smile. I never imagined Gohan's talent to be so exceptional. How many years has he been training? He has now become a figure we can only look up to. At this moment, I feel compelled to sing a song, Gohan remarked with a sense of awe. In his mind, memories of watching Stephen Chow's film The Mermaid in a past life surfaced. Wu Fan, do you still possess the ability to sing? I never anticipated your remarkable talents. The surrounding onlookers began to stir with excitement. They were also eager to discover what songs Gohan could sing. Could his prowess be as terrifying as yours? Ahem. Now, allow me to display my humble talent. Son Gohan cleared his throat and smiled at the crowd. He began to dance in the mesmerizing style of the Super Saiyan, and a resounding, masculine voice filled the air. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be unmatched. Alone at the pinnacle, the cold winds blow ceaselessly. The onlookers were utterly captivated by Gohan's singing. They had not anticipated that this young man not only possessed immense fighting power but also sang so beautifully. Moreover, his dance moves were undeniably flamboyant. You insolent boy. Do not be arrogant. I, Vegeta, shall surely surpass you. At that moment, the aloof Vegeta roared with indignation. He could hardly tolerate Son Gohan's pretentiousness in this setting. One day, I shall certainly bring you down. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, a prodigious warrior. How could I possibly lose to the son of a lowly fighter? The others pretended not to hear, completely disregarding Vegeta. This fellow is nothing but a prideful, troublesome brat. Every time he makes an entrance, he boasts grandly. Yet he is invariably defeated within moments, receiving blows each time. You little brat, do you think that just because you sing beautifully, you will be spared from punishment? I perceive that you have become rather arrogant. How lonely it must be to feel invincible. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Piccolo playfully swatted Son Gohan on the head, laughing and chiding him. He never anticipated that this little rascal possessed such a talent. Truly multi-talented. Ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter at Piccolo's performance. No matter how formidable one's combat prowess, there are moments when one can be taught a lesson. They all admire Piccolo for his ability to nurture the extraordinary Gohan. He must be striding with an air of confidence now. Well done. This mischievous lad certainly deserves a lesson. Goku, too, affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, his eyes brimming with pride and indulgence. This universe is teeming with remarkable beings. One must never grow complacent in their training. There exist deities in this world, and above the deities are the Kais, with the Grand Kai reigning above them. Beyond the Grand Kai are the Kaioshin, and beyond them lie other divine beings. It is said that they are powerful figures who govern their realms. Their strength unfathomable. Ever since his fusion with the Supreme Kai, Piccolo has unearthed many secrets of this world. He earnestly remarked, Uncle Piccolo, I understand now. I was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere earlier. I will dedicate myself to training. Son Gohan said with a sincere expression. He contemplated the slumbering god of destruction of the seventh universe. In the anime, Beerus is the god of destruction, corresponding to the creator gods such as the Supreme Kai. He is not a malevolent individual, although he may unleash his fury when provoked. He often reveals a charming side. His interests are diverse, with a particular fondness for indulging in exquisite cuisine. Beerus is arrogant and capricious, possessing an unimaginable capacity for destruction, and he will annihilate a planet at the slightest discontent. He awakens every few years or decades, thus, many planets are destined to face the ominous fate of annihilation. This individual is akin to a ticking time bomb, and I must find a way to surpass him before he stirs from his slumber. Chapter 95, A Crisis in the Cosmos. The North Realm King's plea for help. Helkastar. The entire planet trembled with a resounding roar. In a lush forest, a young sapling was growing at a visibly rapid pace. This was the seed of the spiritual tree that Dales had just planted. 5 oblivious individuals approached. Is it really 200,000 in combat power? Dales and his group of subordinates gazed skyward. A total of 5 individuals arrived on this planet. From a distance, they observed 5 robust inhabitants of the planet Helka soaring towards them. Whoosh! In no time, the 5 portly Helkans descended before Dales and his companions. Their appearance resembled that of a Dodorian, plump with rosy skin, adorned with fleshy spines on their heads and arms. Aliens, you are not welcome here. Leave our planet at once, declared a middle-aged Helkarian without a trace of politeness. He did not inquire about the visitor's purpose, instead issuing an immediate eviction order. Just moments before, he had distinctly sensed a tremor reverberating through the entire planet. It was undoubtedly the result of some nefarious scheme devised by these extraterrestrials. How audacious! You lack the right to converse with Lord Dares, chastised Kares, one of Dare's subordinates. Why should we leave? You shall all perish, declared another of Dare's followers with a brazen expression. They have already discerned from the probe that the combat prowess of these terrestrial inhabitants is rather lacking. Alas, it seems the newcomers harbor malicious intent. You are invading our planet, and we shall not yield easily. The Helkarians activated their combat mode and charged towards Dallas and his companions. Both sides consisted of 5 individuals, and soon enough, everyone found their respective adversaries. Bang, bang, bang. The figures of both parties flickered incessantly as Dallas's subordinates merely toyed with their foes like cats with mice. Their combat prowess far surpasses that of the Herculans by an unimaginable margin. Yet, at this moment, they have chosen not to eliminate the Herculans immediately. Aliens, come forth and face your fate, declared the middle-aged Herculans, unleashing a wave of energy towards Dales. He sought to eliminate his opponent in one fell swoop, for he discerned that Darius was indeed their leader. He was acutely aware of the wisdom in capturing the king before the pawns. Yet, one's calculations often fall short of fate's design. How audacious of you to disturb the ground on such a momentous occasion. It is as if you have grown weary of life itself, Darius remarked with a look of disdain. With a mere gesture, he sent the incoming wave of energy crashing away. What? How can your combat power be so formidable? Exclaimed the middle-aged leader of the Helka Star, his face a mask of astonishment. He did not anticipate that his opponent would possess such formidable combat prowess. Haha. Allow me to confide in you that my strength is derived from consuming the fruit of a mystical tree, one that only divine beings can partake in. I have planted this tree upon your planet, and before long, all the vital energy here will be absorbed by the spiritual tree. Every living entity on this planet will serve as nourishment for it, Dales exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He did not conceal his intentions. After all, the spirit tree would eventually absorb the essence of all life in this place. Curse be you, wretched demons. I shall fight you with all my might. The leader of the Herkans charged directly at Dales. He was determined to perish alongside these demons. The fate of the entire planet's populace rested in his hands. With a resounding thud, Darius seized the opponent's arm and yanked it with all his might. Alas, the middle-aged man from Helka had his arm wrenched off in an instant. Blood gushed forth as he emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The chieftain and the remaining 4 Helkans watched in horror as their leader's arm was so swiftly severed by the adversary. They yearned to rush forth and rescue, yet they were halted by Darius's subordinates, who were unwilling to allow their prey to escape. Compete with me? What do you possess to rival me? If blame is to be assigned, let it be on your inadequate combat prowess. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Should my own strength falter and I be vanquished by you, I would have no choice but to accept my fate. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a formidable force. Only then can you seize control of your destiny. Darius discarded the severed arm in his hand as one would carelessly dispose of refuse. He taunted the Helkarans, exclaiming, "Damn it, even in death, I shall drag you down with me." The middle-aged man from Helkara began to self-destruct, and an overwhelming aura instantaneously enveloped the entire battlefield. He yearned to perish alongside Dales, thereby safeguarding this planet. Do you wish for death? It is not so simple, Dales retorted with a look of disdain. In a fleeting moment, his form materialized before the Helka aliens. With a resounding crash, he delivered a devastating blow, shattering the opponent's skull. Darius's subordinates observed in awe as their leader swiftly concluded the battle. They, too, are swiftly yielding results like the other Helkarians. The spirit tree is growing wildly. While some of the flora on this planet is rapidly withering, Earth, the crowd remains astonished by Gohan's battle. At this moment, King Kai utilizes telepathy to make a call. The warriors on Earth, including androids 17 and 18, can hear the voice of King Kai. Greetings. I am King Kai of the North. Gohan, can you hear my words? The 2 antennas atop King Kai's head situated far away on North Kai's planet, directed themselves towards Earth. Recently, an anomaly has occurred in the universe. One by one, planets have inexplicably transformed into lifeless worlds. The entire surface of these planets has eroded, devoid of any living beings. For some time, King Kai has been observing the happenings in the cosmos, and he has finally identified the culprit. King Kai? Who is this person? I've never heard of him before. Androids 17 and 18 remarked with expressions of confusion. The two had never heard of the King of the North, especially since his voice resonated within their hearts. However, they quickly regained their composure, for none among the crowd exhibited surprise or astonishment. It was evident that everyone was familiar with one another. It was merely their own ignorance that had left them uninformed. Greetings, Lord King, they all exchanged pleasantries, after which their gazes converged upon the figure of Son Wukong. They were all unaware of the reason why Lord Kai sought Gohan. Lord Kai, I can hear you. What is the matter? Son Gohan responded through telepathy. He understood that the King of the North would not seek him out without cause. Now, a band of criminals, known as Dales, had emerged within the universe, comprised of Saiyans. They roamed the cosmos in search of planets to sow the seeds of the spirit tree. Once a planet was tainted with such seeds, all life forms would have their vital energies absorbed by the spirit tree, rendering the planet barren. I wish for you to take action and eradicate Dales. The King of the North conveyed the gravity of the situation in one breath. No problem. I shall depart at once, Gohan readily agreed. The King of the North expressed his gratitude to Gohan before ending the call. He was quite pleased with himself, relishing the presence of a formidable warrior like Gohan within his domain. Dares, is it true that only a deity can partake of the fruit of the Tree of Spirit? Gohan recalled the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku. This character had made his appearance in the anime when Gohan was merely 6 or 7 years old. Perhaps it was his transmigration into Gohan's form that had delayed Dare's emergence. Chapter 96, Planet Hercule, Tree of Spirit Earth. How astonishing that there are still Saiyans. Gohan, take me along. I wish to assist as well. I long to witness it firsthand, the crowd clamored, each expressing their eagerness to see the Saiyan Dares and the Tree of Spirit as mentioned by Lord Kai. Everyone joined hands, their faces alight with joy as they gazed at Gohan. Finally, they could venture into the cosmos once more. Saiyans? Dares? Vegeta yearned to join, yet hesitated to approach the others. Vegeta, just go. Goku observed Vegeta's desire to participate, but noticed his reluctance to speak up. He approached and pulled the other person closer. Kakarot, remove your filthy hands, Vegeta stated with evident disdain. Yet, his body betrayed him, allowing Goku to grasp him without resistance. Android 18 gazed at the others with curiosity. Why are they all holding hands? She inquired, observing them as they shouted at Gohan, seemingly seeking his approval. Is holding hands really the way to go? 18. I too wish to see. Perhaps you should inform Gohan, 17 suggested to 18. He was aware that the likelihood of success would be greater if the beautiful sister took the lead. As a robust man, if you wish to go, just say so. How could you let a delicate woman take the initiative? Is that not rather shameless? Android 18 rolled her eyes at Android 17. Nevertheless, she approached Son Gohan. A delicate woman? You, Android 18, are hardly a frail damsel. Truly, do you not fear being the subject of ridicule? Android 17 internally scoffed, rolling his eyes as he followed Android 18. Son Gohan, please, we wish to join as well, implored Androids 18 and 17 with earnest expressions. Very well, grasp my hand, and let us embark together, Son Gohan replied to Android 18. He began to seek the aura of Dales. Grab hold of your hand? Number 18 was taken aback. What was the situation? She was known for her aloof demeanor. How could one dare ask a girl to hold his hand? Number 18. Stop hesitating. It's merely a matter of taking hold of a hand. Son Wukong grasped number 18's soft, delicate hand. In a flash, their figures vanished from Earth. On Helka Star, a thunderous rumble echoed through the planet, shaking it violently with increasing frequency. In the distance, an enormous tree towered majestically, standing out like a crane among chickens. From the cosmos, the grand tree on Helka Star was visible, reminiscent of spotting a tree's shadow on the moon. This was the spirit tree that Dales had planted, growing at a visibly rapid pace. Its roots had enveloped the entire planet, devouring all energy in their path. The tree appeared exceedingly robust, its branches laden with over 20 fruits. The fruits of the spirit tree were reserved solely for the divine. Once the spirit tree took root, it absorbed the earth's nutrients, leaving it barren. The land would swiftly extract all nourishment, causing other plants to wither and the ground to become desolate. A single bite of the fruit could amplify one's power exponentially. Now, the flora and fauna of Helka Star had all succumbed to lifelessness, their vitality drained by the spirit tree. Once the fruits matured, this planet would be utterly forsaken. Haha. This planet is indeed a splendid place for nurturing the spirit tree. I never anticipated it would yield over 20 fruits this time, Dales exclaimed with excitement. As long as the fruits can be produced in abundance, a formidable army can be forged. Dominating the universe will no longer be a mere dream. This was the reason Dales had traversed the cosmos in search of resource-rich planets. The better the planet's resources, the more fruits it would bear. Congratulations, Lord Dales. Who would have thought this planet would be so nutrient-rich, yielding such an impressive bounty? Dietz observed his king's elation. He tactfully began to flatter them, envisioning himself as a founding elder once the Grand Army was established. Such a fortuitous prospect surely warranted collective joy. As they erupted in laughter, suddenly, Gohan and his companions materialized before Dallas and his crew, abruptly silencing their amusement. The unexpected appearance of so many individuals left them momentarily stunned. How had they arrived here? The scanners had detected nothing, as if they had simply materialized out of thin air. Androids 17 and 18 wore expressions of astonishment, their minds swirling with confusion. What was happening? Had they truly traversed to this location in the blink of an eye? It appeared they were not on Earth. Could it be that in an instant they had reached another planet? Their gazes ultimately settled on Gohan, astonished by his extraordinary ability. Possessing such a skill was undeniably impressive. Gohan spotted a towering tree adorned with over 20 unripe fruits, evidently the manifestation of the tree of might's potential. He sensed that this planet had lost the presence of any other beings. It appeared that the spirit tree had absorbed the essence of all the people and animals here. Goodness, how has this place turned into a desolation? Is this truly the root of the spirit tree? It is utterly terrifying. Am I seeing ghosts? Or perhaps I am hallucinating. You are neither hallucinating nor seeing specters. I see it too. This Saiyan bears an uncanny resemblance to Goku. Could he possibly be Goku's elder brother or younger sibling? If it weren't for the distinct aura and attire, it would be nearly impossible to tell them apart based solely on appearance. Witnessing the environment of this planet alongside someone who looks exactly like Son Goku left everyone exclaiming in disbelief. Everything here is simply astonishing. Son Goku also wore a puzzled expression, as this person looked strikingly like him, yet he had no recollection of ever meeting him. Son Gohan, upon seeing the figure of Dallas before him, couldn't help but smile. He never anticipated that two individuals without any blood relation could bear such an identical likeness. Although he had seen them both in the anime, witnessing it in reality was an entirely different experience. Who are you? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Why do you resemble Lord Dallas so closely? Deus was the first to react, and now they all wore expressions of astonishment. The events were unfolding far too rapidly for anyone to comprehend. Dallas gazed in shock at Son Goku, as this person's appearance was an exact mirror of his own. Who would have thought that there could be such a striking doppelganger in this world? Hee. I am a Saiyan raised on Earth. My name on Earth is Son Goku, and the name of my Saiyan lineage is Kakarot. Son Goku responded politely to the words spoken to him. He is a person devoid of cunning, living with a remarkable honesty. A Saiyan? Dallas was utterly astonished upon beholding Son Goku's visage. However, his excitement surged when he learned that Goku was also a Saiyan. Particularly, when he laid eyes on Son Gohan and Vegeta, his expression was one of sheer astonishment. He never anticipated encountering his kin after so many years. A bold plan began to take root in Dallas's mind. Chapter 97. The fruit only gods may consume? On the planet Helka, many areas have succumbed to erosion. The flora has withered entirely. Yet, one towering tree flourishes, its abundant foliage and vibrant vitality strikingly conspicuous. The roots of the spirit tree have proliferated across the entire planet. He is fervently absorbing the vital essence of this planet. The tree bears approximately 20 fruits, nearly ripe. These fruits resemble the devil fruits of the Pirate King, yet they are entirely crimson. Son Wukong, why not join me? I will lead the Saiyans to prosperity and dominance over the entire universe. When Darius discovers that Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta are all Saiyans, he aspired to unite the Saiyans and establish dominion over the entire universe, heralding the dawn of the Saiyan dynasty. His ambition was to empower the Saiyans, ensuring their eternal reign over this cosmos. It is unacceptable for you to invade others' planets and ravage their homes. Such actions are utterly disgraceful. I would never stoop to associate with the likes of you, for we have come to vanquish you. Observing the devastation that enveloped the planet, Son Gohan was consumed by fury and exclaimed in anger. He had never contemplated the annihilation of another's planet. Haha, seeking to defeat me? Perhaps in your next life. Dale scoffed with a disdainful grin. As long as the spirit fruit is in my possession, you are nothing but a bunch of insignificant beings. Dales, you are a traitor to planet Vegeta. Vegeta roared in fury, gritting his teeth as he witnessed Dales' maniacal laughter. He had heard of this person since his early childhood. Darius, feeling humiliated for being a subordinate warrior, fled from planet Vegeta. From that moment on, he vanished without a trace, never imagining that he would encounter someone here now. Who are you? How do you know me? Darius gazed at Vegeta with a perplexed expression, yet the more he looked, the more familiar Vegeta appeared. Suddenly, the shadow of King Vegeta materialized in his mind. The two figures merged into one. I am Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Upon seeing me, why do you not hasten to kneel? Vegeta declared with an air of arrogance. He never anticipated encountering this scoundrel here. If this fellow could regard himself as royalty, perhaps he might spare him his life. Prince Vegeta? Do you still believe this is the planet Vegeta? As for the Saiyan Prince, it is high time to awaken from such a delusion. The planet Vegeta has been utterly annihilated by Frieza. Moreover, I have long since escaped from that desolate sphere. Why then should I kneel before you? Darius retorted with the precision of a machine gun. He had previously been disillusioned by the profoundly unjust legal system of planet Vegeta, which categorized individuals as elite warriors, intermediate warriors, and lower-tier warriors. From birth, one's combat prowess was assessed, leading to disparate treatment. Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had been excessively compassionate, contemplating granting this individual a chance for redemption as a subordinate. Little did he anticipate that this person would so carelessly disregard his own life. Vegeta, do not be overly sorrowful. Your era has concluded. Why not join me instead? With our Saiyan constitution and the fruits of the Tree of Might, we can rapidly ascend. When I ascend to the throne of the Saiyans, you shall all be hailed as great benefactors of our kind. What say you? Darius cast a smug glance towards Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. He found the conditions exceedingly enticing, as it promised mutual benefits for all involved. With the addition of the three, rapid progress was assured, and the prospect of seizing great dominion seemed within reach. However, one could only scoff at such grandiose dreams. With your unimpressive demeanor, how could you aspire to be the king of the Saiyans? Vegeta exclaimed, his face contorted with anger. The audacity of this fool, expecting him to fight for his empire. Ah, come now, Vegeta, is his appearance truly as unremarkable as you claim? I bear an uncanny resemblance to him. How can you disparage him so? Goku interjected, his lips twitching involuntarily at Vegeta's words. If their appearances were indeed identical, did that not mean he was also being insulted? Surprisingly, Goku was not oblivious in this instance. Kakarot, cease your prattling. I am referring to both of you imbeciles. With your unremarkable looks, Vegeta yelled at Goku. This fool was only complicating matters for himself. Very well, since our opinions diverge, let us resolve this in the Saiyan manner. Will you confront us together, or one at a time? Should you lose, you must join our ranks, Dales declared to the assembly. He found himself unable to persuade everyone and could only resort to force. Gohan, you remain here in command while we take the initiative, Piccolo said to Son Gohan. He was acutely aware that if the opponent made a move, his chances of survival would be utterly extinguished. The presence of Dallas subordinates was formidable as well. Engaging in battle was the most expedient way to enhance one's combat prowess. Proceed with caution, my friends. As for Son Wukong, he remained indifferent, for as a mere bystander, he still possessed attributes of combat strength. Moreover, having swiftly agreed to the North Kai's proposal, he was indeed motivated by the legendary fruit of the Tree of Might, said to be consumable only by deities. He must experience the wondrous essence of this fruit. Let us proceed together. It is indeed time to stretch our limbs. Tianjin Fan let out a mighty shout and charged forward. Having merely been a spectator for so long was exceedingly stifling. Piccolo and the others also surged forth. If not now, then when? Krillin and Yamcha faced one of Door's subordinates, a figure as imposing and robust as the formidable coolers of the Ginyu Force. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi confronted another foe. Piccolo swiftly identified his adversary as well. Android 18, feeling idle, suggested they join in the fray. Android 17 also expressed eagerness to participate. He too wished to join in the revelry, preferring it to remaining here as a mere onlooker. If you wish to go, then go. I have no interest, said number 18, waving her hand. Her eyes discreetly darted towards Son Gohan. Do as you please. I shall be on my way. Number 17 remarked before rushing over. He is indeed a restless soul. In his youthful exuberance, he now seeks to showcase himself before the crowd, striving to reclaim the dignity he lost moments ago in front of Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. The battle commenced with fervor. As the clash erupted, the detectors of Dallas and his companions exploded due to the overwhelming power readings. Each combatant began to cautiously gauge the strength of their adversaries. With vast experience in warfare, they engaged in battle with utmost care. The fighting prowess of Dallas' subordinates was formidable, suggesting they too had partaken of the fruit from the Tree of Might. They have embarked on the quest to find a suitable planet for planting the seeds of the Spirit Tree once again. Dales, Son Wukong, and Vegeta have also engaged in combat. The three quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle. As the battle commenced, a series of notifications echoed in Son Gohan's mind. Ding! A power attribute of 100,000 has dropped ahead. Power attribute 400,000. Power attribute 1,000,000. Chapter 98. The Maturation of the Spirit Tree's Fruit. Thunderous rumbling. The entire Helka planet trembled. Everyone paused, turning their gaze toward the Spirit Tree. They beheld that the fruits of the Spirit Tree had fully ripened. Android 18. The fruits on the tree are ready. Please assist in harvesting them, Son Gohan said to Android 18 beside him. His body had vanished from the spot. Number 18 quickly regained composure and soared towards the direction of the Spirit Tree. Brothers, the fruits are ripe. Gather them all, Darius commanded the crowd. He abandoned Son Wukong and Vegeta, rushing forward. Their subordinates also disregarded their opponents, hastening towards the Tree of Might. The warriors of Earth quickly regained their composure and pursued them. Attempting to pluck the fruits? Not a chance. Suddenly, the figure of Gohan materialized before the Tree of Might, obstructing the path of all. He resembled a war god, standing resolute as if to challenge an army single-handedly. Get away from me, Darius bellowed as he charged forward, intent on sending Gohan sprawling. It was a futile effort, akin to a Manus attempting to stop a chariot, utterly foolish. Just a mere child, yet he dared to impede my path. How audacious. Let me show you the extent of my power. Gohan met Darius's advance with a swift kick. Bang. The foe arrived swiftly, yet departed even more rapidly. Darius let out a wretched scream as he was propelled backward by an overwhelming force. What? How could this insufferable brat possess such formidable strength? Darius exclaimed in disbelief. He had never anticipated the sheer strength of Son Gohan. In an instant, he found himself hurtling backward. Vegeta and Goku, who had been pursuing Darius, were taken aback as their opponent suddenly shot back like a meteor, prompting them to hastily evade. Son Gohan plunged into the fray like a lamb among wolves, delivering a series of left and right hooks that sent Dare's minions reeling. Everyone, block their advance. Do not allow them to approach. Son Gohan commanded the Earth warriors trailing behind him. Understanding his intent, they swiftly positioned themselves to impede Dare's subordinates, preventing another surge. With a burst of speed, Son Gohan reached the Tree of Might and began to frantically harvest its fruits, placing the gathered bounty into the system's storage. Cursed fruits. You little brat. I will not let you escape. Dare seethed, regaining control of his backward trajectory as he observed Son Gohan relentlessly plundering the fruits of the Tree of Might. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast. The fruit of his hard-earned maturity had been snatched away by another. Darius was seething with rage, as if his very lungs were about to burst. A formidable aura erupted from his being, sending powerful shockwaves radiating outward. Dust swirled chaotically around him as he summoned every ounce of his strength to engage in battle. This power was the result of years spent consuming the fruits of the spiritual tree. Darius had never endured such humiliation. He was accustomed to being the one who bullied others, never the victim of such treatment. Your opponent is me. Son Wukong and Vegeta charged towards Darius, determined not to let their prey escape once more. Their own energies surged rapidly, escalating the intensity of the confrontation. They sensed the presence of Darius growing stronger. Go to hell, Darius charged towards the two of them. He is now consumed by a desire to kill, wishing to obliterate his opponent with a single, devastating blow. With a powerful double dragon strike, two colossal fists crash towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. Undeterred, both Son Wukong and Vegeta opt for a direct confrontation, unleashing their own punches in retaliation. Boom. Both Vegeta and Son Wukong are sent hurtling several dozen meters away, a shockwave sweeping away the weathered soil beneath them. The warm-up is complete, and now you shall witness my might. Haha. Vegeta instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a blazing aura of golden energy. A terrifying presence pervades the atmosphere. Vegeta has transformed. Now I shall reveal my true strength as well. Son Gohan also begins to power up, swiftly attaining the state of a Super Saiyan. What? Super Saiyan. The universe's mightiest warrior, the Super Saiyan. How could they possibly be the legendary Super Saiyans? Dare's spine chills as beads of cold sweat cascade down his forehead. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed real. How could he possibly fight against such formidable power? As he beheld the two, radiating with a golden aura, their hair and eyebrows transformed into a brilliant gold. Even their irises turned a piercing light blue, exuding an intimidating and fearsome gaze. Their presence had ascended to an entirely new echelon. That gaze was utterly terrifying. My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens. This was merely a legend. After all, you are merely pretending to be supernatural. Darius steeled himself, continually reassuring his own mind. This was just their trick to instill fear. How could a Super Saiyan truly exist in this world? Darius, prepare to meet your end. Vegeta roared, his body moving with the swiftness of lightning, appearing suddenly before Darius. What? How can your speed be so astonishing? Darius exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for the fact that Vegeta's velocity had increased manifold. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck his abdomen. With a resounding thud, it became evident that Vegeta had sent Dale's hurtling towards Goku. Blood gushed from Dale's mouth. He never imagined that Vegeta's speed and strength had undergone such a significant enhancement. The disparity in combat power between the two was now astronomical. Bang! Goku unleashed a powerful punch that sent Dallas hurtling back. A chilling scream reverberated across the battlefield. Each blow delivered by the combatants echoed with the loss of combat power attributes. Gohan's mind was inundated with the incessant beeping of the system notifications. Ding! Combat power attribute 1, 000, 000. Combat power attribute 1, 000, 000. How infuriating. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? This is utterly outrageous. Dallas could hardly believe that these two ruffians were indeed genuine Super Saiyans. He is now completely overwhelmed by the opponent's aura, utterly devoid of any strength to retaliate. The disparity in combat prowess is simply too vast. It seems he has truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Darius's subordinate, Dez, was forcefully slammed to the ground by Bic. The earth was indented deeply from the impact. How could your fighting ability be so formidable? Dez bellowed in fury. He had never tasted defeat in the cosmos over the past few years. To think he would be bested by this green-faced creature. It's not that I am strong, rather. You are exceedingly weak. I feel almost embarrassed to unleash my full force. Otherwise, you would have been finished long ago, Bic disdainfully retorted. Every individual has their rival. And if one were to swiftly vanquish their opponent, there would be no enjoyment left in the battle. You underestimate me too much. Allow me to showcase my true strength. Dez roared as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, his muscles swelling with might. Chapter 99. Darius's Fury on the Battlefield, Dez proclaimed. So, what do you think? This is my true combat prowess. As he unleashed all his power, his expression brimming with arrogance, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire being. The group led by Dales was utterly incapable of sensing the aura. Otherwise, Dietz would not have spoken in such a manner. How foolish. I had thought you were concealing your true combat prowess, yet you turn out to be nothing but a coward. Piccolo shook his head in exasperation. Ever since merging with the deity, his combat strength had reached par with that of a Super Saiyan 1. This fellow's power level barely exceeded 150,000. Facing such a lackluster opponent, he felt no desire to engage. The contempt was palpable. I shall make you regret underestimating me. With a fierce snarl, Dietz charged recklessly towards Piccolo. He was determined to pin this fellow to the ground and rub him in the dirt. How annoying. Bic raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast, instantly reducing the bothersome creature to mere dust. In the distance, number 17 also obliterated another foe. Collect them all. However, Son Gohan paid no heed to the battles surrounding him. Within his mind, he chanted softly. The attributes of combat power on the ground surged into him like an intricate script, wildly merging with his very essence. His combat power continued to rise steadily. After several minutes, the data within the combat power gauge finally came to a halt. A smile curled at the corner of Son Gohan's mouth. He cast the fruits into his system space, and this time, the harvest was truly abundant. He had not anticipated encountering the legendary fruits that were said to be fit only for the gods. Moreover, he was able to reap a surge in combat attributes, truly accomplishing 2 feats with a single action. He and number 18 swiftly gathered the 28 fruits of the Tree of Might. The Super Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, engaged in a playful manner with theirs as if he were a mere ball. However, upon witnessing Gohan completely harvest all the fruits from the Tree of Might, leaving none behind, he was taken aback. His body began to emanate a powerful aura, stabilizing in the process. The Super Saiyans Goku and Vegeta also ceased their assault. Remarkably, he had concealed his true strength. You, scoundrels, have gone too far. How dare you claim my fruits as your own? Dales revealed a sinister expression, gritting his teeth as he roared in fury. He was engulfed in a tumult of sorrow and fury, with veins bulging on his forehead and his eyes bloodshot. Vegeta and Goku battered him like a ball, and now they sought to seize the fruit of the Tree of Might. Darius's rage had reached its zenith. An immense surge of energy ascended toward the heavens, shrouding the sky in ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. What is this? Goku and Vegeta gazed at Darius with gleaming eyes. This fellow's fighting power was steadily escalating. This power felt eerily familiar. Could he be on the brink of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances. They were all too familiar with this sensation. Could it be that fury, too, could catalyze a transformation into a Super Saiyan? What? Such a terrifying aura? What is happening? Is this fellow capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan as well? The onlookers halted their actions, turning their attention toward Darius. Some were filled with joy, while others were consumed by dread. Darius's subordinates exhibited glints of excitement in their eyes. Is this truly the extent of an adult's power? This phenomenon appears remarkably formidable. Alas, if only the scouter were present, they might witness the sheer terror of Darius's fighting prowess. Gohan and the others observed as Darius's energy surged wildly. He was aware that this fellow was also on the verge of transcending into a Super Saiyan. Little did he anticipate that his own interruption would result in the usurpation of the Spirit Tree's fruit, inciting Dallas to transform into a Super Saiyan out of rage. Allow me to enhance the narrative, so that I may reap a greater harvest of combat prowess. With a resounding thud, Gohan delivered a powerful punch against the trunk of the Spirit Tree. Crackling sounds ensued as the entire structure of the Spirit Tree began to shatter, its interior and roots obliterated by Gohan's strike. A gust of wind swept through, reducing the Spirit Tree to mere ashes. From its remnants, a glimmering seed descended. Gohan reached out to catch the fallen seed. Is this truly the seed of the Spirit Tree? He scrutinized the object before him and found nothing remarkable. Casting the seed into the system's abyss. Cursed fate, my precious seed. Ah. Darius ground his teeth, his nails digging into his palms without his notice. Blood trickled through the gaps of his fingers, a testament to the depth of his anguish and fury. With a forceful struggle, the white aura around him transformed into a radiant golden hue. He successfully transcended the limits of a Super Saiyan. A shockwave instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. Dust swirled as waves of energy radiated outward from his core in all directions. To his astonishment, misfortune had turned into fortune. The Saiyans were indeed capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. This power was truly magnificent. Dales felt the terrifying combat prowess surge within him. He was filled with ecstatic joy. Truly a testament that the heavens do not forsake the deserving. Never did I anticipate that I would ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan. Have you not always ridiculed me as an inferior warrior? How does it feel to be proven wrong now? You scoundrels. Had it not been for Frieza's annihilation of planet Vegeta, perhaps Darius would have returned to confront others. Congratulations, Darius. Now we can engage in a proper battle once more, Goku proclaimed with unbridled enthusiasm. He now yearns for a vigorous battle that would leave him drenched in sweat. You two scoundrels, how dare you take advantage of the outnumbered? Darius exclaimed, his face flushed with indignation. He is not foolish. He recognizes the formidable combat prowess of these two rascals. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. And he is not so arrogant as to believe he can take on 2 Super Saiyans. Your numbers are insufficient. We are simply not enough to go around. Therefore, I shall make do with Vegeta, Goku said, scratching his head with a sheepish expression. He turned his head and said, Vegeta, you let me fight Darius first. Upon mentioning Son Goku, Darius's lips twitched, and he exchanged glances with Vegeta, preparing to strike at me. Fine, you two better watch out. I won't spare either of you, he declared. Kakarot, what nonsense is this? Why don't you let me face him first? Vegeta exclaimed, his face a mask of fury. The previous battle had left him wanting, and now he was astonished to see that Darius could transform. He was once again filled with a fervent spirit for battle. "How about we engage in a game of rock, paper, scissors?" suggested Son Wukong, who quickly devised this idea. Darius, upon overhearing their conversation, was utterly infuriated. How dare these two treat him as though he were invisible? Soon, he would make them regret their insolence, pinning them down and showing them the consequences of their actions. Rock, paper, scissors. Ultimately, it was Vegeta who emerged victorious. Son Wukong wore a face of dismay, realizing that his quarry had been snatched away by Vegeta. Had he known better, he would have refrained from inviting him to Earth in the first place. Darius, I hope you will not disappoint me, Vegeta declared as he charged towards Darius. His speed was akin to lightning, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 100, A single move determines victory. Vegeta, cease your prattle. If you possess the ability, then unleash it, roared Darius, now a Super Saiyan. His strength and speed had significantly surged. With immense energy coursing through him, he felt invincible. Transforming into a Super Saiyan had profoundly altered his mindset. It must be said that Saiyans are indeed prideful. Darius had become quite inflated with confidence. While self-assurance is commendable, it must be accompanied by formidable power. Vegeta's voice resonated ominously, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. In response, Darius unleashed a powerful punch to the right. Bang! The two forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Bang, bang, bang. They engaged in fierce combat, the atmosphere filled with the sounds of their clashes. The ground lay in disarray, ravaged by the force of their energy waves. With each collision, powerful gusts erupted forth. Ding! Ahead, a battle power attribute of 1,000,000 plummeted. Battle power attribute increased by 100. Vegeta and Darius fought with extraordinary intensity, their battle power attributes cascading like rain. Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's notifications. This surge of battle power was exhilarating. He had not anticipated Darius transforming into a Super Saiyan in the anime. This character had been reduced to nothing by Goku's spirit bomb. On another battlefield, Krillin and Yamcha had also dispatched their foes. Though both bore wounds, they were elated, having not experienced such exhilarating battles in a long time. Tien and Kaiatsu demonstrated remarkable synergy, successfully eliminating their enemies as well. The group gathered to witness the confrontation between the two Super Saiyans. Vegeta, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Were it not for your humiliation, I would not have ascended to Super Saiyan. I shall express my thanks properly soon, Darius declared with an air of arrogance. He now feels the terrifying power of the Super Saiyan. Such unnecessary chatter. I was merely jesting with you moments ago. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, a powerful kick akin to the iron leg struck towards Dallas's head. He realized that this fellow was becoming increasingly pretentious. When I transformed into a Super Saiyan, you were still unaware of where to plant trees. Now, with a modicum of power, you begin to swell with arrogance. Darius observed the leg kicked towards him by Vegeta. With an air of confidence, he raised his arm to block. A resounding bang echoed, and a sharp pain coursed through his arm. The tremendous force propelled him backward. Darius was utterly taken aback. The power Vegeta displayed moments ago was not nearly this formidable. Had this individual concealed his true strength? Employing an uncanny agility, Darius dissipated the impact and steadied himself, launching into a prince's assault against Vegeta. The energy blast in Darius's hands erupted like a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Vegeta. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, drowning Vegeta in a torrent of energy blasts. The detonations billowed smoke as if firecrackers had been unleashed. To everyone's astonishment, they had not anticipated that Darius would transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess becoming so terrifying. It seemed that Vegeta had yet to reveal his true capabilities. This individual thrived on pretense. Spectators, caught in the spectacle, commented on the unfolding battle while their curiosity piqued. On the battlefield, Darius laughed, "Ha ha ha. Vegeta, you could never have imagined that you would fall to my hands." As he unleashed his energy attacks, he mocked his opponent. He gazed upon the billowing clouds of thick smoke. Such a ferocious assault must have reduced Vegeta to mere fragments. Dallas halted his onslaught, directing his gaze towards the tumultuous haze of the explosion. "Dallas, have you celebrated too soon?" As the smoke began to dissipate, Vegeta's silhouette gradually emerged. His entire being was enveloped in a golden energy shield, leaving even his garments unscathed. No, it cannot be. This cannot be real. Surviving such a ferocious assault without a scratch is unimaginable. Darius gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. He could hardly believe that this was true. No one could emerge unscathed from such a ferocious assault. Astonished, he remarked, Have you never heard of a protective shield? Vegeta cast a scornful glance at Darius. The bastard's reflexes were rather quick. So, it is this faint aura that envelopes you? I never expected you to possess such a technique, Darius realized with sudden clarity. He had thought that Vegeta would remain unperturbed by the onslaught of energy blasts. The issue, it turned out, lay within that very light screen. Now it was my turn to strike. Vegeta's gaze turned icy, and with a flicker, he vanished from his position. Darius, too, flickered and disappeared from sight. The two figures danced through the air, continuously intertwining as they pursued one another. Boom! An immense aura surged forth. And Vegeta's speed escalated dramatically as he swiftly closed in on Darius. He had no desire to continue playing hide and seek with this scoundrel. Goodness! The speed of this rascal had remarkably increased. Darius gazed at Vegeta blocking his path and unleashed a punch. Vegeta seized his opponent's hand and executed a shoulder throw, slamming him into the ground. This is bad. Darius was taken aback, astonished by the significant enhancement in Vegeta's movements. His body plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Vegeta, like a shadow, drove a knee into Dallas. The two descended like meteors, hurtling towards the earth. You bastard! Dallas exclaimed in panic, cursing vehemently. Yet, his body was forcefully pinned beneath Vegeta's knee. With a thunderous crash, the ground was struck, creating an enormous crater. Dallas coughed up a mouthful of blood. He swiftly aimed a kick at Vegeta, but to his astonishment, the latter evaded the attack with an uncanny agility. Vegeta, I shall rend your body to pieces, he bellowed. Rising from the ground with a nimble roll, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and directed a furious shout at Vegeta, who hovered in the air. The aura emanating from him continually escalated, exerting pressure on all the power within. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. I never anticipated that your strength could still augment. Vegeta observed as this individual's aura persistently surged. He did not attack either. The Saiyans thrive on challenge, yearning to battle formidable opponents. Thus, Vegeta watched Dallas with keen interest, hoping he could grow stronger, for only then would he be worthy of being his rival. With a resounding boom, a powerful surge of energy radiated outward as Dallas's aura intensified. Vegeta, let us determine the victor with a single strike, Dallas proclaimed, having just amplified his destructive force, and began to concentrate his energy into a wave. He intends to reduce Vegeta to mere fragments. Do you wish to engage in a clash with me? Very well. I shall oblige you. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta, with his hands widely spread, unleashes an immense surge of energy, merging the forces of both hands into a singular, formidable power. Both combatants are channeling an even greater reservoir of energy, each determined to obliterate the other in one decisive blow. Chapter 101, The Divvying Up. The terrifying effects of the Spirit Tree's fruit. The planet Helka. Darius and Vegeta are fervently gathering their most potent energy waves. They have staked everything on this move. For failure spells their doom. The entire planet trembles violently, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the energy they are conjuring. What an awe-inspiring aura. These two individuals are intent on determining the victor with a single strike. Such a colossal energy attack. Should one of them falter, they would be utterly annihilated. The Saiyans are indeed formidable beings. The intensity of their auras is astonishing. Onlookers are left in shock, feeling the terrifying energy radiating from Vegeta and Darius. The ferocity of the Saiyan battles is unparalleled. Judging by the current momentum, it is certain that one of them will be rendered to dust after this confrontation. Can Vegeta truly triumph over Darius? Vegeta, perish at my hands. Darius hurls the colossal energy wave he has amassed towards Vegeta. The outcome hinges on this very attack. If you wish for my demise, let us see if you possess the skill to achieve it. Vegeta too gathers his ultimate technique, the ultimate flash. He too directed his attack towards Dales. Boom. Two robust and domineering beams of energy collided instantaneously. A notification echoed, indicating a decrease of 1 million in combat power attributes, followed by an increase of 1 million. The tremendous clash of energy caused a cascade of combat power attributes to fall. Sun Wukong's mind was incessantly filled with the system's alert sounds. The air was thick with a destructive aura that enveloped the entire planet. The energy collision generated a powerful shockwave that swept across the battlefield. The entire planet had been devoured by the spiritual tree, its surface eroded away. The onslaught of this shockwave resembled a sandstorm. Observers felt cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. It seemed they were on the verge of being buried alive. Android 18 instinctively moved closer to Sun Wukong. Upon realizing her action, she was taken aback. What was this situation? Was this what they called a sense of security? Or was it simply that this fellow had saved her several times, and being near him felt safer? As Son Wukong witnessed the powerful shockwave approaching, it was akin to a hurricane of unprecedented ferocity. In an instant, he unfurled the protective shield, enveloping everyone within its embrace. Witnessing such a spectacle, the crowd was overwhelmed with a profound sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. It was surprising to discover that Gohan's shield could expand to such an extent. Grateful glances were exchanged among the onlookers, who, undeterred by excessive thoughts, continued to observe this epic confrontation. The outcome hinged upon this very moment. How could one possibly miss such a tense occasion? Go, Vegeta! Darius was pushed back repeatedly by the energy wave of Vegeta's ultimate flash. After all, his transformation into a Super Saiyan had occurred only recently. In contrast, Vegeta had long since embraced his Super Saiyan form and had devoted 2 years to rigorous training within the hyperbolic time chamber. No, this is impossible. Darius stared in disbelief as his energy beam was relentlessly forced backwards by Vegeta's own radiant energy. With a fierce expression, he unleashed a frenzied assault upon the energy beam, extracting every ounce of potential from his body. Darius's energy beam surged dramatically, unexpectedly advancing against Vegeta's energy beam rather than retreating. Upon witnessing the situation, the heavy burden in his heart gradually lifted. Dallas, do you truly believe this is the extent of my power? A playful glint appeared in Vegeta's eyes. He too intensified his output towards the towering beam of energy. What? The immense beam of energy swiftly engulfed Darius. He let out a mournful scream as he gradually melted away beneath the immense energy beam. Thus, the universe lost yet another Saiyan. Hooray, we have finally triumphed. Vegeta's combat prowess has also seen a remarkable ascent. However, this fellow has a penchant for ostentation. If he had unleashed this power earlier, the matter would have been settled. As the onlookers witnessed the energy beam of Dales dissipate, the heavy burden in their hearts began to lift. To their astonishment, in the final moments, that scoundrel Dales managed to transcend to Super Saiyan. Gohan then lowered the protective barrier that enveloped them all. In his heart, he silently chanted, "Gather them all." The attributes of combat power that had fallen to the ground surged into his body. The combat bar experienced an explosive increase in combat power. After a few minutes, the data of his combat power gradually began to stabilize. He fixed his gaze upon the combat prowess and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The crowd erupted in joyous laughter, and both number 17 and number 18 also reveled in this delightful atmosphere. They too were swept up in the atmosphere, bursting into hearty laughter. The fruit of the tree of might, as legend has it, is a delicacy reserved solely for the divine. Consuming it bestows a remarkable enhancement to one's combat prowess. Let us partake in this experience as well. Everyone shall receive a share, 2 fruits apiece. Son Wukong took out the fruits of the tree of might and distributed them among the crowd. In the anime, Dales experienced a meteoric rise in his fighting strength after consuming such a fruit. He aspired to unify the entire universe, yet ultimately met his demise at the hands of Goku's spirit bomb. This indeed attests to the remarkable efficacy of these fruits in enhancing combat prowess. Is that truly the case? How splendid! I had not anticipated such an unexpected boon this time. Ha ha ha, I shall never have to serve as a cheerleader again. Upon hearing this, the crowd was agog with excitement, particularly the pair of androids 17 and 18, who were exceedingly exhilarated. They never imagined these fruits would possess such extraordinary properties. To their astonishment, Gohan had even bestowed upon them 2 of these remarkable fruits. The crowd exchanged wide-eyed glances, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm. I shall indulge now, Goku exclaimed with a carefree demeanor. He stuffed the fruits of the entire spiritual tree into his mouth and chewed a few times. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's actions, everyone began to chew the fruits as well. With a series of gulping sounds, they swallowed the fruits into their bellies. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted forth, causing the entire planet to tremble uncontrollably. Tien Shinhan and the others radiated an intense energy. A tempest of emotions surged within them. The fruit, which could only be consumed by the divine, was truly remarkable. It had the extraordinary ability to rapidly enhance their combat prowess. One after another, they experienced breakthroughs, their fighting strength continually escalating. Waves of energy instantly enveloped the entire battlefield, and joy soared among them, nearly lifting their spirits to the skies. They had never anticipated such fortuitous circumstances on this outing. Henceforth, they would no longer be mere spectators but active participants in battle. Am I dreaming? I feel invigorated with an abundance of strength, exclaimed Krillin with palpable excitement. He was astonished that his power had surged to such frightening levels. After consuming the fruit of the spirit tree, their combat capabilities had received a substantial boost. Had there been a detector present, Krillin's power would have registered at 1 million, Yamcha at 1.07 million, Tien Shinhan at an astonishing 1.8 million, while Kaiatsu's power stood at 50,000, and Piccolo's a staggering 30 billion. Chapter 102, Bulma's Astonishment Earth. Gohan utilized instant transmission to bring everyone back to Earth. A total of 28 fruits from the spirit tree had been harvested. 10 individuals had journeyed to Namek, and Gohan distributed 2 fruits to each, keeping the remaining 8 for himself. Let us part ways here. I still need to train in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo addressed the group. Following the recent battle with Cell, he was determined to intensify his training. For the foes emerging now possessed increasingly terrifying strength. To engage in battle, one must cultivate greater power. He is unwilling to resign himself to being merely a bystander. Thus, he must strive. I shall join as well. Let us all embark together. Is it not true that anyone can cultivate their skills over 2 years? I too shall participate. With fervor, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, and the 4 of us are filled with fighting spirit. They too wish to contribute to the well-being of the earth. Whoosh. The 5 bid farewell to the crowd and soared towards the temple of the gods, swiftly vanishing from their sight. You little rascal. I shall certainly surpass you next time we meet, Vegeta declared with a fierce remark before heading in the direction of West City. He recalled Gohan transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form and felt an urgent desire to return to his training. I, Prince Vegeta, must transcend the boundaries of Super Saiyan 2. Gohan, Goku, we bid you farewell. Android 17 addressed Goku and his son as they took their leave. However, Android 18 found her gaze irresistibly drawn to Gohan, feeling an inexplicable sense of reluctance. Go ahead, and do visit us at the Capsule Corporation whenever you can. You are always welcome, Goku and his son said to them. Gohan nodded at Android 18, and soon after, 17 and 18 departed. Gohan, it has been a long time since we've seen Master Roshi. How about we go visit him now? Goku suggested, observing that everyone had flown away. He addressed Son Wukong, stating that ever since his grandfather's passing, it had been Master Roshi who instructed him in both cultivation and literacy. Thus, Son Wukong wished to visit the esteemed elder frequently. No problem, we shall depart at once, Son Gohan replied readily. In an instant, their forms vanished from the spot. They utilized instant transmission to arrive at Kame House, where the father and son enjoyed a delightful reunion with Master Roshi. Before departing, they presented him with a fruit from the Tree of Might, which brought immense joy to the old man upon hearing of its miraculous properties. He praised Goku and his son for their filial piety. Subsequently, the two once again employed instant transmission to visit Bulma's home to share a meal and catch up on the young Trunks, as well as discuss various projects with Bulma. Upon their arrival, Bulma was filled with joy, as Gohan always brought her splendid gifts. The last time, he had sold a spaceship he acquired on planet Namek to Bulma's Capsule Corporation, which had significantly profited from the transaction. Bulma prepared a sumptuous feast for the father and son, generously providing for them, as finances were not a concern for her. After enjoying their meal, they began to converse. Bulma, ever the astute businesswoman, inquired if Gohan had brought any new treasures. Curious, she eagerly anticipated the revelation of any promising ventures Gohan might present. Gohan stepped out of the hall and made his way to the courtyard. With a grand gesture, he unveiled the instruments, blueprints, and several unfinished products he had pilfered from Dr. Gero's laboratory. Presently, his system space also housed Frieza's opulent spaceship and the vessels of the Ginyu Force. Goodness, Gohan, have you turned to thievery? Bulma exclaimed, taken aback by son Gohan's audacity, her surprise escaping as an exclamation. She excitedly rushed over to examine the blueprints, data, instruments, and unfinished products. As a top-tier scientist, Bulma recognized instantly that this represented a monumental breakthrough for humanity. One could not deny that Dr. Gero was a genius. His creation of robots was nothing short of extraordinary. Take, for instance, the flawless android number 16. Should this technology see the light of day, it would undoubtedly cause a global sensation, ushering the world into an era of mechanization. Of course, future robots could hardly replicate the realism and combat prowess of number 16. Otherwise, chaos would ensue on Earth. Bulma contemplated simplifying these machines for use in the service industry. Gohan, you are my benefactor. This project is monumental. Consider it your expertise while I handle labor and production. In return, you shall receive 50% of the shares. We will manage all the mundane details, and you can simply await your dividends, Bulma declared with palpable excitement. There was no chance of loss in this venture, and given her financial stability, she knew even grander projects might arise in the future. Then I will leave everything to you, the illustrious Bulma, Gohan teased. He has traversed through time, fully aware of the significance of wealth. Currently, he is merely scavenging some spoils, engaging in a mutually beneficial arrangement with Bulma. Moreover, Bulma is a superlative heiress within the realm of Dragon Ball. Gohan intends to leverage this connection with Bulma to amass his own fortune. He does not wish to live in destitution like Son Wukong from the anime, relying solely on the prize money from the Grand Martial Arts Tournament to sustain his existence. He aspires to lead the life he desires, ensuring that his family lives comfortably, transforming the narrative of Kiki from the anime, who toils day and night for survival. He is no longer the Son Gohan depicted in the anime. The current version of him possesses his own opinions and plans. In the series, Goku is portrayed as solely focused on training, never contributing to the household. As Dragon Ball progressed, Chi-Chi initially hoped that Gohan would not neglect his studies to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. However, upon learning that the champion would receive a substantial monetary reward, her face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed that their household was in dire need of funds and that Gohan must win the competition to secure the prize. Remarkably, Chi-Chi even encouraged Gohan to take a leave from his studies to train for the tournament. One can see that she has devoted herself tirelessly for the sake of their family. Despite having Bulma, a wealthy woman, by Goku's side, he managed to lead a life that reflected a lack of consideration for his family's needs. It is evident that he has never truly thought about the welfare of the household. Soon, Gohan and Bulma forged a partnership, alleviating any concerns regarding financial struggles. Before departing, Gohan gifted Bulma and her parents 3 fruits from the Tree of Might. Though they do not engage in cultivation, these fruits possess the remarkable ability to fortify the body, thereby bestowing longevity year after year. Additionally, there are the fruits from 4 spiritual trees, which are reserved for Gohan's grandfather, the Ox King, and his 2 mothers. The future and present timelines of Chi-Chi. Given the formidable strength of the Saiyan Goku, both Chi-Kais lead exceedingly joyful lives. After all, they are both aspects of himself, rendering jealousy a non-issue. Moreover, Goku's vigorous vitality would be too much for a single woman to manage. Gohan, let us return home at once, Goku exclaimed, eagerly yearning to resume his training. Notably, he had not encountered Vegeta during his visit to Bulma's abode. First, we shall seek out the Dragon Balls, and then we shall return. Gohan possesses the Dragon Radar bestowed upon him by future Chi-Chi. He utilized his teleportation skills to vanish from the original spot alongside Son Wukong. In Chapter 103, a wish is made to the Divine Dragon at Mount Baobao. Gohan, alongside Son Wukong, swiftly sought out the 7 Dragon Balls using his teleportation abilities. The entire Wukong family stood together, and Gohan was about to announce his plans to renovate Mount Baobao. They expressed no objections, after all. The expanse of Baotou Mountain was vast enough for one to construct at will. Come forth, Shenlong, Son Gohan called aloud as he gathered the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. A bolt of lightning shot upward from the Dragon Balls, piercing the heavens. Despite having witnessed Shenlong's emergence countless times, each occasion still filled one with trepidation. The 2 Chi-Chis, nestled beside Son Wukong, whispered in fear, as it is only natural for women to feel apprehensive. In an instant, the silhouette of Shenlong materialized in the sky. Those who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, speak your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. But only 3 wishes are permitted, the timeless and commanding voice of Shenlong intoned. After assuming the role of Earth's deity, Dandy had also upgraded the Dragon Balls. Shenlong, I wish for you to construct a dwelling akin to Bulma's here. Son Gohan articulated his first wish. He is indeed a person who has traversed through time, merely desiring to live comfortably and freely with his family. There is no need to be troubled by the burdens of livelihood. Son Gohan finds Bulma's home to be quite splendid. He made his wish to the Eternal Dragon in accordance with the request. Within Bulma's residence lies a mountainous area, reminiscent in size of a giant steam bun. Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, has taken it upon himself to care for numerous stray animals within this expanse: dinosaurs, lions, cats, dogs, and more. Unlike his father, Son Wukong, who selflessly dedicates himself to others while living in destitution, Son Gohan finds himself transported to this realm, and his days of hardship are now drawing to a close. After all, He is not the indecisive Gohan from the Dragon Ball anime. The current Gohan possesses his own convictions and plans. As the eternal dragon's eyes gleamed, the landscape began to transform, aligning itself with the aesthetic of Bulma's home in West City. Both Son Wukong and Chi-Chi were utterly astonished by the changes unfolding before them. They had not anticipated that Gohan would wish to transform the Capsule Corporation into a residence akin to Bulma's, for they were well aware of the vastness and opulence of Bulma's estate. Chi-Chi's family, despite their considerable wealth, had fallen into destitution after the castle of the Ox King and his treasures were set ablaze. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of Baozi Mountain were transformed, with structures rising swiftly from the ground, imbued with an aura of advanced technology. The doors were automated, secured with codes, and unsightly little robots scuttled about for cleaning. In an instant, Baozi Mountain had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The dragon had fulfilled the first wish. The first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish, resonated the majestic voice of the dragon. My second wish is to recreate Android 16, Gohan proclaimed to the dragon. Given that Android 16 was a robot, resurrection was implausible. He sought to have him rebuilt, to follow his commands henceforth. He yearned to resurrect Android 16 to safeguard his home. This fellow possessed a kind heart, an affinity for small creatures, and formidable combat prowess. According to the current narrative, within a year, Goten would make his debut. One wonders if the future timeline's mother would also bring forth a child. A mischievous grin spread across Gohan's face at the thought. Having Android 16 as a caretaker would be utterly delightful. With his imposing stature, he could easily fulfill the dual roles of nanny and bodyguard. No problem. I shall promptly reconstruct Android 16 for you, declared the eternal dragon, his eyes glowing with an enchanting crimson hue. Before Gohan, the silhouette of Android 16 gradually materialized. Master, thank you for granting me life. I am eager to serve you henceforth. Android 16 was the result of Gohan's wish to the eternal dragon, thus making Gohan his master. No need for formality. You may call me Gohan, he replied, gazing at Android 16 with evident satisfaction. He felt an immense joy in his heart. The Dragon Balls were indeed a marvelous treasure. With a wish, one could see their desires fulfilled. Very well, Gohan, the 16 said respectfully. At this moment, Son Gohan had become the reborn parent of 16. His words are commands. This is my father, Son Wukong. Mother, Chi-Chi, you too must heed their words. Gohan pointed to Son Wukong and Chi-Chi as he introduced them. At that moment, Son Wukong and Vegeta were training in the hyperbolic time chamber and had never encountered Android 16. Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, and Android 16 exchanged greetings. To his surprise, he had wished for the creation of a robot. Moreover, judging by its size, it seemed quite capable. This imposing figure would certainly command respect. Android 16 was indeed no different from a human. Your second wish has been granted. Please state your third wish. The dragon's voice resonated once more. The second wish had now been fulfilled. The third wish is to deactivate the bombs on androids 18 and 17. Gohan wished to remove the explosives from androids 18 and 17. Since there was still one wish remaining, he decided to use it on them. This wish is quite simple and shall be realized immediately, the dragon replied effortlessly. Its eyes glowed red once more. The miniature bombs on the hearts of androids 18 and 17, who were flying nearby, vanished. The two felt a wave of relief wash over their bodies. They all sensed that the miniature bombs on their hearts had been disarmed. What is the meaning of this situation? How have the miniature bombs on our bodies vanished without a trace? Could it be related to the current scene before us? Their database lacks any information regarding the Earth Dragon. Consequently, they remain unaware that within this world, one can seek the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and make wishes. The two individuals, driven by curiosity, hastened toward the floating dragon. It was revealed that androids 17 and 18 noticed the sky darkening and an unusual phenomenon in the distance. From afar, they could see a dragon spiraling in the air. Intrigued, and not too far away, they flew closer. 3 wishes have been granted. Farewell, the dragon announced, and with that, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone, shooting off like meteors in all directions. The sky instantly returned to its clear state. Gohan gazed at his new home, filled with joy, believing that life would only improve from here on. Mom, this place is so spacious. Why don't you call Grandpa to come live here? After all, having more people around brings more joy, Gohan suggested to Chi-Chi. Gohan, you truly are a devoted and filial son. Any girl who marries our Gohan will be exceptionally fortunate. Chi-Chi reflected, observing her family's peace and safety, a smile of happiness gracing her face. She too was delighted by their new abode. Recalling her days as a wealthy heiress, who wouldn't desire a good life? In the past, she had followed her husband like a chicken follows a hen, while Goku, lacking ambition, often neglected the family. Now, however, her Gohan had matured, capable of shouldering the family's burdens. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she thought about it. I can hardly wait to explore this new home. Let us go take a look. Gohan's family joyfully entered the luxurious house. The amenities were abundant: a swimming pool, basketball court, soccer field, gym, and more. The furnishings included everything one could desire: television, air conditioning, washing machine, sofa, and all in the most opulent styles. Most importantly, there were incredibly helpful robots at their service, with smaller robots tidying up and tending to the garden. Living here was akin to experiencing a royal indulgence. Chapter 104. The Shock of Androids 17 and 18. Buns Mountain. Goku, may I bring Dad to live here? I had hesitated to voice my desires when our home shrank. In the future timeline, Dad passed away too soon, and I felt I had not fulfilled my filial duty. Thankfully, I now have a chance to make amends. In the future, Kiki longs to live with her father, the Bull Demon King. Unfortunately, in her timeline, the Bull Demon King met an untimely demise, leaving her without the chance to express her filial piety. The Kiki of the present timeline feels a deep sympathy for her future self and yearns to share a home with the Bull Demon King. After her mother's passing, the Bull Demon King chose not to remarry for her sake, remaining a solitary figure. Thankfully, in this timeline, both Wukong and Gohan are safe and sound. The thought of enduring a life alone, as in the future timeline, is terrifying. How could one possibly endure such solitude? Yet, it is indeed possible, without needing to speak. I would also invite my father-in-law to live with us. The hardships faced by you in the future timeline are truly pitiful. From now on, our family shall relish life together, Wukong said, his heart heavy with emotion. With Gohan shouldering the responsibilities, Wukong seems to have gained considerable insight into life. It is surprising to hear such words come from him. The two Kikis blushed upon hearing his remarks. Just then, a visitor arrived. Gohan, looking outside, remarked, "It seems we have guests." Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky. It turned out to be androids 17 and 18, who flew in from the direction where the dragon had vanished. Upon seeing the rows of buildings atop Bowsy Mountain, they were utterly astonished, never expecting to find a hidden haven in such a remote area. "I didn't think you would come to see me so soon. Did you miss me?" Gohan exclaimed as he stepped outside to greet androids 17 and 18. He couldn't help but tease, "Son Gohan? I never expected it to be you." "Oh, spare me the flattery. Who would even think of you?" Android 18 was equally astonished upon seeing Son Gohan, her heart racing like a startled fawn. She was perplexed as to why her heart raced so quickly whenever she encountered this individual. "Hello, young lady. Are you Gohan's girlfriend? Welcome to our home," said a voice as future Chi-Chi emerged from the house. Upon seeing Android 18's appearance, she was filled with delight, never expecting her son to attract a girl at such a young age. In the future timeline, Chi-Chi had never encountered androids 17 and 18, and during that time, the androids wreaked havoc everywhere, leaving the television devoid of any signal. After the death of future Goku, Chi-Chi had seldom left the confines of the Ox King's castle and rarely inquired about other matters. All she knew was that the androids were destroying the Earth and taking lives. "Girlfriend?" Upon hearing Chi-Chi's words, Android 18's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Why did she not rebut? Could it be that she truly had feelings for Son Gohan? Ahem. Allow me to introduce. This is my mother, Chi-Chi. This lovely lady is Android 18, and these handsome gentlemen are her brothers, Android 17. Son Gohan introduced the three. They exchanged greetings in turn. Chi-Chi approached and took Android 18's hand, leading her into the opulent mansion, clearly enamored by the girl's striking beauty. Son Gohan gestured for them to enter, and Android 17 followed suit. As Android 18 and Android 17 entered the hall, they were greeted by the familiar sight of Android 16, instantly igniting their excitement. Future Chi-Chi released Android 18's hand, surprised that this beauty would know Android 16. Android 16. Android 17, Android 18. Wasn't that a sequence? No wonder they were so thrilled. When they spotted Android 16, Android 18 and Android 17 were overwhelmed with emotion. Tears welled up in Android 17's eyes, while Android 18 was so overjoyed that tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Memories of that fateful day when Android 16 had retreated to protect them flooded their minds. However, something felt amiss. Hadn't Android 16 been obliterated by Cell? How did he come back to life? And why is he with Son Wukong? Androids 17 and 18, I am delighted to see that you are safe. Android 16 said with a faint smile. He had not anticipated seeing the two of them once more. Thank you, we are fine, they said. Both approached and embraced number 16. Number 18 was overwhelmed with emotion, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She never expected to reunite with her good brother, who had once protected her with his very life. The three shared a heartfelt embrace before quickly parting ways. Son Gohan, what is happening? Number 18 asked. Her heart still racing as she turned to Son Gohan with a look of bewilderment. She was filled with countless questions. How could this be? After all, number 16 had been obliterated by Cell right before their eyes. Yet here he was, alongside Son Gohan and his family. Let us sit down and talk. Son Gohan suggested as he moved to the couch and took a seat. He made a gesture of invitation for androids 17 and 18 to take a seat. Young master, would you prefer tea, beverages, or coffee? Inquired a robot that approached them. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of advanced technology. Gohan opted for a cup of coffee, while androids 17 and 18 chose drinks. Future Chi-Chi sipped tea. The situation unfolded as follows. Our Earth possesses 7 Dragon Balls. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the Eternal Dragon to grant 3 wishes. Regardless of the nature of the wish, even the resurrection of those who have perished is within the dragon's power. However, since Android 16 is a robot, my wish is to have the dragon recreate another Android 16, Gohan explained to the two. Upon hearing this, Androids 17 and 18 displayed expressions of disbelief. The extraordinary sights they had witnessed earlier were indeed Gohan making his wish. So, the bombs implanted in our bodies were dismantled by your wish? Android 18 inquired, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gohan, her heart racing intensely. Not one to be easily fooled. Android 18 quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. The bombs within her were indeed removed due to Gohan's wish to the dragon. Why does he treat himself with such kindness, rescuing himself time and again? Now he is in pursuit of the 7 Dragon Balls, summoning the Eternal Dragon to grant wishes that may aid him in dismantling the bomb. Furthermore, how did he come to know that a bomb was affixed to him? He truly is a man shrouded in mystery. Android 18 is profoundly curious about the essence of Son Gohan. When a girl becomes intrigued by a boy, she inevitably begins to descend into the depths of her own emotions, much like a poison gradually seeping into her heart. Son Gohan, I am grateful to you. Android 17, owe you a debt of gratitude. Should anything arise in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will not shy away from my duty. Android 17 patted his chest, exuding a sense of bravado. He had not anticipated that Son Wukong would be so gallant. Not only did he vanquish Cell to save himself, but he also intervened when Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow. Now, they were in search of the 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish that would help them dismantle the dangerous bombs strapped to them. There is no need for formality. It is merely a trifling matter, Son Wukong remarked nonchalantly. Android 18 rolled her eyes, exclaiming, I can't believe you. Is this truly a mere trifling matter? Ha. What a rare guest. Welcome to our humble abode, she added. At that moment, Son Goku and Chi-Chi from the main timeline returned to the living room after exploring the other rooms, where they encountered androids 17 and 18. This girl is truly beautiful, Chi-Chi from the main timeline said, her face lighting up at the sight of android 18. She took 18's hand and said, hello. I apologize for the intrusion and any trouble we may have caused you. Androids 17 and 18 replied in unison. Their eyes instinctively turned towards the two Kikis. Are they twin sisters? How can they look so remarkably alike? Chapter 105, A Tranquil Life. What? A future timeline? This is truly astonishing. You are Kiki from the future, while you are Kiki from this timeline. You are, in fact, the same person? I had thought you both were merely twin sisters. Number 18 and number 17 wore expressions of sheer astonishment. If it weren't for witnessing this with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. This is utterly surreal. It is hard to fathom that the mother of Son Gohan standing before them is Kiki from the future. The 3 women were engaged in conversation, with the 2 Kikis and number 18 chatting together. Kiki, Gohan, I have arrived, boomed the Ox King as he approached the entrance. He was astonished by the transformation of Bowsy Mountain. How could it have become so opulent in such a short span of time since his last visit? He initially thought he had arrived at the wrong location. It turned out that Chi-Chi had just placed a call to the Bull Demon King, informing him that their family had moved into their new home today and inviting him to come and stay there in the future. Now, His grandson was eager to take to the kitchen and prepare a sumptuous feast. He urged the bold Demon King to come over for some lively merriment. Just then, Chi-Chi and Son Wukong emerged from the room. Upon pressing the remote, the electronic gate gradually swung open. Haha, this new residence is quite impressive, comparable to my former castle. The bold Demon King exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He was thoroughly pleased to see his daughter's new home, and it seemed that they had finally triumphed over their struggles. He parked the car with care. Father, it has been a long journey. He decided to settle here henceforth, sparing himself the inconvenience of constant travel. The two Kikis, one on each side, linked their arms with the Ox King. They greeted their father's arrival with expressions of pure joy. Grandfather, you have arrived. We have been waiting for you to start the feast. Today, we must indulge in a couple of drinks, exclaimed Son Wufan, equally exhilarated. Today, he prepared a sumptuous feast, accompanied by several bottles of red wine and spirits. It marked their first day in their new home, a momentous occasion worthy of a grand celebration. Moreover, prior to his journey through time, he was a 5-star chef, and it had been quite some time since he showcased his culinary skills. All right, my dear grandson. We must indulge in a few drinks today, boomed the bold Demon King with a jovial expression. The 18th and 17th also exchanged greetings with the bold Demon King. Witnessing the warmth of Son Wukong's family stirred their hearts. As everyone gathered around the elegantly arranged table, they were left in awe. Did Son Wukong truly create this? They marveled at the visually stunning dishes. The vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and delectable flavors awakened their appetites. The meal lasted a full 2 hours. Satiated and content, they ventured outside for a stroll. Grandfather, mother, I have learned a technique that can unlock our physical potential, Son Wukong said to the three of them. He sought to harness the elder's skill from Namek to enhance the combat prowess of the trio. Is there truly such an extraordinary technique in existence? Come, assist me in testing it, exclaimed the Ox King and Chi-Chi, both astonished and elated. Particularly Chi-Chi from the future time, her eyes sparkling with golden light. She had personally experienced the helplessness and heartache of her timeline. Had Gohan and the others possessed greater strength during those dire times, they might have evaded the fate at the hands of the androids. Gohan placed his hand upon future Chi-Chi's head, awakening her latent potential. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from her as she widened her beautiful eyes, incredulous at the surge of her own power. Incredible! My strength has escalated over 100-fold, she exclaimed with excitement. Arriving in this timeline, she found renewed hope in life. She encouraged her counterpart from the primary timeline to join her in training. In this reality, they need not worry about daily sustenance, for Gohan had returned from Namek with a substantial fortune. The Chi-Chi of the main timeline understood that her future self would lead such a life, and she too desired to protect those dear to her. She vowed never to feel as powerless as she had in the future timeline, watching those around her depart until she was left utterly alone. Thus, the two dedicated themselves to relentless training. In the span of 3 years, their combat power surpassed 3,000, showcasing her extraordinary talent and rapid progress. Following Gohan's awakening of her potential, future Chi-Chi's strength soared to 100 times that of her previous self. In contrast, Krillin, under the Elder's activation, achieved merely tenfold. This disparity highlighted Chi-Chi's remarkable aptitude for martial arts, having previously sacrificed her training for the sake of her family. One must acknowledge that Gohan's prodigious talent in training is indeed a legacy of Chi-Chi's genes. Consequently, future Chi-Chi's combat power now reached 300,000. Mother, consume this fruit, and you shall encounter unforeseen delights, Gohan said, producing a fruit from the Tree of Might and offering it to future Chi-Chi. The Ox King and the Chi-Chi from the primary timeline exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of awe. They could distinctly sense the extraordinary aura of Chi-Chi from the future. Is enhancing combat power truly this simple? It seems almost like cheating. My son is indeed remarkable. Androids 17 and 18 shared a look, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They had not anticipated that Gohan possessed such a remarkable skill. This young man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Gohan was like a potent elixir. The more one sought to uncover his secrets, the deeper one found themselves ensnared. He was enveloped in an air of enigma. Future Chi-Chi felt an overwhelming joy in her heart. She voraciously devoured the fruits of the spirit tree. Boom! Another surge of formidable energy erupted forth. The ground was thrown into chaos. This is utterly astonishing. My combat prowess has increased tenfold, exclaimed future Chi-Chi, her face alight with excitement. Her battle power had reached a staggering 3 million, making her the strongest warrior on Earth. She effortlessly surpassed the likes of Tien and others. Her destiny had long been rewritten by Son Gohan. Gohan, lend me your aid, the Chi-Chi of the main timeline said, her expression brimming with anticipation. Son Gohan diligently followed suit, awakening the latent potential of both the main timeline Chi-Chi and the Ox King, and provided them with the fruits of the spirit tree. The battle power of the two Kikis surged to terrifying heights. Sister, go summon Son Gohan to enhance our battle power as well, remarked Android 17, nudging Android 18 with a look of envy and jealousy. He also wished to enhance his combat prowess, yet felt too embarrassed to voice his desire. Whenever something arose, he would call upon his sister. Otherwise, he was simply referred to as number 18, with a disdainful expression. Number 18 remarked that she had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless. Son Gohan, might you assist us in augmenting our fighting capabilities? I implore you. Nevertheless, number 18 approached Son Gohan with a beseeching demeanor. After all, she and number 17 had already troubled him numerous times. What was one more occasion? Of course. It's no trouble at all, Son Gohan replied nonchalantly. To him, it was merely a trivial task. However, for number 17 and number 18, the stakes were significantly higher. The greater their combat strength, the more likely they were to preserve their lives. Chapter 106. All preparations complete. Departing from the main timeline, is that true? Splendid. Number 18 exclaimed, nearly soaring with joy. She had been dreadfully anxious that he might decline her request. After all, Son Gohan was under no obligation to assist her. She was not someone of significance to him. How could I even think such a thing? Number 18 was startled by her own thoughts, her face flushing crimson, akin to a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Her beauty could only be described as that of a goddess among countless admirers in the Dragon Ball universe. Would I deceive you? It is undoubtedly true, Son Gohan affirmed. He observed Android 18 with a flushed face, mistakenly believing her to be shy and bashful. Gohan placed his hand gently upon her head, initiating the awakening of her latent potential. Once again, Android 18 was enveloped by a robust and masculine aura, becoming somewhat entranced by its essence. Gohan's palm emanated a powerful energy that permeated through her entire being, bringing a profound sense of comfort. Android 18 felt her strength surging dramatically, as if amplified severalfold in an instant. Astonished, she exclaimed at the remarkable enhancement, marveling at the fact that her potential could be unlocked to such an extraordinary extent. With exhilaration, she leaped into the air, fully aware of the immense power coursing through her. It's my turn now, Android 17 chimed in eagerly, his expression full of anticipation. This is incredible. I never imagined my sister could become so exhilarated. It seems her potential has significantly increased. Gohan then turned his attention to Android 17, ready to help him unleash his own abilities. He similarly awakened the latent potential in several individuals. Android 17 and Android 18 expressed their heartfelt gratitude, astonished to discover such immense power residing within themselves. Son Gohan was their benefactor. After spending a considerable time atop the Chaos Peak, Android 17 and Android 18 took their leave. Son Gohan, we are truly grateful to you. We shall now venture into the outside world. Thank you for your hospitality. They bid farewell to Gohan and his family. They were created without ever venturing into the outside world. Now, liberated, they yearn to explore what lies beyond. My dear, do visit us more often, Chi-Chi said to number 18, her fondness for the girl evident in their warm conversation. Had Son Wukong been older, she would have wished for her son to marry this charming young lady. I certainly will. I wish to see the world outside. I shall come and intrude upon you whenever I can, number 18 replied, equally enamored with this place, where she felt a sense of belonging. The warmth of Son Wukong's family had touched her deeply. Number 16, however, chose to remain behind. It was Son Wukong's family that truly held his allegiance. Without their command, he would not leave the peaceful confines of Baozi Mountain. Furthermore, he preferred the tranquility of the mountains and the company of small creatures over the clamor of the bustling city. Thus, number 17 and number 18 departed from Baozi Mountain. Time flew by swiftly. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was engrossed in their respective training. Piccolo remained in the heavenly temple, diligently training and guiding Dandy in his responsibilities as Earth's deity, imparting to him various skills. Vegeta, on the other hand, was tirelessly honing his strength within the gravity chamber. He aims to transcend the form of Super Saiyan 2, while Krillin has returned to Master Roshi's island. He practiced alongside Master Roshi, while Tien Shinhan returned to the mountains to continue his arduous training, bringing along some dumplings. After all, training could be pursued anywhere. rendering a stay at the Heavenly Palace unnecessary. Meanwhile, Yamcha retreated back to his flamboyant world. Since departing from the Capsule Corporation, androids 17 and 18 have vanished without a trace, leaving one to wonder where their escapades have taken them. Unlike in the anime, Gohan did not pursue his studies. He has devised his own plan, contemplating a journey to the GT dimension to acquire combat and skill attributes. To attain greater strength, one must engage in relentless battles and gather various skill traits. The efficiency of the Universal Capsule Corporation is remarkable. During this period, Bulma and Gohan's grand project has also begun to yield profits. Each month, she deposits a substantial sum into the bank account designated by Gohan. Now, Goku's family has become a hidden affluent household, residing in a luxurious mansion and driving opulent vehicles, including several spray-type aircraft. They have now entered the upper echelons of society. Over the course of 3 months, Gohan has meticulously arranged all matters. It is time to depart from this dimension and explore the GT realm. To enhance his power more swiftly, one must engage in continuous combat. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. I must seize control of my destiny. Before the god of destruction, Beerus, awakens, I must surpass him. The Majin Buu of this dimension will not awaken for another 7 years. This period is one of tranquility. Gohan muses to himself. He engages in combat daily using the four-body fist, thereby accumulating attributes of battle power. With the assistance of the system, Gohan's combat prowess continuously escalates. Additionally, Goku frequently trains in the gravity chamber, occasionally sparring with Gohan. His strength has surged remarkably. Son Gohan also imparted the method of fusion to Son Goku. As a precautionary measure, the secret techniques of the Metamorans are learned in the afterlife by Son Goku following his demise. This particular maneuver poses little difficulty. It involves the two individuals performing a peculiar, symmetrically mirrored dance. Subsequently, they extend their hands, aligning a single finger from each to merge into a new entity. Upon successful fusion, their combat power multiplies exponentially. However, this secret technique can only be sustained for 30 minutes. If the postures or energy levels of the two differ, the fusion may fail, resulting in an entity either corpulent or slender, devoid of combat capability. Father and son frequently engage in practice, honing their fusion skills. Son Gohan diligently emulates the process alongside Son Goku. To his surprise, they achieve success. During this time, Son Gohan also provided specialized training to the two Kichis. He has imparted all his combat skills, including the Turtle School's Kamehameha, the Magic Flash, the Cutting Disc, the Death Beam, and the Eye Lasers, to the two Kikis. In just 3 months, everyone's fighting prowess has advanced remarkably. Gohan, as you venture outside on your own, take good care of yourself. Remember, your grandfather will miss you dearly. Gohan, you are a man. You must ensure your own safety. The 4 of them, including the two Kikis, Sun Wukong and Neo Mo Wong, expressed their concerns earnestly. I understand. Please take care of yourselves as well. Dedicate yourselves to your training and do not become complacent. Gohan waved farewell to Kiki and the others. With a bright smile, he addressed everyone. Number 16, while I am away, I entrust you with the care of our home. Please look after Mom and Grandpa. Son Gohan spoke to number 16. Here, apart from Son Goku, number 16 possessed the strongest abilities. Do not worry, Gohan. I shall handle everything, number 16 assured him. No one regarded number 16 as an outsider. They lived together as a harmonious family. Take care, everyone, Son Gohan said as he leaped onto the time machine. Expertly operating its controls, the time machine gradually ascended into the sky, and he waved goodbye to Son Goku and the others. With a whoosh, the time machine vanished from the primary timeline. Chapter 107, GT Timeline, Earth. In the GT Timeline, Earth, suddenly, a time machine materialized in the sky. The door creaked open, and Son Gohan from the primary timeline jumped down. He placed the time machine into the confines of the system's space. Son Gohan sensed the energies of Sun Wukong and others constantly colliding. He suppressed his aura and utilized instantaneous movement to arrive at his destination. The clash of titans resounded through the air. All Saiyans, meet your demise. Gohan, Trunks, and Goten unleashed a frenzy of assaults upon Goku. Meanwhile, the ancient warrior Vegeta hovered majestically above. His face bore several new tattoos. Vegeta displayed a wicked smile, observing the battle on the ground with a sense of amusement. What events could have transpired in this timeline to cause such a rift between Goku and his son? The narrative trajectory of the GT timeline diverges entirely from that of the main timeline. To unravel the story, we must journey back to nearly a year prior. Pilaf arrived at the sacred temple, seeking the Black Star Dragon Balls that had been created by the Supreme Kai before his separation from Piccolo. He aspired to wish upon the Black Dragon Ball to dominate the entire Earth. However, at that moment, Son Goku happened to sense someone making a wish with the Dragon Ball. He rushed over, causing Pilaf to exclaim that if Son Wukong were to shrink, he would no longer be afraid of him. However, the dragon believed this to be Pilaf's wish and consequently reduced Son Wukong in size. Once the wish was granted, the 7 Dragon Balls soared towards every corner of the universe. It was later revealed that after making a wish with the Black Dragon Balls, one must retrieve them within a year. Otherwise, the entire planet would detonate. Thus, the diminutive Son Wukong, along with Trunks and Pan, embarked on a cosmic quest to locate the 7 Dragon Balls. In this GT timeline, a parallel universe, Son Wukong had already become a grandfather. In this alternate reality, Son Gohan had married Videl and they had a daughter named Pan. Son Wukong also had a son, Son Goten, who had grown into adulthood. Trunks, the son of Vegeta, was a year older than Son Goten. In the GT universe, Baby, a revenge tool created by Dr. Mew, was a zoonoma from the planet Cereal. The original name of Vegeta's planet was Cereal, which had been usurped by the Saiyans, leading to the annihilation of its inhabitants. Hence, Dr. Mew devised Baby for revenge. Baby could parasitize hosts, absorbing their energy and laying eggs within them to exert control. Initially discovered by Trunks and his companions during their quest for the Dragon Balls, Baby managed to inhabit Trunks' body. However, Trunks' formidable strength forced Baby out. Yet, Baby had successfully laid eggs within Trunks, ensuring that anyone who had been possessed by Baby would be subject to his control thereafter. Baby fled to Earth, first inhabiting Son Gohan. Upon realizing that Vegeta's power overshadowed that of Son Gohan, Baby then took possession of Vegeta's body. The entirety of Earth's populace, including Saiyans, had fallen under the control of Baby's parasitic eggs. This explained the earlier scene. They were not adversaries, but rather victims of Baby's control. Only Son Wukong, Pan, and Majin Buu remained untainted by the parasitic influence. Suddenly, the figure of Son Gohan from the main timeline materialized. It turned out he had utilized his instant transmission ability to arrive at the battlefield, concealing his presence by suppressing his aura. Ding! A combat power reading of 1 million dropped ahead. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. As soon as Son Gohan from the main timeline reached the battlefield, the incessant sound of system notifications echoed in his ears. In the primary timeline, Son Gohan raised his gaze to witness the fierce battle among the 4 legendary Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan Goku was besieged by the formidable trio of Super Saiyan Trunks, Gohan, and Goten. The attributes of their battle power cascaded down like a torrential rain, wildly plummeting to the ground. Observing the battlefield littered with the remnants of their power, a delightful smile involuntarily curved upon Gohan's lips. He noticed that in this space-time, Son Wukong's tail had not yet been removed. In the anime, the Elder Kai discerned that Son Wukong's lack of a tail limited his power, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. The strength of the Saiyans originates from their tails. Hence, the Elder Kai forcibly extracted Son Wukong's tail. It appears that he has yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, awaken from this trance. Do not succumb to control. I am Son Wukong, he exclaimed urgently. Never did he imagine that he had become the enemy of Earth. We are well aware that it is you Saiyans who have devastated our planet and our kin. We shall eradicate you Saiyans entirely, rooting you out from this universe. Trunks bellowed. His attacks grew increasingly fierce. It turned out that Baby's parasitic essence had taken control of Trunks, leading him to believe himself to be a member of the Tuffle race. This is dire. It appears you have all been thoroughly ensnared in a web of mental domination. Do not hold me accountable for what follows. Son Goku's body erupted with a formidable aura, forcefully repelling the trio that besieged them. His hair surged rapidly, and his eyebrows and eyes vanished, instantly transforming him into Super Saiyan 3. Curse Saiyans, I shall not back down. Son Gohan, Trunks, and Goten relentlessly gathered their energy, launching a fierce assault upon the Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Boom! The 3 formidable Super Saiyans unleashed a barrage akin to a trio of machine guns, mercilessly firing at Goku. Battle Power Attribute 1, 000, 000. Battle Power Attribute 1, 000, 000. Their energy blasts swept forth incessantly, as if an avalanche of mud were cascading from a truck. Within the mind of the primary timeline's Son Gohan, the system's alert sounds echoed continuously. His heart swelled with joy. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. The exhilaration of this moment was truly delightful. The three of them unleashed a relentless barrage before finally coming to a halt. Get down. Son Wukong emerged from the thick smoke and delivered a swift chop to Son Gohan's neck. With a resounding thud, Son Gohan collapsed to the ground. He never anticipated that the Ultra Super Saiyan Goku would withstand such a fierce barrage of attacks unscathed. The detestable Saiyan, Trunks and Goten, witnessing this, shouted in furious disbelief. The two of them continued their assault on Son Wukong. Bang! The Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong was aware that this form required immense energy to sustain, necessitating a swift resolution. With a swift movement, he rendered Super Saiyan Goten and Trunks unconscious, causing them to plummet from the sky. Thus, the fierce battle concluded in such a manner. Truly spectacular. This confrontation between father and son was indeed remarkable. High above, baby Vegeta erupted with maniacal laughter, reveling in his triumph. At this moment, Goku found himself ensnared, a mere fish in a barrel, with all of Earth under his dominion. How dare you control them? Goku roared in fury, realizing that he was now fighting alone, solely due to this scoundrel's actions. Collect them all, thought Gohan from the primary timeline. As the attributes of combat surged into his body like a torrent of chaotic script, the combat power metrics within the battle interface skyrocketed uncontrollably. Chapter 108. The shock of the Kais on the planet of the Kais. Two figures clad in the garb of the Kais were intently observing a crystal ball. One was a young man with flowing white hair and purple skin, adorned in the Kais uniform. The other was a gaunt old man, his appearance quite unseemly. With a halo atop his head, an unmistakable sign of a soul state, indicating that he had passed away. The crystal ball vividly displayed the scenes of Earth. These two were the Kais of the universe, the Elder Kai and Kabuto Kai. The life of the Elder Kai was intertwined with that of the god of destruction, Beerus. Should the Elder Kai perish, Beerus would follow suit. Their fates were inextricably linked. Years prior, the Elder Kai had incurred the wrath of Beerus. Unable to destroy him due to their shared existence, Beerus resorted to sealing the Elder Kai within a divine sword, subsequently embedding the sword atop a peak on the Kai planet with his divine power. For millennia, the Elder Kai remained sealed, while the position of the Kais shifted through several successors. The sword that confined the Elder Kai became known as the Kai Sword, and it was said that pulling it from its sheath would bestow immense divine power. However, no Kai in succession had been able to extract the sword. The emergence of Majin Buu had rendered it impossible for Kai Shin to enact the seal. He placed all his hopes upon Son Wukong, instructing his loyal attendant Jebet to escort the gravely injured Son Wukong to King Kai's planet for training. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Wukong successfully drew forth the King Kai sword. However, aside from its considerable weight, the sword conferred no substantial power. Consequently, Son Wukong began to harness the sword for his training. Later, due to Son Goku's use of instant transmission, he arrived at this location. He regarded the sword in Son Wukong's hand with a look of skepticism, deeming it ineffective. King Kai, in an effort to demonstrate the sharpness and durability of the Kai sword, took action. He wielded the hardest material in the world to test his sword. Consequently, the divine blade shattered on the spot, leaving the Supreme Kai and Jebet in a state of utter shock. To their astonishment, the legendary Supreme Kai sword, said to have existed for millions of years, was thus destroyed by his own hand. Following the sword's fracture, the ancient Supreme Kai sealed within it was liberated. Upon his release, he revealed himself to be the Supreme Kai from 15 generations prior. Jebet and the Supreme Kai were left speechless, utterly astonished by the presence of such an ancestral figure. During the saga of Majin Buu, Son Goku existed in a spiritual state, rendering him incapable of intervening in earthly affairs. In a bid to resurrect Son Goku and defeat Majin Buu, the ancient Supreme Kai sacrificed his own lifespan for Goku. Hence, the ancient Supreme Kai now exists in a spiritual form, adorned with a halo above his head. He also entrusted the 2 earrings from his ears to Son Wukong, instructing him that as long as 2 individuals adorned these earrings, they would merge into a singular entity. Upon this fusion, a formidable and fearsome being would emerge. Before the old Kai could conclude his statement, Jebet and Kaioshin, filled with curiosity, decided to don each other's earrings. After all these years, it was astonishing that the earrings they had worn could still unite. Driven by curiosity, they adorned themselves with the earrings, merging into the formidable entity known as Jebet. The transformation into Jebet indeed took them by surprise. The magnitude of their combined power was astonishing. After the initial shock, Jebet sought the aid of the Elder Supreme Kai to revert to their original forms. However, the Elder Supreme Kai informed him that once fused, Separation was no longer possible. Pray tell, who is this young man? Jebet pondered, having not noticed him before. Both Jebet and the Elder Supreme Kai had been closely observing the battle of Son Goku on Earth. The Elder Supreme Kai, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Oh dear, the Elder has begun to lose his wits again. Could it be signs of senility? Jebet muttered to himself, noting the Elder's peculiar demeanor. Ever since the Elder's seal was broken, he frequently exhibited such behavior. Elder, look here, Jebet exclaimed, standing before the Elder and waving his hands animatedly. Why are you shouting? I'm not deaf. The Elder Supreme Kai retorted, delivering a swift slap to Jebet's head. He roared at his opponent. Ah! The god Jebet let out a wretched scream, clutching his head as his ears buzzed from the deafening sound. He paused for a moment, expressing his dissatisfaction with a sarcastic remark. Did you hear that? At least acknowledge it. Did you notice anything? The old Kai appeared to be deep in thought. He gazed at the crystal ball and spoke. Nothing at all? I haven't discerned anything. The deity Jebet inquired with a look of perplexity. He noticed nothing unusual. There was merely an additional presence on the battlefield for no apparent reason. Fallen indeed. It baffles me how you ascended to the rank of Supreme Kai. You possess not a shred of observational acumen. Allow me to magnify it for your understanding. The old Supreme Kai remarked with an expression of exasperation. He maximized the vision within the crystal ball, revealing the silhouette of Son Gohan in the primary timeline. What? Is that a tail around his waist? It's astonishingly a Saiyan. How could this be possible? Jebek, with a visage of utter astonishment, exclaimed. The visitor is indeed a Saiyan. Judging by his appearance, he seems to be around 13 or 14 years old. Yet, why does he look so familiar? You fool. Must you really point this out to me? I'm not blind. The old Kai, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly erupted in fury. He unleashed a torrent of fury at the deity Jebetet. The Kaioshin performed his duties with remarkable diligence. Ancestor, I find this individual's visage oddly familiar. It seems I have encountered him before, yet I cannot quite recall where. Jebetet's mind raced with thoughts. He voiced his suspicions. Ah, well, it seems you were somewhat redeemed. You have finally discerned the crux of the issue. His appearance was indeed strikingly familiar. It was the visage of Son Gohan, as we have witnessed. The Elder Kai remarked thoughtfully. Son Gohan? Jebet, crouching down, focused intently on the figure within the crystal sphere. Thanks to the Elder Kai's prompt, it became increasingly apparent that this likeness resembled a younger version of Son Gohan. Meanwhile, in the primary timeline on Earth, Son Gohan felt as if he were being observed. However, he quickly deduced the situation at hand. During this time frame, the Elder Kai and Jebet had been closely monitoring Goku's battles. They must have discovered themselves. Sun Wukong swiftly began to extend his perception, quickly locating the positions of the old Kai and Jebet. He lifted his gaze towards the sky. A radiant smile illuminating his face as his pearly whites gleamed. What on earth is happening? Was he just smiling at us? How could that be possible? Has he truly noticed our presence? This is utterly bewildering. The god of Jebet was so taken aback that he fell to the ground in shock. The old Kaioshin wore an expression of astonishment as well. Both were astonished to realize that they had shared a smile with one another. It was simply inconceivable. Could this be real? Who on earth is this divine being? How is it that he resembles Son Gohan so closely? Chapter 109, Baby's Madness. Earth. Damn wild monkeys, you are bringing about your own destruction. You might as well accept your fate now. Baby mocked Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Currently, among the Saiyans, only Goku remains unshackled by his control. The others harbor their own dormant eggs within, fully subjugated. Once this little brat, Goku, is dealt with, the Saiyans shall meet their demise as well. The grievances of the Tsufruans will finally be avenged. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The hair of Super Saiyan 2 Baby elongated significantly, and the musculature of his upper body became pronounced. The contours of his face became more defined, and shoulder-length hair emerged, gradually accentuating Baby's visage. Baby, you shameless fiend. Goku bellowed as he charged forward. He was acutely aware that the energy consumption of Super 3 was excessively rapid, leaving no time to squander in this confrontation. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed as Baby struck Goku's face, igniting a searing pain that coursed through him. A notification resonated in Gohan's mind, indicating the loss of combat power amounting to 1 million. He cannot tolerate Baby's arrogance, constantly referring to him as a wild monkey. Is this scoundrel not now residing within the Saiyans, whom he holds in disdain? Ultimately, Baby is merely a parasite. His true form possesses little combat prowess. Remarkable, indeed. Son Wukong was forced back several paces from the impact. Yet, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Encountering such a formidable opponent was truly a delight in life. Son Wukong had not anticipated that this being was parasitically residing within Vegeta. The strength of Super Saiyan 2 surprisingly rivaled his own Super Saiyan 3. As Son Wukong's physique diminished, so too did his fighting capability. "You wretched wild monkey, now you understand my might," Baby declared with an air of arrogance. He unleashed a flurry of punches upon Son Wukong, forcing his opponent to stagger backward repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. Alas, it was a disaster. The Super Saiyan 3 form of Son Wukong reverted to its original state in an instant. It turned out that the diminutive size of his body rendered him incapable of sustaining the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. "Oh dear," the King of Worlds exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong had indeed returned to his normal state. This could spell doom for Earth. "Ancestor, please devise a solution swiftly." Jebet, upon witnessing Son Wukong's sudden reversion, was filled with concern. He was startled, his heart racing, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If even Son Wukong could not triumph over this baby, then the Earth, and perhaps the entire universe, would be plunged into peril. This scoundrel's ambition extends far beyond just our planet. It encompasses the cosmos itself. "Why are you so anxious?" he chided. "In times of crisis, one must remain calm. The situation has not yet reached its final moment, so do not jump to conclusions. Perhaps a youth resembling Son Gohan may appear, serving as this very turning point." The old Kai remarked with a serene demeanor. He sensed that the sudden appearance of this individual was not merely coincidental. The fact that the other party could perceive his observation indicated that matters were far from straightforward. Upon hearing this, Jebet's mood gradually began to ease. He had been fervently praying for a miracle to manifest. The two continued to observe the unfolding situation on Earth. "Earth, haha, what is the matter? Have you exhausted your strength so soon?" Bibi laughed maniacally. His current combat prowess can rival that of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Moreover, it is astonishing that his opponent has returned to their normal state. Hehe. It seems this form consumes an immense amount of energy. Goku sheepishly scratched his head, yet his fighting spirit remained undeterred. An opponent of Baby's caliber is indeed a rare find. "Goku, it is surprising that you can still smile. In a moment, you will find yourself without tears to shed." In a swift motion, Baby appeared before Goku, delivering a knee strike to his opponent's abdomen. "Ah!" Goku clutched his stomach and let out a heart-wrenching scream. His lower abdomen throbbed with excruciating pain, his body curling like a shrimp. In his usual form, Son Wukong was utterly incapable of contending with Baby. Yet the ordeal was far from over. With a thunderous roar, Baby clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful punch to Son Wukong's back. With a resounding crash, Son Wukong was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling towards the ground. The earth was instantly rent asunder, creating a vast and deep crater. "Is this all the strength you possess?" Son Wukong bellowed from within the abyss. He now lacks even the ability to resist. Yet, deep within, he feels an overwhelming sense of resentment. "Ha ha ha, damn Saiyans. I shall ensure he perishes beneath the might of my most powerful strike." Baby laughed maniacally. He turned to Trunks and the others, shouting, "Give me all your strength." "Yes, Lord Baby," they replied. Trunks, Goten, Gohan, and Vegeta's daughter, Bra, all flew into the center, surrounded by Baby, unleashing their full power. Waves of energy continuously surged into Baby's form. "Goodness," Gohan could not help but exclaim. This scene resembles the moment when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God in the primary timeline. Meanwhile, in the main timeline, Beerus was awakened from a dream. He dreamt of a crimson-haired figure mercilessly beating him within the confines of his slumber. Upon awakening, he immediately embarked on a quest to locate the individual with the fiery hair. Angel Whis, utilizing the prophetic fish, discerned that this being was the god of the Saiyans. The god of destruction, Beerus, alongside Angel Whis, descended upon Earth in search of the Saiyan god, eager to engage in a confrontation with him in the realm of reality. However, upon their arrival, none among the populace possessed knowledge of the Saiyan god. Consequently, Beerus, unwilling to have made the journey in vain, contemplated the annihilation of Earth. It was only through Goku's wish upon the eternal dragon that the method to summon the Saiyan god was unveiled. It turned out that by uniting the powers of 5 Saiyans, one could transform into the Super Saiyan god. With a resounding explosion, Baby absorbed the energy of the 4 warriors, unleashing a formidable force that sent everyone reeling. Fueled by collective anger and strength, They resolved to obliterate the Saiyan right then and there. Baby bellowed with fervor. The people of Earth contributed their hatred and power towards the Saiyans, as they found themselves under the control of Baby's parasitic influence. All were as obedient as Vegeta, following Baby's lead. In the skies, a dark sphere of energy coalesced, rapidly expanding in size. Baby was in the process of siphoning the strength and animosity of both the Earthlings and the Saiyans. In an instant, he transcended into Super Saiyan 3. His muscles swelled, rendering his physique more robust, while his hairstyle underwent a dramatic transformation. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow became pronounced, erasing any trace of Vegeta's visage. His attire underwent a complete metamorphosis as well. Baby's revenge death ball, akin to Goku's spirit bomb, was a dark orb brimming with malevolence and hatred. Collect it all, Gohan silently urged himself. The battle power attributes surged wildly into his being. The data on his personal battle power gauge skyrocketed uncontrollably. After mere minutes, the fluctuations in battle power ceased. Astonishingly, his battle power reached a staggering 1 trillion. Saiyan, this time you shall meet your demise. This is my most formidable strike, he declared, unleashing the all-encompassing revenge death ball towards Goku. At this moment, Baby's power soared to 800 trillion. Is it over? Goku gazed upon the colossal energy sphere hurtling towards him. He spoke with an expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 110, Baby's Wish. Oh, Supreme Kai, it is over. Everything is lost. How has it come to this? Can even Son Goku do nothing? Jebbet and the old Supreme Kai beheld the scenes of Earth through the crystal ball. Both of them were utterly astonished. Their complete focus centered on Son Gohan from the primary timeline. Whether a miracle could occur hinged upon this individual. Meanwhile, on Earth, Son Wukong lay silently in the deep pit, awaiting the impending onslaught of a colossal energy blast. He has lost his combat prowess. The regular Son Wukong was incapacitated by a single knee strike and a heavy blow from Super Baby 2. Suddenly, a figure materialized before Son Wukong. It seems he has caught a glimpse of Son Gohan's childhood visage. He chuckled softly, pondering whether he was ensnared in a fleeting illusion. To think I am witnessing Gohan's youthful form. Son Wukong smiled broadly, speaking to himself. He understood that this was an impossible feat. It must surely be a figment of his imagination. Let us depart. The Son Gohan from the primary timeline effortlessly lifted Son Goku's body and vanished from Earth. Oh, the Supreme Kai? What? Instant transmission. How remarkable. I never anticipated that this individual would possess such a skill, remarked the god Jebbet with a look of astonishment. He was all too familiar with this technique. The old Supreme Kai gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his expression contemplative. He was truly astonished within, never anticipating such calmness from the other party. It turns out he was exceptionally composed, indicating that a miracle was indeed about to unfold. In a flash, the Son Gohan of the primary timeline appeared, seizing Son Goku with one hand as effortlessly as an eagle capturing a chick, suddenly materializing in the sacred realm of the Supreme Kai. Jebbet had pondered for a long while but found himself at a loss for words. He wished to inquire how you arrived here. However, considering that this fellow possesses the ability to teleport, it became all too understandable. Greetings, old Kai and Jebbet. The Son Gohan of the main timeline gently placed the gravely injured Son Goku upon the ground. He greeted the old Supreme Kai and the god Jebbet, exclaiming, "You actually know us? Who on earth are you?" The old Supreme Kai and god Jebbet responded with astonishment etched across their faces. He felt that this young man was imbued with an air of mystery. "Are you Gohan?" At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly interjected. Initially, he believed he was experiencing a fleeting glimpse, a vision of Gohan as a child. However, he soon realized that this was indeed a tangible event. The young man before him was the very embodiment of his son Gohan in his youth. The old Supreme Kai and Jebbet also exchanged glances between Son Wukong and Gohan, eager to discern whether they were truly witnessing Gohan. Their appearances were strikingly similar, one bearing a more mature visage, the other a youthful countenance. "Indeed, I am Gohan. I am Gohan from another dimension," he declared without hesitation, readily acknowledging his identity. There was no need for subterfuge, especially considering he bore an exact resemblance to his counterpart in this reality. What? You traveled through time and space? The old Supreme Kai and Jebbet were utterly astonished. None of them had anticipated that the figure before them was indeed Son Wukong's son, Gohan. Moreover, he had traversed from an alternate dimension. It was no wonder their appearances bore such a striking resemblance. They were, in fact, the same individual. Ahem. How wonderful it is to discover that you are truly Gohan. Son Wukong cleared his throat a few times, forcing a semblance of a smile onto his face. He continues to experience waves of pain in his abdomen and back. Baby has latched onto Vegeta, his power overwhelming. Father, allow me to administer treatment. Gohan instinctively calls out the name Father. He kneels down, placing his hands upon Goku. Channeling his healing abilities, he has now fully embraced the role of Son Wukong. Gohan, do you possess the skills to heal? Son Wukong, the old Kai, and Vegeta stared at each other in astonishment. Their faces were etched with confusion. Could the Son Gohan from another dimension possess the ability to heal? What difficulty lies in trying it out? A surge of white energy emanated from Son Gohan's hands, instantaneously permeating Son Goku's body, with remarkable speed visible to the naked eye. Son Goku's injuries began to heal and restore. In the blink of an eye, he was completely recovered. Gohan, you are incredible. I never imagined that the version of you from another dimension would be so powerful. Son Goku exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he sprang to his feet and leaped joyfully. Little did he know that the Son Gohan from another realm not only mastered instantaneous movement, but had also acquired the skill of healing. Even Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that Son Gohan's healing abilities surpassed his own. Meanwhile, on Earth, laughter echoed. The Saiyans have perished. Now I shall command the dragon to forge a planet exclusively for us, the Tsufulans. Baby believed that the earlier vengeful death ball had reduced Son Goku to mere ashes. He now presents the Dragon Balls, painstakingly retrieved from the cosmos by Son Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang. Come forth, Shenron. Baby intones the incantation over the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, the sky darkens, thunder rumbles, and lightning flashes. The 7 Dragon Balls emit a dazzling golden light that ascends into the heavens. As the brilliant glow dissipates, a colossal red dragon spirals majestically in the air. Whoever has gathered the 7 Dragon Balls, please state your wish. No matter the desire, I shall grant it. The voice of Shenron resonates with solemn authority. My wish is to create the planet plant not far from Earth, Baby declares boldly. This is the name of the world inhabited by the Tsufurians. Subsequently, the Saiyans invaded their planet, exterminating the Tsufurians entirely. King Vegeta, in turn, renamed the planet Vegeta after his own son. This wish is simple. It shall be fulfilled at once. Shenron's eyes glimmer with a captivating red light. Instantly, a brand new planet materializes above Earth. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. As Shenron's voice fades, the red dragon transforms back into the 7 Dragon Balls, shooting into the cosmos. The sky swiftly returns to its clear state. Long live Lord Baby. Long live Lord Baby. The people of Earth are exhilarated, for they finally possess a homeland. As Baby's living cells control their bodies, the inhabitants of Earth are now Tsufurians. In time, these cells will gradually evolve, mirroring Baby's possession of Vegeta, until all traces of Vegeta are entirely erased. Ha ha ha. Bulma, make arrangements immediately. We shall prepare to journey to our new homeland. Baby proclaims with a triumphant flourish. Having successfully avenged the destruction of his kind and established a home of his own, he revels in the joy of this moment. Eager to return to his cherished homeland, he is now set to return to his homeland, Planet Plant. Lord Baby, I shall attend to it immediately, Bulma exclaimed with enthusiasm. She was currently under the control of the parasitic organism. At this moment, Bulma had become Baby's right hand. Upon receiving the order, she swiftly exited to arrange the spaceship. Chapter 111, The Battle Between Father and Son King Kai. What shall we do now? Gohan inquired. Do you have any valuable suggestions? The old Kai, Kibito, and Goku, after recovering from their astonishment, contemplated their next move. They all perceived that this Son Gohan was far from ordinary, enveloped in an air of enigma. The trio sought to hear Son Gohan's counsel, curious to discover if he possessed alternative methods. Our Saiyan strength is derived from our tails. As long as we can extract my father's tail, there exists a chance for him to evolve into Super Saiyan 4, Son Gohan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. In the anime, the Elder Kai speculated that Son Goku's body bore a flaw, the absence of a tail, which hindered him from harnessing the true power of a Saiyan. Thus, they forcibly removed Son Goku's tail. The Elder Kai, through a stroke of serendipity, ultimately facilitated Son Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, your assertion entirely corroborates my hypothesis. I have always believed that this was not Son Goku's full potential, as his body is flawed, lacking a tail. The Elder Kai's eyes gleamed with insight, fully affirming his previous conjecture. He has always believed that Son Wukong's body is flawed, notably for lacking a tail. Could it be that the power of the Saiyans derives from their tails? The god Vegeta appeared to be enlightened by this revelation. Who would have thought? Son Wukong's strength is already formidable, yet it is not even his full potential. Super Saiyan 4? Is what you speak of truly the case? Son Wukong inquired, unable to contain his disbelief. He never anticipated that Gohan would possess such extensive knowledge. How could he possess such profound knowledge? Is it possible that he can transform into Super Saiyan 4? If so, that would be truly remarkable, considering his tender age. Indeed, Gohan nodded in affirmation. He emanated an aura of unwavering confidence. He was well versed in the narrative. There was no room for error. Gohan, is your fighting prowess truly formidable? Let us engage in a contest, exclaimed Son Goku, his excitement palpable as he gesticulated animatedly. This was his typical demeanor in the presence of formidable opponents. Both Old Kai and Kibito also turned their attention towards Gohan, intrigued. They were equally intrigued by each other's combat prowess. Are you curious about my strength? Very well. I shall indulge your curiosity. Son Gohan also wished to gauge the abilities of this timeline's Son Goku. The Old Kai and Kibito swiftly departed from the scene. They are all aware of the Saiyans' fierce and combative nature. The battlefield has been left to the father and son. Come, Gohan. Let me witness how you engage in battle in that dimension. Aha! Son Wukong exclaimed with exhilaration, his eyes brimming with the spirit of combat. In an instant, he transformed into the formidable Super Saiyan 2 form, as the Super Saiyan 3 transformation demanded an exorbitant amount of energy. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a powerful aura that radiated outward in waves from his center. This energy, it is terrifying. Is this truly the essence of Son Gohan? It seems distinctly different from Goku's. The Old Kai and Zeno were left astounded, for the presence of this alternate dimension's Son Gohan was overwhelmingly formidable, bordering on the unnatural. This aura was entirely unlike that of Goku and the others. Goodness, what is this aura? Could it be that Gohan's bloodline has reverted, akin to Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku too sensed that this energy was utterly unlike their own. He sensed this aura emanating from Broly. Boom. A powerful and terrifying presence suddenly enveloped the entire battlefield. The energy surrounding Gohan began to take on a grass-green hue. His hair and eyebrows have transformed into a vibrant shade of grass-green. What? This form of Gohan appears quite terrifying. How is it that his appearance is entirely different from that of Goku? There is an unsettling aura about this state. Could it be that the Saiyans we previously encountered were mere illusions? The Old Kai and Kibito gaze upon Gohan's transformation in utter astonishment. They had never before witnessed hair of such a vibrant green hue. Gohan, in this form of a Saiyan, was a sight I had only encountered on Broly. I never anticipated that another version of you from a different dimension would possess such an extraordinary transformation. I shall commence my assault now, with a countenance brimming with excitement. Son Goku exerted his feet, causing the ground beneath him to cave in instantaneously. He charged towards Son Gohan, utterly unprepared for the revelation that in this alternate dimension, Son Gohan had assumed this verdant form. Come forth, let me witness the prowess of this timeline's father, Son Gohan remarked with an air of nonchalance. He is now in the Super Saiyan 2 form. Bang! In an instant, Super Saiyan 2 Goku appeared before Gohan and unleashed a flurry of consecutive punches. Ding! A combat power attribute of 1 million has been dropped. In the battle machine, the attribute increases by 1 million. The sound of the system's notifications incessantly echoed in Gohan's mind. He did not strike. Instead, he effortlessly neutralized Son Wukong's assaults. Regardless of the ferocity of the opponent's attacks, he deftly countered each one. Those with discernment could clearly see that Son Wukong had held back significantly. He merely focuses on defense, entirely neglecting the offense. Gohan, do not solely concentrate on blocking. You must also strike and showcase your fighting prowess. Forget our identities and engage in battle with abandon. Son Wukong is aware that Gohan is deliberately holding back. He did not attack himself. Rather, he merely neutralized his own techniques. Gohan's verdant form is truly terrifying. Even the assaults of Son Wukong proved utterly ineffective. I have always felt that Gohan was not even exerting a third of his strength in combat against Wukong. If he were to truly focus, Wukong would not withstand even a single blow. It is no wonder that they say experience brings wisdom. The old Supreme Kai observed the battle while offering his commentary. He had long realized that Son Gohan had been holding back for the sake of Son Wukong. Ancestor, Gohan in this Super Saiyan form is truly formidable. He effortlessly neutralized all of Son Wukong's techniques. Even Jebet was taken aback, astonished by the terrifying combat prowess of Gohan from another timeline. Very well, I shall make my move. As soon as Gohan's words fell, he raised his hand to catch the punch hurled by Son Wukong, and with a powerful tug, he realized something was amiss. Son Wukong was taken aback in astonishment. He felt a tremendous force pulling him toward his son. Bang! Son Gohan stepped forward, driving a knee into Son Goku's abdomen. Splutter! Son Goku spat out a mouthful of bitter liquid. A searing pain radiated through his lower abdomen. Suddenly, a tugging sensation coursed through his arm once more. As it became apparent that Son Gohan was lifting him and forcefully slamming him into the ground, the sound of a deafening crash echoed around them. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the battlefield as Son Gohan unleashed his fury upon the earth, resembling a relentless assault akin to that of a gopher being crushed. The ground bore the scars of enormous craters from the impact. The old Kai and Jebet looked on in stunned silence at the one-sided battle before them. As Son Gohan's verdant transformation proved to be overwhelmingly formidable, it was a display that could easily outmatch even Son Wukong himself. Chapter 112, Planet Plan Earth. Please do not crowd. Form an orderly line to board the spacecraft, Bulma announced loudly over the loudspeaker to the throng on the playground, following Baby's orders. She had prepared a colossal spaceship. Now, all of Earth's inhabitants were poised to embark on their journey to Planet Plant. Every individual on Earth had succumbed to Baby's parasitic control, transforming into his minions. Xiaofang, are we truly heading to Planet Plant? Satan, Xiaofang, and Fat Bu had infiltrated the masses. While the entire planet had fallen under the sway of Baby's parasitic eggs, the three of them remained untouched, having narrowly escaped their fate by hiding within Fat Bu's belly. Yet, that nefarious villain had once again employed the Dragon Balls, and in 2 weeks, Earth would face annihilation. Though she could not sense her grandfather's presence, Xiaofang remained steadfast in her belief that he was still alive. We will wait for him on Planet Plant, she declared resolutely. Her faith in Son Wukong's survival was unwavering. He had weathered countless storms and would not succumb to the clutches of such an evil foe. You are right, Xiaofang. I too believe that Goku is still alive, Satan reassured her. He too believed that a being as formidable as Son Wukong could not so easily succumb to death. Majin Bu altered his visage slightly, and the three of them fell into line. The Supreme Kai stood in solemnity. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated as Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. The ordinary Super Saiyan 2 form was utterly incomparable to the legendary Super Saiyan 2, being completely overwhelmed. Gohan, why not test the strength of my Super Saiyan 3 form? Son Wukong declared confidently after his transformation. His normal combat power is 1 trillion, while in the Super 3 form, his combat power reaches 400 trillion. He firmly believes that in another parallel world, Gohan has yet to transcend into the Super Saiyan 3 form. After all, he is still quite young, and it took several years to achieve that transformation. Super Saiyan 3, you say? I can attain that as well. Gohan clenches his fists tightly, his energy surging uncontrollably. He sought to astonish this realm with his utilization of the transcendent form in battle. Observing the startled expressions of the three, he secretly reveled in delight. This was precisely the outcome Gohan had yearned to witness. Super Saiyan 3. It hurts. Why are you pinching me? Let me see if I am dreaming. Honestly, you could pinch yourself instead. The old Kai and Kibito were utterly bewildered. Is this truly the Gohan from an alternate dimension? His combat prowess is indeed extraordinary. He is still so young, yet he has already surpassed the Super Saiyan 3 level. Gohan, prepare yourself. In an instant, Son Goku appeared behind Son Gohan. He sought to take the initiative, striking unexpectedly to catch his opponent off guard. In that moment, without a glance back, Son Gohan unleashed a powerful elbow strike towards the rear. Bang! Two immense forces collided instantaneously, sending a formidable shockwave rippling outward. The two soon engaged in a fierce struggle. Boom! Clash! The sound of their combat echoed as they ascended from the ground into the air, with the ground beneath them becoming pockmarked from their fierce exchanges. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan 3? It threatened to obliterate the sacred realm of the Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin and Kibito, situated perilously close to the battlefield, felt waves of oppressive energy wash over them, their foreheads drenched in cold sweat. The magnitude of this battle was truly terrifying. The ground lay in disarray, littered with grooves left by the violent clashes of power. If this continued, the entire sacred domain could be reduced to ruin by the two combatants. Their figures flickered through the air, each collision generating a terrifying wave of energy. The warm-up was now complete. The Super Saiyan 3 Gohan smiled at Goku. His figure gradually faded. So swiftly, I have caught sight of you. Son Wukong instantly became alert. With a single punch, he swung towards the left. However, before the strike could fully land, a warning bell resonated within Son Wukong's heart. He swiftly altered his direction, delivering an elbow strike to the right. Yet, he struck nothing but air. His reflexes were indeed quite rapid. However, your speed remains insufficient. The voice of Son Wukong echoed like a ghost. His voice echoed from all directions. Son Wukong's nerves were taut, acutely attuned to the fluctuations of the atmosphere around him. I am here. The figure of Son Gohan materialized behind Son Wukong like a specter. With a powerful punch, he struck at his opponent. Boom! Before Son Wukong could react, he was compelled to cross his arms to shield himself from the fierce attack. Upon impact, an overwhelming force propelled him several meters away. It was evident that Son Gohan had shown restraint, preparing for his next move. Frenzied Death Beam. Son Gohan shouted, raising his hand to point at Son Wukong, unleashing a barrage of energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. Son Wukong was instantly struck, waves of energy crashing against him. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the sacred realm of the King Kai. Both the old Kai and Kibito felt a chill run down their spines. Surely, this father-son clash did not necessitate such ferocity. They observed the sight of Son Wukong being tormented in the air, and a wave of pain washed over them. At this moment, Son Wukong's attire had been torn to shreds by relentless beams of energy, leaving his body marred with bruises of varying shades. He appeared utterly disheveled. Upon witnessing Son Wukong's state, Son Gohan ceased his assault. How formidable, he murmured. Son Wukong gasped for breath, his face contorted in agony. He felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, instantly returning to his normal state. Son Wukong had merely been sustaining his Super Saiyan 3 form, and now, as he relaxed, he plummeted from the sky. Father, are you all right? Son Gohan exclaimed, swiftly catching the falling Son Wukong in his embrace. He inquired with genuine concern. The Saiyan race is undeniably peculiar. Remarkably, much like Gohan, at such a tender age, he can transform into a Super Saiyan 3. Are all the Saiyans from that timeline equally formidable? The grass-green form is utterly terrifying. In the same Super Saiyan 3 state, this grass-green variant possesses the power to utterly dominate Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form. Both Elder Kai and Kibito are visibly astonished, never having anticipated Gohan's strength to be so formidable. It is indeed possible that he possesses the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Gohan, utilizing his healing abilities, once again restored Goku's injuries. He will also collect all the combat power attributes that have fallen to the ground. The deity Jupiter gazed upon the chaotic scene before him. With a grand gesture, he unleashed a surge of divine power, gradually restoring the god of the universe to its original form. With a flick of his finger, the King of Worlds rejuvenated Son Wukong's battle attire. Wukong, are you still alive? He called out. You two, come here and take a look. The King of Worlds once again produced a crystal orb to observe the state of the earth. He witnessed a shocking scene and exclaimed loudly at Son Wukong and his son. Chapter 113, The Peril of Xiaofeng. Earth. Dad, do you not remember me? I am Xiaofeng. You are squeezing my neck. I can hardly breathe. In the GT timeline, Son Gohan gripped Xiaofeng's neck with one large hand, lifting her effortlessly. It turned out to be Xiaofeng. The whereabouts of Satan and Bu had been uncovered. Fat Bu was currently engaged in battle with Baby. If it weren't for Fat Bu's regenerative abilities, he would have been defeated long ago. Thus, he fought with great difficulty, being relentlessly suppressed by Baby throughout the entire ordeal. Meanwhile, under the control of the living egg, Son Gohan took the initiative to confront Baby to capture Xiaofeng. At this moment, Xiaofeng found herself ensnared by her father's grip around her neck, her face turning crimson from the strain. Satan, in a fit of desperation, shouted for anyone to rescue his granddaughter. Suddenly, three figures appeared on the battlefield: Son Wukong, the main timeline's Son Gohan, and the Supreme Kai of Time. They all arrived through instantaneous teleportation to save others. The trio had previously devised a plan. Jebet would rescue Satan, Son Wukong would assist Fat Bu, and the primary timeline's Gohan would aid Xiaofeng. In a flash, the primary timeline's Gohan materialized behind GT timeline's Gohan. With a resounding thud, GT timeline's Gohan collapsed, his grip on Xiaofeng's neck loosening. The events transpired with such swiftness that GT timeline's Gohan had no time to react. He lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of clay, incapacitated by a swift strike from the main timeline's Gohan, who had rendered his GT counterpart unconscious. Panting heavily, Xiaofeng also collapsed, gasping for fresh air, grateful for the timely intervention that saved her. Let us depart, said the main timeline's Gohan as he lifted Xiaofeng from the ground, vanishing from the earth. Concurrently, The figure of Goku began to materialize around the portly Beau, while the presence of Jebet appeared beside Babidi. In an instant, the four figures vanished from sight, leaving everyone startled, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Once again, it was that damned Saiyan. Who would have thought he possessed such resilience? Merely a defeated foe, yet it is only a matter of time before I eliminate you. Baby, upon witnessing Goku's abrupt arrival, felt only a flicker of surprise. He is aware of this fellow's ability to teleport. Who, exactly, are the two individuals who appeared alongside Son Wukong? I had scarcely glimpsed them before they vanished. Lord Baby, with an imposing presence, renders the Saiyans as timid as turtles retreating into their shells. They are too afraid to show their faces now. Trunks stepped forward and proclaimed loudly. He is now regarded as the foremost authority of Baby. Ha ha, well said. Let us proceed aboard the spaceship. I shall eventually eradicate the Saiyans. We must not allow the Saiyans to thwart our plans. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Baby's face lit up with joy, quickly forgetting the imminent arrival of Son Goku. Regardless of who stands against him, he shall not spare anyone opposing him. In due time, they will all be dealt with collectively. Long live Lord Baby! Long live Lord Baby! The people of Earth shouted with exuberance. In their hearts, Baby is the most formidable force. The Saiyans, under his command, are merely courting their own demise. The crowd then resumed their ascent onto the spaceship. Their destination was Planet Plant. Suddenly, in a flash, the esteemed Son Gohan from the main timeline appeared, cradling the young girl, Xiaofang. This young gentleman was strikingly handsome. His visage oddly familiar. Had they crossed paths before? It seemed implausible. Such a dashing figure would surely be unforgettable. Xiaofang, one of the protagonists from the GT timeline, was the granddaughter of Son Goku, the daughter of Son Gohan and Videl, now 9 years old and standing at a height of 1.40 m. Her attire was exceptionally fashionable, far from what one would expect of a child her age. Moreover, her physical development was remarkable. She embodied the essence of a budding beauty. Not long ago, she had joined forces with Son Goten and the childlike Son Goku, alongside Trunks, embarking on a quest through the cosmos in search of Dragon Balls. She had wholly inherited the Saiyan spirit of competitiveness, beginning her training alongside Goku at the tender age of 4. Goku had once remarked, "She is the most promising among us. Brother, thank you for saving me. Your face seems so familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Xiaofang's enchanting eyes sparkled as she gazed at the youthful gentleman embracing her. From the side, he appeared remarkably handsome, his chiseled features radiating a sense of security. Additionally, he exuded a delightful aroma reminiscent of her father. Overwhelmed with gratitude and a sense of bliss, she expressed her feelings openly. Being held did not embarrass her. Had it not been for his sudden appearance, she might have fallen victim to her father under Baby's control. She was indeed wise beyond her years. She recalled the time when Goku first transformed into a child's form and encountered her on the street while she was out with male classmates. "Beautiful girl, why don't you get down?" Son Gohan mused, enchanted by the sight of Xiaofang nestled in his arms, who had wrapped her arms around his neck with an expression of sheer enjoyment. "Kiki, I find your embrace so warm. Much like the comforting hugs from my father and grandfather. Please, hold me a little longer," Xiaofang playfully cooed, relishing the sense of safety enveloping her. The joy of being alive was profound, especially after narrowly escaping death moments earlier. Son Gohan chuckled softly. She truly was a captivating little sprite. Suddenly, with a flash, the figures of Son Goku and Fat Beau materialized. Following closely were Jebet and Satan, who had returned via instant transmission. Upon their arrival, Goku and Satan beheld Son Gohan, holding Xiaofang. "Grandfather, I knew you couldn't possibly be gone. It is such a relief to see you." Xiaofang suddenly released Son Wukong, swiftly lifting the child version of Son Wukong into her arms. She spun around several times before finally coming to a halt, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. Wukong, I never anticipated that you were still alive," Satan said, glancing appreciatively at Jebet and Son Gohan. If it weren't for their timely intervention, both he and his granddaughter's lives would have been in jeopardy. "Satan, you are being overly courteous. We are all family here. There's no need for such formality," Son Wukong remarked as he approached Satan's side. He is now indeed related to Satan. Xiaofang's mother is, after all, the daughter of the devil. "Grandfather, who is this charming young man who saved me? Please introduce us," Xiaofang exclaimed, excitement gleaming in her eyes as she eagerly grasped Son Wukong's hand. She was impatient to uncover the identity of this handsome figure. Chapter 114. Xiaofang captivates Son Gohan's heart. "Of course, you have seen him before. When I reveal his identity, it might astonish you. Brace yourself. Do not be caught off guard, Son Wukong grinned. If Xiaofang were to discover that the individual before her was an alternate version of Son Gohan from a parallel universe, would she be taken aback? Oh, Grandpa, I am quite terrified. No one has ever managed to frighten me, Xiaofang declared boldly, patting her chest. She had never truly been afraid of anyone. Son Gohan from the main timeline remained silent, intrigued by the girl's spirited display. Observing the vivacious daughter of the GT timeline, Son Gohan brought a smile to his face. He found himself entirely captivated by Xiaofang. Having such an adorable girl around would indeed be delightful. You seem familiar. I feel as if I have encountered you before. Son Gohan from Satan's timeline expressed, curiosity evident in his demeanor. Where had he seen this person before? Grandfather, do you share this sentiment? We have definitely met this individual. I just cannot recall where, Xiaofang mused, gazing thoughtfully at Son Gohan. She noticed that he increasingly resembled her father and even possessed a tail. It seemed he was a Saiyan. She had heard that her grandfather once had a tail too. Furthermore, this person's resemblance to her father sparked another possibility in her mind. Could he be her grandfather's illegitimate son? Wait a moment. You can't possibly be my grandfather's son, can you? You look remarkably like my father, Xiaofang boldly voiced her thoughts. The evidence suggested a strong connection between this man and Son Wukong. Indeed, you are correct. I am your grandfather's son, Son Gohan playfully responded, enjoying the banter with the spirited girl. He gazed intently at Xiaofang, trying to discern her expression. Wukong, you. Satan listened intently to the words spoken by the young boy. He was utterly astounded, unable to fathom that Son Wukong actually had an illegitimate child. Oh. Grandfather, is this truly the case? How could you betray grandmother? Tears streamed down Xiaofang's face as she began to weep uncontrollably, gazing at Son Wukong with disbelief. Could this truly be the grandfather she had always revered? He actually has another woman outside. How could grandfather possibly commit such an act? He has managed to deceive everyone with great difficulty. At this moment, the image of Son Wukong in her heart has completely shattered. Son Wukong was entirely taken aback by Xiaofang's cries. After all, she is his beloved granddaughter. Son Wufan, do you even know how to speak? When did your speech become so labored? Could you not express your thoughts all at once? Son Wukong scolded Son Wufan, furious that anyone would dare to make his cherished granddaughter cry. If it were someone else who had caused her tears, they would have been swiftly dealt with. All right. Xiaofang, dear, I was only teasing you. I am Son Wufan from a different parallel universe. Do you not think that Son Wufan is the son of Son Wukong? The Son Wufan from the primary timeline quickly addressed Xiaofang. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had inadvertently reduced the young girl to tears. Grandfather, is what he said truly accurate? Is he genuinely another Son Goku from a parallel universe? Little Fong ceased her weeping, covering her mouth with her hand, gazing at Son Goku in disbelief. The revelation was utterly staggering. Indeed, he was another Son Goku who had traversed from a parallel world. Son Goku nodded affirmatively. Little Fong's enchanting eyes turned towards the Son Goku of the primary timeline. Could it be that the captivating gentleman before her was another version of Son Goku from a different realm? It was no wonder that when she had been embraced by him, she sensed the familiar essence of a father. Moreover, his embrace radiated warmth and a profound sense of security. She had never anticipated that this individual was another incarnation of her father from a parallel universe. Son Goku? Even Satan and Fat Bu were left in a state of shock, marveling at the existence of yet another parallel world. Truly, this realm was filled with wonders beyond imagination. Ahem, let us convene to discuss our next course of action, came the serene voice of the old Kai. He was aware that everyone had returned safely. Allow me to introduce my granddaughter, Xiaofang. This is the old Kai and the supreme Kai of time. Son Wukong presented Xiaofang to everyone. There was no need to introduce Satan and Bu, as they were already acquainted with one another. Hello, I am grateful to you for rescuing my grandfather and Uncle Bu. Xiaofang said politely, bowing to the old Kai and the supreme Kai. Without their timely assistance, she and her grandfather, along with Bu, would have faced dire consequences. I believe we should first remove my father's tail, and then I will teach him how to transcend to Super Saiyan 4, Son Gohan remarked. He also wished to harvest the attribute of combat prowess. Little Daddy, Super Saiyan 4? Is that form truly formidable? Little Fong acknowledged the identity of Son Gohan from the primary timeline, as Son Goku had already elucidated it. Moreover, the sensation of being embraced moments ago was unmistakable. The individual was indeed her counterpart from another timeline, Son Gohan. Little Fang's disposition was exceedingly cheerful, and she now affectionately referred to Son Gohan from the primary timeline as Little Daddy. With two fathers showering her with affection, how delightful it was. Little Daddy. Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback by her address. Have I truly become a father? Observing Little Fang's vivacious and endearing demeanor, he couldn't help but smile. He genuinely cherished this spirited girl. Indeed, Saiyans possess more than just the Super Saiyan 4 form. We can continue to transcend together, Super Saiyan 5, 6, 7. Each transformation will double our fighting power, Son Gohan declared with unwavering confidence. From the perspective of the anime, Saiyan transformations follow two distinct paths. 1. Akin to the GT timeline, continues to evolve through the Saiyan forms. The other, reminiscent of Dragon Ball Super, transitions into divine forms, Super Saiyan Blue, Red. Really? That is wonderful. It's a pity I have yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Little Fang initially expressed excitement, only to have her eyes gradually dim with disappointment. At 9 years old, she still had not achieved the transformation. Fear not, I shall teach you how to transform, Son Gohan assured her confidently. In the GT timeline, after a century, her grandson would be capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, proving that it was not a matter of bloodline. It must be that Little Fang's body was exceptional, or perhaps the method from the 6th universe for achieving Super Saiyan status would be effective for her. By concentrating energy at her back, she could transform into a Super Saiyan. In Dragon Ball Super, Super Saiyan forms had become commonplace. During the Tournament of Power, Saiyans from the 6th universe transformed upon seeing Goku and Vegeta. Is that true? How wonderful! Little Daddy, I adore you! Little Fang exclaimed with excitement, leaping onto Son Gohan's body. Her legs wrapped around his waist as she joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek. In an instant, Son Gohan's heart was captured by this kiss from Little Fang. Chapter 115. Son Goku pulls his tail. King Kai's realm. What? You are here to teach Son Goku how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Could it be that Son Gohan can indeed achieve Super Saiyan 4? Saiyans can continue to transcend. The elder Kai and Kibito listened intently to Son Gohan's words. They were utterly astounded. If the Saiyans continued to transcend their limits, how terrifying would that be? Would they eventually surpass the gods themselves? The mere thought is indeed frightening. They are truly a monstrous race. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. The old Kai nodded in agreement. This method is feasible. If Son Goku were to achieve Super Saiyan 4, then the Earth and the universe would attain a semblance of safety. The Son Gohan from another dimension must eventually return home. The opportunity to receive his guidance is already a significant advantage. Gohan, what should we do about those infected by Baby? The Supreme Kai Jebet also voiced his concerns. As soon as Son Goku transforms into Super Saiyan 4, he will be able to eliminate Baby. Moreover, the strength of this Son Gohan is unfathomable. Even if Goku cannot achieve Super Saiyan 4, Gohan's power alone might suffice to confront Baby. In fact, the ultra-divine water atop Korin Tower can eradicate the parasitic eggs residing within the Earthlings. Gohan affirmed with conviction. In the anime, the parasitic eggs within the Earthlings were indeed destroyed by the ultra-divine water. How wonderful! That way, my father and mother will recognize me again. Had it not been for the intervention of my little father, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Baby is truly despicable. Little Fang still felt a chill at the memory of her father attempting to harm her. Now, let us commence, as we are fully prepared. Please, everyone, assist me in removing my tail. Son Goku exclaimed with impatience. He began to loosen his clothing, preparing to remove his trousers. Grandpa. Xiao Fang turned her face away, feeling quite bashful. She was aware that her grandfather was rather carefree and oblivious to such matters. However, she was indeed a young lady. Ahem, I seem to have forgotten, her grandfather, Sun Wukong, chuckled awkwardly. The last time they were in the cosmos searching for the Dragon Balls. His granddaughter had already admonished him. When in the presence of young ladies, one ought to be mindful of one's demeanor. In his current state of anxiety, he surprisingly forgot about this matter. It turns out that during the previous quest for the Dragon Balls in the cosmos, Sun Wukong had stripped bare and was bathing in the river. He rushed up without donning his clothes, thus receiving a stern reprimand from Xiao Fang. Please assist my father in extracting the tail. I am now teaching Xiao Fang the method to transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan addressed the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed somewhat inappropriate for a girl like Xiao Fang to be present in this context. Great, Daddy. Where shall we go now? Xiao Fang exclaimed, grasping Gohan's hand and soaring off in another direction. She placed her complete trust in this parallel universe's Gohan, convinced that if he claimed he could transform into a Saiyan, he undoubtedly could. Earth. Lord Baby, we are now at the final batch, Bulma reported to Baby, who sat upon the throne. She had become a reliable aide to him. And Baby felt reassured with Bulma managing affairs, as she consistently followed his orders diligently. Bulma tirelessly executed every task at hand. Haha, well done. From now on, Planet Plant will serve as the stronghold for us Tuffle people. We shall commence our development and eventually dominate the entire universe, Baby declared with a hearty laugh. Presently, the only remaining Saiyan was Goku, and he was now a fish in a barrel. Should he dare to approach, he would be swiftly eliminated. Not only the Saiyans, but Baby's ambitions extended far beyond, aspiring to rule the entire cosmos. He aspires to become the sovereign of the cosmos, instilling fear in all who behold him. Lord Baby, with his grand ambitions and strategic prowess, seeks to unify the entire universe. Bulma, too, beams with excitement, feeling fortunate to serve alongside Baby. Long live Lord Baby. You are our magnificent king. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, Lord Baby, declared Trunks, Gohan, Goten, Bra, and others with fervent voices. They all were expressions of exhilaration. Haha. Well said. We are now also prepared to embark on our journey, Baby remarked with a beaming smile. He gazed upon the now desolate earth, a smile gracing his lips. Once the abode of the Saiyans, it was now devoid of any presence. Soon, this place would meet its cataclysmic fate. For the Dragon Balls, painstakingly gathered by Sun Wukong, Trunks, and Xiao Fang, had already been summoned by Baby to grant a wish. Planet Plant was the fruit of that wish. Earth had become a forsaken planet, and in 2 weeks, it would face annihilation. Everything here would be reduced to nothingness. The inhabitants of Earth had long since departed from this realm. They have now arrived on Planet Plant, for each of them carries the living eggs of Baby. They have become a part of the Zaffle race. Ah! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. It turned out to be the result of everyone extracting the tail from Sun Wukong's posterior. The cry emanated from him. Wukong, with great swiftness, managed to pull it out. You must endure, Satan spoke reassuringly. He grasped a pair of pliers, firmly pinching Sun Wukong's tail, desperately pulling it outward. Ah! Sun Wukong shrieked, struggling to endure the waves of soreness emanating from his rear. At this moment, he found himself tightly bound and pressed against the ground. Not far away, Xiao Fang and the main timeline's Son Gohan began to experiment with the transformation into Super Saiyans. Xiao Fang, first concentrate all your energy at your back, Son Gohan instructed, guiding her slowly. In Dragon Ball Super, all the Saiyans of Universe 6 transformed into Super Saiyans using this very method. The transformation of a Saiyan relies entirely on their roar. Xiao Fang assumed a horse stance, her hands clenched tightly. A deep, resonant sound emanated from her throat as she unleashed all her energy, gradually gathering it to her back. Yes, just like that, slowly channeling the power throughout her body. Excellent. That's it. You can do it. Son Gohan continued to provide gentle guidance and encouragement to Xiao Fang from the sidelines. He observed as energy gradually coalesced on the other's back. Xiao Fang gritted her teeth, her hair beginning to stand on end. The white aura surrounding her slowly transformed into a golden hue, while her black hair fluctuated between black and gold. Almost there. Just a little longer, and you will successfully transform, Sun Wukong encouraged slowly. Seeing Xiao Fang's condition, he knew this method was effective. Xiao Fang let out a tremendous roar, causing the ground beneath her to instantly cave in. A powerful and terrifying aura emanated from her, spreading in all directions. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder and lightning erupted simultaneously. Waves of energy radiated outward from Xiao Fang like a tempest of unparalleled ferocity, causing even a planet to tremble slightly. The commotion from Xiao Fang was overwhelming. The old Kai and others paused their actions, turning their attention toward her. They witnessed a shocking spectacle. Xiao Fang's dark hair and golden hair oscillated chaotically, flickering between colors. What is happening? Such terrifying power. Could it be that Xiao Fang is truly on the verge of transcending the Saiyan limits to become a Super Saiyan? Or is it the prowess of another parallel world's Gohan? It was astonishing that Xiao Fang had trained alongside him since childhood. After so many years, he had been unable to help her achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan. He never anticipated that Gohan would manage to facilitate her transformation so swiftly. Sun Wukong was acutely aware that Xiao Fang was on the cusp of becoming a Super Saiyan. He felt an immense joy in his heart, knowing that his precious granddaughter could transform in the future. The old Kai and Kabuto also wore expressions of astonishment. They never anticipated that another Son Gohan from a parallel world could be so formidable. How little time had passed for yet another Super Saiyan to emerge. Both Mr. Satan and Majin Buu were equally elated. They were acutely aware of how fervently Xiao Fang desired to transform into a Super Saiyan. At long last, her wish was on the verge of realization. Satan was no longer the deluded champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the past, he often reassured himself that it was merely magic, an illusion crafted by trickery. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, Xiao Fang transformed into a Super Saiyan. Her hair and eyebrows shimmered with a golden hue, while her irises turned a striking light blue. An aura of golden energy erupted around her, and her gaze became piercingly sharp. "Daddy, I did it!" Xiao Fang exclaimed, bouncing around like a little sparrow, exhilarated by the overwhelming surge of combat power within her. She unleashed a series of connected punches with remarkable finesse. "Well done, Xiao Fang. I always knew you were exceptional," exclaimed Son Gohan. Captivated by the spirited and majestic presence of the female Super Saiyan Xiao Fang as she celebrated her triumph, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment within his heart. He, is this the power of the Saiyans? This sensation is truly exquisite. Grandfather, great-grandfather, I have finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. After completing a set of punches and stretching her muscles, Xiao Fang burst into joyful laughter. She even shouted excitedly towards Son Wukong and Satan. Previously, Xiao Fang believed she lacked the innate talent to become a Super Saiyan. She often watched her father and uncles transform, filled with envy and admiration. Now, having finally fulfilled her wish to become a Super Saiyan, how could she not feel exhilarated and thrilled? A dream she had harbored for years, now realized thanks to her little father. It is indeed wonderful to have dreams. Who knows when they might come true? Xiao Fang, congratulations. Your wish has finally been granted. Satan gazed at his granddaughter, her face alight with excitement. Xiao Fang is his source of inspiration. As long as she can grow up healthy and happy, he feels content. Thus, every smile and frown from Xiao Fang touches his heart. It must be said that Satan dotes on his granddaughter immensely. Xiao Fang is his successor. Now that she has successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, he must also strive harder. You all hold the pincers. I will do the rest. Son Wukong declared with unwavering confidence. Earlier, everyone's collective effort had failed to pull out the tail. Now, he had devised a bold method. This approach seemed promising. It was worth a try. The old Kai nodded in agreement. Since the previous methods had not succeeded, attempting Wukong's idea seemed prudent. The others nodded in unison, expressing their willingness to give it a shot. As they prepared to grasp the pincers firmly, Son Wukong took deliberate steps forward. Yo. With each step he took, he cried out. The intense sensation made the veins on his forehead bulge, and cold sweat streamed down his face. He persevered, taking one step forward despite the pain that contorted his face. Wukong noticed the emergence of the tail. Keep going. You can do it. The excited encouragement from Satan and others resonated around him. It seemed that this method was indeed effective. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang and Son Wukong were oblivious to the events unfolding nearby. Xiao Fang yearned to harness this immense energy more swiftly, believing that battle was the most effective means to achieve her goal. Come on, let me assist you once more, she urged. Son Wukong observed Xiao Fang's exuberant demeanor with a sense of pride. He can now assist the young girl in becoming acquainted with this terrifying power. Simultaneously, he can also reap a surge of combat prowess, truly a double-edged benefit. That is precisely the intention. Little father, you must be cautious. No sooner had Xiao Fang's words fallen than she charged towards Son Wukong, eager to ascertain the extent of this little father's strength. Up to this point, the combat capabilities of Son Wukong in another dimension remain an enigma. A brilliant white aura erupted from Son Wukong's body. His form resembles the latent potential that the old Kaishin once unlocked. This state requires no transformation into a Super Saiyan to rival the combat prowess of a Super Saiyan 3. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Fang unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks, executing a series of rapid punches. Son Gohan effortlessly countered each strike with grace, his combat prowess surpassing that of Super 3. Engaging in battle with Xiao Fang of Super 1 is akin to child's play. Ding. A combat attribute of 1,000,000 is dropped. Combat attribute 1,000,000. As the duel between the two commenced, the sound of the system's notifications echoed incessantly in Son Wukong's mind. He observed the scattered combat attributes on the ground, a smile gracing his face. The old Kai and Jebet were keenly aware of the battle unfolding nearby. They noted how effortlessly Son Gohan, in his normal state, engaged in combat with the Super Saiyan 1 form of Xiaofang. Moreover, it was evident from his demeanor that he had not yet unleashed his true potential. Both Jebet and the old Kai were utterly astonished. It seemed that the Son Gohan from another parallel universe had refrained from exhibiting his full strength out of consideration for Son Goku. The nature of his battle with Xiaofang made this abundantly clear. Little Dad, your combat prowess is astounding. You can fight me without even transforming, Xiaofang exclaimed, her astonishment growing with each exchange. She had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the other Son Gohan's power. My strength is nothing extraordinary, merely average, Son Gohan replied while deftly parrying Xiaofang's assaults. I am merely a sparring partner, as long as you enjoy yourself. All right, then let us test our energy attacks, she declared, stepping back from the range of his strikes, aware that her physical prowess was insufficient. She intended to utilize energy attacks to gauge her capabilities. With her arms outstretched and straightened, she gathered her energy, channeling it at her chest before unleashing it towards Son Gohan. A colossal energy beam, infused with terrifying destructive power, surged forth, reminiscent of Vegeta's final flash. Chapter 117. Son Gohan's guidance to Xiaofang. With an impassive expression, Son Gohan regarded the energy beam hurtling towards him. He gradually raised both hands to catch the incoming energy wave. Little Dad, you are so impressive, Xiaofang exclaimed, her face reflecting shock. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, her power had increased 50-fold, yet now she found her energy attack effortlessly intercepted by Son Gohan's bare hands. The enormity of his prowess became all too apparent. Determined to explore her limits, she intensified her energy output. Given Son Gohan's formidable combat strength, she believed it was impossible to inflict any harm upon him. The energy beam surged exponentially as Xiaofang fervently channeled her energy. Yet, it appeared that this had no effect on Son Gohan whatsoever. He stood motionless, effortlessly receiving the immense beam of energy. What? How could he possibly catch such a colossal wave of energy with his bare hands? This is utterly inconceivable. I never anticipated that Gohan's strength could reach such extraordinary levels. The old Kai and Kibito, who had been observing this battle, were astounded. The scene they witnessed was utterly astonishing. They never anticipated that, under normal circumstances, one could effortlessly absorb the entirety of an energy attack from Super Saiyan 1. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing such an event, no one would have believed it. In another dimension, Son Gohan's power remained unfathomable. Truly remarkable. Is this the true extent of Gohan's strength? Son Goku also observed the battle between the two, noting how easily Gohan, in his regular state, engaged in combat with the Super Saiyan 1 form of Xiaofang. He realized that Gohan had not truly unleashed his full strength during their previous battle. I must, as Gohan suggested, draw forth my tail and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Motivated by this revelation, Son Wukong's steps grew increasingly powerful. One step, then another, and soon, he successfully extracted his tail. At last, the tail was freed. Hooray! We have succeeded, Satan and Fat Bu exclaimed joyfully. A brown tail was swiftly pulled out by the two of them. They released the tiger clamp, clapping their hands in delight. Freed from the constraints of power, Son Wukong nearly stumbled. Is it out? He asked, his face alight with excitement. The brown tail swayed vigorously behind him. Meanwhile, the battle between Gohan and Xiaofang continued unabated. They remained oblivious to the situation concerning Son Wukong. Little Daddy, you are remarkably powerful even without transforming. If you did transform, who could possibly contend with you? Exclaimed Xiaofang, her face brimming with excitement. She gradually withdrew the energy she had been wielding, having already unleashed her full power in the previous attack. Continuing the duel would serve no purpose. Xiaofang, heed my words carefully. Every battle demands your utmost effort. Even in the hunt of a lion, one must exert full strength against a rabbit. You must remain vigilant in the future, ensuring that your opponent has no opportunity for retaliation. Son Gohan's voice resonated as he concluded. He dashed swiftly towards Xiaofang, who instinctively became alert in an instant. With a powerful punch, she aimed at the approaching Son Wukong, only for her fist to pass right through his form. Alarm surged through her. It was merely an illusion. A chill ran down her spine as a sense of impending danger enveloped her entirely. Before she could react, a thunderous crash resounded. The sheer force of the impact sent Xiaofang hurtling away. Yet, it was not over. Son Wukong's figure, like a phantom, materialized at the other end, awaiting Xiaofang's arrival. His fist, as large as a sandbag, struck Xiaofang's abdomen with tremendous force. A gasp escaped her lips as she succumbed to the overwhelming impact. Blood spewing forth in an instant, her condition reverting to normal. The searing pain compelled her to clutch her belly, beads of cold sweat cascading down her forehead. Xiao Fang gasped for breath, her stomach roiling in turmoil. Waves of agony surged throughout her entire being. "You scoundrel! How dare you make my Xiao Fang bleed?" roared Satan. His teeth clenched in fury. This was his cherished treasure, and yet she had been harmed. Were it not for his inability to fly, he would have charged at the wretched boy to exact vengeance. "I care not from which dimension you hail, Son Gohan. Harming my Xiao Fang is utterly unacceptable." The onlookers were left in stunned disbelief by Son Gohan's audacious actions. They all witnessed an alternate reality where Son Wukong possessed formidable strength and was decisive in his actions. An aura of mystery enveloped him, starkly contrasting with the disposition of Son Wukong from their own timeline. "Xiao Fang," he urged, "remember this feeling of pain. If you choose to strike, let it be with the swiftness and fervor that overwhelms your adversary. Should I be your foe, you would already be lost. Always bear in mind, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a mere rabbit." Son Wukong gazed at Xiao Fang, who was doubled over, enduring immense suffering. He spoke with great care and concern. I will remember," Xiao Fang said with difficulty. Her body began to sway precariously in the air. In a swift motion, Son Wukong caught Xiao Fang in a princess embrace. His palm emanated a healing aura. How delightful and comforting it is. In the embrace of my dear father, I feel an overwhelming warmth and sense of security. The pain in my abdomen has vanished. The discomfort within Xiao Fang gradually dissipated as she expressed her enjoyment. Under Son Wukong's healing touch, Xiao Fang's injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. By the time they descended to the ground, both of their wounds had fully mended. Incredible. My stomach no longer aches, and all my injuries have healed. What could possibly be the reason for this? Could it be that my dear father possesses healing abilities? Furthermore, I feel an immense surge of strength coursing through me. What is happening? A voice pulled Xiao Fang back to reality. "Now that we are on the ground, how much longer do you intend to hold on?" Son Wukong chuckled as he observed this version of Xiao Fang, who was reluctant to leave his embrace. "But, dear father, I am currently an injured party. Please indulge me a little longer. I am in need of comfort and care." Xiao Fang slyly smiled, playfully coaxing Son Wukong. She found solace in his warm embrace, and the scent reminiscent of a father figure provided her with profound security. "This scoundrel dared to harm my Xiao Fang. I shall not stand for it." Satan witnessed the arrival of Son Wukong and Xiao Fang as they descended to the ground in the main timeline. He rushed over with a face full of indignation, loudly rebuking. "Grandfather, I am perfectly fine. It is merely the teachings of my little father on the ways of survival. He only intends for me to learn a lesson for the future." Xiao Fang hastily leapt down from Son Wukong's back, addressing the furious Satan. "Xiao Fang, are you truly unscathed?" he asked, bewildered. "But just a moment ago, I witnessed you spitting blood." Satan gazed in astonishment at his lively granddaughter, as he recalled seeing that ruffian strike her until she bled. Yet now, she appeared entirely uninjured. "Little father has already healed my wounds," Xiao Fang explained. She understood how difficult it was to believe, yet she was indeed restored. After circling around Xiao Fang twice, Satan exhaled deeply, reassured of her condition. "Gohan, look, my tail has re-emerged. Please, teach me how to break through to Super Saiyan 4 as well," Son Wukong chimed in. Joining the gathering of three, a brown tail swayed incessantly behind him. Satan, taken aback, marveled at the formidable prowess of Son Wukong, questioning whether he truly needed to seek guidance from this impudent youth. Chapter 118. Son Gohan creates the moon with his bare hands. Collect everything. Son Gohan silently chanted in his heart. The attributes of combat power surged violently into his body, causing his combat data to skyrocket uncontrollably. The method to transform into Super Saiyan 4 was, in fact, quite simple. It required his father to first transform into a golden great ape. Son Gohan articulated the process to Son Wukong. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Surely, the matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. What? The prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 is to become a great ape? If I were to transform into a great ape, I would utterly lose my sanity. Moreover, when a Saiyan becomes a great ape, their power amplifies tenfold, revealing their primal nature and resulting in uncontrollable rage. What then is the second step? How can I accomplish it if I have lost my reason? Son Wukong initially expressed astonishment, followed by a look of perplexity. This explained the necessity of removing one's tail. The tail was an essential condition for transforming into a great ape. No wonder he had failed to achieve the Super Saiyan 4 form all these years. It was due to the absence of his tail. Is it that grave? Will I truly lose my sanity? and my power will increase tenfold? My goodness. This is a perilous endeavor, exclaimed Jebet, eyes wide in shock. With Son Wukong's already formidable combat power, the prospect of transforming into a great ape, enhancing his strength tenfold yet losing his sanity, was alarming. What will become of the entire sacred realm of the Supreme Kai? Gohan, do you possess a solution? What is the second step? Inquired the old Supreme Kai, directing his question at Son Gohan. He was aware that the other party must possess a solution. All eyes converged upon Son Wukong. At this moment, the hopes of the crowd rested entirely on this Son Wukong, who had traversed from another parallel universe. The outcome now hinged upon Xiao Fang. Only those closest to him could restore his reason. Son Wukong gazed at Xiao Fang and spoke. In the anime, when Son Wukong transformed into a colossal ape, he descended into sheer destruction. Ultimately, it was Xiao Fang who rekindled Son Wukong's reason, enabling him to transform into Super Saiyan 4. The crowd's attention shifted from Son Wukong to Xiao Fang, revealing that the pivotal figure was indeed Xiao Fang. Me? Am I truly that formidable? Xiao Fang exclaimed, pointing to herself in astonishment. She had not anticipated that awakening her grandfather's reason was the key to his transformation. Son Wukong nodded affirmatively at Xiao Fang. What if Wukong cannot regain his rationality? Elder Kai raised a question. The method seems promising, yet the fear of unforeseen circumstances looms. One must acknowledge that the old man's analytical prowess is quite remarkable. In such a case, we would be left with no alternative but to sever my father's tail. Without their tail, a Saiyan cannot transform into a giant ape, thus failing to achieve Super Saiyan 4. Son Wukong articulated the gravity of the situation. As long as the tail remains, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 is destined to falter. For the sake of Earth, I am willing to take the risk. Xiao Fang, please assist me, Son Wukong declared earnestly. This was the sole method that could potentially save the planet and was also the crucial breakthrough towards achieving Super Saiyan 4. He was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Grandpa, rest assured, I will certainly assist you in transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. I have faith in Daddy's methods. After employing his techniques, I was able to achieve the Super Saiyan form myself. I am confident that you too will become a Super Saiyan 4. Xiao Fang declared with unwavering certainty. He is capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and surely, Grandfather will succeed as well. As long as I can awaken Grandfather's consciousness, success will be within reach. Xiao Fang, please take care of your safety. If the situation becomes perilous, you must leave swiftly, Satan said with a worried expression. At this moment, Xiao Fang is his lifeline. There must be no room for error. Grandfather, rest assured. I promise to awaken his consciousness, Xiao Fang declared with unwavering confidence. He also harbored hopes that his grandfather would succeed, thereby saving all the inhabitants of Earth, including his parents and others. Ancestors, that sounds rather ominous. Should we perhaps take a step back? Jebet expressed with a look of anxiety. He feared that Son Wukong, in a fit of rage, might inflict unnecessary harm upon them. Thus, he contemplated descending to the mortal realm to seek refuge. Through the crystal ball, he could observe the happenings here, rendering his presence unnecessary. After all, remaining here would be of no aid. Look at your meager accomplishments. What are you so anxious about? Is not Gohan present? Besides, it is not as though death is an unfamiliar concept. It merely adds a halo above one's head. The old Kai struck Jebet's head with a resounding slap, causing Jebet to yelp in protest. Jebet was exasperated, for while such words may seem easy to utter, having faced death before, he knew all too well that it only resulted in a mere halo. The logic was sound, leaving him momentarily speechless. Gohan, let us proceed. We must seize the moment, declared Son Wukong with unwavering resolve. His sole desire was to swiftly transcend to Super Saiyan 4, vanquish Baby, and rescue the inhabitants of Earth. Gohan glanced at the others, nodding in understanding. In an instant, they departed from the scene. Bu cradled Satan as they ascended, while the old Kai, Jebet, and Xiao Fang also made their exit. They stood at a distant peak, gazing swiftly towards this side. May the divine bestow their blessings, wishing for the safety of Son Wukong and Xiao Fang. With hands clasped in earnest supplication, Satan fervently prayed. His actions caused the lips of old Kai and Jebet to twitch uncontrollably. Goodness, this rascal is deliberately seeking trouble. Were it not for his connection to Son Wukong, he would have already sent this fool plummeting into the depths of hell with a single blow. With two deities in your presence, do you truly believe we are invisible? To pray before us, your audacity is remarkable. Son Gohan began to gather a white energy with both hands. He then merged the two streams of energy into one and hurled it into the sky, exclaiming loudly. The crowd, bewildered, turned to observe the luminous sphere that Gohan had launched. In an instant, the sphere took shape, hanging majestically in the air. Could this be the moon? What? Is that truly the moon? Son Gohan is capable of creating the moon with his bare hands? This is simply astonishing. Dodoria and the others stared in disbelief. What is happening? My heavens, is this truly a power that a human can possess? Can this brat really conjure the moon with his own hands? This is utterly absurd, for none had ever witnessed a Saiyan create the moon unaided, not even during the invasion of Earth by Vegeta and Nappa. He was capable of conjuring a moon with his bare hands, subsequently transforming into a colossal ape. Naturally, this spectacle was unseen by the onlookers, rendering them utterly astonished. Suddenly, a resounding drumbeat echoed through the air. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing an event that would shatter their perceptions. Chapter 119. The Golden Giant Ape in the Sacred Realm of the Kaishin. The booming noise resonated like the beating of drums. As the crowd followed the sound, they observed the chests of Son Wukong and the primary timeline's Son Gohan rhythmically pulsating. This sound emanated from their very beings, revealing that it was merely the sound of their heartbeats. The onlookers were taken aback. Their eyes began to redden, and their faces contorted. The appearances and physiques of both individuals evolved increasingly towards that of a colossal ape. Their heads revealed deep, menacing fangs, and dark fur sprouted across their bodies. In an instant, they transformed into towering behemoths akin to small mountains. What a disaster! What on earth is happening? Has Gohan truly also transformed into a giant ape? If both of them succumb to madness, how shall we cope? The old Kai, Jebet, Satan, Xiaofang, and Bu stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing with trepidation. This is indeed a grave predicament. In all our calculations, we overlooked the fact that Gohan is also a Saiyan. His posterior bears a brown tail. Roar. In an instant, Son Wukong and Son Gohan transformed into golden great apes. The colossal ape, Son Gohan, howled at the sky, frantically pounding his chest. He occasionally unleashed a colossal beam of energy from his mouth, striking a towering mountain. Boom. In an instant, the entire mountain was reduced to powder by the tremendous energy beam, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky amidst a whirlwind of dust. The transformed Son Wukong, resembling a gigantic ape, relentlessly pounded the ground with his fists as he stood up, continuing to emit tremendous energy beams from his mouth. Boom, boom. The sacred realm of the King of Worlds was filled with the echoes of explosions, leaving the ground in utter disarray. The two colossal apes incessantly released waves of energy, causing the surrounding peaks to crumble under the onslaught. Alas, dire circumstances had arisen. The very situation they dreaded had come to pass. Both had completely lost their sanity. What could be done? It seemed the sacred realm of the King of Worlds was on the brink of destruction. The onlookers were left in shock at the unfolding chaos. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was riddled with craters from the explosions, while the two giants intermittently struck the earth. The old King of Worlds paced back and forth, his face a portrait of despair. The deity Jebet was frantically pulling at his hair, agitated and leaping about in distress. As Satan witnessed this scene, he instinctively recoiled, a chill running down his spine. He had never witnessed such a spectacle before. A perfectly ordinary individual had, in an instant, transformed into a colossal gorilla. Moreover, this monstrous creature exuded an aura of extreme rage and terror. This time, Son Wukong and the Son Gohan of the primary timeline once again reshaped his understanding of reality. It was utterly unexpected that pulling on the opponent's tail would result in such a transformation into a giant gorilla. Thunderous sounds echoed as waves of energy bombarded the ground, raising clouds of dust. The two gigantic apes wreaked havoc with unrestrained fervor in front of the Kaishin. Grandfather, little daddy, Xiaofang cried out towards the two behemoths. She collapsed helplessly to the ground, her mind in disarray upon witnessing the chaos. Both creatures had succumbed to madness. In such circumstances, charging forward would only render her a mere pawn in this turmoil. This is disastrous. The old Kaishin, hearing Xiaofang's cries, intended to intervene. But it was already too late. He was so terrified that his soul seemed to leave his body, realizing that disaster was imminent. At this moment, both individuals had lost their senses, each intent on luring the other closer. They knew that their companions would be obliterated by the opposing force. Upon Xiaofang's shout, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. They all recognized that the other had now lost their sanity. If they were to be lured over, it would spell catastrophic doom. Roar. The two colossal apes ceased their assault and turned their gaze towards the direction of Xiaofang. A fierce expression flickered in their eyes. Goodness, they have already noticed us. The crowd recoiled in fear. Xiaofang hastily covered her mouth, aware that she had landed herself in trouble. Now, both colossal apes were gazing in our direction. Son Wukong's mouth began to gather energy. He was intent on unleashing an energy attack upon the crowd. The old Kai and the others were so frightened that they retreated in haste. At that moment, Jebet was so terrified that he completely forgot he possessed the ability to teleport. Satan, Xiaofang, flee at once, shouted Majin Bu, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resounded as the mighty ape Gohan struck the deranged Goku with a powerful punch, sending him flying. What transpired here? How could the two have come to blows? Was it possible that Gohan had not lost his sanity? The crowd was left in stunned silence by the deafening noise. They gazed at Son Wukong with wide eyes, utterly perplexed. Ha ha, just kidding. Look how frightened you all are. I won't tease you any longer. The colossal ape-formed Son Wukong burst into hearty laughter, evidently pleased with his gamble. This body belonged to the Saiyan Son Wukong, and his soul had merely merged with it. The dominion over this form was his. It was reminiscent of a scene in the anime where Son Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 4 and effortlessly subdues Baby. Ultimately, Bulma utilized advanced technology to transform Vegeta into a golden great ape as well. However, Baby retained his consciousness. It was merely Vegeta's body that had morphed into a giant ape. Are you joking? Son Wukong, you rascal, you nearly scared us to death. This is not amusing in the slightest. You are truly asking for a beating. If I were not outmatched by your strength, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. At your age, you still indulge in such pranks. Do you not realize that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences? The crowd erupted in a chorus of exasperation towards Son Wukong. This guy is too mischievous, daring to joke about such matters. I was almost scared senseless just now. Little daddy, this time, Xiaofang won't support you. I never imagined you could be even more mischievous than I. Xiaofang couldn't help but roll her eyes at Son Wukong. The gigantic ape form of Son Wukong was sent flying several dozen meters by Son Wukong before finally coming to a halt. Bang, bang, bang. He rose from the ground, vehemently striking the earth to express the fury and resentment that surged within him. This was undoubtedly a provocation directed at him. Subsequently, Son Wukong lunged at Son Gohan with both hands and feet. As he sprinted, the ground trembled slightly beneath him. Despite the colossal size of the giant ape, its limbs exhibited remarkable agility. Onlookers were struck with a cold sweat at the sight. Goodness, the average person would surely be terrified to their core in such a scenario. The figure of Son Wukong, beneath the giant ape, resembled a moving mountain. Get away, roared the giant ape, Son Wukong. He opened his cavernous maw, unleashing a beam of energy that surged towards the rushing Son Wukong. In his frantic state, Son Wukong exhibited no fear whatsoever, charging forward without hesitation. With a resounding boom, the energy beam struck him, propelling him several dozen meters away. Chapter 120, Super Saiyan 4, The Sacred Realm of the Kaioshin. Boom. The mighty ape Son Wukong was sent flying several dozen meters by the energy beam unleashed by Son Gohan. His colossal form rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Son Wukong was thereafter disregarded by Son Gohan. He began to calm his mind, and his body started to undergo a transformation. The crowd turned their gaze towards Son Wukong, who had surprisingly quieted. They noticed his physique gradually diminishing. Everyone's eyes remained fixed upon Son Wukong as he underwent this remarkable change. Is he on the verge of evolving into Super Saiyan 4? What exactly does this form entail? Anticipation swells among the crowd as they await the delightful surprise from Gohan. A thunderous roar of a colossal ape reverberates throughout the King Kai's realm. Boom. Gohan's body is adorned with crimson fur, save for his head, chest, and palms. This form symbolizes the primal, untamed essence of the Saiyan race. His hair is as dark as the night. The contours of his eyes are framed by crimson sockets, and his eyelids are tinged with red. A vibrant scarlet tail sways incessantly behind him. Upon his emergence, a fierce lightning crackles around his form, exuding an overwhelming power that seems to set the entire realm of the Supreme Kai ablaze. Moreover, he has grown several centimeters taller, with his muscles significantly enlarged. He appears extraordinarily robust, his physique remarkably sculpted. Crackle and pop, his entire being emanated a verdant aura, intermittently accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of thunderclaps. This was the transcendent form of Super Saiyan 4, embodied by Son Gohan. How magnificent! Is this truly the form of Super Saiyan 4? Why does his aura radiate such a grass-green hue? I never anticipated that his combat prowess would be so formidable. This presence is overwhelmingly powerful, remarked Xiaofang, her face a canvas of envy. Clenching her fists tightly, her eyes sparkled with aspiration and admiration. One day, I too shall attain this Super Saiyan 4 form. What? Such a terrifying aura. Is this what the Super Saiyan 4 form entails? It appears that Son Gohan's physique has elongated significantly, and his muscles seem to have expanded considerably. Saiyans are indeed extraordinary beings. I had no idea that this was the manifestation of Super Saiyan 4. The old Kaioshin and Jebit, among others, gazed upon Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 transformation in awe. Their hearts remained tumultuous, unable to find tranquility. The impact of this form of Saiyan has been utterly overwhelming. With a fierce roar, the great ape Son Goku rises from the ground, unleashing a thunderous howl towards the heavens. A colossal beam of energy emanates from his mouth, aimed directly at Son Gohan. Get away from me. Son Gohan retorts, deftly deflecting the incoming energy beam with a swift motion. He turned to Xiaofang and said, Xiaofang, it is your turn to take the stage. I understand. Xiaofang replied earnestly, nodding her head. She soared toward the direction of Sun Wukong. The onlookers gazed at her with expressions of concern. Would she be able to awaken Sun Wukong's rationality? Grandfather, it is me, Xiaofang. Please wake up quickly, she shouted as she approached the towering figure of the great ape, Sun Wukong. Bracing herself for a potential attack, her mind acutely alert. Roar! Sun Wukong bellowed. His enormous hand incessantly swiped towards Xiaofang, akin to a person attempting to catch a fly. Xiaofang deftly maneuvered through the grasp of Sun Wukong. Although Sun Wukong possessed immense strength, he had succumbed to madness, relying solely on instinctive reactions to launch his attacks. Thus, Xiaofang was able to evade him for an extended period. Grandfather. No matter how fervently Xiaofang called out, Sun Wukong remained unyielding, growing increasingly agitated. Bang, bang, bang. He incessantly pounded his chest. What should be done? Sun Wukong's reason had not been awakened. Instead, he grew increasingly irritable. Satan gazed at Xiaofang's actions with a look of concern. He is fearful that the giant ape might strike his granddaughter. Gohan, you must think of a solution quickly. Surely you have a way, do you not? Xiaofang's approach seems rather ineffective. It appears that Goku is becoming increasingly irritable. Both Old Kai and Jebit are also wearing expressions of anxiety. They were uncertain whether Xiaofang could awaken Sun Wukong. Xiaofang, share a joyful memory you once had with him. Or perhaps present some photographs to jog his memory. Sun Wukong's son exclaimed loudly to Xiaofang. He recalled a scene from an anime where Xiaofang presented a photograph from her childhood, depicting Sun Wukong embracing her. The family ventured to the seaside for a delightful day, capturing moments and photographs. Little father, I understand now, exclaimed Xiaofang. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, she hurriedly retrieved childhood photographs from her small handbag, beginning to recount their myriad memories to him. One by one, she presented snapshots of their family's life. However, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, his responses to Xiaofang's revelations growing increasingly fierce. He was utterly incapable of wielding such formidable power. Bang! Under the relentless assault of Sun Wukong, Xiaofang was inadvertently sent flying. A large stack of photographs she held fluttered through the air. Xiaofang. Satan beheld her body being struck. He appeared visibly anxious, apprehensive about the severity of the other party's injuries and whether there was any immediate threat to life. Rest assured, leave it to me, he declared as he swiftly caught Xiaofang's body. He began to utilize his healing abilities to restore the other's wounds and combat strength. Little dad, am I truly so useless? It seems I cannot awaken grandfather's reason. Tears streamed down Xiaofang's face as she wept in Sun Wukong's embrace. Xiaofang, how can you say such a thing? In every endeavor, one must never concede until the very end. To give up is to embrace utter failure. If you persist, there remains a glimmer of hope. Just look at your grandfather. He appears to have regained some semblance of reason. Sun Wukong gazed at the tearful Xiaofang, her sorrow resembling that of a weeping pear blossom. He continuously offered words of comfort. In the blink of an eye, he restored all of Xiaofang's injuries and strength. Grandpa, has he truly regained some semblance of sanity? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Xiaofang turned her gaze towards Sun Wukong, who was fixated on a flurry of fluttering photographs. His emotions appeared to gradually settle, the fierce glint in his eyes diminishing. Photographs fluttered before Sun Wukong, reminiscent of a cinematic experience. It seems he has recalled something, as his hands begin to grasp at the scattered photographs in the air. This appears to be of significance. Sun Wukong is collecting these images. His previously tempestuous demeanor has transformed into a gentler disposition. The fierce glint in his eyes has significantly diminished. These photographs seem to have evoked certain memories within him. How wonderful it is that the efforts of the past have not been in vain. Old Supreme Kai, Jebet, Satan, and Bu observe as Son Wukong's once volatile nature gradually calms. Their hearts began to swell with excitement, as if hope had been rekindled. In Chapter 121, Son Wukong successfully evolved to Super Saiyan 4. Little Daddy, I understand now. I will not give up. It is truly a pleasure to know you. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Xiaofang's confidence was restored. Furthermore, with Son Wukong gradually becoming more docile, she added, I too am grateful to know you. Go forth. You are the best. Son Gohan gently set Xiaofang down, offering words of encouragement. He is now quite fond of this realm of Xiaofang. Grandfather. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiaofang once again soared towards Son Wukong, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. In no time, she found herself before Son Wukong, her tears continuing to flow unabated. Roar. Son Wukong's eyes began to take on a fierce demeanor once more. A massive hand reached out towards Xiaofang, poised to grasp her. Xiaofang, quickly evade. Satan observed this scene unfold. His heart was on the verge of escaping from his chest. Given Xiaofang's delicate constitution, she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the immense strength of the colossal ape. He seemed to envision the scene of his granddaughter being crushed. This is bad. Son Wukong has unexpectedly begun to rage once more. The old Kai and Jebet looked on with expressions of tension. Neither of them anticipated that Xiaofang's appearance would once again provoke Son Wukong's fury. You rascal, hurry and save Xiaofang, shouted Satan towards the direction of Son Gohan. At this moment, only Gohan from another timeline could provide salvation. Do not worry, Satan. I assure you that I will not allow any harm to come to Xiaofang. Son Gohan explained. He is now on high alert. As soon as Son Wukong makes his move, he will employ his ability to pause time and rescue Xiaofang. The old Kaishin observed Son Gohan's expression of calmness. His heart gradually settled into tranquility. This young man undoubtedly possesses hidden cards yet to be revealed. Otherwise, he would not exude such confidence. Grandfather, please awaken. Have you truly forgotten about Xiaofang? I am Xiaofang. As Xiaofang beheld the immense hand of Son Wukong approaching, she did not flinch or retreat. The beloved grandfather had completely forgotten her. Tears of grievance streamed down Xiaofang's cheeks incessantly. Son Wukong's movements came to an abrupt halt. In his mind, the phrase I am Xiaofang echoed incessantly. His gaze began to sharpen, losing some of its fierce intensity. It seemed that the visage of Son Wukong was starting to shift once more. I fervently hope that this rascal regains his senses swiftly. My old heart cannot endure much more. The old Supreme Kai remarked with a hint of exasperation towards Son Wukong. This troublesome fellow has caused enough turmoil. Such dramatic fluctuations are not feats that ordinary individuals can accomplish. Son Wukong raised his enormous finger to catch the tears cascading down from Fang. He placed it in his mouth and gave it a lick. Then, like a film playing in his mind, scenes of a family frolicking in the sea unfolded. Roar. The aura surrounding Son Wukong began to gradually transform. His body gradually diminished, slowly transforming into a humanoid form. Aside from the head, chest, and palms, his body was cloaked in a vibrant red fur. The sockets of his eyes turned crimson, and a golden aura erupted around him. A red tail swayed playfully behind him. No longer did he resemble a child. He had reverted to the stature of an adult. Tall and imposing, his physique was marked by sharp, defined lines. Grandfather, I knew you would succeed, Xiaofang exclaimed, leaping into Son Wukong's embrace, her heart brimming with joy. Her grandfather had finally regained his sanity and successfully attained the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Xiaofang, you have endured so much. Son Wukong gently patted her back, acknowledging her struggles. Although he had lost his rationality, the chaos surrounding him revealed just how perilous the situation had been. Son Wukong, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I never imagined I would come so close to falling at your hands, remarked old Kai, along with Jebet, Satan, and Bu. As they approached Son Wukong, although there was a hint of reproach in their words, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Higi, my apologies. I just had a momentary lapse of memory, Son Wukong chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. He indeed forgot the events that had just transpired. Wukong, you transformed into a colossal gorilla, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. You even attempted to strike at us, but fortunately, Gohan was present. Satan, still shaken, recounted the situation in a general sense. Hearing this, Son Wukong could only manage a wry smile. He was grateful for Gohan and Xiaofang's presence. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. My apologies for the inconvenience caused, Son Wukong said as he clasped his fists in respect to everyone. He observed the sacred realm of the Kai, nearly reduced to ruins by his own actions, and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. It's nothing to worry about, declared the mighty Jebbet as he waved his hand, a surge of divine power sweeping across the landscape. Gradually, the sacred realm began to regain its former glory. The onlookers were astonished by Jebbet's display of prowess. Truly, he was a godlike entity. Even a place as severely damaged as the sacred realm could be restored. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Gohan's mind. Recovery attribute acquired. Retrieve. Gohan instinctively murmured. What an astonishing recovery attribute. He gazed in disbelief at the feet of the god Jebbet. Indeed, he witnessed an attribute card soaring towards him, merging with his very essence. The system's ability to absorb the recovery attributes of the Supreme Kai was astonishingly powerful. Son Gohan directed the recovery attribute at a large stone before him, which instantaneously returned to its original form. As Son Gohan employed the recovery attribute, the old Supreme Kai seemed to sense something amiss. He cast his gaze towards Son Wukong and suddenly sensed a wave of divine energy emanating from him. Could it be an illusion? When he attempted to see clearly once more, the fluctuation vanished in an instant. It seemed that he had been somewhat unnerved by Son Wukong. He gently tapped his forehead and chose to disregard it. In the blink of an eye, the king of the universe returned to his former appearance. Goku, let us now seek retribution from Baby and rescue the people of Earth. Satan pondered the fact that his daughter was under Baby's control, even more so than Dilly and his son-in-law. Very well, we shall set off immediately, Goku replied, his expression filled with urgency. He has successfully transformed into a Super Force state and wishes to rescue Chi-Chi and the others at the earliest opportunity. Goku, we need not rush this moment. After all, Baby cannot escape. It would be wise for you to familiarize yourself with this form first. Then, we shall divide our forces. One group will head to the sacred water of Korin, while the other will venture to Planet Plant to confront Baby. The god Jebbet turned to Satan and Son Wukong, addressing them accordingly. He is apprehensive, as Goku has only just transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and has yet to fully acclimate to this newfound power. Indeed, safety is paramount. Goku, take some time to familiarize yourself with this strength before proceeding. The old Kai also nodded in agreement, recognizing that safety must come first. He wished for Son Wukong to receive guidance from Son Gohan. The others nodded in agreement, deeming it reasonable. Chapter 122. The Shock of the Cat Sage Planet Plant. Lord Baby, the residents have settled in, Bulma reported to Baby, who sat upon the throne. She now held the position of the highest commander on Planet Plant. Apart from Baby, Bulma wielded the most authority. She managed all affairs of the planet with full autonomy. Very well. We need only to focus on our development for a few years. After that, I shall lead everyone to dominate the entire universe. We Zypher people are destined to be the emperors of this cosmos, Baby declared with a cheerful smile, swirling the red wine in his hand. Bulma had never faltered in her duties, which is why Baby entrusted the entire planet to her care. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. 7 days had passed. During this period, Son Wukong and the Son Gohan from the primary timeline engaged in inevitable battles. Additionally, under Son Gohan's tutelage, Xiaofang made remarkable progress. The Son Gohan of the primary timeline had also harvested considerable battle power attributes. On Earth, in the sacred land of Korin, suddenly, the figures of Son Wukong, the Son Gohan from the primary timeline, and Xiaofang appeared at the residence of the Cat Sage. Din and Fat Bu remained with Old Kai and Kibito at the sacred land of the Kais. They observed everyone's movements through the image of the crystal ball. Now, Son Wukong has reverted to the appearance of a child. After 7 days of cultivation, he has become quite adept at the Ultra Instinct form. After much deliberation, they decided to seek out the miraculous water first. Wukong, it is truly a delight to see you. I always knew you would return to save us all. The Cat Sage was initially taken aback by Son Wukong's appearance, but soon his face lit up with excitement. Cat Sage, you truly have not fallen under Baby's control? Son Wukong sensed something peculiar about the Cat Sage's aura, pondering why he remained on Earth. It finally dawned on him that the Cat Sage had not succumbed to Baby's parasitic influence. Meow. How could I possibly be controlled? The Cat Sage licked his paw, exuding pride. Now, the entire Earth is deserted, leaving only me, the cat. So, do you have a way to deal with Baby? Who is this? The cat sage's keen eyes had already noticed Son Gohan's presence, though he had not had the chance to inquire until now. "Hello, cat sage. This is my little dad," she exclaimed with excitement. "He is Son Gohan from another parallel world. His combat power is extraordinarily formidable. Even my grandfather cannot contend with him." Xiao Fang eagerly interjected, akin to a child boasting about their father to others. "Greetings, cat sage." The Son Gohan from the main timeline smiled at Xiao Fang before addressing the cat sage. What? Son Gohan? From another parallel world? Stronger than Sun Wukong? Such a thing exists? The words Xiao Fang uttered struck the cat sage like a depth charge, leaving him utterly astounded. He had never heard of another parallel world, and considering Son Gohan's age, it was astonishing that his combat power exceeded that of Sun Wukong. The cat sage's eyes widened in disbelief. He circled around Sun Wukong, and indeed, the aura was identical to that of Sun Wukong. "Cat sage, we have come to seek the ultra-divine water," said Gohan. "The ultra-divine water can eradicate the live eggs that baby has parasitized within the people." Sun Wukong was utterly indifferent to the astonishment displayed by the cat sage. He spoke directly. "What? He knows everything." The cat sage had long realized that the divine water possessed the ability to annihilate the live eggs of baby that were parasitizing the earthlings. However, he found himself unable to inform others. Moreover, he was aware of his own lack of combat prowess. He could only wait for Sun Wukong to defeat baby before he could initiate an artificial rain to eradicate the eggs residing within the earthlings. "Cat sage, have you forgotten that my little daddy hails from another parallel world? He knows everything, and he even taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan," Xiao Fang proclaimed proudly, promoting the main timeline's Son Gohan. She felt immensely fortunate. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal, your little daddy is indeed the greatest, isn't he? Here, take this divine water." The cat sage chuckled at Xiao Fang's demeanor. He tossed the gourd of divine water from his cane to Sun Wukong. This little girl seemed unable to part from her little daddy in every utterance. "Thank you, we shall take our leave now." Sun Wukong pressed his hands to his forehead. Beginning the search for baby's aura, Xiao Fang and Son Gohan held hands, waiting for Sun Wukong's teleportation. With a swift motion, the three figures vanished from Earth. Planet Plant. Baby sat upon his throne, savoring the red wine in his grasp. Suddenly, the figures of Sun Wukong, along with the main timeline's Son Gohan and Xiao Fang, materialized before him. "Ha ha, the damned Saiyan, have you finally shown your face, you cowardly turtle?" Baby initially froze at the sight of Sun Wukong and the others, then erupted into laughter, reveling in the unexpected arrival of this elusive prey. "You are but a parasite. What right do you have to speak of Saiyans?" Son Gohan reprimanded Baby. This fiend had continuously berated Saiyans while parasitically residing within Vegeta, a true Saiyan himself. "Oh, so you too are a damned Saiyan? Sun Wukong, could this possibly be your illegitimate child? How fortuitous it is to have you all gathered here today," Baby exclaimed with a gleeful expression. "Once I eliminate these two Saiyans before me, I shall be rid of such bothersome nuisances forever. Enough of your prattle. Prepare to meet your end." Son Gohan from the main timeline could no longer tolerate the incessant ramblings of this adversary. Just as he was poised to act, he was halted by Sun Wukong. "He. Gohan, leave baby to me. You hold on to the super divine water," Sun Wukong exclaimed with an expression of sheer excitement. He handed the super divine water to Son Gohan, determined not to allow Gohan to seize it. With his power unleashed, there would be no opportunity for further play. Lord Baby, Lord Baby." At that moment, Trunks, Goten, Gohan, Bra, Piccolo, and others rushed in. They all shouted at Baby. "Dad." Xiao Fang exclaimed involuntarily as she watched Sun Wukong rush in. However, her cries went unheard. "Do not worry. Your father is merely under the control of the dormant eggs within him. As soon as we eliminate those dormant eggs, he shall regain his consciousness." The Sun Wukong from the main timeline reassured her. He waved the miraculous potion in front of Xiao Fang. The Son Gohan of the primary timeline had long since witnessed his counterpart in this dimension alongside Piccolo and others. Son Goku paid no heed to the arrival of Son Goten and the others. He understood that these friends and family members were under the control of the living eggs parasitically residing within them. "Ha ha, what a lively scene this is. You few. Eliminate these two Saiyans for me. As for Son Goku, he is mine to deal with. Today, I intend to reminisce with him," Baby exclaimed with an expression of pure excitement. "Let the Saiyans turn against each other. That would be the best outcome, if I am not mistaken. That young lady is indeed Son Gohan's daughter." The subordinates acknowledged. Trunks and the others called out. Their murderous intent was palpable. "We should venture out and confront them," Sun Wukong declared, soaring towards the outside. Xiao Fang and the alternate timeline Son Gohan followed suit, as did Baby and the others. Chapter 123. The Super Saiyan 4 transformation dominates Baby on Planet Plant. Baby and Son Wukong hovered in the air, locked in a tense standoff. Meanwhile, Trunks and his companions encircled Xiao Fang and the alternate timeline Son Gohan, the atmosphere thick with hostility. Son Wukong, you are but a defeated foe. Today, I shall entomb you here, Baby proclaimed, exuding arrogance. The last time, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, he had easily overpowered the Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong. Since absorbing the Revenge Death Ball, his strength had ascended to the Super Saiyan 3 level. Now, facing a Super Saiyan 3 was akin to child's play. Confidence radiated from Baby as he smirked at Son Wukong, his eyes brimming with disdain. Is that so? Just days ago, I transcended to Super Saiyan 4. Allow me to demonstrate my might, Son Wukong retorted with a hearty laugh. Without further ado, he unleashed his energy, transforming into the Super Saiyan 4 form. Having clashed before, they both understood that the Super Saiyan 3 form could not inflict any harm upon Baby. The youthful Son Wukong instantaneously matured into an adult. Embodying the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, his hair jet black, with a striking mane of red fur enveloping his body, save for his head, chest, and palms. What? Your appearance has undergone such a drastic transformation. Is this the power of the Super Saiyan 4? Baby was momentarily taken aback by Son Wukong's formidable new form. It appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Come on, Son Wukong exclaimed, darting towards Baby with a swift motion. He did not wish to squander time in this place. What? The speed of that scoundrel has remarkably increased. Baby was taken aback. He hastily raised his hands to thwart Son Wukong's assault. With a thunderous crash, Baby was propelled several dozen meters away by an overwhelming force. The sounds of combat echoed as Trunks and his companions had already engaged in fierce conflict. A chime resonated, indicating a drop in combat power attributes by 1 million, followed by an increase of 1 million. As the battlefield erupted, Gohan's mind was inundated with the system's alert tones. The combat power attributes cascaded downwards like a torrential downpour, relentlessly plummeting into the depths. A smile graced the corners of his mouth, for in this chaotic melee, the attributes of combat power were abundant. The Son Gohan of the primary timeline was in no haste to subdue his opponent. He has not transformed into a Super Saiyan at all. In his normal state, he can contend with a Super Saiyan 3. Now, dealing with Trunks and the others at the Super Saiyan 2 level is merely child's play for him. He is now poised to harvest a surge of combat prowess. Xiao Fang, in her Super Saiyan 1 form, engages in battle with Super Saiyan Goten. Meanwhile, in the primary timeline, Gohan and Trunks, along with Piccolo, Bra, and Gohan from the GT timeline, confront one another. Only Gohan from this timeline possesses the caliber of Super Saiyan 2. However, they pose no threat to Gohan from the primary timeline. Damn Saiyans, you will perish, Goten exclaimed in fury, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres towards Xiao Fang. In this timeline, Goten has become somewhat negligent in his training due to his penchant for play. He is the weakest fighter here. Hee, uncle. You never imagined that I would transform into a Super Saiyan, did you? Xiao Fang gleefully darted back and forth amidst the energy blasts, wearing a proud smile. Who would have thought that I could now hold my own against Uncle Goten? Just wait and see how you will bully me in the future. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Baby was struck down to the ground by Son Goku. His body created a vast crater upon impact. But, that damn wild monkey. I never anticipated the immense power of the Super Saiyan 4 form, nor the remarkable increase in speed. Baby rose from the deep pit, gritting his teeth in frustration. At the outset, he was mercilessly battered by the formidable Super Saiyan 4 Goku. Presently, Baby is merely in his Super Saiyan 3 form, which pales in comparison to the might of Super Saiyan 4. Consequently, Baby found himself overwhelmed by Goku's relentless assault from the very beginning. Baby, swiftly extricate yourself from Vegeta. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, Goku bellowed at Baby. It turns out he had been holding back all along, fearing for Vegeta's well-being. Ha. Wild monkey, do not be so naive. If you possess the courage, then eliminate both me and Vegeta, Baby retorted with an air of arrogance. He knew that Son Wukong would not dare to strike him with full force, for this body belonged to Vegeta. You scoundrel, how dare you hide away? With that, Son Wukong prepared to unleash his wrath as he soared toward Baby's direction. He aimed to force his opponent to obediently roll away from Vegeta. Damn Saiyan, perish. Baby concentrated energy orbs in his hands and hurled them wildly at the approaching Son Goku. He aimed to obliterate Son Wukong with a devastating energy assault. Boom. The energy orbs instantaneously engulfed Son Wukong. The cacophony of explosions reverberated throughout the battlefield as plumes of thick smoke ascended into the sky. A notification echoed in the mind of the main timeline Son Gohan, indicating an increase in combat power by 1 million. Haha, you wretched Saiyan, this time you are doomed. Baby witnessed Son Wukong being utterly consumed by the energy blasts. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts with wild fury. Such a ferocious assault could undoubtedly reduce Son Wukong to mere ashes. Our gaze shifted towards the fierce confrontation between Xiaofang and Son Wutian. Uncle Wutian, be careful. Xiaofang deftly dodged to the left and right, evading Son Wutian's energy blasts. Damn Saiyan, how can she be so swift? Son Wutian observed Xiaofang flickering amidst the energy blasts. Rapidly approaching him, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Take this, Xiaofang shouted, her form suddenly materializing before Son Wutian, delivering a powerful punch. This is bad. Son Wutian exclaimed in shock, unprepared for the astonishing speed of this Saiyan. In mere moments, she appeared right in front of him. Bang! Son Wutian had no time to react. A searing pain radiated across his visage, and his entire form was propelled away by an overwhelming force. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Descend at once. Like a specter, Xiaofang swiftly closed the distance to the hurtling body of Son Wukong. With her hands pressed together, she delivered a powerful strike to Son Wukong's form. Son Wukong let out a heart-wrenching cry of anguish. His body plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, crashing directly into the earth. Boom. A massive crater was instantly created upon impact. Rat-a-tat-tat. Xiaofang hovered in the air, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts into the gaping abyss below. She recalled what her little father had told her, even when hunting rabbits. A lion must exert its full strength. Thunderous explosions reverberated continuously, causing the crater on the ground to expand endlessly. Plumes of thick smoke surged skyward, shrouding the area in a swirling haze. Xiaofang continued her relentless assault on the chasm. Chapter 124, Xiaofang's Valor and Bravery in the Sacred Realm of the Old Kai. For individuals observed the battle on Planet Plant through a crystal ball, the Saiyans truly lived up to their reputation as a warrior race. This young girl fought with remarkable ferocity. The old Kai and Jebet were left utterly astounded. The performance of Xiaofang elicited vigorous nods of approval from the two. Haha, my granddaughter is indeed formidable. Even that rascal, Goten, is no match for her now. Satan wore a face brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Xiaofang had not only transformed into a Super Saiyan, but had also managed to defeat the seasoned Super Saiyan, Goten. It was Goten's lack of ambition and neglect of training that led to this outcome. In truth, his potential was quite impressive. He had been able to transform into a Super Saiyan since the age of 4 or 5. Had Goten dedicated himself to rigorous training, his future accomplishments would not fall short of Gohan's. Alas, he was too preoccupied with frivolity, often busy courting beautiful girls. On Planet Plant. Haha, those wretched Saiyans. This time you shall surely be reduced to nothingness. Baby ceased his assault of energy blasts. He gazed triumphantly at the billowing smoke in the sky, exclaiming with a smug smile, with such a ferocious assault, the Saiyans could never survive. Baby, you were celebrating far too soon. To think that such a feeble attack could bring me down is nothing short of a daydream. In an instant, the figure of Son Wukong soared forth from the dense smoke. In an instant, he stood before Baby, delivering a powerful punch. No, it was inconceivable. How could such a ferocious assault leave you unscathed? Baby was taken aback, unable to react in time. A fist, as large as a sandbag, struck his face, the tremendous force propelling him back to the ground once more. Boom, boom, boom. The earth erupted, splitting open with a massive crack. A heart-wrenching scream echoed continuously. It turned out that Baby's body had been mercilessly battered by Son Goku, his opponent's form pressed against the wall, causing the ground to fracture severely. Lord Baby, you must hold on. I will ensure you transform into a great ape to amplify your power. Bulma's 10 fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, a stream of code cascading into the machine. Before her, a screen displayed the fierce battle between Vegeta and Son Goku. After Baby had subjugated all the Saiyans, he commanded Bulma to commence her research on a device capable of emitting Blutz waves, which would enable him to transform into a mighty gorilla, thus enhancing his strength. How detestable the Saiyans are. Lord Baby will not spare you. Lying in a vast pit, Son Goten was battered and bruised, his clothes tattered, presenting a truly pitiful sight. He weakly directed harsh words towards the empty air where Xiaofang hovered, clearly indicating that Son Wutian had lost his combat capability. Kiki, it feels exhilarating. I have long desired to defeat you. Today, I have finally triumphed over Uncle Wutian, Xiaofeng exclaimed, disregarding Son Wutian below her. Her face radiated excitement as she recalled how Son Wutian had frequently bullied her in the past, and now she had finally given him a thorough thrashing. Xiaofeng left Son Wutian behind and soared towards Son Gohan of the main timeline. You lot are nothing but parasites, devoid of any combat prowess. You merely cling to the bodies of others, Son Gohan of the main timeline remarked with a mocking expression. He silently recited to himself, collect it all. The attributes of combat power on the ground surged wildly into his limbs and bones. The combat power data within the battle bar skyrocketed uncontrollably. This chaotic melee was indeed a bountiful harvest. Combat power reached a staggering 12 trillion. In just a few days, the combat power had soared by 20 trillion. Damn Saiyans. How can your speed be so astonishing? This scoundrel, I will fight you to the end. How infuriating. How can your combat power be so formidable? Saiyans, meet your demise. After a fierce assault from Trunks, Son Gohan of the GT timeline, Bra, and Piccolo, they realized they were unable to inflict any damage upon their opponent. The group hastily retreated from the combat zone, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Son Gohan of the main timeline activated his protective shield. His body was enveloped by a radiant white aura. The energy blast erupted instantaneously, billowing clouds of smoke. Yet, it did not inflict a single scratch upon him. Ding. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. Combat power attribute increased by 1 million. The sound of the system's notifications incessantly echoed in the mind of Son Gohan from the primary timeline. He stood quietly within the protective shield, awaiting the accumulation of combat attributes. Outside, Trunks and the others gazed upon the Saiyan they had relentlessly bombarded. They all believed this method to be effective, fervently unleashing their energy blasts. Little did they know, they were merely augmenting the combat prowess of Son Gohan from the primary timeline. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed across the battlefield. Flames soared into the sky, with mushroom clouds ascending majestically. Rat-tat-tat. The relentless barrage continued. Piccolo, Trunks, and the others unleashed their energy blasts as though they were without cost, recklessly targeting the smoke-filled expanse. The combat attributes plummeted dramatically. Son Gohan from the primary timeline heard the incessant notifications of the system resounding in his mind. Little Dad, I am here to rescue you. Came, Pame. Ha. Little Fong witnessed the fury of attacks directed at her father and unleashed her own energy assault. A colossal beam of light surged towards Son Gohan of the GT timeline. Little Fong understood that this was where her father's combat strength was at its zenith. If she could first bring him down, victory would be assured. What? Son Gohan of the GT timeline gasped in astonishment. Bracing himself against the immense beam with his bare hands, he was wholly engrossed in combating his adversary, oblivious to the treachery that lurked nearby. Boom. A colossal energy beam sent Son Gohan from the GT timeline hurtling through the air. Yet, his battle prowess had ascended to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2. And he swiftly withstood the immense force of the energy column. At that moment, Son Gohan unleashed his most formidable aura, propelling the energy beam skyward with a single kick. Hee, my father is indeed remarkable. Could such an energy assault inflict any harm upon you? Truly, you are my father. Little Fong, unfazed, wore a triumphant smile, for she had anticipated this outcome. If only it were so easy to bring her father down. Saiyan, how audacious of you to dare ambush me. I shall end your life, Son Gohan from the GT timeline exclaimed upon realizing he was under attack by a mere girl. Enraged and humiliated, he charged towards Xiaofeng. Solar Fist. Xiaofeng raised her hand before her and let out a fierce shout. A dazzling radiance erupted from her body, momentarily blinding the onlookers. I can't see. Cursed one. Damn Saiyan. I shall not let you escape unscathed. Another lamented, filled with frustration. Trunks and the others ceased their assault of energy blasts. They raised their hands to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Xiaofeng promptly retrieved her sunglasses from her backpack and donned them. With determination, she charged towards the crowd, akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. Bang, bang, bang. With a flurry of punches and kicks, she sent Son Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, and Bra from the GT timeline flying. The air was filled with anguished cries. Chapter 125, The Golden Great Ape, Bebi, in the Sacred Realm of the Kais. Indeed, my Xiaofeng is formidable. Her solar fist technique was executed with remarkable finesse. toppling a multitude of Saiyans in an instant. Observing the scene from the sacred realm of the Kais, Satan wore a smug grin. This was his future successor. He was astonished by how terrifying her combat prowess had become after training under Son Gohan of the main timeline, and her strikes were now decidedly ruthless. Indeed, Xiaofeng fought beautifully. Fat Bu also beamed with pride, reveling in Xiaofeng's display of skill. He felt exhilarated, believing that there would be much enjoyment in the future. This young lady undoubtedly has boundless potential. He was surprised by her clarity of thought and her unwavering resolve against her adversaries. The execution of her solar fist was truly extraordinary. Witnessing Xiaofeng's remarkable prowess, both the old Kai and Kibito Kai looked on with admiration. They nodded in satisfaction. Let us observe the battle between Goku and Baby. As long as victory is secured here, the subsequent issues will be easily resolved. The old Kaishin directed the view to the clash between Son Goku and Baby. If this parasite is eradicated, the Earth will once again bask in peace. The four watched intently as the scene unfolded in the crystal ball. Baby, will you ever relinquish Vegeta's body? Do not test my patience. Soon, I shall eliminate you both. Son Goku admonished, glaring at Baby, who lay sprawled on the ground. It turned out that Goku had just delivered a powerful uppercut that sent his opponent crashing into the earth. Haha, you shall not succeed, even in death. I shall cling to Vegeta, Baby replied, his words dripping with madness. He currently still places his hopes on Bulma's machine. As long as the device capable of emitting the Blutz waves is created, he stands a chance to defeat the Saiyans. This is Baby's ultimate trump card. Thus, he persists, believing that as long as he remains within Vegeta's body, he is temporarily safe. Lord Baby, your generosity has finally enabled me to emit the Blutz waves. I shall direct them at you to enhance your power and vanquish those wretched Saiyans, Bulma declared, observing her creation from the elevated platform. She had finally accomplished the task entrusted to her by Baby. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, maneuvering the launch apparatus atop the control tower to align with Baby on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the launch tower was aimed in Baby's direction. Lord Baby, I shall now unleash the Blutz waves for you. Bulma pressed a button on the screen. The launch device on the control tower emitted a colossal blast of Blutz waves towards Baby, who lay on the ground. What is this? Son Wukong questioned, perplexed. What is happening? The light waves struck him, yet he felt no reaction. Fantastic. Bulma has finally succeeded. Baby, lying on the ground, wore an expression of exhilaration. He had not anticipated Bulma's efficiency. A beam of light surged through Baby's mind, sensing the rays of the Blutz waves. Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid sounds echoed, and Baby's heartbeat intensified. This wave was the Blutz waves. Son Wukong quickly grasped the situation. If the Saiyans were exposed to the waves, they would transform into great apes. It appeared that this was indeed one of Bulma's inventions. She intended to utilize the rays to facilitate Baby's transformation into a great ape. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai observed solemnly. Goodness, that previous light wave was the Blutz wave. The Saiyans will transform into great apes upon exposure. This is dire. Baby is on the verge of becoming a great ape. The old Supreme Kai had not anticipated such an event. Oh dear, do you think Baby will transform into a Super Saiyan 4? The concerned Jebet asked. He had not foreseen such a development. It is difficult to say, as the body belongs to Vegeta. A transformation into a great ape is certain, but whether it will evolve into the Super Saiyan 4 form remains uncertain. The old Supreme Kai replied, gazing at Baby, who was still undergoing transformation. He is currently troubled by this issue. If the opponent evolves beyond level 4, it will become exceedingly difficult to contend with. Ultimately, Gohan may indeed require your intervention to resolve the crisis threatening the Earth. Goku, hasten to remove his tail. Otherwise, this scoundrel will commence his transformation into a monster. Satan observed the image projected by the crystal ball. He shouted loudly, but unfortunately, Son Wukong, far away on planet Plant, could not hear him at all. It was futile. We are well acquainted with Wukong's character. Even if he could hear your words, he would not remove his opponent's tail. The Saiyans are fiercely competitive. The mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated they become, explained the old Kaishin, given his understanding of Wukong. The notion of persuading him to sever his opponent's tail is utterly implausible. Satan, we have another Gohan from a different timeline. With his strength, defeating Baby would be a mere trifle. So do not be overly anxious, comforted the god Jebet. He believes in the existence of Gohan from another dimension. Nearby, the plump Yu is fast asleep, snoring gently. He no longer pays attention to this battle. As the blinding light of the solar fist dissipates, what a cunning little girl you are. How dare you launch a surprise attack on us? Such despicable tactics, and yet you presume to employ them. Just wait. We shall tear you to shreds. Trunks and the others have been sent flying by Xiaofang. They gritted their teeth and spoke to Xiaofang. Xiaofang, I shall assist you. The voice of Obu resonated as he appeared before her. He has been observing the battle all along. Oob is the disciple of Son Wukong. In the past, before the confrontation between Son Wukong and Majin Buu, he made a heartfelt wish for Majin Buu to be reincarnated as a human. In the future, he hopes to engage in another match with the good-hearted Buu. King Yema acknowledges Son Wukong's repeated efforts to save the Earth and the universe. He recorded the other party's wish and reincarnated the soul of Majin Buu. Majin Ub was reborn into a destitute family, and he was named Ub. His hometown, Nanyang Island, is remarkably remote and impoverished. He has 5 siblings in his family. He is the eldest at home, often tasked with looking after his younger siblings. Living in poverty, he decided to partake in the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament, where he emerged victorious and subsequently became a disciple of Son Wukong. Brother Oob, it is truly wonderful to see you. I never anticipated that you two had eluded the grasp of that wicked villain. Baby, exclaimed Xiaofang, her face alight with excitement at Oob's presence. Little did they know, however, that there were still stragglers. Damn it, I didn't foresee that there were still survivors from Earth. Today, I shall capture all of you and ensure you never rise again, gritted Trunks, Bra, and Piccolo. Alongside Gohan from the GT timeline, they intended to charge at the two. You parasitic beings, incessantly babbling without purpose. Is this truly the extent of your combat prowess? The figure of Son Gohan from the primary timeline emerged from the billowing smoke. He was enveloped in a protective shield, rendering Trunks and his companions' attacks utterly ineffective. Little Daddy, I knew you would be unharmed, she exclaimed. Now we shall surely make Trunks and the others question their very existence. Xiaofang beamed as she witnessed the emergence of Son Gohan from the primary timeline. Chapter 126, The Astonishment of OBW. What? Impossible. Such a fierce assault. And yet he remains unscathed? The enraged Saiyans declared, Damn those Saiyans. We shall fight with all our might. Trunks and his companions were left astounded. Witnessing Son Gohan from the primary timeline emerge unscathed, they flew towards Son Wukong in a fit of rage. Little Daddy? Upon hearing Xiaofang's words, Ubu was equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? He gazed at the youth, who appeared to be of a similar age to him. The resemblance to his teacher's son, Son Gohan, was striking. Oblivious to the impractical thoughts swirling in his mind, he shook his head, reminding himself that it was not the time for such musings. First, he must address the immediate troubles at hand. With a swift motion, Obliv prepared himself in the fighting stance of the Turtle School, ready to confront Trunks and Piccolo. It was time to truly comprehend the essence of power. Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped the battlefield. The Son Gohan of the main timeline transformed into a Super Saiyan 3 form, his entire being radiating a vibrant green energy. How could this be? Why did his form exude such a verdant hue? Who on earth was this individual? Trunks and the others halted in their tracks. They sensed the ominous aura surrounding them. Such formidable power emanated from him. He was scarcely older than I, yet he possessed such terrifying strength. Moreover, he could transform into the form of Super Saiyan 3. Oob, equally astonished, gazed at this youth who was nearly his age. The magnitude of this power was truly overwhelming. Even his mentor, Son Goku, did not exude such an immense presence. Furthermore, was not the Super Saiyan form characterized by a brilliant golden flame? Why did this individual's aura manifest as a verdant green? What on earth was happening? Oob was left in a state of bewilderment. Little Dad, is he about to make his move? Little Fong gazed at the Super Saiyan 3 form of Son Gohan from the main timeline with wide, admiring eyes, filled with envy and reverence. When would she be able to achieve such a transformation? Whoosh! In an instant, Son Gohan from the main timeline appeared before them. Bang, bang, bang. He descended upon the group like a tiger among sheep, delivering a powerful punch to the lot. A series of anguished cries echoed through the air. Trunks and the others were taken completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan from the main timeline bestowed a punch upon each of them, executing this maneuver with astonishing swiftness. Ugh! Trunks and the others regurgitated a mouthful of bitterness, swiftly returning to their usual state. They clutched their aching abdomens with both hands, as if a tempest raged within them. Piccolo and the others were hunched over, resembling shrimp in their posture. Clearly, that blow had been anything but trivial. Get down. The figure of Son Gohan from the main timeline appeared behind them, as elusive as a specter. He hurled the four individuals towards the ground. Boom, 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 boom. They plummeted like kites severed from their strings, hurtling swiftly towards the earth. Upon impact, the ground was marred by four substantial craters, a cloud of dust swirling upwards. As the dust settled, the individuals lay sprawled within the depths of the pits. They struggled for a moment, but were unable to rise. After the battle concluded, the Son Gohan of the primary timeline dispelled his Super Saiyan 3 form. He silently pondered, gathered them all. The attributes of combat power surged uncontrollably into his body from the ground. This was astonishing. Obi was utterly taken aback by the extraordinary maneuver executed by Son Wukong from the primary timeline. Who am I? Where am I? Who exactly is this young man? How could his strength be so formidable? Moreover, he is a Saiyan. Little Dad, you are simply too impressive. This is an overwhelming defeat. As he effortlessly vanquished so many opponents at once, Little Fong's eyes sparkled with admiration as the image of Son Gohan from the main timeline soared in her heart. When she grows up, she aspires to crush her adversaries just like Little Dad. Her heart brimmed with fighting spirit. Son Gohan from the main timeline had become her ultimate goal. In the divine realm of the Kaioshin, the power of Son Gohan from another timeline is astonishingly potent. He effortlessly annihilated his foes. It was unexpected that 3 Saiyans and a Namekian were no match for him, and he had even held back. Otherwise, those individuals might have been obliterated. The old Kaioshin and Kibito watched this historic scene through a crystal ball, marveling at the sheer exaggeration of it all. To think he could dispatch 4 formidable opponents in an instant. The combat prowess of this young man was truly astounding. Even Satan was secretly astonished. Never imagining that Son Gohan, who had traversed from another timeline, could be so powerful, given his age. He likely had yet to encounter the version of Videl from that timeline. Would the other timeline be similar to this one? Presently, Satan was quite satisfied with Son Gohan from this timeline. If Videl from his own timeline could marry him, it would indeed be a commendable choice. On Planet Plant, a fearsome roar reverberated across the battlefield. After being struck by the Blutz wave, Baby transformed into a golden great ape. His previously injured body, which had been harmed by Son Goku, instantly healed. With a thunderous roar, Baby bellowed at Son Goku, continuously pounding his chest in defiance. From his mouth erupted beams of energy, wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom. A series of explosive sounds resonated. It appears that you two have succumbed to madness. What a pity to squander such formidable combat prowess. Son Wukong observed Baby's frenzied actions. He shook his head, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. Now, Baby has merely become a colossal ape driven solely by destruction, acting purely on instinct. Baby, I shall not allow you to continue your path of devastation. With that, a white disk of energy coalesced in Son Wukong's hand, which he hurled towards Baby's tail. He intended to sever Baby's tail, believing that this would restore the latter to human form. With a powerful leap, Baby soared into the air, successfully evading the onslaught of the Chi Yuan slash. He unleashed a colossal beam of energy directed at Son Wukong. What? It evaded him. Son Wukong was slightly taken aback, not expecting his opponent to dodge the Chi circle slash. Now, he had no time to ponder whether Baby still possessed consciousness. He swiftly evaded the assault of the energy wave and positioned himself before the colossal head of Baby. Yet, before he could strike, an enormous hand descended upon him. Son Wukong's body plummeted towards the ground like a bomb. Boom. The earth was instantly rent asunder, creating a vast and deep crater. Cough, cough, cough. He had been careless, not anticipating Baby's rapid reaction. Son Wukong immediately soared out of the depths of the pit. He had always perceived Baby as merely a destructive monster. To his astonishment, the creature exhibited remarkable reflexes, entirely unlike a being that acted solely on instinct. Could it be that it was feigning ignorance? Was it merely a ruse to prompt him into a false sense of security? Chapter 127, The Elimination of the Living Eggs Within the Human Body of Earth. Trunks, Piccolo, Bra, and Goku from the GT timeline were vanquished by Goku from the main timeline. Xiaofeng utilized the super divine water to help them neutralize the living eggs within their bodies. Xiaofeng, was it you who saved us? I'm so relieved to see that you are unharmed. Truly, this is wonderful. Upon awakening, Goku from the GT timeline's first sight was that of Xiaofeng. He embraced the other party, continuously murmuring reassurances. Then he instructed Xiaofeng to turn around in front of him, ensuring she bore no injuries. Once he confirmed her safety, his heart was set at ease. You all have awakened. This is truly wonderful. Do not worry. We are in good condition, unscathed. Oob. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng administering an unidentified liquid to them, regained consciousness. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet them, jokingly saying, "Father, I'm perfectly fine. How could I possibly possess the ability to save you all? It was my little father who came to the rescue." Xiao Feng pointed towards the Son Gohan from the main timeline. "Uncle Piccolo, greetings. It's a pleasure to see you all." Introducing himself, he continued, "I am Son Gohan, hailing from an alternate parallel world." The Son Gohan of the primary timeline bowed respectfully before Piccolo and offered his greetings, followed by his own introduction. The bond between Piccolo and Son Gohan transcends mere mentorship. Regardless of the timeline, Piccolo commands profound respect. "What? No way. Son Gohan? An alternate parallel world? You are the Son Gohan who traversed from another timeline? This is utterly astonishing." The revelation left everyone momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem so implausible. After all, wasn't future Trunks and Cell a result of time travel from another timeline? It was no wonder his energy felt so familiar. And Xiao Feng referred to him as Little Father. Realization dawned upon OOB first. He had long suspected that the youth before him was Son Gohan. Now it was clear that this individual had indeed crossed over from another dimension. "Gohan," Piccolo said, embracing the Son Gohan from the primary timeline. It felt surreal. As if caught in a dream, the Son Gohan from this timeline stepped forward to join the embrace, an occurrence too extraordinary to fully comprehend. He hesitated, yearning to confirm the reality of this moment by touching the alternate version of himself. "I want a hug too," Xiao Feng exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she approached the three. "Ahem. Brothers Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, this isn't the time for reminiscing. We must first devise a plan to rescue my father and the other inhabitants of Earth," Trunks interjected, coming to terms with the situation. He has noticed that Baby has transformed into a golden great ape and is currently engaged in battle with Uncle Sun Wukong. Trunks is right. Our priority is to save lives. Little Gohan, what should we do now? We have just awakened and are utterly unaware of what has transpired. Do you have any valuable suggestions? The four of them separated, and Piccolo gazed at the main timeline's Gohan. He now only recalls memories from before being controlled by Baby. The ultra-divine water possesses the capability to purify the living eggs of Earthlings that have been parasitized by Baby. As long as the ultra-divine water transforms into raindrops and descends, the living eggs within the bodies of the populace will be cleansed. In the main timeline, Son Gohan elucidated this principle. Subsequently, Xiao Feng handed the flask of ultra-divine water to Piccolo. "No problem, I have a solution for this," Piccolo stated as he took the flask and soared directly into the sky. He resolutely declared his intention to initiate artificial rainfall, recalling his previous endeavors as a deity. "Father, mother, and grandmother, are they well?" Xiao Feng inquired of this timeline's Son Gohan, a hint of concern in her voice, as it had been quite some time since she had last seen her mother and grandmother. "They are in good health. There is no need for worry. We shall go find them now," the Son Gohan of this reality reassured her. After exchanging greetings with the others, the duo soared towards the direction of Biddy Lee. "Trunks, let us split up. You go rescue father, and I will search for mother, Bulma," said Bra, observing Xiao Feng and Son Gohan take flight. "Brother Gohan, shall we set off as well?" Trunks addressed the main timeline's Son Gohan in a manner akin to Piccolo's, acknowledging the latter's seniority. Present at the scene were Trunks, OOB, and the main timeline's Son Gohan. "Very well, let us embark." The main timeline's Son Gohan nodded in agreement. They soared toward the battleground between Baby and Sun Wukong on Planet Plant, where the weather was fair. Suddenly, a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. A multitude gathered to witness the confrontation between Lord Baby and the Saiyans, perplexed by the sudden shift in weather. How could a fine day turn into rain? Then, piercing screams echoed through the air. Upon contact with the rain, the Earth's inhabitants began to emit dark smoke from their bodies, their wails resonating like the lamentations of tormented souls from the depths of hell. In the blink of an eye, the parasitic eggs that Baby had implanted within them were purified. Where am I? How did I end up here? What on earth has transpired? Why can I recall nothing? Am I merely dreaming? As the parasitic eggs were eradicated, the crowd gradually regained their consciousness. They gazed upon this unfamiliar place, their faces etched with expressions of bewilderment and disbelief. They also witnessed a fierce altercation between a gorilla and a person with a tail. The crowd, terrified, scattered in all directions, seeking refuge. In the midst of the battlefield, the prominent figures from the main timeline, Son Gohan, Trunks, and Bu, have already arrived at the scene. They stood atop a lofty peak, witnessing the unfolding battle below. A light drizzle began to fall, adding to the atmosphere. It seemed that Baby had emerged victorious. It's over. Baby, came the declaration. Ka. Me. Ha. Me. Ha. A colossal beam of energy coalesced in the hands of Super Saiyan 4 Goku, hurtling towards Baby. Despite their prolonged conflict, Goku had yet to gain the upper hand. He sought to harness the power of energy waves to test their efficacy. Baby transformed into a colossal golden ape, his physique becoming immense, yet remarkably resilient. Despite his size, he exhibited great agility. Baby observed as Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave towards him. His mouth emitted a colossal beam of energy. Boom. The two immense forces collided in the midst, causing the ground to instantly cave in. The energies continued to expand, and the depression became increasingly profound. A chasm of unfathomable depth erupted on the surface. The entire planet began to tremble. Ding. A combat power attribute of 1 million fell before him. Combat power attribute 1 million. The system's notification echoed incessantly in Son Gohan's mind. This form of my teacher is truly formidable. The power is utterly terrifying, Obi remarked. Sensing the aura radiating from Son Goku, my teacher's strength has grown even more potent. Father. Trunks gazed at the golden great ape, Baby. His fists clenched tightly. A visage of fury etched upon his face. How could circumstances have devolved to this? Father, what must I do to save you? Chapter 128. The carelessness of Son Wukong. Baby, surrender to me, Son Wukong declared, his aura suddenly surging, the energy beam of the Kamehameha wave escalating dramatically. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal ape, Baby, was forced to retreat, each step leaving a profound imprint upon the ground. Uncle Wukong, please be cautious of my father, Trunks exclaimed. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, he feared that his father might be utterly obliterated by Son Wukong. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong also restrained some of his energy output. He would not inflict harm upon Vegeta unless absolutely necessary. With a resounding boom, the Kamehameha energy wave surged towards Baby, instantly erupting in an explosion. Baby fell to the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater upon impact. Witnessing this, Trunks felt a slight sense of relief. He had just been terrified that one energy wave from Son Wukong would reduce his father's body to mere fragments. Baby, it's over. Son Wukong soared to Baby's side, intending to sever the opponent's tail and revert him to his humanoid form. Damn Saiyan, you've fallen into my trap. Suddenly, Baby's eyes snapped open, and his voice resonated ominously, akin to that of a demon from the depths of hell. This was dire. The scoundrel had not lost his sanity after all. Son Wukong felt his muscles tense as he rapidly ascended from the battlefield, yet he was still too late. A colossal hand swiftly grasped his body. What? Uncle Wukong teacher Trunks and watched in horror as Baby ensnared Son Wukong in his grasp. The two of them dashed out. Ha, did you not expect that? Damn Saiyans. Baby rose from the ground, wearing a triumphant smile. He exerted greater force with his hands. I never expected you to be so capable of acting, he said. Son Wukong struggled desperately against Baby's magical grip. However, the adversary's hand clasped him tightly, akin to a vice. The more you struggle, the more exhilarated I become, Baby proclaimed, rising to his feet with hands firmly interlocked. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Son Wukong's lips, resonating with agony. The onlookers felt a shared pain at the sight of this battle. Baby, release Uncle Wukong. You scoundrel, let him go. In the blink of an eye, Trunks and arrived at the colossal ape Baby's side, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Ding. Combat power attribute drops by 1 million. Combat power attribute 1 million. Bang, 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 bang. An ant dares to challenge an elephant. Do not indulge in foolish fantasies. Baby momentarily froze, taken aback that the embryos within them had been eradicated. Then, with a gleeful grin, he declared, even if you have eliminated the embryos within, as long as I crush the Saiyan in my grasp, I can still implant my embryos within you. Trunks and Ub's assaults felt to him like mere tickles, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Grandfather, father, Little Fong, and this timeline's Son Gohan, along with Dilly and Chi-Chi, rushed to the scene. The three of them joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Baby. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi anxiously called out Son Wukong's name from the ground. From afar, they heard the anguished cries of Son Wukong. Wukong. Son Wukong. At this moment, the elderly Krillin and Android 18 had also joined the fray. Once the closest of friends, Son Wukong now faced the brink of death, and Krillin, with unwavering resolve, chose to intervene. Though his strength was insufficient, he aspired to contribute in some way. A group of insignificant humans daring to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Baby's cheerful laughter echoed. No matter the assault, it seemed to have no effect on him whatsoever. His physical form and combat prowess now rivaled that of a Super Saiyan 4. This group of individuals is merely toying with him. Baby, you are exceedingly arrogant, aren't you? The Son Gohan from the main timeline soared towards Baby's direction. His body began to swell, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Astonishing. You are indeed Super Saiyan 4. When Baby turned his head and saw Son Gohan from the main timeline flying towards him, he too transformed into Super Saiyan 4. He was utterly astonished. Having never anticipated the existence of a Super Saiyan 4 in this realm, Baby believed that the Saiyans here had reached their pinnacle at Super Saiyan 3. Suddenly, with a thunderous sound, the Super Saiyan 4 Gohan from the main timeline struck Baby in the abdomen with a punch that was as swift as it was deafening. Thud, thud, thud. Baby, racked with pain, staggered backward, leaving deep imprints in the ground beneath him. He released Son Wukong from his grasp. Goodness, the form of Super Saiyan 4. Is this another version of Gohan from a parallel universe? Previously, Trunks from the future had traversed through time, and now another Gohan from a different timeline has arrived. Furthermore, his combat prowess is astonishingly formidable. At such a tender age, he has already transcended into the realm of Super Saiyan 4. This is truly extraordinary. The emerald green aura surrounding him resembles that of Broly's lineage. The onlookers beheld the primary timeline's Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Their minds suddenly short-circuited. This is truly beyond comprehension. At such a tender age, he has transcended to Super Saiyan 4. Just where lies his limit? Especially for Piccolo and Gohan from this timeline. Their hearts seemed to churn with tumultuous waves. All was collected. Gohan from the primary timeline silently contemplated. The combat power attributes from the ground frantically merged into his being. Grandfather. Xiao Fang caught the falling Goku, her face filled with concern as she inquired. Neither of them felt the slightest surprise. Both were acutely aware of the formidable prowess of Son Wukong in the primary timeline. I am unscathed. Everyone should depart from this place. You are no match for him. Son Wukong dismounted from Xiao Fang and then called out to the assembled crowd. He was deeply moved to see everyone fighting against Baby for his sake. However, the power of the giant ape was simply too overwhelming. Remaining to battle here would only lead to unnecessary casualties. We should depart and leave the battlefield to Gohan. Piccolo's heart was in turmoil for a long time, yet he was the first to react. He shouted to the crowd and swiftly left the battlefield, following his lead. Everyone quickly exited the area. Videl glanced at Gohan from the main timeline. Is this the Gohan from another parallel world that Pan spoke of? How is his combat prowess so terrifying? Is it Gohan? Both Krillin and Android 18 were filled with expressions of disbelief. Neither of them could comprehend what was unfolding. Previously, future Trunks had traversed through time to arrive here. To their astonishment, this time, it was Gohan who had crossed over from an alternate timeline. They were momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance he bore to Gohan. They swiftly accepted this reality, and the two promptly vacated the battlefield. Haha. Who would have thought that you could also transform into the Super Saiyan 4 form? Baby remarked while observing the young Gohan from the primary timeline. He is merely a little brat, a fade with no substance. No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly surpass Goku. Baby did not hinder Piccolo and Trunks from departing. Once he defeated this Super Saiyan 4 individual, he could once again implant a living embryo within them, continuing to make them his subservient slaves. Synopsis: Sumu inadvertently traverses into the Dragon Ball universe, inhabiting the body of a young Gohan, and successfully activates the pickup attribute system. Ding. Combat attribute 100 has dropped ahead. Ding. The King Kai Fist skill attribute has dropped ahead. From that moment, his life took a turn for the extraordinary, astonishing everyone around him. Goku. I never anticipated the latent power within Gohan to be so immense. His combat prowess has far surpassed mine. King Kai. This kid's talent is nothing short of monstrous. I can master the King Kai Fist after just one glance.